In this fantastical realm, where a mere gesture from a monk can shatter mountains and a kick can sever rivers, he embarks on the path to divinity through a modest eatery. The most beautiful woman in the capital, the saintess of the ice spirit palace, the alluring enchantress of the demonic sect, and the emperor who traverses the sun all have become his devoted culinary admirers. Confronted with an influx of patrons, Chishio declares, each individual may only order one dish per day. What? Is it insufficient? Do you wish to cause a ruckus? Would you like to be devoured by the mighty purple flame tiger at the entrance? Or perhaps you prefer to be permanently blacklisted from this establishment? Chapter 1. The small restaurant in the alley. The sky was a clear azure, as pristine as a sheet of blue paper, with a few wispy clouds that seemed to dissolve in the sunlight, drifting lazily in the breeze. In the eastern region of the Mu-Yun continent, the bustling heart of the Dongling Empire lies on Tai Street. This street, 50 meters wide and 10 li long, is famously known as the 10 li long street, stretching across the center of the capital and boasting the title of the longest street in the Dongling Empire. The thoroughfare is alive with the constant flow of vehicles and throngs of people, creating a vibrant atmosphere each day. Flanking the street are a myriad of shops, alongside numerous stalls that line the roadside. The enthusiastic calls of vendors intermingle with the lively chatter of the crowd, painting a picture of bustling activity. Among the most animated spots is the renowned tavern, Zui Xianju, situated in the very middle of Tai Street. During mealtimes, Zui Xianju is inundated with customers, creating such a crowd that it becomes nearly impassable, much to the delight of the innkeeper, who cannot help but beam with joy. Yet just 100 meters down a narrow alley behind the Yinji Pavilion, there exists a modest eatery. Exceedingly humble in appearance, in front of the restaurant lies a small, well-kept patch of ground, where a young man reclines in a wooden lounge chair, seemingly asleep under the warm sun. Clad in a simple white robe with a loosely knotted sash and a slightly unbuttoned collar, he exudes an air of casualness. His short hair, cropped to ear length, appears incongruous with his attire and surroundings, lending him an odd appearance. Though he possesses strikingly handsome features, his complexion is unnaturally pale, as if he has long been deprived of sunlight. Aside from this young man, the surroundings are devoid of life. The restaurant itself is eerily quiet, with not even a fly to be found. Outside, the lively sounds of the alley echo, creating a stark contrast to the tranquility of the eatery. Despite this, the young man remains utterly relaxed, showing no signs of agitation, softly humming an unknown tune, entirely unfazed by the lack of customers. As he dozes in the sun, a white cat appears atop the restaurant's roof. The feline, about the size of an adult man's palm, boasts immaculate white fur and golden, glistening eyes that evoke a sense of warmth. The white cat gazes at the sunbathing young man, then gracefully leaps down from the roof, taking a few steps forward before landing on the young man's chest. Meow, the cat calls softly, gently tapping its front paw against his chest. Upon hearing the sound, the young man shows no intention of opening his eyes or even moving. The cat tilts its head, extends its paw, and with a swift motion, swipes at the young man's face. Instinctively, he raises his hand to block, feeling the cat's claws graze his skin, leaving 3 faint white marks that quickly fade away. Noticing his reaction, the white cat retracts its claws and gazes intently at the young man's face. Chishio, reluctantly opening his eyes, looks down at the feline on his chest and yawns, saying, "Did I owe you something in my past life?" With that, he scoops up the cat and tosses it to the ground before rising from the lounge chair and heading inside the small restaurant. Upon entering, one is greeted by the sight of a cash register, surrounded by 6 square, red-lacquered wooden tables. The space is modest, yet impeccably clean, with not a speck of dust to be found on the floor or walls. The cleanliness causes the entire room to gleam. On the wall behind the cash register hangs a conspicuous menu, which features only 3 dishes: a fried egg rice bowl, handmade noodles, and pickled radishes. It is remarkable that a restaurant offers only 3 dishes, but even more astonishing are the prices listed. While one could purchase similar fare outside for mere copper coins, here, the pickled radish starts at a staggering 100 gold coins, followed by the handmade noodles at 188 gold coins and the fried egg rice bowl priced at an astounding 1 spirit crystal. It is worth noting that spirit crystals are not something one can simply purchase with wealth. They are typically possessed only by cultivators, with 1 spirit crystal equivalent. to 1,000 gold coins, perhaps even more. Meow. The agile white cat steadies itself on the ground and calls out, seemingly unperturbed by Qi Xiu's demeanor, following him eagerly into the restaurant. Qi Xiu strides directly into the kitchen, while the white cat remains at the kitchen door, sitting quietly, raising a paw to lick it, its golden eyes betraying a hint of anthropomorphic anticipation. The kitchen contrasts sharply with the antiquated charm of the exterior. It is outfitted with modern appliances, sinks, refrigerators, gas stoves, and microwaves, everything one would expect in a contemporary kitchen, even more complete than most. Interestingly, the kitchen size is disproportionate, as it is considerably larger than the dining area, creating a striking imbalance, making the kitchen appear almost like a separate domain. Qi Xiu is thoroughly familiar with this kitchen. He habitually ties on an apron and begins preparing rice in the electric cooker. As he utilizes these modern conveniences, he cannot help but reminisce about the various electronic entertainment devices from Earth. Qi Xiu, a 21-year-old man, was once a sophomore student on Earth. After his parents divorced when he was 10, his mother started a new family, leaving him with his father. However, by the age of 13, his father too had formed a new family, rendering Qi Xiu a mere burden. Mature for his age, he recognized his unwelcome status and chose to leave the household, embarking on a solitary life. His parents merely provided him with enough money each month, while any semblance of concern was a luxury he could not expect. Thus, he learned to cook for himself. On the day of the incident, Qi Xiu's frying pan broke, prompting him to venture out to purchase a new one. Preferring convenience over a 10-minute walk to the supermarket, he opted for a second-rate pot from a nearby grocery store just 5 minutes away, reasoning that school would soon begin, and he would no longer have to endure the hassle of cooking for himself. Little did Qi Xiu know that this very pot would lead to his unforeseen journey into another world. From that moment on, he distanced himself from all gaming consoles, computers, and the internet. How unfortunate. Had he known, he would have never succumbed to that 5-minute laziness. Had he known, he would have never deemed it a bother. Indeed, life thrives on movement. Laziness can be fatal. Host, do you have any objections to this system? A voice suddenly echoed in Qi Xiu's mind. System, I am in the midst of creating culinary masterpieces. It is rather inconsiderate of you to distract me. Qi Xiu calmly replied in his thoughts. The voice emerging in Qi Xiu's mind belongs to an entity that identifies itself as the gourmet system, claiming its purpose is to assist Qi Xiu in becoming the most formidable chef in this fantastical realm. As for the source of his unexpected journey, Qi Xiu genuinely wishes to express his gratitude to its ancestors. Chapter 2. The system's hindrance. The mere notion of his inexplicable transmigration filled Qi Xiu with a profound and poignant melancholy. Amidst this sorrow, his thoughts drifted back to the circumstances of his departure. Having purchased a wok, Qi Xiu returned home at midday. Seized by a desire for simplicity, he resolved to prepare a humble egg-fried rice, a manifestation of his indolent inclinations. As he cheerfully hummed along to Harlem, use egg-fried rice while diligently stir-frying, a sudden auditory phenomenon assailed his ears. Beep, 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 sensing the positive energy of culinary arts, system initializing. Engrossed in his culinary endeavor, Qi Xiu initially dismissed the sound as a mere figment of his imagination. Upon closer attention, however, the sound had vanished, reinforcing his belief in its illusory nature. Yet, as he prepared to extinguish the flame and plate his creation, the sound resurfaced. Beep, sensing an energy entity releasing the positive energy of gastronomy, system commencing scan. Scan confirmed. Subject identified as a low-level carbon-based life form, meeting system binding criteria. Commencing binding. Who's there? Startled by the eerie auditory intrusion, Qi Xiu felt a shiver run down his spine. He brandished the cleaver from the nearby chopping board, pairing it with the spatula in his hand, assuming a defensive posture. Who is speaking? As he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, seeking to discern the source of this apparent prank, the sound echoed once more. 30, 60, 90, 100. Ding. System binding successful. Beep. Sensing the surrounding world as incompatible with system requirements. Initiating automatic search for a suitable world. Ding. Search successful. Initiating spatial leap. Before Qi Xiu could react to the pronouncements, a radiant, golden light erupted from the wok before him, followed by an engulfing darkness. Upon regaining consciousness, He found himself within the confines of the store, seemingly conjured by the system itself. Unbeknownst to him, in the wake of his departure, boom, a deafening explosion reverberated, shattering the house into fragments. Yet, in a bizarre twist, the neighboring houses remained unscathed. The following day, XX News reported, a gas explosion occurred at the residence of a solitary man on XX Street, XX City, XX Province. Authorities have confirmed the man's immediate demise, with no remains recovered. The police, of course, Qi Xiu, now traversing the realms of existence, remained oblivious to these events. Reflecting upon his inexplicable translocation, Qi Xiu couldn't help but feel a sense of despondency. Despite his reclusive and apathetic nature, born from his former life, and his lack of close companions or attachments, the abrupt shift to a new world left him conflicted. Upon awakening and assimilating the existence of the system, along with his current circumstances, he received a directive. Beep. Mission initiated. Sell 1 serving of sunny-side-up egg over rice, 1 serving of pickled radish, and 1 serving of hand-pulled noodles within 1 month. Initially optimistic, owing to his ignorance of the local currency, Qi Xiu's hopes were dashed upon learning the truth. The task seemed insurmountable. However, this despair began to wane after his first taste of his own culinary creation. This is truly delectable. Despite the culinary delight, the reality remained that the alleyway saw little foot traffic in the past month. Even those who ventured into the alley seemed to disregard the dilapidated shop. Passers-by appeared oblivious, proceeding with unwavering gazes. So much for the notion that fragrant wine needs no advertisement. It's all hogwash. Qi Xiu scoffed inwardly as he fried an egg. Wait, invisible? Ignored? Fragrance. His movements abruptly ceased as he twitched his nostrils, inhaling the alluring aroma of the fried egg. A blank expression washed over his face as he inquired. System, are you there? I am here. The system responded promptly upon hearing Qi Xiu's summons. I have a question. My sunny-side-up eggs are quite fragrant. After each preparation, the shop is filled with the scent of fried eggs, a rather potent aroma. Logically, such an intense fragrance should permeate the shop and extend some distance. Can you explain why this captivating aroma has failed to attract a single customer? Qi Xiu lowered his eyelids and continued, furthermore, regardless of the shop's simplicity, it is still a shop. Even those uninterested might cast a curious glance, wouldn't they? Yet, why does no one passing by so much as acknowledge the shop? His voice grew strained as he concluded, realizing the anomaly. Why could he still detect the lingering fragrance of the sunny-side-up egg over rice within the shop, yet detect no scent when he stepped outside to bask in the sun? This defies logic. Moreover, wouldn't passers-by be intrigued by such a distinctive shop nestled in an alleyway? What about the local residents? Wouldn't they be curious about the sudden appearance of this establishment? This is patently absurd. In response, the system emitted enthusiastic applause, declaring, host. You finally noticed. Qi Xiu's forehead creased with exasperation. Before he could retort, the system's monotonous electronic voice resounded. Beep. Shall we commence the official operation of the shop? Open the shop? Official operation? Are you kidding me? Nearly a month had passed, and now he was being informed that the shop was not yet open or operational. Qi Xiu was incensed. Anyone would be infuriated by such a revelation. He had been lamenting the premature demise of his culinary journey, only to discover that the system was to blame. Shall we commence the official operation of the shop? The system reiterated. Yes, Qi Xiu replied, exasperated. Ding. The delectable shop is now open and officially operational. With the system's declaration, the concealed shop materialized within the alleyway. Qi Xiu felt a stirring within him, as if sensing something. Just then, a burning odor assaulted his nostrils. His expression froze as he glanced down at the charred sunny-side-up egg. At the kitchen entrance, the white cat, renowned for its sensitive nose, had been luxuriating in the airborne fragrance, its tail swaying contentedly. Suddenly, the aroma transformed into a burnt stench. In that instant, its body stiffened, and its wagging tail became rigid. Meow. It swiftly covered its nose with its paws and collapsed to the ground, tongue lolling out, eyes fixed on the ceiling, a picture of existential despair. This scent is a catastrophe. Chapter 3. The gluttonous divine beast. Qi Xiu swiftly dealt with the burnt fried egg, deftly preparing 2 more. As the eggs sizzled in the pan, he turned off the heat, and the enticing aroma of perfectly cooked eggs gradually replaced the earlier burnt smell. The white cat, regaining its composure, stood up, displaying a human-like expression of lingering fear. Enticed by the delightful scent permeating the air, it paced back and forth at the kitchen doorway, occasionally casting an impatient glance inside. Strangely, however, it never dared to step into the kitchen, as if held back by some unseen concern. Before long, Chi Xiu emerged with 2 plates of food, placing them on the nearest table. The white cat leaped onto the table, eagerly devouring the delicious offerings, its face radiating pure, anthropomorphic bliss. The so-called delicacy consisted of a mound of white rice topped with a fried egg larger than any he had encountered on Earth. Yet this simple dish exuded an irresistible aroma that made one salivate uncontrollably. This was the result of a recipe provided by the system, along with the other 2 dishes featured on the menu hanging on the wall, part of the novice gift package bestowed upon him by the system. Chi Xiu picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Despite the simplicity of the rice and egg, it was far more delectable than anything he had ever tasted on Earth. This is why the system's products are considered exquisite. Previously, he thought his culinary skills were passable, but after tasting the system's creations, he no longer held that belief. Realizing the system's excellence, the system chirped in his mind, urging him to diligently complete his tasks and level up. "Heh, don't talk to me, you slacker," Chi Xiu retorted, rolling his eyes at the system. "This is a test for the host," the system proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Ignoring the system, Chi Xiu focused on his meal. As he ate, he couldn't help but glance at the white cat on the table, pondering, wait a minute, if the shop wasn't open, how could Xiao Bai see it? If it weren't for Xiao Bai's ability to perceive the shop and enter it, he wouldn't have realized this issue until now. In truth, the shop was not open, but beings with strong mental power could see it. The system explained that previously, no one with such power had passed by. Chi Xiu silently completed the system's unfinished thought in his mind, gazing at the white cat as his thoughts drifted away. This little white cat had appeared on the 5th day of his arrival in this world. At that time, Chi Xiu had just finished making fried rice with an egg and moved to the hall to eat. Upon sitting down, he noticed this small creature crouching at his feet. Its round, golden eyes, filled with insatiable longing, were fixed on his fried rice, clearly drawn in by the delicious aroma. Seeing the cat's pitiful expression, Chi Xiu generously shared half of his fried egg with it. Despite its small size, the white cat devoured the food with surprising speed. After finishing, it looked up at Chi Xiu with its big, golden eyes, clearly wanting more. Delighted by the cat's enthusiasm for his cooking, Chi Xiu planned to prepare another serving. However, the system interjected that the host would need to pay for any additional meals beyond the daily 3, even if he personally cooked them. As for other living beings, they were considered guests. Thus, faced with the white cat's adorable yet pleading gaze, Chi Xiu could only shrug in resignation. When the cat realized its adorable antics had failed, it transformed dramatically. Its round golden pupils morphed into slits, revealing sharp claws beneath its pink paws. Its small mouth opened to reveal a formidable set of teeth, and its entire form began to swell, emanating an aura of danger. Chi Xiu stared, dumbfounded, unable to react. By the time he did, the once small white cat had grown to a tiger-like size, issuing a threatening growl without attacking him. Understanding its intent, Chi Xiu chuckled and gestured to the menu on the wall, teasingly suggesting, "Want to eat? Sure, as long as you pay." The white cat seemed to comprehend, glancing at the menu, then lowering its head in contemplation before looking back at him with a dissatisfied growl. Although he couldn't decipher its words, the message was clear: it had no money. With a shrug, Chi Xiu replied, "Well, that leaves us with no options." The white cat, hearing this, became displeased, letting out a low growl and lowering its body slightly, its tail erect and radiating an intimidating presence, as if preparing to pounce. Though Chi Xiu maintained a calm exterior, he felt a tightening in his chest. While he was not affected by its aura, facing such a large tiger was undeniably unnerving. Yet, for some reason, the tiger across from him exhibited a flicker of fear in its eyes. After a moment of contemplation, it emitted several low growls. Chi Xiu remained perplexed. Noticing his confusion, the white cat scratched the floor and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, a large red circular light appeared on the floor, encircling both of them. Intricate ancient characters flowed within the circle, connecting to a 6-pointed star pattern that rotated slowly, radiating a crimson glow, with a faint golden ancient character at its center. A drop of pale golden blood emerged from the white cat's forehead, rising into the air and spinning clockwise as it let out another low growl directed at Chi Xiu. What was happening? Faced with this bizarre situation, Chi Xiu was utterly bewildered. The system announced, "Detection complete. A divine beast is about to form a contract with the host. This contract is harmless and can proceed. As the system's declaration echoed in his mind, Qi Xiu felt a sharp pain in his forehead, followed by a drop of bright red blood escaping and merging with the golden droplet in the air. The two droplets swirled together, forming a maroon drop that split again, shooting toward the foreheads of both the human and the cat. Upon entering their foreheads, ancient runes emerged, and the six-pointed star formation beneath them vanished. What is happening? Qi Xiu stared in astonishment at the white cat and the runes adorning its forehead, encircled by a red line that formed a six-pointed star, at the center of which lay the ancient character for contract, the oldest script from the continent of Mu Yun. Ding. Successfully tamed the mysterious divine beast, Reinu. Binding complete. The system's voice resounded, and in the next moment, Qi Xiu felt a new connection with the white cat. Still somewhat dazed, he noticed the white cat had reverted to its original palm-sized form, eagerly requesting food once more. This time, the system did not intervene as Qi Xiu prepared another meal for it. Chapter 4. The Arrival of the Squad Leader Divine Beast. After a moment of bewilderment, Qi Xiu astonishingly echoed the system's words in his mind. Memories of his childhood understanding of Divine Beast surged forth, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Is it the White Tiger? Is it one of the 4 divine beasts of China?" Qi Xiu gazed at the small white cat before him, now reduced to the size of his palm. If it were truly the White Tiger, that would be extraordinary. After all, it is a legendary divine beast. The thought of riding the White Tiger filled him with awe. "Host, you are mistaken. It is not of the same lineage as the White Tiger." The system's voice was like a bucket of cold water, dousing all of Qi Xiu's fantasies. Undeterred, he retorted, "But look at its pure white fur. When it's small, it resembles a cat. When it grows, isn't it just the White Tiger? How can it not be of the same lineage?" "Host, do not dwell on this. This system does not err. I can assure you, it is not the White Tiger," the system affirmed decisively. Qi Xiu clicked his tongue, the initial excitement quickly waning. From that day forth, he began to prepare an extra portion of food at every meal. He didn't mind. Spending each day alone in this empty restaurant was rather dull, and having a cat for company was a welcome diversion. Clink. The sound of a porcelain spoon striking the plate jolted Qi Xiu from his reverie. He glanced at the empty plate before him, devoid of a single grain of rice, and then at the white cat, which was already licking its paws after finishing its meal. Tidying up the tableware, Qi Xiu carried the dishes into the kitchen. On the wall, about 2 meters from the entrance, was a large mouth, roughly the size of a computer screen. He approached and placed the plate inside. The mouth promptly closed automatically. This was an automatic dishwashing machine. Used dishes simply needed to be placed inside, and the system would take care of the rest, replenishing clean tableware in the cupboard. Such is the marvel of advanced technology, Qi Xiu mused. He chose not to venture outside to bask in the sun. Instead, he practiced his culinary skills in the kitchen. After all, he needed to hone his proficiency. Although Qi Xiu grasped the methods of cooking, mastery required practice. Furthermore, the system forbade him from promoting the restaurant's delicacies, leaving him to wait idly for customers. With no visitors, boredom crept in, but concocting dishes at least provided an opportunity to enhance his skills. The higher his proficiency, the more delectable his creations would be. As for the concern of wasting food from preparing too many dishes, there was no need for worry. The system would directly recycle any uneaten meals, eliminating any issue of waste. The little white cat, observing Qi Xiu's continued absence, hopped down from the table and returned to the rooftop, curling up in the sunny spot where it had napped earlier. However, unlike before, it found sleep elusive this time, as the tantalizing aroma of fried eggs wafted through the air, stirring its appetite. Unable to resist, it ultimately sealed off its sense of smell, thus alleviating its torment. Yet even in slumber, it dreamt of being surrounded by an abundance of fried eggs. The afternoon passed with one practicing culinary arts and the other sunbathing. As the day drew to a close, no customers had arrived, but the residents surrounding the small establishment had taken note of its sudden appearance, observing with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Some even reported the occurrence to the Kyoto Guard. As the sun set, Qi Xiu prepared dinner. After finishing the meal with the cat, he closed the shop. The alley outside remained bustling, yet Qi Xiu had no inclination to explore. He completed his evening routine and retired upstairs to sleep. The white cat followed him, settling into its designated bed by the window, and the night passed in silence. The following day, Qi Xiu rose early. After a moment of contemplation staring at the ceiling, he sluggishly got out of bed. His room was furnished in a modern style, a detail he particularly appreciated, as it spared him the discomfort of a hard wooden bed. Yawning, he lazily opened the shop's door. To the east, the golden-red sun ascended slowly, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Taking a deep breath and stretching his arms, he remarked, "How delightful. The air in this world is untainted, invigorating my spirit. The atmosphere here is incomparable to that of Earth." Indeed, the system concurred. The air here is imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, and inhabitants of this realm tend to enjoy greater longevity than those from your original world. Well, that's a given. Chisho chatted casually with the system before turning and entering the kitchen, intending to prepare breakfast. After sharing a meal of handmade noodles with the little white cat, Chisho resumed his routine of sunbathing, a practice he had maintained for nearly a month. This time, however, he keenly sensed the subtle scrutiny of gazes directed at him from the surroundings. Yet he paid it no mind, continuing to recline leisurely in his chair, soaking up the sun. As the sun climbed higher, the sounds of bustling activity on Tai Street drifted into the alley, accompanied by distinct, yet varied footsteps echoing through. Beneath his closed eyelids, Chisho's eyes rolled, though he remained still, showing no intention of opening them even as the footsteps drew nearer. "Captain, this is the place." With this exclamation, the footsteps halted at the entrance of the small shop. Chisho felt several pairs of eyes fixate upon him. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, remaining reclined in his chair as he gazed toward the source of the footsteps, which led to the shop's entrance. 5 figures stood at the door. The leader was a man clad in armor, though his attire was not as neatly arranged as that of a typical guard. Instead, it hung loosely upon him. He held a sword in his arms, his posture relaxed, surveying Chisho with an air of nonchalance. Behind him stood 4 other men, similarly armored but clad in simpler gear, curiously and cautiously observing their surroundings. Noticing that the 5 men were preoccupied with scrutinizing him in the shop, Chisho decided to break the silence. "Gentlemen, do you require assistance?" The leading man shifted his gaze to Chisho's face and lazily replied, "We heard that a shop suddenly appeared here yesterday. I believe this is the one. Are you here to place an order?" Chisho inquired politely, refraining from answering the question directly. The apparent captain rolled his eyes and glanced inside the shop, responding, "I am Yifeng, the captain of the 5th squad of the Kyoto Guard. The members behind me are my squad members. We are not here to order food." But before he could finish, Chisho closed his eyes, rocking in his chair without courtesy, and stated, "In that case, good day to you." Chapter 5, A Black Shop? A Fraud? Do you even know who you are speaking to? One of the 4 figures trailing behind Yifeng shot a displeased remark at Chisho. The other 3, though silent, wore expressions that mirrored a hint of dissatisfaction. They were members of the Kyoto Guard, sworn protectors of the city's order. Typically, the common folk regarded them with utmost respect. In stark contrast, Yifeng maintained a languid demeanor, albeit with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes as he stroked his chin, keenly observing Chisho. With an air of tranquility, Chisho replied, "I neither know nor wish to know." The speaker faltered, clearly unprepared for such retort. He intended to continue, but Yifeng interrupted him. With a casual wave of his hand, he stepped forward, inquiring, "What kind of establishment do you run, my good sir?" "A restaurant," Chisho replied succinctly. Yifeng's lips twitched as he asked, "Might I inquire about the menu? Are you placing an order?" Chisho's eyes lit up slightly as he straightened from his reclined position. "Well, that would depend on the menu," Yifeng replied with a conservative cough. "Oh." Chisho felt a tinge of disappointment, yet stood up, saying, "Follow me." He hoped the menu wouldn't scare them away. Turning, he led the way into the establishment. Yifeng exchanged glances with his companions and followed him inside, taking in the decor. His immediate impression was one of cleanliness. Despite the simplicity of the furnishings, the overall ambience conveyed a sense of immaculate order. Every table, chair, wall, floor, and counter gleamed, leaving a favorable first impression. After all, few would favor a disheveled eatery, especially one serving food. "This place is quite decent," Yifeng mused internally, but soon his thoughts were upended as he noticed the conspicuous menu on the wall. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced back and forth between the menu and the unfazed Chisho, inhaling sharply. The 4 who had entered behind him also spotted the menu, and one, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Pickled radish for 100 gold coins? Handmade noodles for 188 gold coins? And a fried egg over rice costs a spirit crystal?" The onlookers outside the shop were equally stunned. Many of them made pickled radish at home, and even when sold, they fetched only a few silver coins. The most expensive ramen in Kyoto barely reached 1 gold coin. And a fried egg over rice for a spirit crystal? Why not just rob a bank? In the Muyu continent, the currency conversion is as follows. 1 spirit crystal equals 1,000 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, and 100,000 copper coins. Thus, 1 spirit crystal equates to 1,000 gold coins, 1 gold coin to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin to 10 copper coins. Kyoto was relatively affluent, yet the average household spent no more than 200 to 300 gold coins a year. To demand nearly a year's worth of expenses for a bowl of noodles was outrageous. This is indeed a black shop. Captain, this establishment is utterly deceitful. Outrageous. Captain, give the order. Let us apprehend this unscrupulous owner. Such a shop poses a grave threat to Kyoto. Indeed, Captain, we must not let this fraud escape. The 4 behind Yefeng spoke vehemently, their gazes toward Chishio filled with hostility. The one who had first cried out even gripped the hilt of his blade at his waist. Chishio furrowed his brows, a hint of chill in his gaze. Yefeng, suppressing his astonishment, sought a possibility and gravely asked, "Are you a 5-star chef?" 5-star chef? Chishio echoed, a flicker of confusion gracing his features. What does that entail? Simultaneously, he inquired of the system. System, can you enlighten me? The system, with a flourish of eloquence, replied, Host, this world is vast, beyond your imagination. It is filled with boundless unknowns. Get to the point. Chishio interjected. The crux is, Host must explore this expansive, unknown world. The system stated plainly. Chishio, system, you win. Yefeng regarded Chishio's seemingly genuine expression, a smirk tugging at his lips as he relaxed his serious demeanor. Internally, he mocked himself. The youth before him appeared quite young, lacking any signs of energy fluctuations. It was unlikely he was a 5-star chef, yet how could he set such exorbitant prices without that title? Perhaps this was indeed a black shop? Nestled in a narrow alley with steep prices, the young proprietor, though somewhat eccentric, bore no 5-star chef insignia. He fit the profile of a fraudulent establishment perfectly. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, You set such high prices without even knowing? Why should I know? Chishio retorted, equally exasperated. Having received no answers from the system, he was disinclined to inquire further, a touch of impatience creeping into his tone. Are you going to place an order or not? At this, the 4 regarded him with heightened disdain, inching closer, subtly encircling him. Yefeng sighed, Stand down. Captain. The 4 chorused in unison. Yefeng tilted his head back, his gaze helplessly directed at the ceiling. Raising a hand, he curled his index finger, scratching his cheek, his expression a mix of lethargy and irritation. Indeed, serving in the guard was nothing but trouble. In the next moment, he composed himself and addressed Chishio. Given that your shop just opened yesterday and has yet to commit any acts detrimental to Kyoto, we, the guard, are not unreasonable. I grant you 3 days to close this establishment. He paused, then continued, or you may adjust your prices to a reasonable level. Otherwise, the guard has the authority to arrest you on charges of fraud. Chishio regarded him with an impassive expression, neither angered nor conciliatory, but rather resolutely stated, My dishes are worth this price. At this childish declaration, Yefeng chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. Young man, while I cannot fathom where your confidence stems from, I advise you to refrain from making such laughable claims, especially as you are no 5-star chef. Having said this, he patted Chishio on the shoulder and turned to leave, when a youthful voice rang out from the entrance. Oh, Yefeng? Upon hearing this voice, Yefeng's expression morphed into one of sheer exasperation, his face reflecting a clear this is troublesome sentiment. He lowered his hand and turned to look. Chishio remained composed. He had heard the footsteps earlier. His body, strengthened during the crossing, boasted heightened senses, strength, memory, and aptitude. Were it not for the vaccination scar on his arm, he might have doubted whether he had truly traversed into another's body. However, he presumed the individual was merely passing by, not expecting them to be an acquaintance of the one in front of him. When Chishio looked up, he was taken aback. Chapter 6. The fine line between lowly and Shota. The newcomer appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with a face no larger than a palm, adorned with sparkling, dark eyes. Her fair skin bore a rosy hue, perhaps from anger or haste. Her silky black hair was styled into 2 playful buns, and she donned a vibrant red dress, exuding an aura of cuteness and festivity. Although she resembled a girl at first glance, the flatness of her chest, the open neckline, the cinched waist, and the sleeves that reached her arms led Qi Xiu to ponder whether this was a lowly or a shota. The newcomer adjusted her fallen dress and stood at the entrance, casting a disapproving look at Yifeng. "Isn't at patrol time? What are you doing here? If you're slacking off, I might just inform Sister Lan." Yifeng replied with a hint of exasperation. "Ison, please spare me. I am currently attending to important matters." Inwardly, Qi Xiu scoffed, realizing that this was merely a boy fond of wearing girls' clothing. Ison, formerly known as the third young master of the Ningguang residence, Aizu, wore a displeased expression. Due to his picky eating habits, he had been dressed as a girl by his sister, who had a penchant for dressing him up. Frustrated but unable to resist her stronger will, he had stormed out of the house, intending to purchase a set of male attire. To take a shortcut and avoid the crowd, he decided to traverse the alley, only to unexpectedly encounter Yifeng at what seemed to be a restaurant. Curiosity piqued, he halted his search for clothing. Aizu glanced around the establishment and then back at Yifeng. "Important matters? It's all settled now," Yifeng replied, raising his hand to signal his four subordinates. "Let us go?" Qi Xiu frowned, still filled with questions. What was a star chef? Did the guard have the authority to shut down a restaurant at will? Just as he was about to call out to Yifeng for clarification, he noticed Yifeng pausing at the door, turning back to him. "I don't know how your establishment appeared so suddenly, but it's likely due to some formation. Such tricks only deceive the ignorant." With that, he turned and continued his leisurely exit, his voice ringing out, "Take heed, dear brother. This world is fraught with danger, and being a con artist leads nowhere." A con artist? Qi Xiu thought, bewildered. When had he become a con artist? Before he could voice his confusion, Aizu interjected. "Wait, what do you mean by con artist?" Although Yifeng was reluctant to explain, the boy's status compelled him to offer a brief clarification. After listening, Aizu scrutinized Qi Xiu and muttered, "You don't look like one. But then again, a con artist wouldn't have con artist written on their face." He stepped closer, peering at the menu on the wall. Upon seeing the prices, his eyes widened in shock. "These prices are outrageous." Qi Xiu shrugged nonchalantly. "If you can't afford it, you need not dine here. We don't engage in forced sales." Unable to afford it, Aizu was about to declare that he would certainly dine here, but his realization cut him short. "Oh, I see. You're trying to provoke me. You want to ignite my defiance and compel me to eat, don't you? Am I correct? You're incredibly cunning and despicable. Your imagination is quite vivid." Qi Xiu remarked, his expression blank, which came across as sarcastic. "You," Aizu exploded, furious. "I will report your establishment to the authorities. They must shut you down." Suddenly, he recalled Yifeng's presence and, fuming, turned to him. "Yifeng, this place is undoubtedly a scam. You must arrest him immediately and throw him in jail. He must not be allowed to wreak havoc in the capital." Yifeng felt a headache coming on. Technically, the individual had done nothing yet, and it would be unreasonable to arrest him based solely on assumptions. Qi Xiu, amused by the furious young master, crossed his arms and asked leisurely, "Little young master, I'm disinclined to explain further. Let us wager instead. If you win, I shall announce the immediate closure of my establishment." A wager? The mere mention of this word captivated not only Aizu, but also the beleaguered Yifeng and the others present. "What shall we wager?" Aizu inhaled deeply, calming himself, and raised his chin defiantly. "We shall wager the worth of the dishes on my menu. You will select one, and you alone will determine if it is worth the price," Qi Xiu declared. "I wager it is worth it." He paused, observing the astonished expressions around him before continuing. "If I win, you must pay the full amount and bow 3 times before the menu, apologizing thrice. Nothing can conquer the allure of exquisite cuisine. I refuse to believe that after tasting my culinary creations, you would still dare to utter words of arrest against me." His confidence in his culinary skills was unwavering, having been endorsed by the official foodie community. 3 bows. Aizu felt his anger resurge. He slammed his hand on the table, resolutely stating, "Then I shall wager. I will order the egg rice, and I bet it is not worth it. If I win, you must not only close your establishment, but also kneel and bow 3 times. "Kneel?" Qi Xiu's eyes darkened slightly. "That is acceptable." Yifeng looked at Qi Xiu with pity, his gaze filled with sympathy. After all, Aizu was renowned throughout the capital as the picky eater of the Ningguang residence. To accommodate his fastidious nature, his father had even invited the illustrious chef Li from Food City to cater to his tastes. Given his status, he had likely tasted every delicacy imaginable. Particularly now that Aizu was riled up, Yifeng genuinely felt that the odds were against Qi Xiu. Nevertheless, he chose not to intervene. Losing would merely entail bowing 3 times, which was not excessively harsh. Aizu was still reasonable in that regard. Everyone present shared the same sentiment, believing it was not unreasonable for an ordinary person like Qixio to kneel before Aizu. Very well, please wait a moment. Qixio concluded, turning to enter the kitchen. In the main hall remained Aizu, Yifeng, and his subordinates. Aizu plopped down onto a chair, swinging his legs as he awaited the dish, momentarily forgetting about purchasing male attire, silently vowing to critique Qixio's cooking thoroughly. Chapter 7. The irresistible fried egg. As Aizu pondered which sharp-tongued words to employ, a rich aroma of eggs wafted unexpectedly from within the kitchen, enveloping him like an invisible rope. His stomach audibly protested, and a blush crept onto his cheeks, enhancing his already strikingly beautiful visage, one that could undoubtedly ensnare the hearts of many admirers. Yet, at that moment, this delightful scene went unnoticed as all present were captivated by the enticing scent. The distinctive fragrance of fried eggs spread from the kitchen, invading the entire hall with a formidable presence, stirring Aizu's internal conflict. Was the aroma as delightful as it seemed? Before he could deliberate further, Qixio emerged, carrying a plate of fried egg rice. As the fragrance grew stronger, Aizu's nostrils flared, and he swallowed hard. His gaze fixated on the dish in Qixio's hands. The white porcelain plate, adorned with blue floral patterns, cradled plump, glistening rice that sparkled like transparent crystals, exuding a rich sweetness. Atop the rice lay a fried egg, its white perfectly semicircular, with a golden yolk nestled at its center, resembling a radiant sun. Aizu had savored many fried eggs before, like Chef Li's exquisite lotus-shaped fried eggs, which were visually stunning and delicious. Yet now, the simplicity of this fried egg seemed even more alluring. The enticing aroma of the fried egg rice intensified his salivation, but he stubbornly stifled any outward expression of his hunger. Gulps echoed around him as one of Yifeng's subordinates, who had previously boasted the loudest, could no longer suppress his desire, eyes wide and unblinking as he stared at the plate of fried egg rice. Meanwhile, a small white cat named Meow emerged from a corner, its golden eyes longingly fixed on Qixio's dish. Unperturbed by the surrounding commotion, Qixio calmly placed the rice bowl before Aizu, saying, "Please enjoy." Aizu's mouth fell open as he gazed at the mouth-watering dish, alternating his glance between it and the composed Qixio, rendered speechless. It was merely plain rice topped with a fried egg, devoid of any other embellishments. Yet it appeared irresistibly appetizing. With a resounding growl, all eyes turned in unison to Aizu, specifically to his stomach. The sound seemed to break the final straw, prompting Aizu to clench his fists, grasp his chopsticks and spoon, and through gritted teeth declare, "I must see what secrets lie in this fried egg rice that warrants such a high price." With a delicate poke, he pierced the yolk, causing a creamy golden liquid to flow forth, mingling with the translucent rice and filling the air with a captivating aroma. Unable to restrain himself, he carefully scooped a spoonful of the glistening rice, the rich scent enveloping him. He eagerly opened his mouth and consumed the morsel. As the rice, coated in yolk, touched his tongue, Aizu felt his senses awaken. The soft texture tantalized his taste buds, the silky yolk blending harmoniously with the tender rice, creating an exquisite explosion of flavor that left him utterly speechless. Nothing could rival this delight. Even the finest rice from the palace paled in comparison. This egg surpassed any delicacy he had ever tasted, rendering the beautifully crafted lotus-shaped fried egg by Chef Li a mere memory lost in the recesses of his mind. All thoughts faded as Aizu immersed himself in the gastronomic revelry, devouring the dish with fervor. Observing Aizu, utterly conquered by the fried egg rice, Qixio's lips curled into a subtle smile. After nearly a month of practice, his proficiency with the 3 dishes on the menu had reached near perfection. While he lacked confidence in other dishes, he was certain he had attained mastery in these 3. No matter how proud one might be, the allure of fine cuisine could bring anyone to their knees. Suddenly, a screen appeared before Qixio, displaying the phrase awakening the chef's pride, accompanied by a mini avatar joyfully bouncing beside it. "Chef's pride? What is that?" Qixio inquired, casting a curious glance at Aizu, who was still engrossed in his meal. The chef's pride is the innate sense of pride that arises from creating culinary delights, the system elucidated. What purpose does it serve? Are there any rewards? Host, how can you be so materialistic? Rewards are but external possessions. The system began to lecture. meaning it's of no real use? Qi Xiu interrupted dismissively. The system, inconsolably sobbing, produced a handkerchief from nowhere, tears streaming like an open faucet, partially flooding the screen. The system's mini-avatar resembled Qi Xiu at 6 or 7 years old, albeit in a chibi style, evoking a sense of paternal affection in Qi Xiu. He calmly observed as the system's tears obscured the interface, accustomed to such antics after nearly a month of coexistence. Meanwhile, Aizu set down his utensils, lifted the plate to his face, and licked it 3 times, reluctant to part with the now pristine dish before returning it to the table. Yifeng, witnessing this spectacle, was left in disbelief, his expression morphing from relaxed to astonished, mouth agape. Was this truly the notoriously picky Aizu? Had he not been swapped for an imposter? Or had he been bewitched? Chapter 8. Astonished beyond belief. Qi Xiu silently observed the unfolding scene, inwardly questioning. System. Do you wash these dishes directly before placing them into the cupboard? If every customer licks them a few times, are you certain they are clean? In expressing this, Qi Xiu completely overlooked that his own first experience dining was not much better. Host, are you doubting the capabilities of this system? How dare you question it? These bowls are processed directly by this system, refreshed as new, each ensuring it is used for the first time. They have undergone 12 rigorous procedures for disinfection and sterilization, guaranteeing they are the purest bowls in existence, purer than a virgin. The system stated with utmost seriousness. Faced with the system's sudden outburst, Qi Xiu found himself at a loss for words and chose to ignore it, redirecting his gaze towards Aizu. How is it? Are you satisfied with the taste? Qi Xiu inquired nonchalantly. Aizu looked at Qi Xiu, a conflicted smile gracing his face. After biting his lip, he earnestly replied, "This dish is indeed quite remarkable, delicious even, I must concede. However, it is hardly worth 1 spirit crystal. Do you understand the significance of 1 spirit crystal? It can aid a cultivator in their training. Can your fried egg over rice do that? It simply does not belong on the same value scale. Yet, I must admit, your dish is a rare delicacy." The white cat at the entrance, overhearing this, displayed a flicker of disdain in its eyes and turned its head away, thinking, foolish humans. Qi Xiu stared at Aizu in astonishment. Despite the earnestness in Aizu's expression, did this imply he was attempting to evade payment? Before Qi Xiu could respond, Aizu suddenly froze, a look of shock washing over him, disbelief flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, Aizu's aura erupted, steadily climbing until it abruptly halted at a certain point, then surged once more as if breaking through an unseen barrier. A flash of white light enveloped him, and calm returned. The shop fell into a deathly silence. Qi Xiu, witnessing this phenomenon akin to a game character leveling up in reality, felt a sense of wonder. Meanwhile, Aizu was stunned. He could hardly fathom that the bottleneck that had plagued him had been so effortlessly surpassed. Those standing nearby, including Yifeng, were left completely dumbfounded. In this world, the power humans could harness was known as Yuanli, and those who wielded it were referred to as cultivators. Cultivators were ranked from 1 to 9. Each tier further divided into early, mid, late stages, and peak. Every individual on the continent could cultivate Yuanli, but possessing it did not equate to being a cultivator. One had to reach the first tier to be considered a novice, and the second tier to be acknowledged as a cultivator. The higher the tier, the greater the demand for Yuanli, rendering advancement increasingly arduous and time-consuming. Aizu was at the mid-stage of the second tier, merely a half-step away from breaking through to the late stage, yet this minuscule distance had troubled him for 3 months. Though anxious, he felt utterly helpless. After all, cultivating required a step-by-step approach to progress through Yuanli. However, just as if fate were mocking him, the moment he finished speaking, the Yuanli within him suddenly fluctuated, leading to a breakthrough. It felt surreal, akin to a dream. How is this possible? How can this be? Aizu thought, dazed, as he circulated his Yuanli once more, ultimately confirming his breakthrough. In an instant, Aizu's gaze towards Qi Xiu transformed into one of fervent admiration, as if he had discovered a hidden treasure. Clearly, to Aizu, Qi Xiu represented that treasure. Under the intensity of Aizu's gaze, Qi Xiu felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, could this young man possibly be? After all, a boy in women's clothing was somewhat perilous. What if this pretty boy took a liking to me? Should I reject him? Or perhaps, just reject him? Host, do refrain from being overly self-indulgent. He has merely experienced a breakthrough and is simply excited. The system interjected, rolling its metaphorical eyes. Oh, is that so? Chi Xiu chuckled, suddenly enlightened. So this is what a breakthrough feels like. It resembles leveling up a character in a video game. Boss, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I hope you do not take offense. May I inquire about the ingredients in this dish? AI Zhu asked, his eyes gleaming with eagerness and his tone exceedingly gentle. However, paired with his delicate visage and feminine attire, he appeared somewhat unsettling. Suppressing the urge to shudder, Chi Xiu mentally addressed the system. Did you hear that? What are the ingredients? The ingredients? They are rather ordinary. The rice is from the Storm Valley's Water Valley. The eggs are merely from the level 3 autumn swallow bird in the illusory forest. The salt is refined from the North Sea Strait. And the oil is extracted from the flower yellow vegetable of the Dongling Empire. That's all. The system replied with nonchalance. The system's casual tone caught Chi Xiu off guard. After all, he was not well versed in the intricacies of this world. Thus, he recounted the system's words without much thought. Upon hearing this, AI Zhu gazed at Chi Xiu as if he had seen a ghost, his voice rising in pitch almost to a scream. Do you even realize what you just said? Water Valley rice from Storm Valley? Do you know what Storm Valley is? It is one of the 10 deadliest locations on the continent. Only those with a 3rd-tier cultivation dare enter, and only those at the 6th tier can venture deeper. The Water Valley rice is situated at the very center of Storm Valley. As for the illusory forest, it is a death trap teeming with magical beasts and fierce creatures. Were it not for the defensive array established by a 9th-tier cultivator, no one would dare inhabit a 100-mile radius. Even so, a beast tide occurs every 3 years. The level 3 autumn swallow bird is known for its fierce protection of its eggs. Anyone daring to touch them would face the wrath of their entire clan. Without sufficient strength, no one would dare provoke a group of autumn swallow birds. The refined salt from the North Sea Strait, only found in the territory of level 4 sea birds. But these sea birds are tyrannical and will attack anything that isn't of their kind. Even if you possess the strength to confront them, locating their nests is another challenge. And the flower yellow vegetable oil? That is a tribute oil from the Dongling Empire, reserved for the royal family. Common folk cannot even dream of obtaining it. By the time AI Zhu finished, he was nearly shouting. With each statement, Chi Xiu felt his eyelids twitch, and by the end, he believed his eyes were about to cramp. Despite not fully grasping the significance of AI Zhu's words, he could certainly comprehend the rarity of these ingredients. After all, royal tributes were involved. How could they not be precious? Chapter 9. Another 10 orders. System. Did you not claim that it was rather ordinary? Chi Xiu inwardly roared. Indeed, it is quite ordinary, the system's innocent voice echoed in Chi Xiu's mind. Tinged with a hint of confusion, why was this customer so agitated? Chi Xiu fell silent. Finally grasping where the issue lay, they were not on the same level as the system. No, the system was not human at all. What was precious in AI Zhu's eyes held little novelty for the system. I believe the price is too low. Could it be adjusted upward? Chi Xiu mused, calculating in his mind. No, the host cannot arbitrarily mark up prices simply because he is destined to be the strongest chef of the future. The prices offered by the system are calculated to be the most reasonable. The system, unable to comprehend AI Zhu's excitement, set aside its puzzlement upon hearing Chi Xiu's question and resolutely declared. Chi Xiu longed to shout that it was utterly unreasonable. The materials sounded grand and should, by all rights, be more expensive. However, understanding the system's unwavering nature, he refrained from further protest, although his heart ached. Chi Xiu maintained a calm facade as he observed the increasingly agitated AI Zhu and said, So, what now? AI Zhu was momentarily stunned, his face flushing crimson. Though he had a multitude of things he wished to shout, he found himself utterly speechless in the face of that statement. This abrupt silence nearly caused him emotional turmoil. Night Wind, standing nearby, finally regained his senses, stepped forward, and firmly grasped AI Zhu's face, scrutinizing him with utmost seriousness. Upon confirming that AI Zhu had genuinely broken through without any side effects, he was left in shock. It's real, Night Wind murmured in disbelief, staring at Chi Xiu as if he were an extraterrestrial, despite having no concept of what an alien truly was. Chi Xiu tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice, tilting his chin towards AI Zhu, and inquired, Now, do you think it is worth a spirit crystal? Indeed, how could it not be worth it? It would be worth 10 spirit crystals. AI Zhu screamed internally, but he said nothing aloud. Instead, he leaped off his stool and hurried to the cashier, facing the menu with a deep bow, exclaiming, I'm sorry. He bowed 3 times in quick succession, each time apologizing. before dashing back to Qi Xiu and dramatically placing 11 spirit crystals on the table, declaring, "Give me another 10 servings of fried egg rice. Apologies, but each person may only order one of each item per day." Qi Xiu, having witnessed Aizu fulfilling the penalty for his failed wager, softened his expression considerably. As he spoke, he casually picked up one of the 11 smooth, milky white spirit crystals. This regulation had been established by the system, yet his own laziness made him quite willing to enforce it. "However, you may order 2 other dishes." Aizu, momentarily at a loss for words, stammered, "I'll pay double the price for an additional serving. Hand-pulled noodles or pickled radish?" Qi Xiu, ignoring Aizu's plea, inquired. Aizu hesitated. 3 times the price. "Then how about hand-pulled noodles and pickled radish together?" Qi Xiu remained unmoved. Observing Qi Xiu's unwavering stance, Aizu finally conceded. "Very well, let us have both." "All right. Please wait a moment." With the prospect of completing his task today, Qi Xiu's gaze softened considerably. Aizu, unaware of the change in Qi Xiu's demeanor, thought to himself, "The fried egg rice tastes so good. The other 2 dishes must be equally delightful." Lost in anticipation for the forthcoming feast, he completely forgot the reason for his outing. "Excuse me, can I order 2? Night Wind eagerly approached, a hopeful look on his face. Qi Xiu cast a bemused glance in his direction, rising slowly and deliberately sighing. Running a shop these days is truly challenging. Suspected of being a black shop and accused of being a fraud, it's quite disheartening. Perhaps I should just close up." "Wait, Night Wind stammered for an extended moment, but could not articulate a complete thought, realizing the folly of his own words. Aizu, reveling in his misfortune, stifled a chuckle and unceremoniously added, "Boss, let us not pay any attention to such blind fools." Before he could finish his sentence, Night Wind covered Aizu's mouth, who struggled and attempted to pry his hand away. Unfortunately, his smaller stature and lesser strength proved ineffective against Night Wind's iron grip. Night Wind, still covering Aizu's mouth, smiled at Qi Xiu and declared with righteous fervor, "Boss, what black shop? What fraud? Whoever slandered you is utterly ignorant. You, sir, are a master, a true master, a concealed genius." "Captain, why do you speak of yourself so disparagingly?" one of the 4 subordinates asked earnestly. "Night Wind, how did I end up with such a hindrance as a subordinate?" Seizing the opportunity while Night Wind relaxed his grip, Aizu broke free and shouted, "Scoundrel Night Wind, I shall inform Sister Lan that you are bullying me. Such matters can wait. Boss, please serve me a portion of fried egg rice first." Night Wind exclaimed, bewilderedly scanning the hall for Qi Xiu, who had vanished from sight. Aizu smugly remarked, "He has long since retreated to the kitchen." "No." Qi Xiu entered the kitchen, effectively shutting out the din from the dining area. He donned an apron and opened the wooden cabinet embedded in the wall, revealing the ingredients he required, all neatly prepared. He retrieved the oil-soaked dough and began pulling the noodles. The ingredients for his dishes were all provided by the system. Each time he opened that cabinet, the necessary supplies awaited him, making it exceedingly convenient. As a trade-off, the system collected 60% of his daily earnings, leaving him with only 40%. Qi Xiu had no objections, as he needed not prepare anything himself. Merely moving his hands allowed him to earn a share of the profits without any hassle. Furthermore, the materials for his own meals were also provided by the system, requiring no expenditure on his part, which he found rather agreeable. For him, cooking had transformed into a passion, and witnessing the myriad expressions of delight on others' faces in response to his culinary creations had become a source of immense joy. Chapter 10. The first task completed. Qi Xiu began by filling a pot with crystal-clear water, its pristine clarity evoking a refreshing sensation. He stretched the dough with both hands, giving it a gentle shake before tearing it into several strips. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he added the noodles, stirring with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking. After a brief period, the noodles were cooked to perfection and served in a bowl alongside a fragrant broth prepared with cilantro, scallions, salt, and MSG. With the final step completed, a bowl of hand-pulled noodles was triumphantly achieved. Though the process appeared simple, the precise control of heat, temperature, and timing was paramount. A single misstep could significantly diminish the flavor. However, after nearly a month of diligent practice, Qi Xiu had mastered these techniques with ease. He placed the aromatic bowl of hand-pulled noodles onto a tray and opened the cabinet on the wall, retrieving a small dish of pickled radishes he had prepared in advance and stored in the system space. With the tray in hand, Qi removed his apron and stepped outside. Upon catching the delightful aroma of the noodles, Aizu had already prepared his chopsticks, eagerly awaiting Qishou's emergence from the kitchen. Minutes later, Qishou finally appeared. Though only a brief interval had passed, the tantalizing scent in the air made Aizu feel as though time had stretched painfully. He had never realized that waiting could be such a torment. Fortunately, just as Aizu was about to rush into the kitchen to uncover the reason for the delay, Qishou emerged, bringing with him the source of the delectable aroma. Aizu's gaze was fixated on the tray in Qishou's hands, his eyes glued to the culinary creation. Qishou presented the noodles before him, followed by the dish of pickled radishes, saying, "Please enjoy." Aizu paid no mind to Qishou's words. The moment the noodles were placed before him, he eagerly picked up a portion and placed it in his mouth, instantly squinting his eyes in delight, his expression one of pure enjoyment. The noodles were soft and smooth, their flavors bursting forth, the broth clear and savory, filling his nostrils with the rich aroma of the hand-pulled noodles. With a gentle bite, the noodle's elasticity was revealed, and as he chewed, a few droplets of broth splashed from the bowl, causing Aizu pangs of regret. He quickly refined his eating demeanor, unwilling to waste such exquisite fare due to his own clumsiness. After savoring a few bites of the noodles, Aizu reached for the dish of pickled radishes. The radishes, as white as snow, were neatly stacked in a palm-sized dish, resembling a pyramid, each slice appearing uniformly sized. He picked one up for closer inspection. Its edges were impeccably cut, perfectly rectangular, without a hint of curvature. When he bit into it, the crisp crunch of the radish resonated delightfully. The subtle sweet and sour flavor, combined with the radish's inherent crispness, tantalized Aizu's taste buds, prompting him to hasten his chewing. It was utterly delicious. The noodles were satisfyingly chewy, and the radishes were both fragrant and crunchy. He found no fault in any aspect. This singular thought consumed Aizu's mind. Gurgle, gurgle. A chorus of swallowed saliva echoed around them as Yifeng, feeling a pang of hunger, sidled up to Qishou and, with a pitiful tone, pleaded, "Boss." Observing Aizu's unrefined manner of eating, Qishou, in a good mood, inquired, "What do you need?" "I'll have one of everything," Yifeng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "And make sure my fried egg is not runny." "Understood, please wait," Qishou replied before retreating into the kitchen. Yifeng eagerly awaited at his seat, while his subordinates swallowed hard, yearning to order as well, though they lacked the means. Before long, Qishou emerged with a plate of fried egg rice, placing it before Yifeng, saying, "Enjoy." Yifeng's gaze was locked onto the fried egg atop the rice. Its yolk a deeper hue, the surface more solidified, gleaming enticingly. As he pierced the yolk with his chopsticks, a small hole formed, but instead of a runny, viscous stream, it yielded a paste-like consistency. Upon tasting it, the silky texture and the soft, fine flavor burst in his mouth. "Delicious," Yifeng praised internally, devouring it heartily. Shortly thereafter, Qishou returned with the hand-pulled noodles and pickled radishes, placing them before Yifeng. Meanwhile, a small white cat, feeling neglected, gazed at Qishou with sorrowful eyes, one paw patting its belly. Qishou affectionately patted the cat's head, but then ignored it. The dejected cat lay languidly on the table, its ears drooping, its golden eyes fixated on Aizu, longing to pounce and snatch the food from his hands. Yet, it reminded itself of its noble lineage and refrained from such unseemly behavior. At that moment, Aizu drained the last of the broth from his bowl, tilting it to ensure not a drop remained, licking it clean before setting it down and letting out a satisfied burp, patting his slightly rounded belly. Noticing Yifeng thoroughly enjoying his meal, Aizu felt a pang of envy for the food before him, his mouth suddenly feeling lonely. He smacked his lips, his eyes reflecting regret, knowing he was already full. Without waiting for Qishou to say anything, Aizu dutifully placed 288 gold coins on the table and pushed them toward Qishou. Ding! Task completed. Successfully sold a serving of fried egg rice, a dish of pickled radishes, and a bowl of hand-pulled noodles within a month. Reward: host level upgraded by 1, character attributes increased. System recipe unlocked. The announcement was music to Qishou's ears, and he felt a surge of joy as he accepted the gold coins offered by Aizu. Although slightly pricey, the meal was undoubtedly worth every coin. He felt thoroughly satisfied. Aizu, seated on his stool, patted Qishou's belly in contentment. He had intended to pat Qishou's shoulder, but reconsidered the difficulty of such an action. This fellow had completely forgotten his earlier threats to report the establishment to the authorities, branding it a black market, and his intentions to capture the owner. Qi chose to remain silent, offering no response. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed, and Yi Feng had finished his meal. He placed the empty bowl down with a contented sigh, feeling the surge of nascent power within him. It was then that he truly acknowledged the potency of the poached egg rice, capable of augmenting a cultivator's strength. However, he noticed that while his power had indeed increased, it was not as pronounced as in AIZU's case. Considering his own fifth-tier cultivation, he cast a pensive glance at Qi, inquiring with a hint of doubt, "Are you certain you're not a star-level chef?" "I am not," Qi responded simply. Proceeding to clear the table, Yi Feng refrained from pressing further, yet his expression betrayed his skepticism. Placing 2 pieces of Linling crystal stone on the table, he stated, "To settle the bill." Qi picked up one of the stones, clarifying, "There is still a deficit of 288 gold coins. Crystal stones cannot be substituted." Yi Feng's eyes widened slightly. "I haven't brought many gold coins. Can't the crystal stone suffice?" "It cannot," Qi replied, stacking the empty bowls. "Nor can I extend credit." Yi Feng hesitated, a troubled look crossing his face. AIZU, replete and satisfied, generously produced the required gold coins from his person, placing them on the table and pushing them towards Qi. He remarked with a mischievous grin to Yi Feng, "I have assisted you this once. How shall you repay me?" "How troublesome," Yi Feng muttered, casting a languid glance at him. He retrieved the remaining crystal stone, tucking it back into his possession. Rising to his feet, he seized AIZU by the scruff of his neck, lifting him up, and announced, "Let us depart, young Master AI. As recompense, I shall ensure your safe return home." "Scoundrel, release me, you insolent cur. I am perfectly capable of returning on my own." AIZU erupted, flailing his limbs and roaring in indignation. "You have misspoken, young Master AI," Yi Feng corrected, gently setting him down. Scarcely had AIZU regained his footing than he lashed out with a furious kick at Yi Feng's shin. Thump. Ouch, ouch, ouch. As though striking a pillar. AIZU clutched his foot, hopping in place, tears welling in his eyes. He had forgotten that his adversary possessed superior strength. Such an attack would only injure himself. "Are you unharmed?" Yi Feng inquired, feeling a twinge of remorse for the assistance he had just received. "None of your concern," AIZU retorted, scowling. Hopping towards the door on one leg, Yi Feng shook his head and followed, gesturing for his subordinates to accompany them. The group exited the small establishment, and after a short distance, AIZU abruptly halted, turning to call out to Qi, who stood at the door, "Proprietor, I shall return tomorrow." Qi, standing in the doorway, responded, "You are welcome." He then promptly closed the door, disregarding AIZU's apparent desire to say more. AIZU fumed, exasperated. The fellow possesses no manners whatsoever. He brandished a fist, declaring, "How infuriating." However, he overlooked the fact that he was standing on one leg, and with the force of his gesture, he lost his balance, teetering towards the ground. Fortunately, Yi Feng, standing nearby, lent a steadying hand. Having regained his equilibrium, AIZU noticed that the pain in his foot had diminished considerably. He placed his foot down, taking a few steps. He had originally intended to purchase men's attire, but the culinary delight and subsequent breakthrough had lifted his spirits. He no longer found his feminine attire so objectionable. Eager to boast to his sister, he huffed, "I shall overlook your transgressions, for the sake of the delectable fare." With that, he turned and retraced his steps, Yi Feng scratching his head and following suit. Sensing that no one remained outside, Qi cheerfully accessed the system interface, intending to review his mission rewards. He opened the character attributes function. Host, Qi age, 21, November 11th, level, 1, maximum level, 12, experience, 11, progress to 100 for level up, appearance, A, maximum, SSS, physique, culinary god physique strength, none, foundation established, culinary skill, 10, maximum, 100, shop level, 0 shop delicacies, poached egg rice, handmade ramen, pickled radish shop customers, 1 shop revenue, 1 crystal stone, 288 gold coins. Pleased with the information, he then opened the so-called system cookbook. Upon viewing it, Qi remarked to the system, "Am I not increasingly under the impression that I am playing a game?" "Indeed," the system responded. "The system cookbook is akin to a store in a game. The screen displays various food items in individual grids, all grayed out except for the first, egg fried rice. This is designed to facilitate the host's mastery of the system explained. Very well, Chi Xiu conceded. He reached out and clicked on the golden egg fried rice. The egg fried rice grid expanded, and the words "learn golden egg fried rice" appeared. Yes. Upon Chi Xiu's confirmation, the golden egg fried rice image transformed into a beam of light, entering Chi Xiu's mind. Chi Xiu felt a surge in his brain, instantly acquiring the knowledge of how to prepare golden egg fried rice. After reviewing the recipe, Chi Xiu turned his attention to the gray grid adjacent to the golden egg fried rice, attempting to click on it, only to receive the system's notification, insufficient level. Recipe locked. Very well, Chi Xiu exclaimed. It truly is like a game. Gray signifies locked, while color indicates that it can be learned. Each mission completed by the host unlocks new recipes, the system clarified. I shall go practice the golden egg fried rice, Chi Xiu said, rising and descending the stairs. However, he did not open the shop. Having completed the mission, he did not intend to open for business in the afternoon. Under Yifeng's escort, AI Ziyu returned to his royal residence. Anticipating his sister's astonishment at his breakthrough, he felt a sense of anticipation, a smile playing on his lips. The maids and servants of the Ning royal residence were not surprised to see the third young master entering with a smile. However, they were astonished to see him wearing women's clothing. Could this third young master be an imposter? Is this person actually the third young master's long-lost twin sister? Has the third young master suffered a trauma, resulting in a dramatic change in personality and a newfound obsession with women's clothing? Has the third young master committed an offense against the young lady? Various conjectures filled the minds of the Ning royal residence's maids and servants. Chapter 12. One of the four talented women, AI Ziyu, unperturbed by the peculiar gazes of the surrounding servants. AI Ziyu inquired of a maid and learned that his elder sister was in the garden. He did not hasten to change back into his male attire, but instead hurriedly made his way to the garden, where he indeed found his second sister, Ai Weiwei, brewing tea in a pavilion. The garden was a riot of colors, adorned with a plethora of flowers, many of which bloomed vibrantly despite being out of season. In the midst of the floral splendor stood an octagonal pavilion, its red lacquered wood embellished with golden, vintage carvings, and purple gauze curtains swaying gently in the breeze. A few maids, donned in pink and white dresses, stood at the steps of the pavilion, while inside, a white jade table was surrounded by four petite stone stools. Through the fluttering gauze, a graceful figure in pale blue could be discerned, her long, dark hair cascading down her back. The mere silhouette captivated one's gaze. As AI Ziyu approached, several maids attempted to curtsy, but he waved them off, instructing them to step back. They complied without hesitation, bowing before retreating. You've deigned to return? Weren't you furious and vowing to ignore me forever? A melodious voice, as refreshing as a babbling brook, emerged from the pavilion. Following this, the woman inside set down her teapot and turned slightly towards AI Ziyu. A breathtaking visage greeted him, delicate, crescent-shaped brows, enchanting eyes brimming with affection, a refined nose, and cheeks blushing softly, with lips that exhaled a fragrance akin to orchids. Her oval face was stunning, with skin as flawless as frost and snow, and a slender figure reminiscent of the goddess of the river. Clad in a light blue dress, she wore a deep blue wide belt at her waist, adorned with intricate accessories. Her dainty, fair hands rested gracefully on her lap, and her long sleeves brushed the ground. She was none other than the second daughter of the Ning royal family, Ai Weiwei, one of the four talented women of the capital. The illustrious four included Ai Weiwei, the favored concubine Tong, the second daughter of the Qin family, Qin Shuer, and Princess Mu Huirue, with Ai Weiwei reigning supreme as the foremost talented woman of the capital. At that moment, Ai Weiwei regarded AI Ziyu with amusement, noticing he was still garbed in the female attire she had chosen for him. Shall you? Surely. You're not an impostor? She quipped. AI Ziyu shot her a glare, rudely lifting the hem of his dress to his waist, and sulking as he sat beside Ai Weiwei on an empty stone stool. How could you not recognize your own brother? Are you still my sister? And stop calling me Xiaoyu. Oh, I jest. But aren't you the one who despised wearing women's clothing? How come you suddenly took a liking to it today? What a delightful turn of events. From now on, I shall dress you daily, and we shall be the best of sisters. Ai Weiwei teased, finding amusement in her brother's flustered reactions. She expected him to explode in anger as usual, but this time, her predictions fell short. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. AI Ziyu retorted proudly, recalling the delicious meal he had just enjoyed and eagerly anticipating the culinary delights awaiting him the next day. Ai Weiwei, intrigued, observed the expression on his face thoughtfully and casually inquired, "Did you encounter something remarkable while you were out?" Upon hearing her question, Aizu remembered his purpose and proudly declared, "Sister, do you see my current cultivation level? Weren't you always at the mid-second tier? What is so impressive about that? Wait, when did you advance to the late second tier?" Initially, Ai Weiwei had merely cast a cursory glance, but her surprise grew as she pieced together the conversation. "Don't tell me this happened just during your brief outing?" Aizu beamed with pride, taking a sip from the tea his sister had brewed and boasting, "Indeed. It was during this very outing." Ai Weiwei, astonished, queried, "Did you consume some rare treasure that enabled your breakthrough?" Aizu pouted, aware of his sister's sharp intellect, yet found her guess too on point. Couldn't she imagine he attained enlightenment instead? However, recalling the true reason for his advancement, he confidently replied, "Sort of. But you would never guess what it was that led to my breakthrough." Seeing him dangle her curiosity, Ai Weiwei grew impatient and urged, "Hurry up and tell me. Are you hoping I will dress you in women-esque clothing every day?" At this, Aizu's expression tightened, and he realized he could no longer keep up the pretense. Reluctantly, he divulged the events of the day, knowing full well his sister would not hesitate to take action. Isn't the youngest supposed to be treasured? Isn't the smallest supposed to be the most pampered? Humph. Just a bowl of egg-covered rice was enough for you to break through. Ai Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Aizu, clearly thinking, "Are you joking with me right now? I am quite serious. That fried rice was undoubtedly the best I have ever tasted. No, the finest delicacy I have ever encountered," Aizu declared, his face radiating joy. Ai Weiwei felt a shiver run down her spine. How had she never realized her brother possessed such a peculiar side? Yet, her curiosity was piqued. Knowing her brother was quite discerning and picky, it was evident that whatever had elicited such a reaction from him must be extraordinary. But could a simple dish of egg-covered rice truly lead to such a significant breakthrough? Yet, he had indeed progressed. Feeling conflicted, Ai Weiwei directly told Aizu, "You must take me to see this tomorrow. I want to witness this marvel for myself." "Absolutely." Aizu nodded vigorously. "You will be utterly astonished." "I'm quite eager to know just how astonishing it is," Ai Weiwei said with a raised eyebrow, her smile radiant. "Do you have anything else to share?" No, I suppose not." Aizu suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Then, Ai Weiwei elegantly spoke, adjusting her sleeves, her brow arching as she smiled. "Let us continue with the wardrobe change. Wait, sister. You are a lady. You are the most talented woman in the capital. How can you have such peculiar hobbies?" Aizu exclaimed, sweat breaking out as he stepped back, lamenting his decision to come here. "Fear not, for a beautiful woman can do as she pleases. Such a trivial hobby will only enhance my perfection." Ai Weiwei beamed with an innocent smile. "Wait, no? I am a man," Aizu exclaimed, attempting to flee. However, despite his recent advancement, he was still only at the late second tier, far inferior to his sister's early fourth tier cultivation. After just a few steps, he was captured. As he found himself ensnared, Aizu protested, "I never claimed to be picky. Why must I change clothes? Have you forgotten? Last night, you shattered my favorite inkstone, a treasure I had long cherished and never used. And now it lies in pieces," Ai Weiwei said with a sweet smile, revealing the truth. "I was wrong. Brother, save me. Brother isn't home. Even if he were, he wouldn't help you. So give up on that notion. Oh, and just so you know, Father isn't home either. Please, no." Chapter 13. A serving of golden egg fried rice, please. The following morning, Chi Shilei steadfastly basked in the sunlight at the entrance. The alley remained tranquil, while outside, a cacophony of lively chatter filled the air. Suddenly, a notification pinged, announcing a new task. Within a week, sell 10 servings of golden egg fried rice, 100 servings of fried egg rice, 100 servings of hand-pulled noodles, and 100 servings of pickled radish. The system's voice jolted Chi Shilei awake from his impending slumber. After discerning its message, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just as he had relished the completion of his first task and anticipated a few days of respite, another task had emerged, and its scale was more than thrice the previous one. "Are you certain I can accomplish this task?" Chi Shilei pondered, not out of doubt, but rather in disbelief. Recalling that he had only sold 1 serving of fried egg rice, hand-pulled noodles, and pickled radish in the past month. Now, he was expected to sell 100 of each in a week, alongside the newly introduced golden egg fried rice. Was this not an unreasonable demand? "I have faith in you, dear host. Your intelligence, wisdom, and charm are unparalleled, and 1,000 other accolades. Completing this task will be a breeze. The system declared confidently. Chi Xiaolei smirked. Do you think I would be swayed by such flattery? Though you speak the truth. At that moment, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed through the alley. Recognizing the sound, Chi Xiaolei abandoned the notion of further banter with the system, as it reminded him of the girl resembling a lowly from yesterday. However, he remained seated, calmly soaking in the sun. As the future supreme culinary master, maintaining an air of composure was essential. A lazy white cat atop the roof lazily lifted its eyelids before resuming its nap. Boss, 2 servings of fried egg rice, please. The voice arrived before the person did, as Aizu shouted. Indeed, it was yesterday's enchanting figure. Chi Xiaolei slowly rose from his lounge chair. An Aizu appeared at the shop entrance, accompanied by a veiled woman, his elder sister, Ai Weiwei, the most beautiful woman in Kyoto. Seeing Aizu dressed in male attire took Chi Xiaolei by surprise. Wait, isn't this fellow supposed to have a penchant for cross-dressing? Why isn't he in disguise today? I'm strangely unaccustomed to this. However, what astonished him more was the veiled girl beside him, for he had not detected her approach at all. According to the system, unless someone's cultivation was at least 2 levels higher than his own, he would hear their every movement. Clearly, this woman surpassed him by at least 2 levels. Intrigued, Chi Xiaolei stole a few more glances. Although her face was concealed, her beauty shone through, especially her captivating eyes that momentarily mesmerized him. Yet, he quickly averted his gaze, not out of disinterest, but rather out of courtesy. He then turned to Aizu and inquired, just 2 servings of fried egg rice. Might I suggest you glance at the new menu? He gestured towards the newly added golden egg fried rice. The dish was reserved for cultivators of level 3 and above, and while Aizu could not order it, surely his companion could. Golden egg fried rice, 10 spirit crystals. Only cultivators above level 3 can indulge in this. Aizu's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of fried rice is this? So exorbitantly priced. It is, indeed, golden egg fried rice, Chi Xiaolei replied nonchalantly. Aizu turned to Ai Weiwei, sister, would you care for a serving? Despite the apparent high price, Aizu had developed a mysterious trust in Chi Xiaolei's culinary skills after yesterday's experience. Ai Weiwei scrutinized the shop's interior. Although modest in size, it was impeccably clean. She cast a curious glance at Chi Xiaolei, questioning whether her allure had dimmed. For usually, people were captivated by her presence. Even with a veil, this fact remained unchanged. Yet, this proprietor, after an initial moment of astonishment, seemed to return to normalcy, piquing her interest. You charge an outrageous price for a dish that elsewhere costs only a few copper coins. Don't you think that's excessive? With such high prices, are you sure people will dine here? And in such a secluded location, aren't you concerned about a lack of customers? Chi Xiaolei raised an eyebrow, uninterested in responding to such inquiries, even from a beauty. Choosing to ignore her words, he reiterated, are you certain you want to order the fried rice? Taken aback, Ai Weiwei found it unprecedented to be dismissed so casually. Observing her sister's embarrassment, Aizu concealed his amusement, recalling how Chi Xiaolei had flustered him the previous day. He had thought the owner would show leniency towards beautiful women, yet here he was, treating Kyoto's foremost talent with equal disregard. He cast Chi Xiaolei an admiring glance. Are you sure you only want 2 servings of fried egg rice? Chi Xiaolei reiterated, growing impatient as he awaited their decision on the fried rice. Absolutely. Aizu quickly affirmed. As Chi Xiaolei turned to prepare the fried eggs, he silently contemplated how to sell 10 servings of golden egg fried rice within a week. Hold on. Just as he took a couple of steps, a melodious voice, as refreshing as spring water, chimed from behind him. Turning around, he saw Ai Weiwei gracefully passing by him towards the shop, declaring, I would like a serving of golden egg fried rice. I am exceedingly curious about a dish priced at 10 spirit crystals. Should it disappoint me, I shall ensure your establishment faces consequences. Though Chi Xiaolei was oblivious to her inner thoughts, the mention of the golden egg fried rice lifted his spirits considerably, and seeing her elegant silhouette sparked a growing fondness within him. Please wait a moment, Chi Xiaolei said as he entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, Aizu and his sister found a seat to await their order. Before sitting, Ai Weiwei ran her hand along the tabletop, finding it impeccably dust-free. A satisfied smile gracing her features. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Ai Weiwei inhaled deeply, her senses ignited. To her astonishment, the fragrance had made her, a level 4 cultivator, feel hunger. This revelation deepened her curiosity about the forthcoming culinary delight. Oh, who might this be? Is that not the third young master of the Ningguang mansion? Young master you? And, Ai Weiwei, you are here too? What a coincidence. At that moment, a flamboyant voice rang out at the entrance. Ai Weiwei froze, realizing she had been so entranced by the aroma that she had failed to notice anyone approaching. A wave of self-reproach washed over her. It was merely a bowl of fried rice, yet it had dulled her vigilance. How foolish of me. After I finish this fried rice, I must devote myself to my cultivation. Yes, indeed. Chapter 14. The rumbling stomach. Avi was deeply engrossed in her thoughts, paying no heed to the sudden interruption. However, her companion, Iziu, was less forgiving. Upon spotting the newcomer, he expressed his displeasure. Sun Wei, what are you doing here? Noticing the individual accompanying him, he furiously added, You had someone follow us. The newcomer was none other than the only son of the esteemed Sun Shangshu, notorious in the capital as a dandy. Clad in opulent attire, he presented an image of sophistication, yet the levity in his gaze, the shadows beneath his eyes, and his pallid complexion suggested a life of indulgence that elicited no admiration. Trailing behind him was a group of attendants, notably a middle-aged man who stood with an air of casual authority, unlike the others who hunched slightly in deference. It was widely known that Sun Shangshu had secured a fourth-tier cultivator as a bodyguard for his only son, and this man was indeed that protector, carrying himself with a certain pride befitting his rank. Had he chosen to conceal his presence, it would have been nearly impossible for Iziu and Avi to detect him. The realization that they had been followed without their knowledge left Iziu irked, a sentiment that was clearly reflected on his face. Avi, however, remained composed and showed no outward reaction to the intrusion. What's the matter? I'm merely curious as to why you two siblings would venture to such a secluded place. It's quite surprising that the esteemed princess of the Ning Wangfu would find herself dining in such a humble establishment. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal at Zirentz. No, with the renowned Mei Mei, the first beauty of the capital accompanying you. I wouldn't mind treating you 10 times over. His eyes, gleaming with mischief, fixated on the veiled Avi. Sun Wei's spirits soared at the unexpected encounter, convinced that fortune was smiling upon him. After receiving a reprimand from his father, he had wandered the streets in a foul mood, only to stumble upon the third son of the AI family. Initially intent on ignoring them, his attention was swiftly captured by the delicate figure beside him. He had intended to greet them directly but had lost some ground, prompting his bodyguard, Wang Shiyong, to catch up and ascertain their destination. To his delight, he discovered that this young lady was none other than the princess of the Ning Wangfu, the celebrated beauty of the capital. Sun Wei felt his luck was unparalleled. This rare encounter with the elusive Avi, so often spoken of in hushed tones, would surely incite envy among those who admired her from afar. Sensing the lecherous glint in Sun Wei's eyes, Avi could not suppress a frown, and a fleeting look of dismay crossed her veiled visage. Observing Avi's change in demeanor, Iziu's disdain for the arrogant young man intensified. Leave us be. If you find this establishment beneath you, then be gone. Go to your Zirentz, he declared coldly. Is this your establishment? I have decided to dine here today, and unless you intend to usurp the owner's authority to expel me, I shall remain. Sun Wei retorted with a smirk, elegantly seating himself at the adjacent table, flanked by his entourage. Waiter, manager, where are you? Come quickly. I wish to place my order. Sun Wei called out boisterously. After a prolonged silence, he repeated, I have arrived, and still no one comes to attend to me? Do you wish to forfeit your business? Yet, silence reigned, save for the rich aroma of eggs and fragrant rice wafting through the air, tantalizing the appetites of all present. Iziu couldn't contain his laughter at Sun Wei's antics, which resembled a solitary performance. Should no one emerge soon, I shall not hesitate to demolish this pitiful establishment. Sun Wei threatened, his irritation mounting. At last, after a brief pause, Qi Xiu emerged from the kitchen, a tray in hand bearing a serving of egg rice and a plate of fried rice. The enticing aroma intensified upon his arrival. Having overheard the entire exchange, Qi Xiu cast a glance at the ostentatious group, particularly at the flamboyantly dressed Sun Wei, before averting his gaze and placing the dishes before Iziu and Avi, respectively. Enjoy your meal, he said. The rumble of Sun Wei's stomach reverberated in the stillness, yet no one mocked him. Iziu was too captivated by the egg rice before him, the memory of its exquisite flavor from the previous day flooding his senses. Unable to resist, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and spoon, diving into the meal. Avi surveyed the golden grains, each plump and lustrous, reflecting the warm light. Every grain was enveloped in egg, revealing not a hint of white, resembling a masterpiece of culinary art. Tendrils of steam rose, mingling with the rich fragrance that stimulated everyone's appetite. This fried rice, devoid of scallions, garlic, or any seasoning, was remarkably simple, yet evoked an insatiable hunger in Avi. She delicately lifted a spoonful, parting the edge of her veil to reveal her rosy lips, and placed the morsel into her mouth. Instantly, an explosion of flavor tantalized her palate, the rice wrapped in egg bursting with delightful taste, prompting her to squint in bliss. This flavor surpassed any fried rice she had ever encountered. In an instant, Avi shed her semblance of decorum, hastily devouring spoonful after spoonful, while Izil, taken aback by her uncharacteristic display, gaped in astonishment. Sunway, transfixed by her animated consumption, found it utterly captivating, unable to tear his gaze away as he swallowed hard. Utterly enthralled. With another rumble from Sunway's belly, he snapped back to reality, casting a dubious glance at the siblings. Was a mere plate of rice worth such fervor? Though the aroma was indeed enticing, he could no longer contain himself. You must be the owner, right? Bring me a plate of fried rice, quickly, he called impatiently. Chi Xiu, having anticipated such a reaction, regarded the pair with understanding. He had sampled the fried rice the previous day and could easily match their delight. When he heard Sunway's request, he coolly gestured toward the menu on the wall. Sunway followed the direction of Chi Xiu's finger, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Pickled radish for 100 gold coins? Hand-pulled noodles for 188 gold coins? A serving of egg rice for 1 spirit crystal? Golden fried rice for 10 spirit crystals? Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I'm being scammed? And you refuse service to those beneath the 3rd tier of cultivation? Is this establishment destined for ruin? Chapter 15. What about me? Do you wish to starve me? Chi Xiu was momentarily taken aback by the loud voice, feeling an urge to cover his ears. Host, customers are indulging in delicacies. Please demonstrate the decorum and hygiene befitting the future strongest culinary master. The system reminded him sternly. Chi Xiu hesitated, his hand pausing mid-motion before he ultimately refrained from acting. Instead, he addressed the boisterous Sunway, saying, customers are savoring their meals. Please refrain from loud noises and spitting, as it may affect their appetite. Sunway, after a moment of bewilderment, became increasingly agitated, exclaiming, are you trying to drive me out of business? Do you know who I am? Do you have any idea who my sister is? How dare you speak to me like that? You must not wish to remain in Kyoto. I'm sorry, but I have no knowledge of your identity, nor do I wish to learn about your sister. If you cannot afford the price, you may quietly observe others enjoying their meals, Chi Xiu kindly suggested. Sunway was taken aback. You don't know who I am? Can't pay? Watch others eat? Every word infuriated him. He slammed the table and shouted, I have plenty of money. Hurry up and make me egg fried rice. Such an easily provoked individual, Chi Xiu thought, yet regrettably. Sunway's strength was merely at the peak of the 2nd tier, still lacking a bit. Chi Xiu replied regretfully, I'm afraid you do not meet the 3rd tier requirement to sample the golden egg fried rice. I recommend the egg over rice. It is quite delightful. I want egg fried rice. If you refuse to serve it, I will demolish your establishment, Sunway declared arrogantly, raising an eyebrow. Chi Xiu was about to comply with the request for egg fried rice, eager to witness the spectacle of a human bursting from overindulgence. I'm sorry, host. The system cannot provide any ingredients for those below the 3rd tier, the system interjected. Are you challenging me today? Chi Xiu responded, feeling speechless. How could that be? I adore you, dear host. The system chirped in a cutesy voice, invoking a wave of discomfort in Chi Xiu. He grimaced, envisioning the system adopting a childlike form, and retorted, be quiet. If you speak in that tone, I prefer you not to speak at all. You don't like it? The system reverted to its normal voice. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you spacing out? Sunway barked at Chi Xiu, who remained unresponsive. I do not like it, Chi Xiu replied, shifting his gaze back to the noisy Sunway. I have said you cannot order it. It's either the egg over rice or nothing. You. Sunway was at a loss for words, his fury evident. Aizu, having finished his meal, let out a satisfied burp and said, please bring me another serving of hand-pulled noodles and a portion of pickled radish. Certainly, Chi Xiu replied, casting a glance at Sunway. See? That is called being straightforward. Enraged, Sunway gritted his teeth and ordered, bring me one of everything except the egg fried rice. With a gentle demeanor, Chi Xiu responded, very well. Please wait a moment. before happily retreating to the kitchen, leaving behind a few stunned onlookers. Ai Weiwei, who had yet to lift her head from the egg-fried rice, remained oblivious, while the attendants could only salivate. Soon, Qi Xiu emerged from the kitchen with a serving of hand-pulled noodles and pickled radish. At that moment, Ai Weiwei had just finished her plate of egg-fried rice, reluctantly placing down her dish and delicately wiping her rosy lips beneath her veil with a silk cloth. Setting the dishes before Aizu, Qi Xiu said, "Enjoy your meal." Before Aizu could eagerly dig in, Ai Weiwei reached out and snatched both dishes before him. "Little you, I'll take this one for now. You can order another," she said softly, her voice reminiscent of intimate whispers, sending shivers down the spine. Yet infuriating Aizu. "Isn't it true that you usually only eat one bowl?" Aizu exclaimed in exasperation. "Can you even fit more in your stomach?" "Of course," Ai Weiwei replied with a bright smile, picking up her chopsticks to delicately lift a piece of the snowy white radish, savoring its unique flavor as it burst in her mouth, sweet, sour, salty, and bitter, an exquisite fusion that delighted her palate. "What about me? Why am I still waiting? Do you wish to starve me?" Sun Wei, witnessing Ai Weiwei's enjoyment, could no longer suppress his desire, glaring at Qi Xiu standing nearby. Qi Xiu frowned in displeasure, wishing to fulfill his task, yet the customer's atrocious attitude dampened his spirits. "Dear guest, please do not raise your voice in my establishment. It disrupts my culinary focus." Sun Wei glared back defiantly, boasting, "Affect my mood? Let me tell you, if my food does not arrive soon, my mood will sour, and I shall demolish your establishment." Qi Xiu shot him a cold glance, remaining silent, dismissing him with disdain. To demolish his restaurant, one must possess the capability. However, considering he was still a customer, Qi Xiu chose not to engage further and retreated to the kitchen. "Hey, boss, could you bring me another serving? I gave my portion to my sister. It counts as hers, so you owe me another." Though convoluted, it was clear he desired an additional serving. "Please wait a moment," Qi Xiu replied. Seeing Qi Xiu's lack of rebuttal, Sun Wei assumed he had frightened him, feeling victorious as he scoffed, flicking his fan and fixating his gaze on the indulging Ai Weiwei. Nearly drooling. Half an hour later, Qi Xiu returned with 2 trays, one bearing Aizu's hand-pulled noodles and pickled radish, the other holding Sun Wei's hand-pulled noodles, pickled radish, and egg over rice. He placed each tray before its respective diner. Aizu cautiously gathered the 2 dishes, ensuring they were positioned away from his sister. Casting a wary glance at Ai Weiwei, Ai Weiwei silently regarded him, eyeing the delicacies with reluctance, and declared, "I won't compete with you. I'm too full to eat anymore." Having polished off the egg-fried rice, hand-pulled noodles, and pickled radish, leaving no remnants behind, she felt uncomfortably stuffed, lamenting, "Oh stomach, why must you be so uncooperative?" Hearing her words, Aizu felt relieved and began to enjoy his meal. Sun Wei, upon receiving his 3 dishes, was captivated by the enticing aroma. Momentarily forgetting the beauty before him, he stared hungrily at the glistening rice, the perfectly cooked egg, its yolk reminiscent of a summer sun, and the steaming hand-pulled noodles, topped with green onions and pristine pickled radish, flawless in its whiteness. With a gulp, Sun Wei felt his mouth water, unable to contain his hunger. He picked up his chopsticks and pierced the plump egg yolk, allowing it to ooze over the glistening rice. And he eagerly scooped a generous spoonful of the egg-infused rice into his mouth. Chapter 16. Craving a free meal? Meet Mimi. As soon as the rice-enveloped in egg yolk entered his mouth, its sweet and tender flavor blossomed within. Sun Wei felt as if fireworks were exploding in his mind, lifting his spirit into the air. With each swallow, a warm current flowed down his esophagus into his stomach. In that instant, Sun Wei felt utterly satisfied, forgetting all about the beautiful woman beside him as he devoured the food, exclaiming, "Delicious, delicious." Meanwhile, Aizu had already buried her head in the plate, fully immersed in the culinary delight. Observing her younger brother relishing his meal with such gusto, Ai Weiwei couldn't help but pat her now round belly, lamenting the smallness of her own stomach. Realizing she could no longer eat, Ai Weiwei decided to close her eyes and began to sense the surging energy within her body. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes. The tumultuous waves in her heart were beyond description. She never anticipated that a mere plate of fried rice could stir her energy. After all, she was a practitioner of the 4th tier, and the energy required for advancement was monumental. Yet now, she could distinctly sense a slight increase in her energy. Could it be that a single plate of fried rice could elevate her energy? If she were to eat it every day, would she not break through her limits? AI Weiwei's mind conjured a bold and audacious thought. Though it seemed far-fetched, it lingered obstinately in her mind. Qi Xiu observed the two as they voraciously consumed their meals, feeling quite pleased, especially with Sun Wei, whose face was smeared with food. He scoffed internally, regardless of how arrogant you were before. You still had to bow down before the culinary prowess of the chef. 10 minutes later, Sun Wei finished every morsel on his plate and gazed at it, now spotless. He finally understood why Ai Mei and her brother had left not a single drop of broth behind. Looking at the three who had finished their meals, Qi Xiu crossed his arms and lazily inquired, "Need anything else? If not, you can settle the bill." Ai Ziyu said nothing but obediently pulled out her purse, producing 11 spirit crystals and 576 gold coins to hand to Qi Xiu. Sun Wei, about to reach for his own purse, realized too late that he had forgotten it at home, having left in a huff after being scolded by his father and thus had not taken any money with him. Despite realizing he had no money to pay, Sun Wei felt no embarrassment. With an air of entitlement, he declared, "I forgot my purse today. Just let me have it on credit, and I'll settle it at the end of the month." Why did Sun Wei feel so justified? Because he was accustomed to it. He often dined at Zui Xianju, where the food was expensive, and although this small establishment was pricier, he had frequently dined there on credit. He still had 2 months' worth of bills outstanding there, yet the owner welcomed him with a smile. If Zui Xianju dared not refuse him credit, how could this shabby place possibly do so? Yet, someone did dare. This establishment does not accept any form of credit. If you cannot pay, what right do you have to order? Qi Xiu narrowed his eyes, his tone turning unfriendly. Craving a free meal? You might as well be dreaming. These words ignited Sun Wei's fury. A refusal? That was a slap in the face, especially in front of the beautiful Ai. He felt the other party was utterly ungrateful. Did they think they could offend him and survive in the capital? "I will indeed have it on credit," Sun Wei retorted. "If Zui Xianju allows me credit, why wouldn't this pathetic place? Do you even want to stay in business? The son of the esteemed Sun family can't even pay his bill? What a disgrace." Ai Ziyu mocked. "Who says I have no money? I simply forgot today. I will pay in a couple of days. It's not like I won't." Sun Wei argued back. "If I recall correctly, someone still has 2 months' worth of bills unpaid at Zui Xianju," Ai Ziyu casually remarked. Faced with this truth, Sun Wei rolled his eyes defiantly. "So what? Today, I am demanding credit. You will accept it, whether you like it or not. Are you certain you will not pay?" Qi Xiu asked calmly. "Who said I wouldn't? I clearly stated I would pay in a few days," Sun Wei replied, deflecting. Just as Ai Ziyu was about to interject, Ai Weiwei tugged at her sleeve, signaling for her to remain silent. Confused, Ai Ziyu looked at her, while Ai Weiwei subtly urged her to observe quietly. Qi Xiu coolly stated, "Those who default on payments will face consequences. Are you certain about this? Are you threatening me?" Sun Wei scoffed, raising his hand, prompting his imposing entourage to step forward menacingly. "Do you know the level of my companions? He is a 4th-tier practitioner, late stage, with a single hand. He could crush you, a mere waste with no power." "Sun Wei, you're going too far. It's your fault for not paying after eating. Are you really considering violence now?" Ai Weiwei, who had initially wanted to see how the owner would respond, could not help but frown. The words of Ai, who wished to extend some grace to Sun Wei, only served to aggravate him further. Unable to vent his frustration at the beautiful woman, he directed his ire towards Qi Xiu instead. If it were not for this guy's lack of courtesy, would Ai have scolded him? Recognizing that Sun Wei was resolute about his demand for credit, Qi Xiu decided to end the discussion. He snapped his fingers casually. A mechanical sound echoed in the room. Then came the sound of gears turning, drawing everyone's attention to the source. It was the wall of the hall, which, after the mechanical noises, began to slide apart like a door, revealing a small, enclosed stone chamber with a figure standing in the center. As the figure came into view, the attendees instinctively took a step back. Qi Xiu, although he did not retreat, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated the appearance of such an unsightly creature. The being was humanoid, towering at 2 meters, seemingly female and clad in women's attire. Its skin resembled a reddish-brown sculpture, the face marred by uneven features, one eye larger than the other, cheeks protruding, a nose of irregular shape, and an oversized mouth smeared with red lipstick, resembling the legendary bloodthirsty maw, revealing a set of yellowed, jagged teeth. Its ears were reminiscent of a pig's, and its sparse hair was tied atop its head, adorned with a large red flower, presenting an exceedingly strange appearance. It turned its head towards Qi Xiao. And in his mind, he heard the system's voice. Beep. Defense mechanism activated. As the system's announcement faded, the creature took a step forward, blinking its mismatched eyes before striding directly to Qi Xiao. Once it exited the chamber, the wall slid closed seamlessly behind it, leaving no trace that anything had occurred. Ding. Mimi is ready to serve the master, it announced, its gravelly voice akin to a rasping sound. From Qi Xiao's snap to the emergence of the defense mechanism and Mimi, it seemed to take considerable time, yet it had only been 4 or 5 seconds. Everyone in the establishment, except for Qi Xiao, stood in stunned silence, their expressions vacant as they gazed at the creature that had just spoken. Chapter 17. A beautiful kiss. Curiosity enveloped Qi Xiao, for this was his inaugural experience activating the defense mechanism. Previously, he had never encountered an opportunity to utilize it. The only time he faced a perceived danger was due to the gluttonous cat, Rena, who was easily swayed by food, rendering the feature unnecessary. Now, he was witnessing the entity known as Mimi for the first time. Though his expression was devoid of emotion, exuding an air of tranquility, he felt an unprecedented reverence for the system that had birthed such an unseemly creation. How could something so grotesque be dubbed Mimi? Upon hearing Mimi's words, Qi Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, struggling to maintain his composure. What on earth is this? Sun Wei recoiled in disgust, retreating several paces, while Aizu instinctively sought refuge behind her sister. In this moment, Qi Xiao regained his composure and calmly addressed Mimi. Mimi, that fellow is dining and dashing. No matter the method, simply ensure he pays. Ding. Mimi rolled its eyes and fixed its gaze on Sun Wei. What do you intend to do? Stay back. Sun Wei gulped, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Young master, do not worry. A middle-aged man, Wang Shiyong, stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Sun Wei. A wave of relief washed over Sun Wei upon seeing Wang Shiyong's presence, but embarrassment quickly followed as he realized he was intimidated by an unsightly creature. In a fit of indignation, he scoffed, Wang Shiyong, incapacitate this hideous beast. Understood, young master. Despite their exchange, Qi Xiao remained unfazed. He held unwavering confidence in the system as creations. If they could achieve the seemingly impossible feat of traversing dimensions, what could possibly be beyond their capabilities? His curiosity lay in how Mimi would compel the other party to comply with payment. Watching him with a hint of skepticism, Ai Weiwei pondered. Surely, one who could conjure culinary delights that enhance spiritual energy cannot be foolish, could they? Perhaps there was a hidden ace yet to be revealed. Her intrigue regarding Qi Xiao deepened. Aizu wished to assist, but Ai Weiwei intervened once more, whispering in his ear, let us wait a moment longer. The situation seems amiss. Before Aizu could voice his confusion, an astonishing scene unfolded. Mimi strode purposefully towards Sun Wei, who was shielded by Wang Shiyong, who gathered his energy, his aura intensifying. Without hesitation, he struck at Mimi, expecting that a blow from a fourth-tier practitioner would surely incapacitate it. He was taken aback when Mimi, with an untraceable speed, seized his wrist. Lowering its head, it tilted slightly, and before Wang Shiyong could unleash a second strike, it bent down and planted a forceful kiss on his lips. Wang Shiyong's face turned ashen, his gathered energy dissipating like a punctured balloon. The bystanders stood in stunned silence. The spectacle was too surreal. Even Qi Xiao could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, his eyes wide in disbelief at Mimi's actions. Oblivious to the commotion, Mimi straightened, releasing Wang Shiyong, who stood dazed, and continued towards Sun Wei. A shiver ran down Sun Wei's spine as he stumbled back, shouting in panic, what are you all doing? Stop it. Subdue it. Make it pay. Yes, yes. His companions trembled, fear etched on their faces, resembling those marching toward their doom. No, this was even worse than death. Yet, Mimi appeared indifferent, swatting aside those who dared to block its path, revealing the now terrified Sun Wei. Sun Wei stared in horror at Mimi, collapsing to the ground, inching backward while stammering, Didanti, come any closer. My father is the Minister of Rights, and my sister is Concubine Tong. If you offend me, you will face dire consequences. Mimi, unfazed by his threats, crouched down, grasping Sun Wei's shoulders with a strength that rendered him immobile. It then loomed over him, stating, you have 10 seconds to decide. Will you pay normally, or will you dine and dash? Should you choose the latter, I shall kiss you for 10 minutes. With that, Mimi began counting, 1, 2, 3 Sun Wei's complexion turned ghostly pale, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Gazing at Mimi's grotesque visage, he trembled but declared, "I will pay normally." Absolutely normal payment. Mimi halted its count, extending a hand towards him, palm upturned. Realization dawned on Sun Wei. It was a demand for money. But he found himself devoid of funds. Trembling, he stuttered, "I don't have any money on me right now." Seeing Mimi's intent to resume counting, he hastily added, "I'll have someone fetch it immediately." Right away, Mimi remained silent, shifting its attention to Qi Xiu. Sun Wei quickly turned to Qi Xiu, earnestly proclaiming, "Boss, I was wrong. I will surely pay. I promise I will pay." Absolutely. He would rather face death than endure a kiss from such a hideous creature. At this moment, Qi Xiu had regained his impassive demeanor. Satisfied with Sun Wei's assurances, he nodded, preparing to instruct Mimi to release him. Suddenly, recalling the system's task, a flash of inspiration struck him. "Very well. However, Mimi, you must display him in the streets. If payment is not received within 10 minutes, kiss him for 5 minutes. If, after 15 minutes, payment is still absent, strip him naked before all and touch him all over." Upon hearing this, Sun Wei's face shifted through shades of green, black, white, and red, but the terror in his eyes remained constant. He muttered in disbelief, "A devil. Surely a devil." The mere thought of being kissed by an unsightly creature and stripped naked in front of the public sent shivers down his spine. He would rather die than endure such humiliation. "Mimi, execute the order," Mimi declared, producing a rope from seemingly nowhere and deftly binding Sun Wei securely. At the entrance, an imposing club appeared out of thin air. Sun Wei, pale-faced, shouted at his subordinates, "What are you all waiting for? Go fetch the money." Yes, I'll go at once." The frightened subordinates snapped back to reality, scrambling towards the door, several of them stumbling along the way. Sun Wei shouted after them, "Hurry up. If you're slow, I swear I won't let you off easily." Chapter 18. The commotion on Tai Street in a sudden flurry of activity. Mimi dragged him to the entrance, threading a stick through the ropes binding him, and suspended him aloft. Once secured, the stick ascended, rising above the rooftops and extending forward over a distance of more than 100 meters to reach Tai Street. As always, the street was bustling with life. But now it erupted with even greater fervor at the sight of this unexpected spectacle, leaving many gaping in astonishment. Particularly striking was the scene unfolding at the heart of the street, right outside the renowned Drunken Immortal Pavilion, where patrons abandoned their meals and purchases to witness the unfolding drama. "Is that not young master's son?" someone gasped. "Who dares to hang him like this?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Truly, heaven has eyes. I wonder which brave hero orchestrated this. I am in utmost admiration. Such parasites of the state deserve a proper lesson. This is a delight to behold." Amidst the cacophony of chatter, onlookers set aside their affairs to gather around. Suspended in midair, Sun Wei listened to the frenzied discussions below. Under normal circumstances, he would have been infuriated, yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Grateful beyond measure that he had not been subjected to the kiss of that hideous creature. However, his joy was clearly premature. After completing her task, Mimi exited the shop, carrying the unconscious Wang Shiyong, and stepped into the street, positioning herself directly beneath Sun Wei, glaring up at him. Her appearance incited fresh panic among the crowd. Who is that? So grotesque. Good heavens. They observed her grip on a person, presumably one of Sun Wei's attendants, and gasps of horror erupted. How terrifying. Did she hang Sun Wei? What a curious sight. Nonetheless, one must commend the deed. The tumultuous noise surged through the street, and people instinctively recoiled from Mimi, creating a wide berth around her. Qi Xiu watched this scene unfold, maintaining an outward calm, while privately reveling in the unfolding chaos. "You think you can dine and dash? You dare to refuse payment? You think you can show me disdain? I have long found you insufferable." Previously, Qi Xiu had tolerated Sun Wei's rudeness for the sake of his mission, but now, he could no longer contain his indignation. The commotion might even elevate the shop's reputation, lifting his spirits considerably. In a buoyant mood, Qi Xiu addressed the dazed AI siblings. "If you have no further business, you may leave. We shall not be open this afternoon." The siblings seemed still entranced by the shock, and upon hearing his words, they numbly exited the shop. Only when the door closed did they exchange bewildered glances, speechless. Inside, Qi Xiu resumed his daily routine of practicing fundamental culinary skills, while the world outside remained tumultuous. Xiaobai glanced at Qi Xiao, then towards the distant figure suspended in midair. It straightened up, shook its fur, and quickly leaped across the rooftops, leaving a trail of afterimages. When it reappeared, it was on the street below, clutching a roasted fish it had procured from who knows where. Finding a sunlit corner with a panoramic view, it settled in to enjoy the spectacle. Should any regular patrons of the drunken immortal pavilion see it, they would surely exclaim, "Is that not the famous Huangming grilled fish from the pavilion?" Soon, word of Sun Wei's suspension by an ugly woman spread throughout the city, prompting countless individuals to abandon their tasks and rush to the scene. A crowd rapidly gathered, including ordinary citizens and patrolling soldiers from the capital. Meanwhile, Sun Wei's attendants, in a panic, bolted back to the minister's residence, shouting as they approached, "Madam, it is terrible. Quick, save us. The young master's virtue is at stake." What? Instantly, chaos erupted within the minister's residence. Moments later, a noblewoman emerged, leading a group of individuals with fierce determination. Simultaneously, a contingent of young nobles, akin to Sun Wei, converged upon the scene, drawn by the news of the illustrious young master's son being displayed like a sausage on Tai Street. "Ah, is that not young master's son? How utterly disgraceful!" A young man clad in a dark green brocade robe exclaimed as he leaped onto the rooftop of a nearby shop, mocking Sun Wei. The intricate designs of his robe bespoke luxury, crafted from the finest silks of the southeastern empire and reserved solely for the elite. Its price reflected such exclusivity. This young man, Zhou Yan, was the sole son of the chancellor of the Dongling Empire. With a striking appearance, he was the embodiment of privilege. Possessing not only wealth and influence but also talent and strength, a true darling of fortune. As he twirled a folding fan in his hand, he playfully clapped one hand against the other. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, Sun Wei's expression shifted, embarrassment mingling with fury. This man had always been a thorn in his side. And now, witnessing his humiliating predicament only deepened his resentment. What a dreadful stroke of luck! He cursed under his breath. How could he face him again after this? Despite his anger, Sun Wei had little desire to engage in a retort, instead glancing at Mimi, who was fixated on him, counting the seconds as time dragged on. He felt increasingly anxious, chastising his attendants for their sluggishness. Zhou Yan, however, was undeterred, reveling in Sun Wei's discomfort. "You seem rather flustered. Could it be that I have struck a nerve? Did I hit too close to home? I never imagined you had such peculiar tastes," he teased, shaking his fan with exaggerated delight. Sun Wei, infuriated, opened his mouth to retort, but suddenly recalled something else. His eyes darted, and a smirk crept onto his lips. "Zhou Yan, while you find time to mock me, your beloved is on the brink of being whisked away by another." Zhou Yan, the only son of Chancellor Zhou of the Dongling Empire, was not only blessed with good looks, but also commanded respect and admiration. A stark contrast to Sun Wei's notorious reputation in the capital. Chapter 19: The Kiss in Kyoto. It can be said that Zhou Yan is the very embodiment of the White Knight in the dreams of countless young maidens, the object of desire for many a love-struck girl in the stillness of night. However, it is well known that this White Knight's heart is already claimed by none other than Ai Weiwei, the foremost talent in Kyoto. When Zhou Yan heard Sun Wei's remark, his brow involuntarily furrowed, and with a snap of his fan, he coldly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Facing the question, Sun Wei merely scoffed, glancing at the enchanting Mei Mei on the ground, then fixating his gaze on Zhou Yan, stating, "If you can drive her away, I shall tell you." Zhou Yan cast a sidelong glance at the rather unattractive individual, a flicker of distaste flashing in his eyes, but he still commanded his attendants to approach and dismiss her. "Now, can you speak?" Zhou Yan asked as he observed his attendants beginning to usher Mei Mei away. Sun Wei let out a cold snort, remaining silent as he watched the scene unfold. Zhou Yan followed his gaze, initially believing it would be a simple task to rid themselves of her, only to witness his attendants being tossed aside one after another. Furrowing his brow at the unfolding chaos, Zhou Yan noticed Sun Wei's expression was one of predictable expectation. "She is holding Wang Shiyong," Sun Wei exclaimed. "Is that the fourth-tier cultivator your father assigned as your guardian?" Zhou Yan exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing the individual in Mei Mei's grasp, only to confirm it was indeed the case. A sense of unease washed over him as he asked, "What is happening here?" Just as Sun Wei was about to respond, Mei Mei suddenly appeared atop the roof, standing beside Zhou Yan, and addressed Sun Wei. "The 10 minutes are up." Zhou Yan jumped, nearly losing his balance and tumbling off the roof. Steadying himself, he quickly distanced himself. Upon hearing her words, Sun Wei was instantly filled with dread, desperate to escape, but finding himself suspended in midair, struggling vigorously as he shouted, "Wait! They are coming! Don't come near me! They will be here any moment!" Alas! His pleas fell on deaf ears as he could only watch helplessly as Mei Mei approached him, his face a mask of terror. "Zhou, save me! Stop her! Don't let her come near! Just save me, and I'll do anything you ask." Zhou Yan regarded him with suspicion, casting a wary glance at the peculiar presence before him, ultimately opting not to intervene. He pondered to himself, what manner of being could compel Sun Wei to utter such desperate cries for help? It was precisely this apprehension that held him back. He then witnessed Mei Mei cupping Sun Wei's face in her hands, leaning in closer. No. Sun Wei's eyes widened in horror as he watched her approach, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. In the midst of his emotional turmoil, a radiant light enveloped him, heralding a breakthrough in his cultivation. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to this fact, consumed by despair as he beheld her face looming ever closer. With a soft sound, Mei Mei pressed her lips against Sun Wei's, causing him to hold his breath. In that fleeting moment, the world fell silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone around gaped in shock, their eyes wide, the world around them narrowing to focus solely on the kissing pair. Amidst this daze, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly pierced the air. "Ah, my son! You hideous creature! Who permitted you to kiss my son? What are you guards doing? Hurry and save my son! Can't you see his virtue is at stake?" The voice belonged to a voluptuous woman clad in a purple-black dress, adorned with dark red wide-sleeved frills. Her hair intricately styled into a bun, punctuated with several golden hairpins. The newcomer was none other than Sun Wei's mother, the esteemed Madame Sun, wife of Minister Sunday. Upon hearing that her darling son's virtue was in jeopardy at the hands of an ugly woman, the frantic Madame Sun wasted no time in rushing over, only to arrive just in time to witness her son being forcefully kissed. "Mother, why couldn't you arrive just a few seconds sooner?" Sun Wei lamented, despairing as a crystalline tear rolled down his cheek, his eyes rolling back in resignation. Madame Sun, in a flurry of anxiety, beheld her son being violated in midair, torn between fury and confusion. Spotting a group of guards in armor nearby, she seized the opportunity to unleash her wrath. "What are you standing there for? Are you merely spectators? A calamity has befallen Kyoto, and my son's virtue is at stake. What purpose do you serve? Useless lot." The leader of the guards, Yi Feng, faced Madame Sun's tirade without anger, bowing respectfully. "I apologize, Madame Sunday. We did not mean to obstruct you. We will remove ourselves at once." With that, he promptly turned and gestured for his subordinates to retreat swiftly. Once they had distanced themselves, Madame Sun regained her composure and called out, "Hey, when did I say you could leave? I commanded you to save my son. Come back." However, the guards seemed oblivious to her cries, continuing their orderly departure without a single glance back. As they moved away, Yi Feng muttered under his breath, "Does that rascal Sun Wei even have any virtue left?" His voice, though low, was loud enough for those nearby to hear, prompting a wave of laughter from the crowd. This scene ignited a storm of indignation within Madame Sun, her chest heaving with suppressed rage, nearly causing her to erupt. Fortunately, one of her attendants, mindful of their urgent mission, exclaimed, "Madam, saving the young master is paramount. We must hurry to settle the payment." "Yes, payment. What are we waiting for? Move quickly," Madame Sun bellowed. The attendant hastily led the way into an alley, with Madame Sun lifting her skirts to follow, ultimately arriving at a small restaurant tucked away in a remote corner over 100 meters away. At that moment, the establishment was bustling with onlookers. Qi Xiu, diligently refining his culinary skills in the kitchen, had already noticed the crowd gathering outside. Anticipating such a scenario, he felt an odd sense of delight, for the more people that came, the greater the fame of his humble eatery. "System, I've worked so hard for this task. Shouldn't I be rewarded with a Labor Day prize?" Qi Xiu mused inwardly as he expertly fried rice. "The host will receive corresponding rewards upon task completion." The system replied. Just as Qi Xiu was about to voice another thought, a loud series of knocks echoed from the door. Chapter 20, Domineering? Overbearing? Qi Xiu raised an eyebrow, choosing to ignore the situation. Instead, he filled a bowl with egg-fried rice, picked up a spoon, and began to savor his creation as he strolled out of the kitchen. It seems to taste even better than the last time. I truly am a genius." As he relished the fragrant rice, he made his way toward the front door. "Is anyone in there? Have they all perished? Come out at once." With a thunderous shout, the The front door was pounded upon, rattling ominously. If it weren't for the system's craftsmanship, it might have been shattered by now. Chi took another bite of his delectable egg fried rice, then reached out to unlatch the door, swinging it open while deftly sidestepping to the side. Just as the door swung open, a hand thrust in from outside, accompanied by a figure in servant attire who stumbled through the entrance. Clearly, the individual had not anticipated the door opening so abruptly, and with excessive force, they tumbled inside. Clang! As the servant collided with the door frame, their face flushed in embarrassment, and their head spun around in search of the instigator of this sudden mishap, only to lock eyes with Chi, who stood nearby, casually enjoying his meal. Just as the servant was about to unleash a torrent of indignation, a sudden shove from behind sent him staggering forward, nearly toppling to the ground. "Step aside, do not obstruct my lady's path." Upon realizing his assailant was none other than his mistress, the flicker of anger extinguished like a candle caught in a gust of wind. "You are the owner of this establishment?" Lady Sun scrutinized Chi, her tone dripping with condescension. "Is there something you need?" Chi replied nonchalantly, scooping another spoonful of the golden rice into his mouth. As the restaurant's door swung open, the enticing aroma of the egg-fried rice wafted into the air. Drawn by the delicious scent, many patrons suddenly recalled that they had rushed out without having lunch in their eagerness to witness the spectacle. Now, they found themselves overcome with hunger, their stomachs rumbling in protest. Gulp! Lady Sun discreetly swallowed, struggling to shift her gaze from the enticing dish to Chi face, and haughtily inquired, "So you are the one who allowed that grotesque creature to rob my son of his virtue? You have quite the audacity. Your son dined and dashed. Should I have sent him off with a smile?" Chi replied casually, internally noting that it had been nearly 10 minutes surely. Mei had sealed the deal with a kiss by now. "What did you say? Dined and dashed?" Lady Sun seemed to find something amusing in this, her voice rising to a piercing crescendo. "Does my son require such treatment? It is merely egg-fried rice. A handful of coins would suffice. Does my son need to skip out on the bill?" At that moment, a gathering of onlookers outside overheard their exchange and began to shake their heads in disbelief. It was well known that although Sun Wei was indeed a despicable character, leveraging his father's status as a high official, he would not stoop so low as to skip out on a meal. After all, a mere signature or credit would suffice. Undeterred by Lady Sun's sharp accusations, Chi remained calm, leaning against the doorframe as he chewed his rice slowly before responding. "Your son has racked up a bill of 1 spirit crystal and 288 gold coins. Now, kindly settle the payment." 1 spirit crystal? 288 gold coins. You must be robbing me. This is extortion, do you understand? Believe me, I will have you imprisoned. Lady Sun's shrill voice seemed poised to shatter eardrums. Truly, a mother and son duo, their volume is astonishing. Chi felt an urge to cover his ears, but restrained himself as he continued to eat. 1 spirit crystal? 288 gold coins. This place cannot possibly be legitimate. What could be so exorbitantly priced? That amount could buy a grand feast at the renowned Zuixianju, covering all 3 meals. Indeed, TSK, my family's annual income does not amount to that much. Is this meal so extraordinary that it could elevate one to sainthood? This proprietor has quite the nerve to swindle even young master's son. Perhaps this establishment will not survive another day. However, it is quite satisfying to think about the downfall of such a notorious bully from the capital. As murmurs of astonishment and disbelief rippled through the crowd, some lamented the situation while others reveled in the boldness displayed. "I warn you, release my son at once, or I shall not only dismantle your restaurant, but also ensure you find yourself in a cell." Lady Sun glared fiercely at Chi, her voice laced with menace. "Dismantle my restaurant?" Chi cast a sidelong glance at Lady Sun, shaking his head as he replied coolly, "You cannot do that." Fuming, Lady Sun was about to retort when a mournful attendant beside her interjected, "Madam, let us first settle the bill. Saving the young master is of utmost importance." Realizing the validity of this statement, Lady Sun, remembering her son's predicament, felt a pang of compassion and was ready to relent and pay. However, an elderly matron stepped forward, hands on hips, defiantly pointing at Chi and declaring, "Do you know who my lady is? How dare you speak to her in such a manner? Release my young master at once." Upon hearing this, Lady Sun was reminded of her own status. "Indeed, I am the wife of a high-ranking official. In this entire capital, aside from the royal family and a select few noble houses, who would dare to provoke me?" With renewed confidence, Lady Sun looked down at Chi and proclaimed, You may not know my identity. I am the wife of the current minister. If you are wise, you will release my son at once. I am magnanimous and willing to overlook this transgression. Otherwise, I shall bring you before the judicial court and see you imprisoned. If not for the multitude of onlookers, Lady Sun might have unleashed her threats without restraint. A minister could easily crush a commoner. Yet, Chi Xiu appeared unperturbed by her threats. Instead, he leisurely scooped another mouthful of egg-fried rice, savoring each bite. Observing his calm demeanor amidst such chaos, the crowd could not help but admire his audacity. However, one must admit, this egg-fried rice is remarkably fragrant. So enticing that even the furious Lady Sun found herself swallowing involuntarily. Chapter 21. What a pity after savoring a mouthful. Chi Xiu gently tapped his bowl with a spoon and remarked, "It is a fundamental truth that one must pay for their meal. I refuse to believe that in this imperial capital, beneath the feet of the emperor, there exists someone who can blatantly disregard the law, dine, and then abscond without settling their bill, even going so far as to wish to imprison the proprietor. Such behavior as yours is a blatant disregard for the laws of the empire. To disregard the laws of the empire is to disregard our emperor. To disregard the emperor is to aspire to rebellion. I never anticipated that you would be a treacherous rebel, perhaps invigorated by the meal." Chi Xiu's words flowed with increasing speed, leaving no room for his opponent to respond. By the time he uttered the words treacherous rebel, he nearly roared, his voice echoing through the street, startling half the populace. This sweeping accusation left not only Lady Sun dumbfounded, but also the onlookers, who were equally taken aback. Goodness, this fellow is quite the fabricator. Is it merely a matter of a meal? How could it escalate to the point of rebellion? With such talent, he ought to be a courtier. While Lady Sun was usually headstrong, she was, after all, a woman. Under the barrage of Chi Xiu's accusations, especially upon hearing herself labeled a treacherous rebel aspiring to revolt, she was momentarily paralyzed with fear. "You are speaking nonsense." At this critical juncture, her old maid stepped forward to defend her mistress, declaring, "Our lady's husband is a loyal minister of the court, devoted to the emperor. How could he possibly rebel? You are slandering the faithful." Indeed, once she regained her composure, Lady Sun nodded vigorously, glaring at Chi Xiu. "It is evidently you who runs a shady establishment. What kind of exorbitant prices are these for a mere meal? Clearly, you are attempting to swindle my son. Such a deceitful merchant deserves imprisonment." In response to Lady Sun's accusations, Chi Xiu calmly stated, "You claim I am deceiving? Prior to your son dining, I clearly communicated the prices and presented the menu. He agreed to it himself." Upon hearing this, Lady Sun immediately retorted, "You say you informed my son? Then prove it. Produce the evidence." Confident that the other party could not possibly provide proof, she smirked, for who would carry a priceless recording crystal as evidence? These crystals were typically utilized by noble families to store their martial arts legacies, incredibly precious and tightly controlled by powerful factions, rendering them unattainable for the average person. Thus, Lady Sun was certain her adversary was at an impasse. "That detestable brat! I shall see you in prison today." Alas, fate was not on Lady Sun's side. I can testify. As I was present with my sister, we both consumed food from the establishment and paid in full. Yet, when the young master attempted to evade payment, the proprietor even offered him a chance. Instead of settling his dues, he sought to demolish the establishment. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from the crowd. All heads turned in unison towards the source of the voice, revealing a short, plump boy. Clearly unprepared for such attention, he flinched and instinctively stepped aside, inadvertently revealing the figure behind him. Upon seeing this personage, Lady Sun's expression stiffened slightly, then broke into a forced smile. "Isn't this the young master of the Ning family? Young master, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Lady Sun's words, the onlookers widened their eyes in recognition, for the figure was none other than Ai Ziyu, the third young master of the Ning estate. It turned out that after the incident, Ai Weiwei had quietly departed, while Ai Ziyu, intrigued by the unfolding drama, had remained nearby to observe the spectacle. Recognizing that he had been spotted, Ai Ziyu calmly adjusted his slightly disheveled attire caused by the crowd's jostling and stated, "Indeed, it is I. This marks my second visit to this establishment. Today, I brought my sister specifically to sample the proprietor's culinary skills. I can attest that the proprietor certainly informed the young master of the prices. He did not lie in this regard." After a brief pause, Ai Ziyu continued, "My sister and I dined here, totaling 11 spirit crystals and 576 gold coins, which we paid without hesitation. Yet, The young master claims he has only a mere 288 gold coins for his meal, and still asserts he has no money. Alas, Aizu sighed, and his words dripped with sarcasm. But the sight of his innocent, fair face and those pure, dark eyes stirred a feeling of helpless frustration within Lady Sun. What could she do? Could she truly contend with a child? Simultaneously, Aizu's remarks incited a wave of astonishment among the spectators. 11 spirit crystals and 576 gold coins for a meal. One could dine at the Zui Xianju for an entire month with that sum. A small establishment in a remote area dares to charge such exorbitant prices, and there are indeed patrons? And those patrons are none other than the third young master Ai and the renowned Ai Weiwei, acclaimed as the finest talent in the capital. This is utterly outrageous. In the face of Aizu's apparent mockery, Lady Sun forced a stiff smile. Since we have the testimony of Aizu, I shall not dwell on the truth of this matter. My dear son is simply careless, often forgetting to bring his purse when he ventures out. However, young master, it seems you spent 11 spirit crystals on a meal. How extravagant. I wonder if Lord Ning is aware of this. That is of no concern to you, Aizu replied. Once again, Lady Sun's expression stiffened, and she fell silent, turning to instruct her maid to hand over the payment to Qi Xiu. The old maid produced a pouch from her attire, then performed a hand gesture, causing a spirit crystal and a pile of gold coins to emerge from the pouch. In his previous life as an avid internet enthusiast, Qi Xiu recognized this as a storage item similar to a spatial pouch, which Aizu also possessed. However, feeling unacquainted and still in the midst of his pretense, he hesitated to inquire further. Under Lady Sun's disdainful gaze, Qi Xiu meticulously counted the coins, and upon confirming the sum was accurate, he snapped his fingers, addressing Lady Sun with a hint of regret. What a pity. Had you delayed payment by just half a minute, your son would have been stripped of his garments and thoroughly searched. Chapter 22. The rogue establishment. At the very moment when Qi Xiu snapped his fingers, the crowd at the other end of the street witnessed a peculiar object quiver. And in an instant, it whisked Sun Wei away with a swift motion. Within mere breaths, Sun Wei found himself at the entrance of a quaint shop, where the rod descended and the ropes untied themselves, causing him to tumble to the ground. Simultaneously, Mei Mei returned to the little shop. Madame Sun had initially intended to reprimand Qi Xiu, yet upon seeing her son's appearance, she promptly dismissed her grievances and rushed over to him with concern, exclaiming, "My dear son, are you all right?" However, Sun Wei waved her hand away dismissively, collapsing to the ground and heaving violently, his complexion a shade of ashen gray. Son, are you unwell?" Madame Sun cried out anxiously, supporting her son as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Water, Sun Wei stammered. Oh. Madame Sun nodded in understanding, turning to her attendants and bellowing, "What are you standing around for? Did you not hear my son's demand for water? Hurry and fetch some." Yes. The attendant jolted to attention, hastily departing to procure the requested water. After Sun Wei gargled with a bucket of water, he appeared ghastly pale, his lips swollen, and he trembled uncontrollably, exuding an aura of utter exhaustion. He cast a feeble glance at the shop's entrance, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. As the son of a prominent minister, Sun Wei had never endured such indignities. Today, not only had he been forcibly kissed by an unsightly creature, but the entire city was now privy to his humiliation, risking his reputation to become the subject of ridicule, though he had never possessed a particularly esteemed reputation to begin with. Had it not been for the knowledge of his inability to retaliate, Sun Wei would have long since demanded his mother to raise this dilapidated establishment. And as for Qi Xiu, he would have sought to dismantle him piece by piece. Yet, upon seeing the grotesque figure at the shop's entrance and recalling the nightmare of the unwanted kiss, he shuddered involuntarily, tugging at his mother's sleeve, saying, "Mother, let us return home." Faced with the swelling crowd outside, Sun Wei had lost all desire to remain. "Very well, let us depart." Upon hearing her son's words, Madame Sun readily agreed, truthfully eager to leave as well. Once we return, I shall certainly lodge a complaint with your father. You will soon learn the repercussions of crossing the ministerial family." Ultimately, the Sun family, mother and son, retreated in disgrace, accompanied by their entourage. Once the Sun family had vacated the premises, the onlookers converged, curiosity piqued as they yearned to discover the exquisite dish that had purportedly cost 11 spirit crystals. However, upon glimpsing the simple menu displayed on the wall, they were left utterly bewildered. 1 serving of pickled radish, 100 gold coins. 1 serving of handmade noodles, 188 gold coins. 1 serving of fried rice topped with an egg, 1 spirit crystal. Good heavens. This is highway robbery. 1 gold coin could procure 1,000 pounds of radish at the Eastgate Market. Spending 100 gold coins could allow one to feast on radishes daily, to the point of questioning their very existence. Yet here, a mere serving of pickled radish commanded 100 gold coins. Did they expect the radishes to be made of gold? And the noodles? They cost 188 gold coins. The most renowned noodle shop in the entire capital, boasting over a century of tradition, charged no more than 1 gold coin per serving. Yet here, the noodles exceeded that by 188 times. This is utterly preposterous. What is truly outrageous is that golden egg fried rice. That dish costs 10 spirit crystals, equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. 1 grain of rice could represent a gold coin. This is simply absurd. This establishment is nothing short of a black shop. Upon recognizing the true nature of this establishment, the crowd dispersed in haste, fearing that lingering any longer might result in being swindled by the unscrupulous owner. A person daring enough to bind the son of a minister and turn him into a mockery could not possibly be of good character, especially as they wished to avoid suffering the same fate as Sun Wei, being subjected to a kiss from a loathsome creature. As for Qixio, he paid no heed to the departing crowd, waving his hand to signal Mei to return to the secret chamber. With the exodus of the onlookers, rumors began to spread throughout the capital, claiming that a rogue establishment had duped the son of the minister. Meanwhile, although most of the spectators had departed, a few remained, evidently filled with curiosity about the little shop. Boss, seeing as I've been so kind as to testify on your behalf, might you be inclined to grant me a small favor? Upon seeing Qixio emerge, Aizu swiftly approached him, her cute demeanor on full display. Could you make an exception and let me have an extra bowl of fried rice with an egg? I am willing to pay double. Aizu's unexpected behavior astonished those who remained. Was this really the notoriously difficult Ai Sanshao? Whatever happened to her famed arrogance? Qixio's subsequent reaction left them speechless. In response to Aizu's unprecedented display of charm, Qixio simply stated, no. His refusal was so unequivocal, so decisive. The once confident Aizu's expression fell, her face clouded with disappointment. Qixio could almost envision drooping ears appearing above her head, thinking, hey, can you not sulk like that? With such a delicate appearance, must you also act so childish? Are you truly a man? Of course, this was merely Qixio's internal monologue. After all, before others, he maintained the facade of an aloof expert. Boss, may I place an order? At that moment, Zhou Yan, who had witnessed the entire exchange, interjected, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding charm and charisma. Certainly. The menu is on the wall. Feel free to peruse it. Qixio replied before retreating into the establishment. Boss, did you not say you wouldn't be serving customers this afternoon? Aizu exclaimed in disbelief. That only applies to those who have already dined. Qixio replied without looking back. Zhou Yan, chuckling, turned to Aizu and said, Ziyu, would you like me to treat you to a meal? No need. Aizu shot Zhou Yan a glare, her eyes lingering on Qixio's retreating figure before she stormed away. Zhou Yan remained unfazed. Yet his curiosity about this little shop that could elicit such a reaction from Aizu only deepened, aware of her notoriously picky palate. With a flourish, Zhou Yan adjusted his folding fan and stepped into the shop, followed by 2 attendants, while the others stood by the entrance, awaiting orders. Noticing someone leading the way, the remaining spectators exchanged glances, contemplating entering as well. However, Zhou Yan's attendants barred their entry, one of them haughtily stating, my young master is dining. No outsiders are permitted. Qixio observed the situation at the entrance and inquired of Zhou Yan, who smiled, Boss, I shall reserve the entire establishment until I finish my meal. Of course, I will pay you. Name your price. His tone was gentle, yet his words carried an undeniable authority. Very well, I require only 1,000 spirit crystals. Qixio replied with an expression of congeniality. Zhou Yan's smile faltered, and his gesture of fanning himself stilled. Host, you have fallen from grace. How can you refuse entry to customers in your own establishment? How can you succumb to such a trivial monetary challenge? The system's voice echoed with a sense of dismay, as if Qixio had committed an unspeakable offense. Chapter 23, A Painful Loss. Rest assured, he won't agree, Qixio stated. Indeed, Zhou Yan would not acquiesce. A single meal costing 1,000 spirit crystals was an extravagance not even emperors indulged in. Furthermore, demanding 1,000 spirit crystals to clear out this dilapidated establishment was outright extortion. Boss, this is hardly fair. Are you mocking me? Zhou Yan's jovial demeanor vanished. Not at all. These are the establishment's precepts. You can issue payment if you don't impede those individuals, Qi Xiu responded innocently. Observing his countenance, Zhou Yan was incensed. To think that he, the son of the esteemed prime minister, was being relegated to dine alongside commoners. This realization darkened Zhou Yan's visage. The assembled crowd at the threshold seemed to discern the situation. One of them chuckled nervously and declared, "We won't enter. We won't enter. We'll depart forthwith." With that, they turned to leave. These individuals were clearly not to be trifled with, and antagonizing them for a fleeting moment of bravado was imprudent. These individuals seemed acquainted. Upon witnessing the departure of the speaker, the others followed suit. Seeing the sagacity of the onlookers, a hint of satisfaction graced Zhou Yan's features. However, as the group receded into the distance, Qi Xiu's languid remark caused Zhou Yan's face to darken considerably. Qi Xiu stated, "They were originally my patrons. Since you've driven them away, you'll have to settle their anticipated expenditures as well." By customary practice, each of them would have ordered rice with fried eggs, pickled radish, and handmade noodles. I estimate their per capita consumption at 1 spirit crystal and 288 gold coins. Therefore, for 7 individuals, that amounts to 7 spirit crystals and 2,016 gold coins. Young Master Zhou, kindly settle the bill. In truth, Qi Xiu was deliberately goading Zhou Yan, as not everyone could stomach handmade noodles after consuming rice with fried eggs. Zhou Yan retorted icily, "Are you attempting to swindle me, young master? How could I dare? You are young Master Zhou, after all. I wouldn't presume to. Kindly remit the payment." Qi Xiu responded nonchalantly. Surely, young Master Zhou is not so impecunious as to be unable to afford this trifling sum? Indisputably, reverse psychology can be efficacious, particularly with status-conscious scions of officialdom. Provoked by Qi Xiu's taunt, Zhou Yan promptly slammed 10 spirit crystals onto the table, proclaiming magnanimously, "I'll give you 10 spirit crystals. Turn away any patrons who arrive subsequently." Qi Xiu demurred, selecting the 7 spirit crystals of the finest quality. "And the 2,016 gold coins?" Zhou Yan countered, "Can't you accept spirit crystals as recompense?" Qi Xiu nodded. "No." Zhou Yan was exasperated. "Why did you nod if you were going to refuse?" Zhou Yan was filled with indignation. He had never encountered anyone who eschewed monetary gain. Of course, Qi Xiu's inner turmoil was profound. He yearned to accept the offer. Those were spirit crystals, after all. However, as he nodded, the system informed him that as an aspiring chef with ideals, aspirations, goals, and integrity, he was categorically forbidden from deviating from the stated prices. Thus, Qi Xiu could only reject the offer with a heavy heart. However, Zhou Yan was oblivious to Qi Xiu's distress. Originally, Zhou Yan could have chosen to turn and leave. However, his haughty disposition had been piqued. He was determined to ascertain what made this insignificant restaurant proprietor so audacious. "If your fare is unpalatable, this establishment will cease to exist," Zhou Yan declared blandly, his words laced with malice. As he spoke, Zhou Yan retrieved a money pouch from his person. With a flick of his fingers, a cascade of gold coins spilled from the pouch. Observing the money pouch in his hand, Qi Xiu narrowed his eyes. He had suddenly realized that he had been encountering a plethora of affluent individuals recently, based on his observations over the past month in this world. Such storage pouches were not commonplace but rather precious commodities, akin to a Rolex in the real world. Commoners could not afford them. According to Qi Xiu's understanding, the storage pouches in circulation generally ranged from 1 to 10 cubic meters in capacity. The price of such pouches was typically denominated in spirit crystals. A 1 cubic meter storage pouch could cost tens of thousands of gold coins, while a 10 cubic meter pouch could fetch millions of gold coins. Above that were storage bracelets or rings with storage capacities of dozens or even hundreds of cubic meters. Because these types of storage devices were more convenient to carry and had aesthetic appeal, they were even more expensive. A storage accessory with a capacity of dozens of cubic meters could cost tens of thousands of spirit crystals, while those with a capacity of hundreds of cubic meters could cost hundreds of thousands. Beyond that, it was rumored that there were storage artifacts with thousands of cubic meters of space or even expandable storage. Of course, these were generally regarded as the treasured possessions of major sects and were unobtainable even with vast wealth. Soon, A pile of gold coins and spirit crystals had accumulated on Qixio's counter. Without bothering to count, Qixio swept the coins into the drawer. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed in Qixio's mind. Received 7 spirit crystals and 2,016 gold coins. Perfectly accurate. With such a large sum of money coming in at once, Qixio's mood improved considerably. More importantly, he had sold 7 orders of rice with fried eggs, 7 orders of handmade noodles, and 7 orders of pickled radish without having to do anything, bringing him one step closer to completing the task. It was simply too good to be true. Host, please note that you must sell the food and have the customers consume it in order to complete the task. Qixio immediately muttered, "Oh, system, can't you be more flexible? Don't you know how to adapt? Anyway, the money is in hand, isn't it? I can use the time saved to practice my knife skills, which is much better." No, the system refused with great principle. Okay, faced with this stubborn system, Qixio could only helplessly say, "You're the boss, whatever you say is right." In fact, Qixio was only slightly regretful and soon didn't care. Anyway, he didn't plan to rely on exploiting system loopholes to improve himself. Zhou Yin naturally didn't know about Qixio's conversation with the system, nor did he know that Qixio could accurately calculate the number of gold coins without counting. After seeing the other party sweep the gold coins into the cabinet so readily, Zhou Yin assumed that the other party trusted him. And his impression of Qixio improved a lot, and his mood also improved a lot. With a hint of joy, Zhou Yin looked up at the menu on the wall. After seeing the prompt under the last fried rice dish that it could not be tasted by those below the 3rd level of cultivation, he was surprised for a moment, and then the interest in his eyes became stronger. "Give me a fried rice." Zhou Yin pointed to the fried rice dish and said. He was in the late stage of the 3rd level, which meant he could taste it. "Okay, pay first," Qixio said. Zhou Yin couldn't help but stagnate. "I'm the man who just took out 10 spirit crystals. Can I still owe you this little money? What about the promised trust?" Damn, so angry. But angry as he was, Zhou Yin still obediently paid. Watching Qixio walk into the kitchen, Zhou Yin snorted softly, looked away, and planned to pour a glass of water to drink. But when he reached out, he found that the table was empty. There's nothing. It's as clean as a whistle. Zhou Yin feigned nonchalance as he set down his fan, his gaze casually sweeping across the surroundings. Indeed, there was not a single item on any of the tables. What a shabby establishment. Not even a cup of water. Could such a dilapidated place truly serve delectable dishes? Zhou Yin couldn't help but recall the substantial sum he had spent, feeling a pang of regret. How could he have acted so impulsively? Yet, the money had already been spent, and regretting it now was futile. There was no way he could demand a refund without losing face. Ultimately, Zhou Yin could only seethe with resentment, vowing that if the food turned out to be unsatisfactory, he would ensure that the insufferable owner would return every last penny he had swallowed. Chapter 24. I will pay 5 times the price. Qixio entered the kitchen, retrieved rice from the cupboard, washed it thoroughly, and added the appropriate amount of water before placing it in a specialized small rice cooker. He set the time and temperature, covered it, and began to prepare the egg-fried rice with freshly cooked ingredients. This particular rice cooker was designed to cook rice in just 1 minute. During that brief waiting period, Qixio commenced cracking the eggs. A minute later, the rice cooker emitted a yellow light, indicating that the rice was done. However, Qixio did not immediately serve the rice. Instead, he began to render lard in a pan. After a few moments, he opened the rice cooker, and a cloud of fragrant steam, wafting like mist, enveloped the area within a 2-meter radius. Ah, the aroma! Even though it was not his first encounter with this primal scent of rice, Qixio could not help but express his admiration each time. Subsequently, Qixio carefully removed the inner pot of the rice cooker. By this time, the oil in the iron pan was ready. He transferred the steaming rice into the iron pan, ensuring it was just the right amount for a serving of egg-fried rice. As the rice met the hot oil, a fierce sizzle erupted, and Qixio wielded the spatula to stir the rice. After a minute, Qixio focused intently, flicked his wrist, and with a swift motion, sent the rice soaring into the air. The spatula spun effortlessly between his fingers, and as the rice began to descend, he quickly sprinkled the prepared eggs across the pan, catching every grain of rice without losing a single one. The entire sequence was executed flawlessly and with remarkable finesse. The white grains of rice cascaded onto the golden egg mixture. Qixio gently tilted the pan, allowing the egg to envelop the rice, and with a deft movement, he grasped the spatula once more, resuming the stir-fry. Within moments, the delightful aroma began to permeate the air. Prompting him to turn off the heat, and served the egg-fried rice onto a plate. The spatula was casually left in the pan, as the system would automatically refresh all used items shortly. Carrying the plate of egg-fried rice out of the kitchen, the enticing scent had already wafted into the hall, stirring the appetites of Zhou Yin and the household servants, causing their stomachs to rumble in anticipation. Damn, how can it smell so divine? Zhou Yin cursed inwardly, yet maintained a semblance of composure befitting his status. However, the moment Qi Xiu placed his portion of egg-fried rice before him, his facade of restraint crumbled entirely. Please enjoy, Qi Xiu said, gesturing for Zhou Yin to dig in before turning to leave without a backward glance. The system guarantees quality. Moreover, Qi Xiu was confident that his egg-fried rice would undoubtedly captivate Zhou Yin, rendering any further presence unnecessary. As Zhou Yin sat before the plate, his focus narrowed solely on the dish. He picked up the chopsticks and delicately lifted a morsel of egg-fried rice, scrutinizing it as if it were a rare treasure. After a prolonged moment, he finally brought it to his mouth. Upon tasting the first bite, Zhou Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. An unprecedented explosion of flavor detonated in his mouth, a taste sensation unlike anything he had experienced in the past 2 decades. Even the abalone rice from Zui Xianju paled in comparison. After a brief moment, Zhou Yan reluctantly swallowed the delectable morsel, his eyes widening as he discarded the chopsticks and seized a nearby spoon, diving into the plate with fervor. The only sounds that filled the restaurant were the clattering of the spoon against the plate and the unmistakable sound of enthusiastic chewing. Faced with such exquisite cuisine, Zhou Yin completely abandoned the decorum he had adhered to for decades. Hearing the commotion behind him, Qi Xiu turned to glance back, a faint smile gracing his lips. The system delivers nothing short of excellence. Before long, Zhou Yin, having polished off every last grain of egg-fried rice, raised the gleaming plate and exclaimed, "Boss, please serve me another portion of egg-fried rice. I know you must be thinking that each person can only order 1 serving per day, but I can pay extra. I will offer double, no, triple the price for another portion." Triple. Qi Xiu's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Given that a plate of golden egg-fried rice was priced at 10 spirit crystals, this would amount to 30. What a windfall. Just as Qi Xiu was about to agree, the voice of the system resonated in his mind, as a man destined to become a culinary god. Host, you must not be swayed by monetary temptation. 1 serving per person per day is a matter of principle. This cannot be compromised. Hearing this, Qi Xiu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, yet he remained resolute. I'm afraid not. Each person is limited to 1 serving per day. Zhou Yan faltered, emphasizing, but I am offering triple the price. 1 serving per person per day. You may order the fried egg rice, hand-pulled noodles, or pickled radish. Qi Xiu reiterated his refusal. You. At that moment, Zhou Yan sensed a surge of energy within him, a realization that left him both astonished and elated. This egg-fried rice could actually enhance his power. Now he understood why the AI siblings frequented this humble establishment, willingly paying exorbitant prices that would seem outrageous to ordinary folk. 5 times, Zhou Yan gritted his teeth. With such extraordinary flavor, coupled with the ability to enhance his energy, even at 5 times the price, it would be worth it, though it pained him tremendously. However, Qi Xiu felt an even deeper pang of regret. No deal. After rejecting Zhou Yan's offer of 5 times the price, Qi Xiu felt as though his heart was bleeding. 50 spirit crystals. That was a significant sum. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yan, Qi Xiu's internal turmoil was profound. At this moment, he could somewhat empathize with AI Ziyu's previous feelings. Seeing that Qi Xiu showed no signs of yielding, Zhou Yan had no choice but to concede. Then I will have a serving of fried egg rice. If those familiar with Zhou Yan could witness him now, they would be utterly astonished at how this cunning and ruthless young master had become so compliant. In the past, anyone who dared to refuse Zhou Yan would have faced severe consequences. In truth, Zhou Yan felt a strong desire to eliminate Qi Xiu. However, recalling Sun Wei's recent misfortune, he dared not act on his thoughts. After all, one who could toy with a 4th-tier cultivator was not someone a mere 3rd-tier cultivator could confront. Moreover, he absolutely did not want to face that kind of creature up close. Thus, Zhou Yan could only console himself that since the egg-fried rice was so delicious, this fried egg rice, made from the same ingredients, should not be too different. After tossing a spirit crystal into the cash register as payment for his meal, Qi Xiu turned back to the kitchen. He proceeded to rinse the rice and prepare it as before. While the rice cooked, he heated oil and cracked an egg into the pan. In a chorus of sizzling oil, the fried egg quickly took shape. The fried egg Qi Xiu prepared, while distinctly fried, lacked the greasiness typical of such dishes. Aside from the curled edges that had crisped in the oil, the egg white remained smooth and tender, while the yolk gleamed a brilliant gold, perfectly round and plump, its surface appearing so delicate that it seemed it might burst with the slightest poke. Truly a marvel. After frying the eggs, Chishio noticed that the rice cooker had finished its task. He lifted the lid, scooped 2 spoonfuls of rice onto a plate, and delicately placed the fried egg atop the rice. Subsequently, he arranged the egg-covered rice onto a tray, removed his apron, and gracefully exited the kitchen, moving swiftly. Zhou Yin observed with surprise. That was quite fast. Indeed, Chishio replied coolly. Zhou Yin had merely inquired out of curiosity and was unfazed by his demeanor. His attention was wholly captured by the handmade noodles before him. The translucent rice, the creamy white egg whites, and the golden yolk, all steaming with warmth, created a seemingly simple yet tantalizing combination that whetted the appetite. Zhou Yin inhaled the alluring aroma in the air, feeling his pores relax in comfort. He grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat heartily, oblivious to the 2 attendants behind him who watched with hungry eyes, swallowing nervously as one of them's stomach audibly protested its emptiness. However, no one paid it any mind. In just a few minutes, Zhou Yin had devoured every grain of rice, leaving no remnants of the egg-covered rice. Satisfied, he let out a contented burp, sensing a gentle stirring of his internal energy. He licked his lips and gave Chishio a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, your food is indeed delicious. I am thoroughly impressed. No wonder you dare to charge such high prices. The dishes here surpass even those at Zue Xianju. Thank you for the compliment." Chishio replied nonchalantly, wearing an expression of indifference. Seeing Chishio's smug demeanor, Zhou Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Boss, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Zhou Yin, the son of Chancellor Zhou. I wish to recruit you as the chef for the Chancellor's residence," he began, but abruptly stopped mid-sentence as he realized Chishio had already walked away. Zhou Yin blinked in disbelief at Chishio's dismissive attitude, pointed towards the kitchen, then at himself, his lips moving as if to articulate something, but ultimately he merely slammed his fan onto the table, declaring, "Fine. You are the master." He then opened his fan and waved it a few times, feeling the oppressive tension dissipate slightly. Turning in place, he snapped the fan shut and said, "Let us go." With that, he led the way out of the establishment, followed closely by the attendants, who, although still disciplined, appeared somewhat lacking in energy. Chapter 25. Reaction on the other side. Sun Wei returned to his residence, rinsed his mouth with a bucket of water, and before he could use a third, he was summoned to his father's study for a reprimand. Had it not been for his mother's timely intervention, he might have faced further punishment. Infuriated, Sun Wei stormed back to his room, kicking over a stool in his path and trampling it with disdain. The ordinary wooden stool shattered under his wrath, while the rows of maidservants at the doorway bowed their heads, too frightened to approach and eager to diminish their presence. Damn it! He could not forgive that wretched individual. The thought of being forcibly kissed by an ugly creature, with everyone watching, filled Sun Wei with indignation. How could he, Sun Wei, endure such humiliation? Everyone knew that his sister was the favored concubine Tong of the current emperor, eclipsing even the empress herself. Who dared to disregard his dignity? What right did a nobody, emerging from a remote village, have to oppose him? If he did not teach that person a lesson, he would not bear the Sun surname. Planning to gather his allies to exact revenge the next day, Sun Wei found some solace imagining the sight of Chishio begging for mercy. He then ordered the maidservants to tidy up the mess, and they dutifully entered, heads bowed, as he settled onto a relatively clean stool. Feeling parched, he poured himself a cup of water from the porcelain teapot on the table and drank greedily. However, the moment the warm water touched his lips, he spat it out, as the heat stung his swollen mouth. The startled maidservants rushed to his side, some offering handkerchiefs to wipe his mouth, while others adjusted his damp collar. Fuming, Sun Wei bellowed, "How could you leave such scalding water on the table? Do you wish to burn me alive?" The maidservants, trembling in fear, knelt and bowed repeatedly, pleading for forgiveness. Frustrated by their presence, Sun Wei contemplated sending them away, but was momentarily captivated by the beauty of one maidservant's profile. He commanded, "Lift your head." The maidservants trembled, their faces paling, yet they dared not defy him as they slowly raised their heads. Sun Wei's eyes brightened upon seeing the maidservant's delicate features. Her fair skin and glistening black eyes, now pale with fright, resembled a startled deer gazing at him. His gaze roamed over her form, igniting a surge of desire within him. He impulsively pulled her close, leaning in for a kiss. When suddenly the memory of that repulsive creature's kiss flooded back to him, his expression turned pale, and he trembled. Fear gripping him as he instinctively cast the maidservant aside, mistaking her for the ugly figure. With a heavy thud, she collided with the wall before crumpling to the ground. Lifeless, Sun Wei's complexion shifted through shades of green, white, and black, resembling a painter's palette. He pounded the table in fury, shouting, "Get out! Leave me!" The kneeling maidservants quaked in terror, bowing fervently as they hastily exited, carrying the motionless maidservant with them. Lost in his own turmoil, Sun Wei suddenly realized he had experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. But something felt amiss. Where had this surge of energy come from? Had he truly ascended to the third level of cultivation? Stunned, he muttered to himself, momentarily distracted from his anger. His talent was not exceptional, and despite ample resources, he had not advanced by age 27. Today, his father's reprimand was due to his stagnant cultivation, which had led him to wander aimlessly and encounter the morning's debacle. As he circulated his internal energy, confirming the breakthrough, he pondered aloud. Where did this energy originate? Suddenly, he recalled the white light that enveloped him during the unwanted kiss, and a wave of nausea washed over him. Could it truly be linked to that grotesque kiss? No, it was impossible. Surely it was because of his own striking looks, divine favor, and exceptional talent. It could not possibly be due to that plate of fried egg rice. Meanwhile, Lady Sun learned of her son's ordeal shortly after he returned to his chamber. Astonished that he had not pursued a woman but nearly harmed a maidservant, she recalled the ugly figure and erupted in anger, attributing all blame to Qi Xiu. In the Imperial Palace's Luyu Palace, a unique residence for concubine Tong, everything was tailored to her tastes. White jade flooring, polished to a mirror sheen, and intricately carved redwood furnishings, all reflecting the emperor's affection for her. A lavish crystal-beaded curtain concealed the inner sanctum, and beyond it, sheer red silk billowed gently, shrouding the interior in a dreamlike haze. Through the veil, one could glimpse a circular lotus pond at the center of the room, vibrant pink lotus flowers blooming, releasing a delicate fragrance. Golden fish darted playfully within, while a large smooth stone at the center cradled a magnificent ancient wooden bed, its peach-hued drapery hinting at a graceful silhouette within. The walls, dark as night, sparkled with luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling, creating an illusion of a starlit sky when gazed upon from below. "Oh, you say my brother was forcibly kissed by an ugly creature in front of everyone?" A languorous voice, sweet as honey and soft as silk, emerged from the chamber. Though framed as a question, the speaker expressed it with certainty. A man, kneeling outside the screen, kept his gaze fixed on the polished floor as he replied respectfully. "Such a disgraceful affair, Your Highness. Useless. You only bring shame to this palace." The woman lamented, her tone still languid. "Shall I deal with that insolent fool?" he inquired. "No need," she replied dismissively. "Just an ant. There's no need for you to intervene. Continue to monitor that wretched empress." With that, the man vanished from sight. At the Ningguang residence, Aizu returned and asked her sister, "Sister, do you think the food at that place was good?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ai Weiwei chuckled inwardly, maintaining a casual demeanor as she replied, "Quite good." "Then let South keep this place, shall we?" Aizu eagerly proposed. "What do you mean by keep?" Ai Weiwei feigned ignorance, fully aware of her sister's intentions. Aizu glared at her indignantly and said, "You ask knowingly." Seeing her still wearing an innocent and puzzled expression, Aizu couldn't help but pout. Boss Qi has surely offended Sun Wei, and he will undoubtedly bear a grudge. Sun Wei will certainly seek retribution against the boss, and if the boss cannot withstand it, the little shop will cease to exist. If it disappears, I will no longer be able to savor delicious food, and the thought of that makes me so sad. By the end of her lamentation, a look of sorrow had spread across her face. Observing Aizu's distressed expression, Ai Wei, though fully aware that it was all an act, could not help but reply, all right. I promise you, the Ningguang mansion can certainly ensure the survival of a small shop, even if its owner has offended the only brother of the noble concubine. Oh sister, you are the best." Aizu thought to herself, making a big yai sign. For this meant she could indulge in culinary delights every day henceforth. "Since I am the best, let us change our clothes. I don't want to. Help. Woo-woo." Chapter 26. 7 individuals. The quaint little eatery, ever since Zhou Yan's departure, had seen a dearth of customers. Qi Xiu busied himself in the kitchen, honing his culinary skills until he and the white cat finally dined together. It was only then that a group of patrons arrived, those who had been frightened away by Zhou Yan. Previously, Qi Xiu's memory had not been remarkable, but after being transformed by the system upon entering this world, he acquired an extraordinary ability to remember everything he saw. Thus, he recalled these individuals with vivid clarity. As they approached the entrance of the eatery, they were greeted by the radiant glow emanating from the embedded luminous stones in the ceiling. These stones, a type of mineral that emits a brilliant light, serve as the primary illumination source in this realm. To Qi Xiu, these stones were merely a rebranded version of light bulbs. Each luminous stone has a lifespan of only 3 months post-extraction, after which it ceases to emit light. However, an ingenious invention allows these stones to be placed in a container that halts their glow, thereby prolonging their brightness for up to 6 months. Inside the establishment, Qi Xiu was the sole occupant, engrossed in a tome behind the cash register. The desolate atmosphere made the newcomers hesitantly shove one another, reluctant to cross the threshold. Finally, one individual mustered the courage to address Qi Xiu, saying, "Boss, we missed lunch and have returned. Considering our appreciation for your culinary delights, could you offer us a discount?" Qi Xiu set down the comprehensive history of the continent, a resource provided by the system for understanding this world, and replied, "This establishment does not entertain any form of haggling." With a leader emerging, the others chimed in, "Boss, can't you provide a little discount? You see, there are 7 of us." Another added, "If you lower the prices, we can bring you more customers." Yet another exclaimed, "Your prices are too steep for ordinary folk. Aren't you concerned about having no patrons?" Calmly observing their relentless pleas, Qi Xiu stated, "This is the price. Eat if you wish." The 7 were momentarily silenced. "Boss, I'll take a serving of egg rice." "Here's the payment," said a man clad in a brown robe, placing a spirit crystal on the table. His attire was evidently of superior quality compared to the others. The remaining patrons, inspired by his boldness, followed suit, with a man bearing freckles pulling out another spirit crystal, declaring, "I'll have the same." Despite the pang of regret at the expenditure, he feigned nonchalance, as if the spirit crystal were merely a common stone. "I want one too." "Same for me," echoed the rest, each hastily producing a spirit crystal, their earlier hesitations forgotten as they displayed an air of extravagance. Noticing their willingness to pay, Qi Xiu set aside his book and announced, "You need not pay this time. Someone has already covered your bill." Who? Who is so generous?" they inquired, skepticism lacing their voices. "You aren't trying to trick us, are you? What if we eat and you demand payment afterward?" In response to their doubt, Qi Xiu nonchalantly revealed, "It was the individual who prevented you from entering earlier today." "What? Zhou Shao? That's impossible. Why would he treat us to a meal out of the blue? Is he planning to cause us trouble?" They expressed their disbelief and concern, retreating their spirit crystals from the table. With an amused smirk, Qi Xiu retorted, "It was indeed Zhou Shao. Unbelievable. Why would he do that?" one exclaimed, while another lamented their predicament. "Whether you believe it or not, the money is already in hand. It's up to you whether you eat or not." Qi Xiu shrugged, displaying indifference. Seeing his demeanor, a few of the group began to believe him. One, seemingly anxious about Qi Xiu's change of heart, quickly said, "All right, boss. Just serve me a portion, but I want to be paying." "I already mentioned it's complimentary," Qi Xiu replied with a nonchalant shrug. The others followed suit, placing their orders. When one attempted to order fried rice, Qi Xiu quipped, "With your cultivation, you wish to order fried rice." The man, undeterred, insisted, "I plan to take it home for someone at the 3rd stage. Takeout is currently prohibited," Qi Xiu replied lazily, adding, "Moreover, you can't order that dish. You must pay for it," as the other party didn't cover that expense. Embarrassed, the man fell silent, his cheeks flushed under the mocking gazes of his companions. Eventually, he resigned and ordered the same as the others, harboring a grudge against Qi Xiu in silence. Once everyone had placed their orders, Qi Xiu retreated to the kitchen to prepare the meals, internally conversing with the system. "How do you find this approach?" "Humph, this is merely the host's duty." The system responded, its tone laced with pride, yet betraying a hint of delight. Seeing the system's reaction, Qi Xiu chuckled softly, his pace quickening as he prepared the dishes. Soon, a series of delectable meals were served before the 7 individuals, 7 portions of egg rice and hand-pulled noodles, and Qi Xiu felt no fatigue in the process. Watching them relish the food he had crafted, their expressions of bliss were somewhat comical to him. Indeed, aesthetics hold great significance. Once they had finished, they patted their bellies in satisfaction, exchanging compliments. "Boss, your cooking is truly exceptional, surpassing anything I've ever tasted." Another exclaimed, "Compared to this heavenly fare, the dishes at Zue Xianzhu are utterly trivial. After tasting your cuisine, I have no desire for my wife's cooking. It's just too dreadful." Qi Xiu simply smiled, not disputing their claims, for the truth was evident. His cooking was indeed exquisite. Suddenly, amidst their fervent praise, one of them shouted, drawing everyone's attention. It was the first to order, his eyes wide with shock. "What's wrong, Wang Gu? What happened?" the others asked, bewildered. In the next moment, they all stared in astonishment at the white light radiating from Wang Gu, an indicator of an upgrade, or rather, a breakthrough. "Wang Gu, you've reached the second stage?" One of the freckled men gasped. "Congratulations, Wang Gu. You've been stuck at the peak of the first stage for years, and now you've finally broken through." The seven erupted into a chorus of congratulations. "Didn't you feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy within you?" Wang Gu inquired. The question prompted a flurry of exchanged glances among the six. "I do. My energy feels like it's boiling. I believe I might reach the mid-stage of the first level." One proclaimed, "I've broken through to the first stage." The freckled man exclaimed joyfully, instantly capturing everyone's attention once more. The vitality of everyone has seen a remarkable improvement, with each individual's strength ascending by a small, yet significant degree. Even the slightest elevation is a cause for immense joy among this group. At this juncture, none among the seven perceived this as mere coincidence. While a single person might experience a breakthrough by chance, the collective enhancement of all seven's vitality surely indicates something extraordinary. They simultaneously cast their gaze upon the ever-composed Qi Xiu, the only shared experience they had being the exquisite meal he had prepared moments ago. Noticing the fervent yet somewhat uncertain expressions in their eyes, Qi Xiu casually remarked, "Did you think you merely indulged in an ordinary egg rice bowl?" This statement inadvertently validated the thoughts swirling in their minds. Instantly, they regarded Qi Xiu with admiration and longing. "Master, you are my fortunate star. You are my benefactor. I have been stuck at the peak of the first tier for years, and who would have thought that simply savoring your culinary delights would lead to my breakthrough? You are truly remarkable," exclaimed the man known as Wang Gu, his enthusiasm akin to that of a devotee beholding their goddess. Qi Xiu felt a shiver run down his spine from their adoring stares, and coolly replied, "Once you have finished, you should promptly take your leave. I must close for the evening." Despite being hastily dismissed, the group was not offended. Rather, they complied dutifully, waiting respectfully until Qi Xiu had secured the door before departing. After a short distance, they gradually began to converse. "Such is the demeanor of a master. Today is indeed my fortunate day." Wang Gu laughed heartily. "Indeed, I shall show my wife when I return, so she will cease her incessant nagging about my inadequacies. I doubt I will be able to sleep tonight. Shall we head to the Moonlit Tavern for some banter?" Someone suggested, though the intention behind the banter was more about boasting. "Foolishness. What banter? Do you wish for the entire world to know that the delicacies here can enhance one's cultivation?" Wang Gu scolded, his frustration palpable as he glanced furtively around. Chapter 27. Selfishness or Greed. In the night sky, a crescent moon, tinged with blue, hung high, casting a sapphire glow. At this moment, several individuals had yet to exit the narrow alley, which was merely a meter wide, flanked by the walls of houses. Apart from the seven men, there was not a soul in sight. "Well, we're just helping the master promote his establishment. Perhaps next time we'll get a discount," chuckled one of the men. "Are you foolish? If others learn about it, they'll come too, and eventually, their cultivation will surpass ours. What will we have to boast about then?" The man with yellowed teeth, who had been contemplating ordering egg fried rice, was awakened by Brother Wang's remarks. Lowering his voice, he continued, "We should secretly come here to dine and quietly enhance our cultivation. By the time others discover us, we will have already gained the upper hand." The others, realizing the wisdom in his words, nodded in agreement. The man with a pockmarked face clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Those siblings from the Ningguang mansion are indeed devious. They must have known about this restaurant long ago and have been concealing it, sneaking in to savor the delicacies and elevate their powers. How cunning. We must thank that scoundrel Sun Wei. Without him, we might never have found this little eatery." "Absolutely." One man laughed heartily. But then the stout fellow's smile faltered as he pondered. "But surely our increased cultivation won't go unnoticed by those stronger than us. What if we're questioned?" He added, "Moreover, the delicacies here are quite expensive. We can't afford to dine here frequently. This statement reminded the 7 men of their circumstances. They were all natives of the capital, having lived there for generations. Although they were considerably more affluent than the average citizen, they were not so extravagant as to dine on spirit crystal stones daily. It takes at least a rank higher to discern someone's cultivation level. Among our acquaintances, only Deity has reached the 3rd rank. We'll just avoid him. Brother Wong casually addressed the first concern. When it came to the second issue, a sly smile crept across his face. As for not being able to dine here often, we haven't paid today, have we? We can always resort to the same tactic. Good idea. Brother Wong is brilliant. The stout man praised, and the others echoed their approval. The yellow-toothed man recalled Chi Xiu's refusal to fulfill his request for egg-fried rice, and, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, suggested, "We could also secretly spread rumors that this restaurant is a scam. If business dwindles, we 7 could pressure the owner to lower his prices." Upon hearing this, 6 men brightened, realizing the feasibility of the plan. However, one dark-skinned man hesitated, voicing his concern. "But what if the master finds out and forbids us from eating here? What is there to fear? As long as he doesn't find out, we'll be fine," the yellow-toothed man retorted nonchalantly, proposing, "Why not go now? Seize the day." The others, recognizing the merit in his argument, offered no objections. Brother Wong considered for a moment before stating, "Let us start at the Moonlit Tavern. It's where news travels fastest." In agreement, they began their journey toward the tavern. "You're quite the schemer, aren't you?" teased the man with the pockmarked face, playfully hooking his arm around the yellow-toothed man's neck as they walked. "Indeed, one would hardly suspect," the yellow-toothed man replied. "Come on. I'm not the only one who stands to gain from this." As they exchanged banter, the 7 emerged from the alley. After their departure, a man with striking features, exuding an air of confidence, emerged from the now empty alley. He stroked his chin, murmuring with keen interest, "A hidden establishment that enhances one's energy? The siblings from the Ningguang mansion in Sunway, how intriguing." A glimmer of curiosity sparked in his eyes. He had unwittingly overheard their conversation while taking a shortcut, leading to this unexpected revelation. "It seems I must pay this restaurant a visit," he mused, recalling the time he had spent eavesdropping. With a swift motion, he vanished, only to reappear moments later on Tai Street. After closing the door, Chi Xiu washed up and retired for the night. The white cat, whose only pursuits were eating and sleeping, cuddling beside him. Unbeknownst to him, the 7 men were tirelessly working to tarnish his little restaurant's reputation. Due to their subtle smear campaign, the streets of the capital buzzed with conversations like these. "Hey, did you hear? What? A black market restaurant has opened in our capital, charging 10 spirit crystal stones for a plate of egg-fried rice. Even young Master Sun was duped. That's nothing. I witnessed young Master Sun being hung on Tai Street and forcibly kissed by the ugliest woman in the continent. Is that true? Of course. Why would I deceive you? Who would have thought? I'll be avoiding that place. I don't want to get scammed or kissed against my will." "Exactly. I've heard that woman is indeed the ugliest in the continent. Wait, I heard she isn't even human." After a long night of scheming, the 7 men gathered, their faces betraying fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Listening to the aforementioned exchanges, they exchanged knowing smiles and discreetly convened in a secluded corner to share their findings. "What's the situation on your end?" Brother Wong inquired. "Rest assured, everything is under control," replied the yellow-toothed man with a sense of pride. "Same here, quite smoothly," added the man with the pockmarked face. "I concur," echoed the others. The unexpected success of their endeavors brought uncontainable joy, but Brother Wong reminded them, "All right, we've been out all night. It's time to return lest we draw attention. If anyone asks where you've been, just say you were at my place playing cards all night." The 7 men had no objections. It was common for them to gather for late-night card games, making the alibi credible. After discussing a few more details, they each returned home. In the Muyun continent, everyone could cultivate energy, yet due to factors such as aptitude, techniques, and resources, significant disparities existed among practitioners. Ordinary citizens could cultivate, but their progress was far slower compared to those of noble birth who had access to resources and superior techniques. Over time, this gap only widened, unless one possessed extraordinary talent to rival those with favorable conditions. Had the news about Chi Xiu's restaurant enhancing cultivation spread, it would have undoubtedly caused a tremendous uproar. However, the opposite information circulated, resulting in an entirely different commotion. Chapter 28. Fourth Master, Mu Hua. By the following day, Chi Xiu, oblivious to the recent slander cast upon his humble establishment, sleepily opened the shop door. He casually hung the lock behind him, stifled a yawn, stretched languidly, inhaled the fresh air deeply, twisted his neck, and loosened his limbs, finally feeling entirely awake. Glancing at the time displayed by his internal system, he noted it was already past 8:40. He turned and entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast for himself and his white cat. After their morning meal, the duo indulged in their daily ritual of basking in the sunlight. Though Chi harbored concerns about the 100 assignments awaiting him, he displayed no signs of agitation. As the sun climbed higher, noon arrived, and under the persistent pawing of the white cat, Chi reluctantly rose to prepare lunch. Just as he finished eating, two individuals arrived at the shop's entrance. "Boss, I'm here for a meal," Aizu exclaimed cheerfully as he bounced into the shop, addressing Chi, who was behind the cash register. Chi looked up at Aizu, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Aizu would bring yet another new customer, one whose cultivation seemed to exceed the 4th tier. Standing beside Aizu was a young man clad in a beige inner robe with a light yellow outer garment, its wide sleeves adorned with intricate patterns of spiritual beasts. A valuable white jade pendant hung at his waist, and he wore boots embellished with golden trim. His long hair cascaded down his back, held in place by a round clasp studded with rubies. With sharp brows and starry eyes, he stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura that set him apart from others. The young man was currently sizing up Chi with a blend of scrutiny and intrigue. "Is it still the same as before?" Chi averted his gaze after a few glances and asked Aizu, having just set down the book he intended to read. Since hearing Aizu mention unfamiliar food names, he resolved to read daily to better understand this world. "I'm still the same as a couple of days ago. By the way, this is my, friend. Could you prepare a serving of egg fried rice for him?" Aizu replied. The young man accompanying him surveyed the shop's layout upon stepping through the threshold. Upon noticing the menu hanging on the wall, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He mused that it indeed resembled a black market establishment. Had he not overheard the conversation of 7 individuals the previous night, he would have been swayed by external rumors, believing it to be a den of ill repute. Noticing Aizu's slight awkwardness when he referred to the young man as a friend, Chi discreetly glanced at the pair, but did not press for further details as he retreated into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Aizu and his companion found a table and sat down to wait. "Why would 4th Master choose to dine at this small shop?" Aizu inquired curiously. I heard tales of the proprietor's illustrious achievements and, out of curiosity, wished to sample the cuisine here. I wonder if this establishment truly lives up to its notorious reputation of being a black market with unpalatable fare," the young man, who was indeed 4th Master, responded. Aizu's eyes widened in realization, and upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he retorted indignantly, "4th Master, do not believe those outside rumors. They are entirely false. The individuals claiming the food is unpalatable have never tasted the proprietor's culinary skills. Anyone who has would never make such baseless claims." "Oh," 4th Master was taken aback. Aizu's notorious pickiness was well known. If he were to say such a thing, the food must be extraordinarily delicious. It seemed the proprietor indeed possessed remarkable skills. 4th Master mused to himself. "Just wait and see, 4th Master. The proprietor's culinary talents will surely satisfy you. You'll be longing for more," Aizu declared confidently. "I eagerly anticipate it. If the food is as delectable as you claim, this meal will be on me. However, if it is not, I shall not be footing the bill," 4th Master jested, amused by Aizu's expression. "Humph, you can just wait to settle the bill," Aizu said with confidence. Seeing Aizu's unwavering assurance, 4th Master merely smiled, yet a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. He was intrigued to discover whether this establishment's delicacies were truly as delightful as rumored, and whether they could enhance his cultivation. Without making Aizu and his companion wait long, Chi promptly served their ordered dishes. Observing the task list, he noted that the 8 servings of egg fried rice had decreased by 1, instantly brightening his mood. As Chi presented the egg fried rice, 4th Master could not tear his gaze away, captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from the dish. Just by its appearance, it outshone even the most exquisite meals prepared in the imperial kitchens. Each grain of golden rice gleamed, plump and rounded, exuding a captivating glow, while tendrils of steam rose, mingling with the delectable scent. Aizu, noticing 4th Master's expression, seized the moment to boast, "4th Master, what do you think? Did I mislead you?" Isn't it far more fragrant than what your family chef prepares? The appearance is indeed impressive. However, I remain curious about the flavor, fourth master replied candidly. AICU, brimming with confidence, asserted, I assure you, the taste will leave you speechless. You'll find yourself wanting more. Fourth master chuckled softly, inhaling the unique aroma of the egg fried rice. He elegantly scooped a spoonful of the plump, golden grains, each bite heightening his appetite. As he savored the first mouthful, the warm, tender rice infused with egg flavor spread across his palate, awakening every taste bud. He felt as if every pore in his body opened in that instant, overwhelmed by the delightful explosion of flavors. The dish was so delectable that he momentarily forgot his decorum and devoured it voraciously. Consumed by the singular thought, it was simply divine. Witnessing this, Aizu beamed with pride, giving Chi-Xiu a thumbs up from behind the counter while casting a glance at the uncharacteristically unguarded figure across the table. That figure was none other than the current emperor's fourth son, Mu Huabai, while Aizu was the third son of the Ning Wangfu. The Ning Wangfu was a princely house of a different surname within the Dongling Empire. In his youth, Ning Wang Ai Ming had earned accolades on the battlefield, and during the reign of the previous emperor, he was bestowed the title of the only non-surname prince of the Dongling Empire due to his valorous exploits. Even though Ning Wang had gradually retreated from public life, his son remained a trusted and formidable general of the reigning emperor. Hence, the Ning Wangfu naturally became a target for other princes seeking alliances, though they steadfastly refrained from favoring any one prince. In such circumstances, the duo dining together inevitably drew speculation. Despite Aizu being merely 13 years old, a child in the eyes of many, those with ulterior motives would inevitably conjure theories. Yet, the two were genuinely here for a simple meal. Aizu frequented this establishment for its exquisite cuisine, returning daily. Had it not been for the rule of one serving per dish per person, he would undoubtedly dine here for every meal. As for Mu Huabai, he had come because he received news early that morning regarding issues with his own business. After resolving those matters, it was already noon. And while pondering where to have lunch, he encountered Aizu. Fourth master? Aizu called out while walking toward the delightful little shop, spotting Mu Huabai strolling alone. Seemingly lost in thought, though surprised, he did not forget to greet him respectfully. Much to his surprise, Mu Huabai appeared equally astonished to encounter him, casting a fleeting glance before halting Aizu's salutations. I am traveling incognito, he remarked, so let us dispense with formalities. Whither do you venture? To dine, your highness. Have you partaken yet? Aizu inquired with disarming nonchalance. Mu Huabai arched a brow, retorting, if memory serves, your household boasts the esteemed chef Li. Why seek sustenance elsewhere? Perchance, he ventured, recalling the previous evening's discourse, you are bound for the establishment that incurred Sun Wei's displeasure? Indeed. Are you acquainted with the place? Your highness? Aizu queried, bemused. I dare say the entire capital is now privy to its existence, Mu Huabai responded, spreading his hands in a gesture of mock exasperation. Ah, yes, Aizu murmured, a knowing glint illuminating his eyes as he recalled the incident involving Sun Wei. A thought kindled within Mu Huabai's mind, spurred by Aizu's identity and the overheard conversation. As it happens, he proposed, I, too, was contemplating a visit to this humble eatery. I trust you would not object to my company? Thus transpired the circumstances that led to their joint arrival at the aforementioned establishment. Before commencing his meal, Aizu cast an envious glance at Mu Huabai's fried rice, resolving to intensify his training and attain the third tier as swiftly as possible, thereby earning the privilege of savoring the delicacy. Only then did he indulge in his own culinary selection, oblivious to his surroundings. Mu Huabai devoured the entirety of his portion, not a single grain of rice remaining. He nearly raised the plate to his lips in a gesture of utter satisfaction, but a sudden surge of awareness arrested his action. Silently, he lowered his hand, inwardly relieved at his timely restraint. The prospect of rumors circulating that a prince of his stature had resorted to licking a plate was mortifying. Mu Huabai surveyed the modest establishment, noting the two other occupants, Aizu, engrossed in his noodles, and the proprietor, basking in the sunlight by the entrance. Reassured that his near faux pas had gone unnoticed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Observing Aizu's evident enjoyment, Mu Huabai realized that his own appetite remained unappeased. He suppressed the urge to request a second serving, lowered his gaze, and focused on assessing the flow of vital energy within his corporeal form. He had not forgotten that one of his primary objectives was to ascertain whether the establishment's fare genuinely possessed the capacity to augment cultivation. As he initiated a gentle circulation of vital energy, his entire reservoir surged into a state of tumultuous flux. Sensing this phenomenon, Mu Huabai's countenance hardened. He surreptitiously erected an invisible defensive array around himself, closed his eyes, and stilled his mind, channeling his efforts into regulating the rampaging energy, guiding it through his meridians until it was gradually assimilated by his body. Eventually, the turbulent energy subsided, and he discovered that his vital energy had been elevated by a minuscule degree. Mu Huabai was momentarily stunned. As a fourth-tier intermediate cultivator, he was acutely aware of the vast quantities of vital energy required to advance to the fifth tier. Moreover, cultivators at the fourth tier and above often found their progress stymied, languishing at that level until their demise. Yet, his vital energy had just undergone a surge, and though it had not resulted in a breakthrough, it had undeniably increased by a fraction. This seemingly insignificant increment was equivalent to a month's worth of dedicated cultivation. Mu Huabai was flabbergasted, not by the mere possibility that culinary delights could enhance cultivation, nor by the revelation that this fried rice possessed such properties, but by the exceptional purity of the augmented vital energy. It was devoid of even the slightest trace of impurities. To Mu Huabai's knowledge, chefs capable of crafting dishes that could augment vital energy were exceedingly rare and invariably held the title of star chef. He was personally acquainted with one such culinary artist. However, their creations were either potent but unpalatable, or delectable but possessed minimal and impure vital energy. The chef he knew was of the latter variety, producing dishes that were agreeable to the palate but yielded meager and contaminated vital energy that required refinement by the consumer. This fried rice was in a league of its own. Not only was it exquisitely flavored, but it also augmented vital energy in substantial quantities and with remarkable purity. Upon finishing his meal, Aizu noticed Mu Huabai's dazed expression. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he inquired, "Well, Your Highness, does it meet with your approval?" The astonished Mu Huabai did not respond. Aizu, observing Mu Huabai's reaction, mused, "Someone is not taking it easy." Ahem. Aizu cleared his throat pointedly. Mu Huabai snapped out of his reverie and exclaimed, "A symphony of flavors and aromas. Truly a rare delicacy. And the fact that it enhances vital energy is astonishing. I told you so." "No one who has sampled the proprietor's creations can deny their excellence," Aizu declared with pride, as if he himself were the culinary auteur being lauded. Mu Huabai chuckled at Aizu's display of self-satisfaction. "Indeed, you speak the truth. I shall treat you to this repast." Without awaiting a response, he rose and approached Qixio, who was still enjoying the sunlight by the entrance. "Greetings, proprietor. Forgive my intrusion. I am Mu Huabai, and I seek a moment of your time. May I inquire as to your name?" Mu Huabai inquired politely, maintaining a respectful distance. He disclosed his true identity, anticipating a reaction of surprise and deference. He expected the proprietor to respond with due reverence, thus facilitating the ensuing conversation. Aizu, observing the exchange, curled his lip and swung his legs idly, content to remain seated and observe the unfolding drama. Qixio, hearing Mu Huabai's words, opened his eyes and regarded him. He was aware that the imperial family of the Eastern Mausoleum bore the surname Mu Hua, but he remained unfazed. His gaze was placid as he uttered two words. "Qi, are you here to settle your account?" Mu Huabai was taken aback. This was not proceeding according to script. Even if the proprietor did not recognize him, surely he was familiar with the surname. Mu Hua was the imperial surname, universally recognized throughout the Eastern Mausoleum. He was certain that any denizen of the realm would be aware of its significance. How could the proprietor remain so composed? Puzzled, Mu Huabai's lips curled into an amused smile. Intriguing, he mused. Is it ignorance or indifference? Curiosity piques. Mu Huabai adopted a genial demeanor. "Nay, I merely wish to partake in another serving of your fried rice." Qixi responded languidly, "Each patron is limited to one serving of each dish per day." "Then I shall indulge in a poached egg over rice," Mu Huabai countered nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qixio rose and ambled toward the kitchen. Mu Huabai hesitated, swallowing the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. As a prince of noble lineage, he had never before encountered such a flagrant disregard for his status. Did this fellow not fear incurring the charge of lèse-majesté? Recalling the incident involving Sun Wei, the amusement in Mu Huabai's eyes deepened. He turned and re-entered the establishment, resuming his seat. Chapter 29, Astonishing ingredients. Qi Xiu entered the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and began to wash rice, cook it, and fry eggs. His current distress lay in how to fulfill the task assigned by the system, 100 portions in a week, which meant selling 15 portions daily to meet the goal. However, given the current circumstances, this seemed utterly impossible. System, let us come to an agreement. Could you extend the time to a month? Qi Xiu thought as he fried the eggs. The system responded with a string of ellipses, stating, Host. Once a task is issued, it cannot be modified. Thus, this system is powerless. Then why did you assign me such a daunting task in the first place? Qi Xiu lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Most troubling was the rule that each person could only order one of each dish. Qi Xiu was quite vexed by this regulation, recalling the initial enthusiasm he felt upon learning about it. Without this rule, he could have completed the 100-portion task in less than a week. Host, you are destined to become the world's strongest chef. How could you let this mere 100 portions defeat you? The system encouraged. Come on, Host, I believe you can accomplish this task. Qi Xiu rolled his eyes, disregarding the system, and placed the fried egg atop a bowl of steaming white rice, presenting the delectable egg rice dish. As he set the dish before Mu Huabua, Qi Xiu said, Here is your egg rice. Mu Huabua did not rush to eat. Instead, he reached out to stop Qi Xiu from leaving and smiled. Boss Qi, sit down and chat. I have many questions I would like to discuss with you. Topics unrelated to food are off limits. Qi Xiu replied coolly. Of course, this is about food. I am quite intrigued by the fried rice I had before. Could you tell me what ingredients were used? Mu Huabua inquired directly. Upon hearing this, AI's Yu became animated, looking curiously at Qi Xiu, preparing for an astonishing revelation regarding the ingredients of the egg rice. Though Qi Xiu was reluctant to engage in conversation, he felt obliged to respond courteously, considering Mu Huabua was a customer. The ingredients for the fried rice include rice selected from the precious indica rice of Lailing Valley, eggs from the level 4 fierce songbirds of the illusionary forest, oil extracted from the softest flesh of the wild stone boar found in the early Sun Mountain, and salt from the North Sea Strait. This answer left Mu Huabua astounded, and even Aizu, who was prepared for anything, felt his eyelids twitch. Lailing Valley, located in the northwest of the Eastern Ling Empire, produced the royal tribute rice, which contained the essence of heaven and earth's spirit energy. Harvested once a year in limited quantity, reserved for the emperor. Though known as imperial rice, the emperor consumed it only 2 or 3 times a month, with only favored concubines and the empress dowager occasionally indulging. The level 4 fierce songbird was renowned for its skewed gender ratio, with only 1 female among 20 males. The female was highly valued and protected, and her eggs were of utmost importance, containing significantly more essence than those of the males. The fact that such precious eggs were being used as the main ingredient for fried rice was astonishing. The wild stone boar of the early Sun Mountain was famed for having the hardest skin in the world, with spines as tough as iron, often used to forge knives. The meat was notoriously tough and unpalatable, yet the softest part of its skin, no larger than a bowl, was highly sought after but scarce, now rendered into oil. As for the salt, Mu Huabua could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was no wonder it commanded a price of 10 spirit crystals. With such ingredients, even double the price would seem reasonable. These ingredients truly open my eyes, he chuckled. Please enjoy your egg rice before it cools. It won't taste as good then, Qi Xiu advised, turning away to the cash register. This time, Mu Huabua did not stop him. Instead, digging into the egg rice before him, he picked up his chopsticks and poked at the golden yolk, which broke with a barely audible pop. And the rich yellow yolk flowed out, enticing Mu Huabua. As he took a mouthful of rice, a wave of comfort washed over him, akin to enjoying a chilled treat on a hot summer day. He became wholly absorbed in the exquisite flavors before him. Across from him, Aizu watched enviously, pouting in frustration, wishing to leave but hesitating due to the other's status, relegated to merely observing. Qi Xiu nestled into a single sofa behind the cash register, preparing to take a brief rest when footsteps approached, followed by a youthful voice, tinged with innocence, saying, Zhou Yin, did you take a wrong turn? It's all right if you did. I promise not to laugh. Judging by the voice, Qi Xiu surmised it belonged to a girl, unlike Aizu, whose gender was ambiguous. Realizing Zhou Yin had brought someone to the restaurant, Qi Xiu remained reclined on the sofa, eavesdropping on the ensuing conversation. No, this is the place, Zhou Yin replied confidently. Are you joking? This shabby little establishment is supposed to rival the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? You want me and my royal brother to dine at such a place? The girl's voice rose sharply. No, don't be misled by its humble appearance. We must look beyond the surface. Trust me. The food here will leave you longing for more. Zhou Yin asserted with confidence. The girl paused, her skepticism evident. Is it really that good? Better than pearls? I assure you. Zhou Yin guaranteed. Very well, since you are so confident, I will temporarily take your word for it. But if it's not delicious, my royal brother will hold you accountable. She threatened, though her tone softened slightly. Rest assured, you won't have that opportunity. Zhou Yin replied confidently, beckoning, Come in, everyone. Then a group of people entered the restaurant. Boss Chi, I'm back. 2 portions of fried rice, and for the others, 3 portions each. Don't worry, I know the rules. Today, it's my treat, and the extra 2 portions aren't tea for me. Zhou Yin announced as he stepped inside. At that moment, Qi Xiu finally lifted his gaze to assess the group. Besides Zhou Yin and some attendants, there were 2 others. One was a charming girl, around 12 or 13, with large, innocent eyes and chestnut hair tied back with a fluffy decoration, dressed in a flowing green dress adorned with gold-trimmed boots. The other was a refined young man in a white robe with a golden overlay, a jade crown on his head, and silver-embroidered boots, who bore a striking resemblance to Mu Huabua, now gazing in astonishment at the menu on the wall. Qi Xiu glanced at the man, a flicker of suspicion igniting within him, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the table inside, where people were still dining. Zhou Yin noticed his stare and turned to follow it. Instantly recognizing the 2 individuals within, his eyes widening in astonishment. The man in white and the girl also turned their heads, equally surprised by the sight. Aizu, 4th brother? The girl exclaimed upon recognizing them. The man in white caught a glimpse of a figure turned away from him, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. Aizu, realizing there was no escape, awkwardly scratched his head at the group by the entrance before hastily jumping down from the table to pay his respects to the 3rd prince. Zhou Yin also bowed to Mu Huabai, who, despite hearing the exclamations, remained unfazed, calmly enjoying his egg over rice, though his eyes betrayed a hint of frostiness. Aizu, acutely aware that the atmosphere had shifted, inwardly cursed Zhou Yin for arriving at such an inopportune moment. The 2 most incompatible princes were now in close proximity, and it was the innocent bystanders who would suffer the consequences, particularly with the impending announcement of the crown prince. If word got out that the Ningguang mansion favored the 4th prince, he would surely face his father's wrath. Before Aizu could voice his thoughts, Mu Wabai, having finished his meal, set down his chopsticks, slightly turning to face the group. With a smile, he remarked, It's my 3rd brother and 6th sister. What a delightful coincidence to encounter you here. Indeed, how fortunate it is to see you, 4th brother. It's quite rare for you to visit such a humble establishment. Ziyu, you are here as well, Mu Huabei chimed in. I've been dining here daily for the past few days. And today I happened to run into the 4th prince on the way, Aizu explained innocently, hoping to shift the focus onto Qi Xiu. He looked expectantly at Qi Xiu, wishing he would contribute to the conversation. Qi Xiu rolled his eyes internally, maintaining an impassive expression as he glanced at Aizu, obligingly stating, Are you finished? You can settle the bill now. Yours amounts to 288 gold coins for 1 spirit crystal, and his totals 11 spirit crystals. Aizu choked. That is not what I meant for you to say. Nevertheless, he obediently reached into his pocket to retrieve the money. At that moment, Mu Huabai stood up, warmly declaring, Ziyu, I insist on treating you. There's no need to feel awkward. He then produced 12 spirit crystals and 288 gold coins, handing them to Qi Xiu before Aizu could react. Watching Mu Huabai's narrowed eyes, Aizu felt a wave of despair. He understood the implications, but others did not. A prince treating someone to a meal carried significant weight. Originally, it seemed innocuous, but after Mu Huabai's insistence, it only served to highlight Aizu's discomfort. Qi Xiu accepted the payment and, ignoring the others, retreated into the kitchen to prepare the food for the customers who had placed orders. As for Aizu's resentful gaze, he chose to disregard it entirely. Once the bills were settled, Mu Huabai smiled and remarked, The cuisine here is truly excellent. 3rd brother and 6th sister, do savor it. I'll be taking my leave with Ziyu now. Since the 4th brother has spoken so highly of it, I am eager to try it myself, Mu Huabei added, his face adorned with a spring-like smile that belied the lack of warmth in his eyes. Unaware of the tension between her brothers, Mu Hualing playfully stuck out her tongue and said, If Zhou Yin and the 4th brother are both praising it, I must taste it as well. Mu Huabai merely smiled, beckoning AI Ziyu. Ziyu, let us depart. I will escort you home. He cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Yin before heading towards the door. Zhou Yin, feeling the weight of that glance, sighed inwardly, realizing he was now entangled with the fourth prince. While AI Ziyu could feign innocence due to his youth, Zhou Yin could not. Despite his initial intention of treating the two distinguished princes to a meal, AI Ziyu, feeling helpless, bid farewell to Mu Huabai. Wait, AI Ziyu. The sixth princess, Mu Hualing, grasped his arm and pulled him aside, questioning, didn't you say you were busy honing your skills at home? How is it that you have time to dine with the fourth brother? Truly, my dear grandmother, I have been training at home. However, I have been dining at this establishment for the past few days, and I happened to run into His Highness the fourth prince. So we came together, AI Ziyu explained. Mu Hualing regarded him with suspicion, but upon meeting his earnest gaze, she relented. Very well, I shall give you the benefit of the doubt. Wait for me at home this afternoon. I shall come find you after my meal. Father gifted me a purebred snow jade foal, which rivals your blue warm foal. Let us race and see whose horse is swifter. Upon hearing this, AI Ziyu scoffed, you are bound to lose. He and Mu Hualing shared a camaraderie that transcended rank. How can you be so sure? Just wait until this afternoon. I will surely win. You will have no place to lament. Mu Hualing retorted, her voice filled with playful defiance. Chapter 30. Beware of weight gain. AI Ziyu saw the fourth prince waiting outside the door for him. Unlike his usual banter with Mu Hualing, he simply said, I shall take my leave now. I will be waiting for you at home. Come find me once you finish your meal. Without waiting for her response, he exited with Mu Huabai. Mu Hualing watched him depart, merely curling her lip in silence. Zhou Yin, contemplating how to explain things to his father later, smiled and said, Your Highness, the third prince, please take a seat. It will be a while before the dishes are served. Previously, he had referred to him as third master to maintain discretion. But now that the prince had no intention of concealing his identity, he naturally reverted to a respectful address. Upon hearing this, Mu Huij took a seat at a table, followed by Mu Hualing, while Zhou Yin finally sat down, and the household servant stood attentively by the door. 5 minutes later, 2 servings of fried rice with egg were ready. Qi Xiu first placed them on a tray and carried them out. Upon noticing that AI Ziyu and Mu Huabai were no longer present, he felt no surprise. He had overheard their conversation in the kitchen. Qi Xiu set the fried rice before Zhou Yin and Mu Huij, saying, Enjoy your meal. Hey, why did you only cook 2 servings? What about mine? Mu Hualing, eager to finish her meal and seek out AI Ziyu for a horse race, suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrant fried rice and swallowed hard, only to discover her portion was missing, which instantly filled her with discontent. Please wait a moment. Yours will be ready shortly, Qi Xiu replied politely. Then hurry up. Mu Hualing urged without losing her temper. Qi Xiu returned to the kitchen. When the golden fried rice was finally served, Mu Huij was astonished. The plump, pale golden grains emitted a delightful steam, devoid of scallions or any seasonings, simply fried rice. Yet, this was not the reason for his astonishment. It was the fact that the aroma of this fried rice had managed to evoke hunger in him. A fourth-tier cultivator? Taking the matter seriously, he scooped a spoonful and tasted it, only to be further astonished. As a prince, he had sampled the rare and precious rice before, and his palate was exceptionally discerning. He could vividly remember every dish he had tried. This rice was undoubtedly of the rarest quality. Even in the palace, such rice was not a common fare. Reserved solely for the emperor's table. How could this humble eatery serve fried rice made with the emperor's prized rice? What could Mu Huij possibly say? Though his feelings were complex, he could not deny the exquisite taste of the fried rice. Within 10 minutes, Qi Xiu returned with 3 servings of egg-covered rice and 3 plates of pickled radish. Just moments ago, Mu Huij had dismissed the notion that the food could be anything special. Now, he was entirely absorbed in his fried rice. His focus so intense that it left Mu Hualing dumbfounded, especially with Zhou Yin displaying a similar expression of disbelief beside her. When Qi Xiu emerged, her eyes brightened, and she urged, Hurry up, you're so slow. Does he not know how torturous it is to smell delicious food while watching others eat? Setting the egg-covered rice on the table, Mu Hualing eagerly reached for it, only to furrow her brow in dissatisfaction upon seeing the dish before her. Why isn't it fried rice? Your cultivation level has not reached the 3rd tier. You cannot have fried rice, Zhou Yin, who had already finished a bowl of fried rice, replied, licking his lips as he grabbed another plate of covered rice. Mu Hualing glared at him. Does eating have anything to do with one's cultivation level? However, Zhou Yin was too engrossed in his meal to pay her any mind. Frustrated, she jabbed her chopsticks into the yolk of her egg, venting her discontent. The runny yolk oozed out, releasing an alluring aroma. Unable to resist, she licked the yolk off her chopsticks, and the delightful taste made her eyes widen. No longer concerned about the absence of fried rice, her entire focus was captivated by the dish before her, and only one thought filled her mind. Delicious. I must finish it all. Seeing this, Qi Xiu merely smiled faintly and retreated to the kitchen, returning with 3 servings of handmade noodles. Mu Huage had already polished off his fried rice, leaving no grains behind. Yet he refrained from licking the plate, as it remained pristine. He was now consuming the egg-covered rice. As soon as Qi Xiu set the handmade noodles on the table, Mu Huage declared, "Boss, bring me another serving of fried rice, and pack the noodles for me. You may only order 1 serving of each dish per person per day, and our establishment does not currently offer takeout," Qi Xiu stated, holding the tray. "I can pay extra," Mu Huage insisted. Qi Xiu firmly replied, "That is not permitted." Mu Huage frowned, his gaze towards Qi Xiu turning icy. Unmoved, Qi Xiu maintained his impassive expression as they locked eyes. As the tension between them escalated, Zhou Yin, sensing the awkwardness, cleared his throat and interjected, "Boss Qi, allow me to introduce you. This is His Royal Highness, the 3rd Prince. His Highness appreciates your culinary skills and wishes to take some food with him. Surely, you would not refuse such a modest request?" "Oh," Qi Xiu nodded, indicating he understood. Just when Zhou Yin thought he had successfully swayed Qi Xiu, the latter flashed a charming smile and said, "However, it is still not possible." With that, he broke eye contact with Mu Huage, yawned lazily, and strolled toward the single sofa behind the cash register. Zhou Yin was taken aback. He had thought his hints had been clear enough. Revealing the prince's identity was meant to encourage Qi Xiu to be more accommodating. Being so rigid would lead to dire consequences. But what was this response? Mu Huage's aura grew colder, radiating an unmistakable chill, his eyes brimming with fury. He was incensed by Qi Xiu's attitude. After all, he was a prince, and even if he were not the crown prince, he still held a noble status. Zhou Yin chuckled awkwardly, inwardly seething at Qi Xiu's lack of awareness. How could a mere shopkeeper afford to offend the 3rd prince? Ah, delicious. Just as Mu Huage was on the verge of exploding, Mu Hualing patted her slightly rounded belly in satisfaction, exclaiming, "I have finished a plate of egg-covered rice and a serving of pickled radish." Reaching for the remaining plate of handmade noodles, she was surprised at how much she had eaten. Yet, recalling the delightful flavors that had graced her palate, it felt entirely justified. As she moved the noodles closer, she finally sensed that the atmosphere around her was somewhat off, apparently stemming from her 3rd royal brother. With her large, dark eyes sparkling, Mu Hualing inquired, "3rd royal brother, are you unhappy? Is the food here not to your taste? If so, just say which dish displeases you, and I shall finish it all for you." She wore a noble expression, as if prepared to sacrifice herself for his sake. Had she not been sneaking glances at the handmade noodles before her, Mu Huage might have been genuinely touched. Her antics left Mu Huage both exasperated and amused, dissipating a significant portion of his anger. Now composed, he thought it best to avoid causing a scene at such a crucial time. As for this arrogant fellow, he would soon learn the difference between nobility and commonality. With this in mind, a hint of a fond smile graced his lips as he teased, "Aren't you worried about becoming a little chubby from eating so much? Uft, uft, uft. I am beautiful and adorable, loved by all. Royal brother, do not curse me." Mu Hualing puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction, but suddenly felt a surge of energy within her body, her face displaying surprise as an invisible whirlwind rustled her clothes. In a flash of white light, she advanced in rank. Stunned, Mu Hualing stood there, struggling to comprehend the situation, and awkwardly asked, "Did I just break through?" Mu Huage was equally taken aback, clearly not anticipating her advancement at that moment. Just as he was about to say something, he halted, his expression growing serious as his own energy began to surge and swirl around him. Unconsciously, Mu Huage began to circulate his technique, and once the energy stabilized, he realized that his own power had indeed increased slightly. "3rd brother, you advanced too?" Mu Hualing asked with excitement, recalling that her teacher had informed her that she was still some time away from a breakthrough, at least several months. Yet here she was, having succeeded, which left her elated. "No, but my energy has increased a bit," Mu Huage replied vaguely, glancing meaningfully at the empty plate of egg-fried rice he had just finished. "I told you, The food here will never disappoint you. Now you must admit it. Zhou Yin boasted to Mu Hualing, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Huij, as his words were equally directed at him. Indeed, not disappointing at all. It's even better than Uncle Zhao from the Imperial Kitchen. Mu Hualing praised while slurping her noodles. Zhou Yin wholeheartedly agreed, noting that Uncle Zhao was the head chef of the Imperial Kitchen, a 5-star chef. The highest-ranking culinary artist in the Dongling Empire, with only Chef Li from the Ningguang Manor being comparable. If Qi Xiu were aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff internally, as he only had these 4 dishes worth boasting about. The rest were rather lackluster. Meanwhile, Mu Huij simply smiled, savoring his meal without joining the conversation. After finishing their meal, they approached the cashier to settle the bill. Qi Xiu sat up from the sofa and announced, "The total is 23 spirit crystals and 864 gold coins." If he had been surprised at the quantity of food consumed earlier, he was no longer astonished. The system had informed him that cultivators had significant appetites. Generally, cultivators above the 4th rank would refrain from consuming too many grains, while those above the 6th rank had reached a level where they could go without food entirely. Zhou Yin generously placed the 23 spirit crystals and 864 gold coins on the counter. Qi Xiu swiftly collected the money, storing it in the system space, appearing as if he were placing it into a storage container. "Is Boss Qi a 5-star chef?" Mu Huij suddenly inquired as they were about to leave. Qi Xiu glanced at him lazily and replied, "No." He was already aware of what the so-called star ranking entailed. After hearing about star chefs from Yifeng, the system had enlightened him. Chefs in this world were categorized into 2 types: ordinary chefs, the lowest tier, and star chefs. Star chefs were highly sought after across the continent, always in demand wherever they went. They were ranked from 1 star to 7 stars, with annual certification exams for 1-star and 3-star chefs, and 3-year intervals for 3-star and 5-star assessments, 5-year intervals for 6-star evaluations, and 10-year intervals for 7-star certifications. Qi Xiu had read the historical heritage of culinary arts on the continent, which mentioned that above 7 stars, there were 2 additional ranks, 8-star and 9-star chefs. However, no chef above 7 stars had emerged in a millennium. Presently, the majority of chefs on the continent were below 3 stars, and those at 3 or 5 stars were considered masters, while 6-star chefs were regarded as top tier, with 7-star chefs being legendary culinary deities. "Is that 6 stars?" Mu Hualing asked curiously. "No," Qi Xiu replied. Zhou Yin, intrigued, speculated, "Could it be only 4 stars?" "No," Qi Xiu stated. "Then how many stars? It wouldn't be 7, would it?" Mu Hualing asked incredulously. Mu Huij and Zhou Yin watched Qi Xiu with serious expressions, awaiting his answer. A 7-star chef was a legendary culinary deity. The thought of the benefits of knowing a 7-star chef made Mu Huij's heart race, a smile instinctively curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze toward Qi Xiu now fervent. Qi Xiu looked at the 3 of them expressionlessly and, in a tone that implied their foolishness, said, "Of course, there isn't a single star." Zhou Yan's face contorted. Mu Hualing's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Huij's previously cheerful smile shattered. Nearby, the curious attendants, eavesdropping, twitched at the corners of their mouths. How can this be so disappointing? Qi Xiu waved goodbye to the dejected group. One by one, they exited, and before leaving, Mu Huij cast a complex glance at Qi Xiu but said nothing. After they departed, the white cat emerged sleepily from beneath the counter, looking at Qi Xiu with an inquisitive meow. Qi Xiu lifted it by the scruff of its neck, raising its entire body, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Are you still a cat? At this rate, you're going to evolve into a pig, with nothing but eating and sleeping. Haven't you noticed you've gained quite a bit of weight?" Meow. The white cat flailed its limbs in protest, casting an indignant glance at Qi Xiu. "I'm telling the truth. You really have gained weight," Qi Xiu insisted earnestly. In response, the white cat extended its claws, attempting to scratch at Qi Xiu's hand gripping its scruff. Qi Xiu released his hold, and the white cat landed safely, shaking its fur before strutting away with an air of elegance. Once out of Qi Xiu's sight, the white cat hurried to the bathroom, arriving before the mirror, turning left and right to scrutinize its feline form, leaning closer to examine its face. It seems I've put on a little weight. Should I go on a diet? No, absolutely not. I can't even think about not enjoying delicious food." The white cat shook its head. "But what if I become less appealing to the females?" The white cat was conflicted, sitting on the sink, staring into the mirror with various expressions of distress, until evening when Qi Xiu called it for dinner. The aroma wafting from the kitchen reached the bathroom. instantly dispelling its worries. It mumbled, "Even if I've gained weight, I am still the most handsome cat. Oh no, the most handsome divine beast." Spitting out the last words, it dashed off, rejuvenated, to enjoy its dinner. Chapter 31. The beauty feeds at 9:30 the next morning. As Qi Xiu opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Ai Weiwei standing at the entrance. In the gentle drizzle, she wore a light blue long dress, her face veiled, her hair cascading down, and she held a paper umbrella. She stood quietly at the mouth of the alley, a soft breeze lifting the hem of her dress and causing the silk tassels at her waist to sway gracefully in the air. Upon hearing the door creak open, Ai Weiwei turned slightly towards Qi Xiu, her captivating eyes locking onto his gaze. Qi Xiu stood momentarily transfixed, struck by her beauty, the word stunning echoing in his mind, rendering him momentarily immobile. As Ai Weiwei stepped inside, she placed her umbrella against the wall with her delicate hands. The spot was originally occupied by Xiaoyi, who had entered the room last night. "Boss Qi, it seems you've opened the door a bit late today." Her voice, reminiscent of a gentle stream, resonated in Qi Xiu's ears as she gracefully stepped through the half-open door. Recovering from his reverie, Qi Xiu opened the other half of the door and replied, "I assumed the rain would deter visitors. In light of the fact that I've kept you waiting, may I order an extra portion today?" Ai Weiwei requested, although in truth, her wait had only been a mere 2 minutes. "Apologies for the wait, but that is not permissible," Qi Xiu replied, his expression stoic. Unsurprised by his response, Ai Weiwei thought that had he agreed, she might have suspected a switch had occurred. "I would like a serving of egg fried rice." "Have you eaten yet, Boss Qi?" she inquired, already taking a seat. "I have not," Qi Xiu responded as he ventured into the kitchen. "Would you care to dine with me?" Ai Weiwei asked casually. Nodding in agreement, Qi Xiu saw no harm in sharing a table, as he intended to eat breakfast regardless. With that thought, he proceeded to prepare the egg fried rice. As he awoke, Xiaobai, his beloved cat, spotted the beauty downstairs and immediately scampered over to Ai Weiwei, playfully seeking her attention. The soft meow captured Ai Weiwei's interest, and she leaned forward, her delicate hand gently tapping the cat's head. The beauty's touch brought an overwhelming sense of joy to Xiaobai, who eagerly hopped onto the stool and then onto the table, adorably tilting its head to gaze at Ai Weiwei. The soft sounds emanating from Xiaobai softened Ai Weiwei's expression, causing a charming smile to bloom on her lips as she extended her slender hand toward the cat. However, just as Xiaobai anticipated the caress, it became aware of a rather alarming transformation. In the kitchen, Qi Xiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing the commotion, unconcerned about Xiaobai's predicament, and continued his culinary endeavors, dismissing it as mere antics akin to a system malfunction. Yet when he emerged from the kitchen with 3 servings of egg fried rice, the scene before him was nearly laughable. Xiaobai lay despondently on the table, its ears drooping, an image that was both pitiful and amusing. Xiaobai's appearance had undergone a drastic change. Its once fluffy and long fur had been trimmed to a mere inch. While its paws retained a distinct band of fur, its tail bore 3 rings of hair, and its head sported a short hairstyle accentuated with a bow, a curious sight for a male cat. What on earth happened here? Qi Xiu wondered aloud, his question directed at both Xiaobai and Ai Weiwei. It was clear who was responsible for this transformation, as Xiaobai was particular about its appearance, and Ai Weiwei was the only other person present. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaobai cast a weary glance at him, its eyes filled with a mix of resentment and distress, making Qi Xiu feel a twinge of guilt at his amusement. "I think it looks delightful. It could serve as your shop's mascot," Ai Weiwei said with a smile. "But he is male, and this look does not suit him," Qi Xiu remarked as he placed a serving of fried rice before Ai Weiwei and another in front of Xiaobai. Yet, the latter paid no heed to the enticing meal, engrossed in its newfound appearance. Although Ai Weiwei seemed to grasp the situation, she appeared unperturbed. Qi Xiu cautioned, "Please refrain from such antics in the future. If it were to lash out at you, I would be unable to assist." This was a genuine concern. Qi Xiu was unsure of Xiaobai's true strength. Though it could not harm him as his contracted beast, it could potentially attack others. If one treated it as an ordinary cat, they would surely regret it. For now, Xiaobai remained calm, partly due to being in the establishment in the presence of a customer, and partly because Ai Weiwei was a beauty, to whom Xiaobai extended a degree of tolerance that would vanish had a man been responsible for the grooming. Moreover, it was important to note that Xiaobai's fur would regrow in a few days, returning to its former glory. Ai Weiwei, reflecting on Qi Xiu's warning, regarded Xiaobai thoughtfully. I apologize, I may have overstepped. Xiao Bai, upon hearing her words, turned away in a huff, while Ai Weiwei, her eyes sparkling with amusement, said, "Little cat, as an apology, let me feed you, shall I?" Xiao Bai's ears perked up, and it eagerly bounded towards Ai Weiwei. Qi Xiu watched in disbelief. Goodness! Aren't you a renowned spirit beast? Where are your principles? True to her word, Ai Weiwei fed Xiao Bai while enjoying her own meal. And the expression of sheer bliss on Xiao Bai's face was enough to incite envy in Qi Xiu. Oh, if only a beauty would feed me. I'd gladly endure a haircut myself. Qi Xiu mused silently, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he savored his egg-fried rice, casting a sidelong glance at Ai Weiwei. Now without her veil. Chapter 32, Collaboration? Opening a branch? Noticing the displeasure on the handsome youth's face, Qi Xiu initiated a conversation. What brings you here so early today? And why did you not accompany your brother? I look forward to your culinary delights, Ai Weiwei remarked, swallowing a mouthful of rice and wiping her mouth. Having indulged in fried rice several times, she had now developed the ability to maintain her etiquette while dining. Unlike her previous encounters where she was solely focused on her meal, neglecting any semblance of decorum. As for my brother, my father is currently reviewing his homework. Oh, Qi Xiu replied, at a loss for words, and lapsed into silence. Ai Weiwei also fell silent, and the atmosphere in the restaurant grew quiet, punctuated only by the occasional clinking of spoons against porcelain plates. Just as the two were nearing the end of their breakfast, a figure appeared at the entrance, Prince Mu Huij. He appeared somewhat surprised to see that the establishment was already occupied, and upon recognizing Ai Weiwei, his expression transformed into one of delight. Weiwei, you are here too? Mu Huij exclaimed joyfully, not expecting to encounter Ai Weiwei in this place. Since savoring the exquisite dishes of this eatery yesterday, he had been unable to forget their flavors, especially after experiencing the culinary prowess of his own chef, which had rendered his previous favorites almost unpalatable. Enduring a restless night, he had promptly arrived at this quaint establishment the following morning, though his intentions were not solely gastronomic. Upon spotting a shadowy figure at the entrance, Ai Weiwei donned her veil. Upon realizing it was Mu Huij, she set down her spoon and rose to offer her respects. However, Qi Xiu had no intention of standing up. Instead, he merely turned to wave at Mu Huij and said, "Hello, welcome. How may I assist you?" Mu Huij halted Ai Weiwei's gesture of respect and, casting a glance at Qi Xiu, felt a flicker of displeasure but suppressed it. He took a seat beside Ai Weiwei and requested, "Please bring me a serving of fried rice." Rather than rushing to the kitchen, Qi Xiu continued to enjoy his fried rice, responding, "Please wait a moment." Ai Weiwei, undeterred, settled back down and remarked, "The food here is quite delightful. I did not expect the third prince to frequent this establishment." In truth, she was aware, having heard about the restaurant from Ai Xiu after his return yesterday. After finishing a few bites, Qi Xiu cleared his plate and entered the kitchen, placing his empty dish into the wash basin, rolling up his sleeves to prepare the fried rice, showing no interest in the ongoing conversation between the two. When Qi Xiu emerged with a golden serving of fried rice, Ai Weiwei felt a pang of regret, as she had intended to order an additional dish of egg rice, but considering the presence of the individual beside her, she decided against it. Perhaps she would return tomorrow instead. Placing 10 spirit crystals on the table, she addressed the two. "Owner Qi, this is the payment. I shall leave it here. Your Highness, I will take my leave now. Enjoy your meal." Mu Huij nodded with a smile. With a clatter, Qi Xiu set the fried rice before Mu Huij and said, "Take care." He then pocketed the spirit crystals from the table. Ai Weiwei stepped out into the open, holding her oiled paper umbrella, gradually vanishing into the alley. Little White had scampered off the moment Mu Huij arrived, leaving only Mu Huij and Qi Xiu in the establishment. Mu Huij, inhaling the fragrant steam rising from the fried rice, relaxed his brow and immediately began to eat. Qi Xiu glanced outside. The light rain had ceased, and droplets dripped rhythmically from the eaves, pooling into varying depths on the ground. The post-rain air was refreshing, and he comfortably nestled into the single sofa behind the counter, retrieving a copy of the wild history of the Dongling Empire to peruse. After relishing his meal, Mu Huij, suppressing the urge to lick his plate, diverted his gaze from the dish and focused on Qi Xiu behind the counter. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and approached the counter, smiling as he inquired, "What do you think of the wild history of the Dongling Empire, Owner Qi?" Interrupted from his reading, Qi Xiu lifted his gaze and replied, "What insights do you offer, esteemed guest?" Regardless of their status, Qi Xiu typically referred to patrons simply as guests, as he considered anyone who entered his establishment merely a customer. Mu Huij remained unperturbed by Qi Xiu's lack of decorum and continued, "Owner Qi, I presume you are not a native of the capital? And what of it?" Qi Xiu, now setting his book aside, met Mu Huij's gaze. "I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire if you would consider expanding your charming little establishment throughout the entire Dongling Empire." Mu Huij articulated his intentions, a resolution reached after much contemplation. Despite Qi Xiu's earlier claim of not being a star chef, Mu Huij, having tasted his culinary creations, was unconvinced. Star status mattered little as long as the skill was present. With conviction, Mu Huij declared, "I have great faith in your culinary prowess, and I wish to collaborate with you. I will provide the funding and resources while you lend your expertise. We can split the profits, with you receiving 30%. Together, we can establish branches of this fine eatery across the entire Dongling Empire. You may not realize, but a small restaurant cannot thrive without support. I wish to be that support, allowing you to focus entirely on your culinary art and elevate your craft. Surely, as a third prince, I possess the qualifications to partner with you." Mu Huij perceived Qi Xiu as a reclusive chef, solely devoted to his culinary pursuits, and believed that his offer would be irresistible. Without backing, a restaurant would struggle to survive, much like the flourishing establishment of Zui Xianju, which had its own powerful patrons. He felt confident in his strategy, having encountered Qi Xiu when he was seeking to expand his influence. He envisioned a future where Qi Xiu would solely focus on food, while Mu Huij managed the rest. Each branch could serve as a hub for gathering intelligence. And given Qi Xiu's culinary skills, the foot traffic would undoubtedly be substantial, generating profit while also gathering information. Moreover, Mu Huij could indulge in exquisite dishes at his leisure, enhancing his own cultivation. As the branches multiplied, Qi Xiu would surely find himself overwhelmed, at which point Mu Huij could recruit individuals to learn from Qi Xiu's craft. Would he then still need to curry favor with Qi Xiu? With sufficient funds, he could attract more talented chefs, and with wealth and followers, he would possess the strength to rival Mu Huij by and even contend for the throne. Mu Huij's visions were exceedingly optimistic, which explained his willingness to tolerate Qi Xiu's apparent lack of respect. If Qi Xiu truly devoted his life to culinary arts and remained blissfully ignorant of the outside world, he would likely find satisfaction in simply pursuing his craft without concern, allowing his artistry to flourish. What could be more agreeable? Chapter 33. Are you trying to dine and dash? However, the individual in question is Qi Xiu, a being from the 21st century, endowed with a system. He would never acquiesce to the other's demands. Setting aside his own willingness, the very constraints of the system render such an agreement impossible. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu simply replied, "Who told you I was planning to open a branch?" With those few words, Mu Huij's expression froze. He had never considered this scenario. Who opens a shop without the ambition to expand across the continent? Qi Xiu maintained that he had no such intentions. In truth, he had never contemplated opening a branch. Unfazed, Mu Huij attempted to persuade him further, but Qi Xiu interrupted, "There is no need to continue. I have no interest in opening a branch as a personal chef. Should you wish to dine at my establishment, I would be delighted to serve you. However, for any other matters, I must decline." With that, Qi Xiu picked up a book, dismissing him completely. Instantly, Mu Huij's demeanor darkened. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden realization struck him. Was the other party being aloof? This notion ignited a sense of validation within him. Yet, Mu Huij was not entirely convinced. He decided to test the waters. He feigned anger, dramatically tossing his sleeves and pretending to leave. If Qi Xiu were indeed being pretentious, he would surely call him back. If not, he would simply walk away. But lo and behold, just a few steps away, Qi Xiu's voice rang out, halting him. Indeed. Mu Huij's heart leaped with joy. How could his proposal be rejected? This individual was clearly putting on airs. Feeling triumphant that he had discerned Qi Xiu's thoughts, Mu Huij turned back with a cold smile. What is this? Has Boss Qi changed his mind? Very well, I am open to collaboration. But your share can only be 20%. Qi Xiu stared at the smug figure before him, his lips twitching in disbelief. I never said I was interested in collaboration. Mu Huij frowned, displeased. Isn't your calling me back a sign that you fear my departure? Indeed, I am concerned about your leaving. Qi Xiu replied earnestly. Before Mu Huij could retort, Qi Xiu continued. You have yet to settle your bill. How could I allow you to leave? Mu Huij was taken aback. His expression transformed dramatically. Are you daring to mock me? Realizing he had misread the situation, Mu Huige's eyes glinted with indignation and a hint of malice. He unleashed the aura of a fourth-tier cultivator, bearing down on Qi Xiu. You are but an ant without cultivation, daring to offend me repeatedly. It seems I have been far too lenient. Qi Xiu remained utterly unfazed, displaying no sign of trepidation in the face of Mu Huige's suppressive aura. Are you intending to abscond without payment? Qi Xiu inquired. Mu Huige, sensing the lack of impact his intimidation had on Qi Xiu, felt a twinge of doubt. Yet he was resolute in delivering due punishment to the insolent individual before him. Just as he prepared to strike, applause erupted from the entrance, interrupting his advance. Alas! Qi Xiu lamented the untimely interruption. It was truly unjust to steal the dramatic entrance of the newcomer. He cast an annoyed glance at the individual who had disrupted the moment. Mu Huige, with a darkened expression, turned to see none other than the fourth prince, Mu Huabai. Upon seeing him, Mu Huige realized he could not act today and thus restrained his imposing presence, clasping his hands behind his back, and sneered at Mu Huabai. What a coincidence, fourth prince. Mu Huabai strolled into the establishment, exclaiming, Indeed, what a stroke of luck. How else could I witness my third brother contemplating murder over an unpaid meal? In truth, he had just arrived and was unaware of the context. He had walked in to find Mu Huige confronting the shopkeeper, and upon seeing him about to attack, Mu Huabai had intervened. If the shopkeeper were to perish, where would he find his delectable meals? This reasoning was merely an excuse. Mu Huige felt a surge of frustration. Was he truly that desperate over a meal? Did he seem incapable of settling a bill? Thrusting 10 spirit crystals onto the counter, Mu Huige scowled. Fourth brother, you jest. Do you think I am one to dine without paying? You indeed seem to be. Qi Xiu silently scoffed, picking up the spirit crystals and addressing Mu Huabai, esteemed guest. What would you like to order? Mu Huabai regarded Qi Xiu with surprise, as did Mu Huige. How could this fellow remain unaffected by the recent events? Without further inquiry, Mu Huabai responded, 1 serving of egg fried rice, 1 serving of egg over rice, 1 serving of handmade noodles, and 1 serving of pickled radish. Qi Xiu was speechless, thinking it would suffice to simply order a set meal rather than making it so complicated. Very well, please wait a moment. Although he harbored a desire to voice his exasperation, Qi Xiu concealed it, rising with a glint in his eye as he addressed Mu Huige. And you? Congratulations on being the first to be blacklisted by this establishment. You are now officially unwelcome. Without waiting for Mu Huige's reaction, Qi Xiu turned and retreated to the kitchen. By the time he returned with the egg fried rice, Mu Huige had already departed, leaving only Mu Huabai in the shop. Upon seeing Qi Xiu emerge, Mu Huabai's thoughtful expression brightened. The aroma is delightful. If you had taken any longer, I might have starved. Qi Xiu remained non-committal, placing the egg fried rice before him. The other 3 dishes will be ready shortly. No rush, Mu Huabai interjected, stopping Qi Xiu from entering the kitchen. With a beaming smile, he continued. I am quite curious about the earlier events. Might you share the details with me? Why should I divulge anything to you? Qi Xiu replied, casting him a bemused glance. Questioning if conversing was truly such an arduous task. Mu Huabai was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had saved the man's life, hadn't he? Why was the savior treated with such indifference? Had Qi Xiu been aware of Mu Huabai's thoughts, he would have retorted with 4 words. Mind your own business. Perhaps you should focus on your meal. It will grow cold. Qi Xiu remarked dismissively, circumventing the hand blocking his path and returning to the kitchen. Mu Huabai, somewhat disgruntled, rubbed his nose and began to eat the egg fried rice, not truly angered. Before long, Qi Xiu had all the dishes prepared and was about to take a breather when a commotion erupted at the entrance. Qi Xiu was astonished. It seemed a wave of patrons had arrived today. Chapter 34. A large group arrives at the small shop. A throng of individuals appeared at the entrance, led by a group of 10 young boys, accompanied by a small child of around 5 or 6 years old, followed by a cadre of attendants, all marching towards the small shop. Qi Xiu counted and realized there were 12 individuals in total, including the child. These 12 wore garments of various splendid hues, each piece seemingly crafted from exquisite fabrics, far beyond the means of ordinary folk. However, when gathered together, their vibrant colors created a strikingly conspicuous sight. The attendants behind them donned a uniform deep blue attire, differing only in the colors of their sashes. Upon their arrival, the already modest entrance of the shop became notably crowded. "Brother, are you certain this is the place?" inquired a youth clad in a green robe, addressing another in blue. "Indeed, We are here to witness this infamous establishment. Do not mislead us into a fruitless journey. There are patrons inside. If this were truly a black shop, would anyone be dining here? Remarked a boy in a dark red robe, gesturing toward the solitary figure of a man inside, whose back was turned. But it was evident he was indulging in a meal. The boy in blue affirmed, "Eldest brother, third brother, it is undoubtedly this shop. I was present when Sunway was hanged. There is no room for error. As for the diner, he is the sole occupant, so he must be the proprietor. This establishment does seem suspicious. It lacks even a proper sign," mused a boy in an orange robe, stroking his chin. "Is he truly the owner of this black shop? I heard he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, yet I see none," queried the small child in a high-pitched voice, looking up at a boy in purple. "Perhaps he has concealed them," replied the purple-clad youth, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, speaking in a vague manner. "Oh," the small boy exclaimed, grasping the implication. "Isn't it said that the owner of a black shop emerges to entice passers-by into dining? Why do we see no sign of him despite our large party?" questioned a lad in a dark blue robe, his voice comically croaky. "He must be intimidated by our numbers, afraid to approach." The boy in brown speculated with an air of confidence. This conjecture garnered some agreement among the group, who, including the attendants, numbered at least 70 or 80. Chishio, tucked behind the cashier's counter, found himself bemused by the absurdity of the rumors circulating. "Enough of this chatter. Let us enter, brothers. We must investigate how Sunway suffered such misfortune and ensure he receives due attention," declared the eldest among the green-robed youths. With that, he led the way into the shop, followed closely by the others, while their entourage remained outside. At that moment, concealed around the corner of an alley near the shop's entrance, a shadowy figure observed the group entering before hastily retreating. Chishio maintained a stoic expression as he regarded the 12 vividly dressed youths. Upon their entry, the green-robed young man spotted Chishio behind the counter. The cashier's counter was 1.5 meters high, while the single sofa was barely under 1 meter. Chishio, reclining against the back of the sofa, was entirely concealed from view from the entrance, although he could see outside clearly. However, once the newcomers stepped up to the counter, they immediately caught sight of Chishio. The green-robed youth, taken aback by the unexpected presence, visibly jolted at the sight of Chishio's impassive face and deep, dark eyes. The others, too, were startled by the sudden revelation of Chishio behind the counter. "Why, you aren't the owner of this black shop, are you?" stammered one boy who appeared to be around 14 or 15, his voice trembling at the onset. Among the 12 youths, the eldest seemed to be in his early 20s, while the youngest was the small child. The boy in dark blue, whose voice had cracked, was likely experiencing the changes of adolescence. "Indeed, I am the proprietor," Chishio replied, sitting up and studying the group of somewhat similar-looking youths, noting 2 who appeared to be identical twins around the age of 15 or 16. "Could it be that all 12 are brothers? Why are you hidden here? You could frighten someone to death with such a sudden appearance," chided the boy in brown. "As though it were a matter of course. Is your cultivation merely for show? You should be able to sense my presence," Chishio remarked with a hint of indifference. Typically, those of higher cultivation possess the ability to easily detect those of lesser skill. Aside from the child, who had no cultivation whatsoever, the others were at least first-tier practitioners, yet Chishio's own aura remained unmasked. The boy in brown was momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes widening in disbelief at Chishio's retort. Chishio had expected a haughty response from the noble youths, but instead, the boy unexpectedly gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are the owner of a black shop. You possess character and courage to speak so boldly. I admire your bravery. Second brother, pick me up. I can't see," the small boy exclaimed, straining on his tiptoes to catch a glimpse, pulling at the highest boy's robe in an attempt to be lifted. The boy in black obliged, bending down to scoop him up. The small boy, clinging to his neck, quickly turned his gaze toward the cashier's counter. Upon seeing Chishio, his initial curiosity was swiftly replaced by disappointment as he pouted, "The real owner doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Chishio, what precisely are these individuals here for? Am I merely a spectacle for their amusement?" Coughing to clear his throat, the green-robed youth attempted to collect himself, adjusting his collar before politely addressing Chishio. "Dear proprietor, we are—" "Ah, look at the menu on the wall," interrupted a youth in a cream-colored robe. His voice raised an exclamation. The group, previously captivated by Chishio, had failed to notice the menu on the wall. Now, upon hearing his shout, they collectively turned their gazes upward, their eyes widening in astonishment at the prices displayed. Chapter 35, The 12 Brothers of the Xiao Family. The price is truly exorbitant, exclaimed the boy in the orange attire, regaining his composure after his initial astonishment. Indeed, this place has earned its infamous reputation as a black market. Just look at the prices, sighed the boy in dark red clothing. It's even pricier than the Zui Xianju. Our family's moonlit tavern pales in comparison. The boy in brown muttered, perhaps it's time for father to raise the prices a bit. Oh, come now. Can we just raise prices at will? What if the business collapses? The orange-clad boy shot him a disapproving glance. It's no matter. After all, this tavern is merely a side venture for father. If it fails, the brown-clad boy replied nonchalantly. Seventh brother, are you truly this reckless with money? Does your father know? Inquired the boy in dark blue. My father is not your father, and you should refer to me as seventh brother, retorted the boy in brown, casting him a sidelong glance. This group engaged in lively banter, each interjecting with their own remarks. Qi Xiu, standing before them, felt a large exclamation mark appear on his forehead. Feeling a chill as he interjected, you all. The two words caught the attention of the 12 chatting individuals, and upon realizing they were looking at him, Qi Xiu resumed his expressionless demeanor. What exactly are you here for? Upon hearing his question, the man in green adjusted his posture and replied, Greetings, boss. I am Xiao Yuan, and we have come for lunch. We heard that you dealt a hefty loss to that insufferable Sun Wei, and as brothers, we must support your business in honor of my deceased little Bai. The boy in the dark blue robe spoke, his face lighting up at the mention of Sun Wei's misfortune, only to turn somber when recalling little Bai's passing. The others nodded in agreement at his words. Qi Xiu remained silent, realizing that this bunch truly despised Sun Wei to such an extent that they would willingly come to this establishment, despite deeming it a black shop. Without dwelling on that topic, he inquired, So, what would you like to order? Come. Oh, why is there a cultivation restriction on your fried rice? Asked the boy in orange. Can't you make an exception? I'm at the peak of the second tier, just a smidgen away from advancing. Qi Xiu cast him a casual glance and replied, No. The orange-clad boy, undeterred, was about to protest further when he was pushed aside by the boy in the dark blue robe, who took his place with a flourish, fourth brother. Even a small gap is still a gap. The boss has already said you can't order that, so just have what we're having. Boss. I'll have a serving of covered rice and a plate of pickled radish. I want a portion of fried rice. I'll have hand-pulled noodles and pickled radish. Covered rice. One after another, they announced their desired dishes. Fortunately, Qi Xiu had an excellent memory. Otherwise, he would struggle to remember them all. Only the child may order hand-pulled noodles. Qi Xiu remarked upon hearing the child also wished to order covered rice. Isn't that a restriction? The boy in light purple frowned and asked. He has no cultivation, Qi Xiu stated. Then I'll have a serving of hand-pulled noodles, the light purple-clad boy replied. Qi Xiu nodded, and once everyone had placed their orders, he stood up to head to the kitchen. Just then, Mu Huabai, who had just finished eating, approached. The 12 who had just ordered and were about to head inside halted in their tracks upon seeing Mu Huabai at the cash register. Why does he look so familiar? Murmured the boy in dark red. I feel the same way. He seems so familiar, said the boy in orange. Familiar to whom? I have no recollection at all, the boy in brown asked curiously, racking his brain for any memories but finding none. Is that His Royal Highness, the fourth prince? The boy in green exclaimed in shock as he looked at the newcomer. His Royal Highness, the fourth prince? That's why he seems so familiar. The boy in dark red realized. Is this truly His Royal Highness, the fourth prince? The boy in dark blue gazed at Mu Huabai with curiosity. Now it was Mu Huabai's turn to feel speechless. Looking at the group surrounding him, he suddenly regretted approaching. He could have just sat down to rest after eating. Despite this thought, he maintained a smile, calmly returning the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers. Fortunately, the boy in green was sensible enough to recognize the inappropriate nature of his brother's gazes. He cleared his throat and said, Commoner Xiao Yuan, I pay my respects to His Royal Highness. I was unaware of your presence here. I hope you can forgive any impropriety. His words finally reminded the others of his identity, and they all bowed in unison. Even the youngest brother complied, albeit with a confused expression. Mu Huabai did not respond immediately, but paid for his meal of 11 spirit crystals and 288 gold coins first, handing the payment to Qi Xiu. Qi Xiu accepted it, and, no longer paying attention to the group, entered the kitchen to begin preparing the food. No harm done, Mu Huabai finally spoke. Casting a satisfied glance at the green-clad boy, You bear the surname Xiao. Are you from the prominent Xiao family of the capital? Indeed, Xiao Yuan replied with a steady demeanor. The 12 brothers of the Xiao family. I did not expect to encounter you here, His Royal Highness remarked with a smile. The Xiao family is the wealthiest in the capital, and the 12 brothers refer to the 12 young masters of the Xiao clan, who are half-brothers. It is rumored that the head of the family has long desired a daughter, yet every wife has only given birth to sons. The fame of the 12 brothers of the Xiao family stems from the fact that although their birth years are not regular, their birth months are quite interesting. The eldest was born in the first month, named Xiao Yuan. The second, in the second month, named Xiao Ling. The third in the third month, Xiao Can. The fourth in the fourth month, Xiao Yang. The fifth in the fifth month, Xiao Gao. The sixth in the sixth month, Xiao Chia. The seventh in the seventh month, Xiao Xiang. The eighth in the eighth month, Xiao Zhuang. Most intriguingly, the ninth and 10th, Xiao Xian and Xiao Kuan, are twins. Logically, they should have been born in the same month, yet one arrived on the last day of August, while the other surprisingly came on the first day of September. The 11th is Xiao Xing, and the 12th, born in December, is Xiao Tuesday. Though these 12 were not all born from the same mother, their bonds are unexpectedly strong, earning them the title of the 12 brothers of the Xiao family. I merely sought a place to dine, Xiao Yuan said, scratching his head in embarrassment, chuckling nervously. He felt troubled. Why would the fourth prince choose to dine in a black market? Or what allure does this establishment possess that even the fourth prince would visit? Mu Huabai did not linger on this topic. He had clearly heard the conversation between Qi Xiu and these individuals. He did not leave immediately, but exchanged a few pleasantries before taking his leave, as he still maintained a cooperative relationship with their father. Once Mu Huabai departed, the 12 finally found a place to sit inside. Chapter 36. The price is yours to set. The fourth prince appeared quite agreeable, a rather easygoing individual. Mused the youth in blue, Xiao Chia. If it weren't for his business dealings with our father, would he be so courteous to us? Scoffed the boy in dark red, Xiao Can business dealings? The boy in light purple, Xiao Gao, raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Xiao Can merely shrugged, I don't know much. I happened to catch a glimpse of my father discussing business matters with him once. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. The boy in brown, Xiao Xiang, inhaled deeply and exclaimed, so fragrant. The others followed suit, drawn in by the enticing scent, their mouths watering in anticipation. The 12th brother wants to eat. It smells so good. 12th brother is so hungry, Xiao Tu cried, captivated by the aroma. However, lost in the enticing fragrance, no one responded except for Xiao Gao, who comforted, just wait a bit longer. We will be eating soon. Barely a minute after his words, Qi Xiu emerged with 3 servings of fried rice, placing them before Xiao Yuan, Xiao Ling, and Xiao Can, all of whom had reached the 3rd tier of cultivation. As the fried rice was unveiled, the fragrant aroma intensified, captivating their senses. The group stared, entranced by the golden, appetizing fried rice before them, unable to fathom that such a delectable dish originated from this establishment. A loud grumble erupted from someone's stomach, snapping them back to reality. Xiao Yuan rubbed his hands together and picked up a spoon, ready to dig in. Emotion mirrored by Xiao Ling and Xiao Can elder brother, I want some too. Xiao Tu pleaded, gazing eagerly at Xiao Yuan. Without a second thought, Xiao Yuan prepared to scoop some rice for his younger brother. Just then, Qi Xiu, who was heading back to the kitchen, abruptly halted and turned, warning. Just a reminder, if your cultivation has reached the 3rd tier, you must not eat. Otherwise, any consequences will be on you. With that, Qi Xiu disregarded whether they heeded his advice and returned to the kitchen. Xiao Yuan's hand paused mid-motion, silently retracting the spoonful he intended to feed Xiao Tu, and instead consumed it himself. He found himself inexplicably inclined to follow Qi Xiu's counsel, fearing that regret would be his only companion otherwise. As the rice entered his mouth, a burst of flavor ignited his senses. The delightful taste exploded on his palate, with the soft, tender rice infused with the richness of egg yolk, evoking the sensation of a weary traveler in a desert finally discovering a spring of fresh water. He closed his eyes in bliss, savoring each bite, only to open them wide in astonishment. Delicious. Absolutely divine. He dove into the fried rice without a moment's hesitation. The other 2, having tasted the fried rice as well, mirrored his expression and actions, devouring it with fervor. Even Xiao Ling, who perpetually wore a stoic expression, joined in, leaving their onlookers in awe. Is it really that good? Xiao Chia asked incredulously, observing the 3. Has the second brother been swapped with someone else? Xiao Xian wondered, glancing nervously at the voracious Xiao Ling. I'm so hungry. Xiaoxing lamented, swallowing hard. The others remained silent, their eyes glued to the trio enjoying their meal. At that moment, Qi Xiu reappeared, carrying 5 servings of egg-topped rice and 3 portions of pickled radish. He placed the 5 servings before Xiao Zhuang, Xiao Kuan, Xiao Yang, Xiao Xiang, and Xiao Qia, who had ordered them, and set the 3 portions of pickled radish in front of Xiao Kuan, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Qia. The glistening white rice, soft and silky egg whites, and plump golden yolks tantalized Xiao Kuan, whose hunger surged. He instinctively picked up his chopsticks and poked at the egg yolk, causing the rich golden yolk to flow like a stream over the egg whites and down onto the pristine white rice, its unique aroma beckoning his appetite. Elder brother, I want to eat too, Xiao Tu implored, his eyes wide with longing as he gazed at his brothers. The 5 ready to eat instantly turned their attention to Qi Xiu, who cast a cursory glance at them and remarked, "The pickled radish is available. Boss, another serving of fried rice, please." Xiao Yuan called out, still chewing the last morsel of his initial serving. "Each person can only order 1 of each item per day." Qi Xiu replied without looking back. Xiao Yuan swallowed his rice, grumbling, "Why are there so many rules in your establishment? I'll pay double." "No, name your price. Just bring me another serving of fried rice. You may order another serving of egg-topped rice, handmade noodles, or pickled radish," Qi Xiu suggested. Ignoring the last part of Xiao Yuan's plea, Xiao Yuan was momentarily speechless, observing Qi Xiu's unwavering demeanor, yet he persisted, "Boss, I truly mean you can set your price." "Not possible," Qi Xiu declared before turning away. "Hey, bring me 1 of everything," Xiao Yuan shouted after his retreating figure. "I want 1 too. Everything for me." Xiaokan echoed. "Boss, I'll take 1 of everything as well." Xiaoling spoke for the first time since his entrance. In response, Qi Xiu made an okay gesture. Xiao Yuan, perplexed, scratched his head and mimicked Qi Xiu's gesture, curiously observing it before turning to his brothers. "Do you know what this means?" As he gestured with his hand, forming a circle with 3 fingers raised, the others fell silent. The 5 with egg-topped rice exchanged glances, snorting in amusement. Xiao Kuan offered a piece of his pickled radish to Xiao Tu, who beamed as he accepted it. Xiao Xian could not contain his curiosity. "Elder brother, is it really that delicious?" "Delicious. It's simply fantastic," Xiao Yuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Meanwhile, the 5 who had just sat down, as if to validate his claim, took a bite of the egg yolk-laden rice and immediately joined the frenzy, completely forgetting any semblance of decorum as they devoured their meals with abandon. The remaining 4 watched, eyes wide, as the 8 savored their delicious feast, their mouths watering in envy. Xiao Tu gazed at the pickled radish in his hand, pouting slightly. He longed for the golden rice and egg, yet it eluded him. That wretched fellow continually thwarted his brothers from feeding him. Displeased, he took a tentative bite of the pickled radish, only to be surprised by its delightful crunch and unique flavor, which made him smile brightly. "Delicious. Even better than the candies mother gives," he exclaimed, joyfully munching on the pickled radish like a little hamster, declaring, "Fine. I won't hold it against that wretched fellow for creating such delicious food." Chapter 37. A radiance emerges from Xiaoyang in less than 10 minutes. Qi Xiu emerged from the kitchen, bearing 7 servings of handmade noodles and pickled radishes, placing them before his companions. He then retreated back into the kitchen, where 3 more bowls of rice topped with savory sauces awaited preparation. At last, Xiao Tu no longer needed to plead with his elder brother for food. A delightful meal lay before him. However, standing on his stool, he glanced at the chopsticks in his hand and then at his 11 brothers, who were engrossed in their meal. Pouting, he awkwardly attempted to lift a bundle of noodles with his chopsticks, managing to grasp only a single strand. Yet, even that solitary noodle was a small victory for him. He stretched his neck, opening his mouth in an effort to consume the noodle. Observing his brothers skillfully using their chopsticks, Xiao Tu had assumed it to be an effortless task. Yet, it was evident that he had underestimated the challenge. As the noodle slipped back into the bowl, tears of frustration welled in his eyes. When Qi Xiu returned with 3 bowls of rice, he discovered the sole child seated atop the table, being fed noodles by a servant. Qi Xiu's brow furrowed in disapproval at the sight of Xiao Tu's royal demeanor. Without a hint of emotion, he placed the bowls before the others and moved to lift Xiao Tu from the table to his stool. Dazed, Xiao Tu gazed at him, half a noodle dangling from his mouth. "What are you doing?" The servant feeding Xiao Tu glared at Qi Xiu in annoyance. Qi Xiu shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "Mind your manners." With that, he turned and walked away. The servant, momentarily taken aback, returned to feeding Xiao Tu, who eagerly called out for more noodles. Xixiu, weary from his labor, was about to rest when several of the Shao brothers devouring their rice called out, "Boss, bring us a serving of food we didn't order." Hearing this, Xixiu paused, then promptly stood upright and headed toward the kitchen. At that moment, he noticed 7 figures at the entrance, blocked by a throng of servants. With a sigh, he turned to the now finished Xiao Xiang, saying, "Customer, could you please ask your subordinates to step aside? They are obstructing our patrons." Xiao Xiang smacked his lips, surveying the shop, which was nearly filled by their group. "Boss, look at how we've occupied all the seats. There's no room for them even if they come in. Perhaps it's best to let it be." The modest establishment had only a handful of tables, each accommodating 4, yet this group of 12 had nearly claimed 2 seats apiece, leaving no space for newcomers. Xixiu, unable to restrain his irritation, replied, "If you clear the extra seats you've taken, there will be room." "That sounds too troublesome. Look at how my brothers are enjoying their meal. It would be best not to disturb them." Xiao Xiang offered a nonchalant excuse, unwilling to grant Xixiu's request. Had Xixiu spoken to other members of the Shao family, a negotiation might have been reached, but he was faced with the obstinate Xiao Xiang, whose nature was to resist compliance. Meanwhile, the other brothers remained blissfully unaware of the exchange. "Do you wish to reserve the entire place? That can be arranged for 1,000 spirit crystals," Xixiu said with a languid tone. Xiao Xiang was momentarily speechless. Agreeing to such a price would surely incite his brother's ire. Just as he considered consenting, he stammered, "Well, Before he could finish, the 7 at the door, after a brief standoff with the servants, awkwardly smiled at Xixiu and declared, "We want to be coming in, we'll take our leave." They turned and hurried away, quickening their pace as if pursued by a great danger. As they rounded the corner, the last of the 7, a man with yellowed teeth, glanced back, relieved to see no one following them. "It should be fine now," he exclaimed, prompting joy among his companions. Brother Wang announced, "We shall return tonight." Watching the 7 depart, Xixiu found himself at a loss for words. "But it was not my fault. I was about to allow them entry, and they chose to leave. You cannot hold me accountable for the 1,000 spirit crystals." Xiao Xiang hurriedly clarified, fearing Xixiu's demand. "You need not pay the 1,000 spirit crystals, but you are responsible for the amount owed for their 7 servings." Xixiu stated calmly. "And how much is that?" Xiao Xiang inquired cautiously. "Not much, merely 7 spirit crystals and 2,016 gold coins." Xixiu replied before retreating into the kitchen. Relieved by the sum, Xiao Xiang sighed. It was a trivial amount for him. The Shao brothers ordered every delicacy the shop had to offer, and Xixiu delivered their selections. As they savored their meals, expressions of satisfaction illuminated their faces, bringing Xixiu joy not only from the popularity of his culinary creations, but also from the progress of his endeavors. An hour later, as the 12 finished their feast, a chorus of contented burps filled the air. "Boss, your culinary skills are exceptional. I never expected the food here to be so delightful," Xiao Qie praised, regretting not having ventured in sooner to discover such flavors. "Though the prices are a bit steep, the taste is divine, an unforgettable experience. I've decided I shall dine here every day," Xiao Xian declared, recognizing that even as the wealthiest in the capital, their usual fare paled in comparison to this simple fried rice. Each brother expressed their admiration, with not a single dissenting voice. Even little Xiao too chimed in, "Delicious, delicious." In response to their accolades, Xixiu merely smiled, accepting their praise with tranquility. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from Xiaoyang. The patrons stared in astonishment. How could such a transformation occur? Xiaoyang, bewildered, instinctively calmed himself and began to channel the surging energy within. His brothers, too, became alert, scanning for any potential threats. What is happening? How did this breakthrough occur? Several faces mirrored confusion. Chapter 38. The egg of the fiery soundbird. Did none of you discern the fluctuations in your elemental essence? The taciturn Xiao Ling inquired, somewhat exasperated by his brother's obliviousness. Now that you mention it, yes, exclaimed Xiao Kuan. Indeed, mine too. I must cultivate. Protect me, Xiao Xian declared, hastily closing his eyes and commencing the circulation of his elemental power. Me as well, second brother, watch over us, Xiao Xing echoed, promptly initiating his cultivation on the spot. Subsequently, the others followed suit, leaving the remaining brothers to reluctantly safeguard their siblings. Before long, a radiant white light erupted from Xiaoyang, causing his robes to billow despite the absence of wind. His aura intensified dramatically, ascending to a new level. A faint yellow luminescence permeated his skin, gradually receding as his aura subsided. Exhaling a breath of stale air, his eyes, upon opening, gleamed with newfound vigor. Sensing the nascent, peanut-sized, pale yellow elemental core within his dantian, indicative of the third tier, Xiaoyang rejoiced. Haha, I've broken through to the third tier. Excellent, fourth brother, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, his elation surpassing even that of his own advancement. The other brothers extended their congratulations, eliciting a beaming smile from Xiaoyang. Subsequently, Xiao Xian, Xiao Xing, and the others emerged from their meditative states. Though they had not ascended, their cultivation had significantly improved. After exchanging felicitations, they collectively turned their attention to Qi Xiu, stationed behind the checkout counter, curious about the catalyst for their advancement. To think, the delicacies in this establishment not only tantalize the palate, but also directly facilitate breakthroughs. Truly astonishing, Xiaoyang marveled. His sentiment resonated with the other brothers, who, far from being obtuse, readily grasped the underlying cause. If I am not mistaken, the egg in this fried rice is that of a fiery soundbird, Xiao Ling asserted confidently. Qi Xiu nodded in confirmation. Indeed, more precisely, a female fiery soundbird's egg. A hint of surprise flickered across Xiao Ling's countenance. The eggs of fiery soundbirds were already a rare commodity, but a female egg was an even greater treasure. Fiery soundbird. What manner of bird is that? Xiao Xian inquired, bewildered. The fiery soundbird is a tier 4 spirit beast native to the ethereal forest, renowned for its skewed gender ratio, with only one female for every 20 males. The females are fiercely protected by the entire flock, and their eggs, particularly the female ones, possess an abundance of far surpassing that of the male counterparts. The explanation came from none other than Xiao Kun, Xiao Xian's twin brother. If you devoted more time to reading, you would be privy to this knowledge. Spare me the lectures. Reading is a tedious endeavor. Just remember what I've told you. Xiao Xian retorted dismissively. To think, such extraordinary ingredients are incorporated into this seemingly simple plate of fried rice, Xiao Zhuang mused. Though he refrained from inquiring about the other two ingredients, he surmised that they were of comparable quality. It's not just the ingredients, it's the proprietor's unparalleled craftsmanship. The contained within has been meticulously preserved. Not only has my elemental power increased significantly, but it's also remarkably pure. I've never encountered anything that could facilitate advancement with a single meal, let alone one that is so delectable, Xiaoyang exclaimed. His sentiments were echoed by the others, who now understood why Xiao Tu, devoid of any cultivation, was denied the dish, lest he meet an explosive demise. All right, if you enjoyed it, we can return tomorrow. It's getting late, we should head back. Proprietor, what is the total? Xiaokan inquired. Qi Xiu listened attentively to their accolades, devoid of any arrogance or self-satisfaction. He simply responded when they requested the bill. The total is 48 spirit crystals and 5,472 gold coins. Xiao Gao, the fifth in line, who was responsible for settling the bill, expressed bewilderment at the additional 7 spirit crystals and 2,016 gold coins. Qi Xiu cast an enigmatic glance at Xiao Xiang, who nonchalantly shrugged. It's just 7 spirit crystals. Let it go. Why fuss over such trifles? Then we'll deduct that sum from your allowance. Xiao Gao responded with a radiant smile, placing the payment on the counter. While the amount was negligible, he felt compelled to curb such extravagance. Very well. Xiao Xiang acquiesced, intimidated by his brother's beaming visage. Qi Xiu collected the payment and, as the group prepared to depart, stifled a yawn and said, Farewell, gentlemen. Your patronage is appreciated. Not farewell. We'll be back tomorrow, Xiao Xian interjected, fixing Qi Xiu with an unwavering gaze. Very well. Qi Xiu relented, acceding to his wishes. We eagerly anticipate your return tomorrow. Xiao Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then consider it a reservation. Same time tomorrow. Understood, Qi Xiu replied, watching as the group exited the establishment before collapsing bonelessly onto the armchair. Meow. Barely 10 minutes had elapsed when Little White materialized from some hidden recess and leaped onto him, its feline eyes fixed intently on him. Its fur had become shorter, its white coat gleaming with health. Discerning the unmistakable message in its eyes, a demand for lunch, Qi Xiu could only roll his eyes. Must you deny me even a moment's respite? He plucked Little White from his person and placed it on the counter. Be patient. I'm disinclined to move at the moment. Not from exhaustion, but from sheer indolence. Meow? Little White reiterated its demand, impatiently urging him on. Qi Xiu remained unmoved. Undeterred, Little White persisted, prancing and pawing at him relentlessly, allowing him no peace. After a time, Chi Xiu remained steadfast. Enraged, Little White unleashed its fury. Lazy proprietor, this esteemed one is starving. Will you not deign to prepare a culinary masterpiece? It unsheathed its formidable claws, their razor edges glinting menacingly, poised to rake across Chi Xiu. At that moment, Chi Xiu's eyes snapped open, fixing Little White with a piercing gaze. Instantly, Little White retracted its claws, its golden eyes shimmering with innocence as it emitted a plaintive mew. "You incorrigible glutton," Chi Xiu muttered, both amused and exasperated by the greedy feline. He reluctantly lifted it and placed it on the counter before rising and heading towards the kitchen. "I am at your mercy." Little White trotted eagerly at his heels, settling down to wait patiently at the kitchen entrance as Chi Xiu entered. Shortly thereafter, Chi Xiu emerged with 2 plates of fried rice and 2 servings of pickled radish. He casually seated himself at a table, placing 1 set of dishes across from him, and declared, "Greedy cat, this is your portion." Chapter 39. Chi Xiu's advice on winning a girl's heart. Meow. Xiaobai leaped onto the table and began to devour the fried rice. Chi Xiu shook his head at the cat's eagerness, picked up his chopsticks, and sampled a piece of pickled radish. The unique flavor brought a hint of enjoyment to his otherwise expressionless face. Thus, the man and the cat faced each other, each savoring their lunch. After the meal, Chi Xiu carried the empty plate into the kitchen, while Xiaobai made his way to the cash register, flicking his tail, stretching his back, yawning, and curling up into a ball to doze off. In the afternoon, with no customers in the shop, Chi Xiu practiced his culinary skills in the kitchen, mastering the art of fried rice, while his skills in making rice dishes and handmade noodles had already reached perfection. At 4:30 in the evening, customers finally arrived. "Boss, we would like 2 portions of egg-covered rice, 2 servings of handmade noodles, and 2 portions of pickled radish." Aizu shouted as he entered the shop. Dressed in brown martial arts attire, his long hair tied up, clearly having engaged in some vigorous exercise, his face flushed and dripping with sweat. Following Aizu was Mu Hualing, clad in a pink knee-length dress, also slightly breathless. Although her face was rosy, she did not appear as overheated. "What have you 2 been up to?" Chi Xiu inquired, surprised. Aizu casually waved his hand and collapsed onto a chair, gasping. "I was just afraid you'd close up shop, so I rushed over as soon as my training ended." "I don't close that early," Chi Xiu replied, exasperated. "Is there a set closing time? If there is, do let me know," Aizu asked, catching his breath. "Time? There are no regulations, it depends on my mood." Chi Xiu responded, "Generally, I open during the noon hours." Aizu sighed. "Oh come on, stop talking. Boss, hurry up and make our food. I'm starving." Mu Hualing interjected, cutting off Aizu's attempt to continue. Without further ado, Chi Xiu turned and entered the kitchen. Instead of preparing the egg-covered rice first, he decided to make the handmade noodles, thinking it best to serve the 2 with something warm and comforting. Soon, 2 fragrant bowls of noodles emerged, and with his perfected skills, Chi Xiu worked faster than ever. He placed the bowls before the 2, saying, "Enjoy your meal." Upon seeing the noodles, Aizu beamed. "Boss Chi, you are truly considerate. I was just dying of thirst, and this bowl of noodles is incredibly timely." With that, he lifted his bowl and gulped down half the broth. The broth of the handmade noodles was no ordinary water. It was sourced from the icy peaks of Cotton Snow Mountain. Standing at an altitude of 8,000 meters, the mountain was shrouded in pristine snow, with the lightest drifts nearly a meter high. The peak was perpetually blanketed in snowfall, as locals claimed it never ceased. The temperatures were chillingly low, capable of freezing even the most seasoned practitioners. At the summit, a remarkable sight awaited, a triangular ridge composed of ice that was hollow within, containing warm ice water. This crystal-clear water, emanating gentle steam, was cold to the touch, yet refreshingly invigorating, perfect for enhancing the unique flavor of the noodles and quenching thirst. Having consumed most of the broth, Aizu felt revitalized, the redness in his cheeks fading. "Delightful," he exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks to slurp the noodles. Mu Hualing mirrored his actions, first sipping the broth before indulging in the noodles. 5 minutes later, Chi Xiu emerged with the egg-covered rice and pickled radish. The pair had nearly finished their noodles by the time he arrived. As they received the rice, they dug in with abandon, completely disregarding their manners. Although Chi Xiu wished to remind them to take their time, he ultimately refrained, recognizing their hunger from exertion, which brought him joy as a chef. Once they finished, Aizu let out a satisfied burp, declaring, "I finally feel alive again." The food here is simply exquisite. Mu Hualing chimed in with praise. Such compliments were a common refrain from all who dined at his establishment, yet each time, Qi Xiu felt a subtle joy that was imperceptible to others but undeniably present. After a brief moment of digestion, Ai Ziyu and Mu Hualing hopped off their stools and approached the cash register, where Mu Hualing placed their payment on the counter. Qi Xiu had assumed Ai Ziyu would cover the bill, or at least split it, but to his surprise, it was the young lady who paid. Though taken aback, Qi Xiu maintained his impassive demeanor. After paying, Mu Hualing shot Ai Ziyu a cold glance, saying, "A deal is a deal. I treated you this time." "Understood." Ai Ziyu replied lazily, rubbing his stomach. With a puffed cheek, Mu Hualing retorted, "Just wait. Next time, we'll race again, and I will surely win. You'll be treating me then. I want to give you that chance," Ai Ziyu boasted. "Humph." Mu Hualing huffed, stomping her foot in frustration as she quickly exited the shop. Ai Ziyu scratched his head in confusion, looking at Qi Xiu and asking, "What did I do to make her angry?" Crossing his arms and leaning on the counter, Qi Xiu met Ai Ziyu's gaze and suggested, "Here's a tip. Buy her a little gift, and she won't be upset anymore." Ai Ziyu's eyes lit up, though he looked at Qi Xiu skeptically. "Will that really work? Why not give it a try and see?" Qi Xiu raised an eyebrow. "But what should I buy? I have no idea what she likes." Ai Ziyu lamented. "That's for you to figure out." Qi Xiu shrugged, straightening up. Without further ado, he added, "If you don't hurry, you might miss her." Ai Ziyu, hearing this, rushed out the door in a hurry. Chapter 40. "Boss, let's have this one on the house again." After his departure, Qi Xiu gently stroked his chin with one hand before calmly heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner for himself and the white cat. Once they finished their meal, Qi Xiu retrieved a book from the cash register, having developed the habit of reading a bit every day. At around 6:30, the 7 patrons returned to the shop. Upon seeing them, Qi Xiu put away his book. "Boss, we're back," Wang Ge said with a beaming smile. Qi Xiu nodded and inquired, "What would you like to order?" "Just like last time," Wang Ge replied. Qi Xiu nodded. "All right. Are you all ordering the same?" "Yes, we are, just like last time," the others chimed in. Qi Xiu gestured for them to wait as he entered the kitchen to prepare their meals. Soon, 7 plates of fried egg rice, handmade noodles, and pickled radishes were ready. The 7 indulged in the delicious fare, their expressions reflecting sheer ecstasy as they savored every bite, licking their plates clean. Reluctantly, they set down their spotless plates, faces alight with satisfaction, as if they had just awakened from a delightful dream. The surge of energy within them made them beam with joy. "Boss, can we have this one on the house too?" the man with a pockmarked face casually asked, eagerly awaiting Qi Xiu's affirmative response. "Surely we can. Our situation this time is the same as last time, so we shouldn't need to pay," the man with yellowed teeth asserted, his companions nodding in agreement. Qi Xiu furrowed his brow. He had initially intended to waive their bill, but their demeanor made him feel that such a decision might be hasty. "Who told you that you could have it for free?" Qi Xiu asked, his expression calm. The others looked at him in surprise, as if to say, "Does that mean we cannot?" "Boss, our situation was the same last time. And you waived the bill for us," the pockmarked man pressed. "Exactly. Are you trying to say that now that we've eaten, you wish to change your mind?" the man with yellowed teeth added. "Why is it that the same situation allowed a waiver last time, yet not today?" the chubby man innocently questioned. Qi Xiu felt a twinge of displeasure, his face betraying no emotion as he silently scrutinized the group. He sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was. Despite his uncertainty, he resolved not to grant them a free meal. "I said no means no. There will be no exceptions, not just for you, but for anyone." Qi Xiu's tone was resolute, as matter-of-factly as discussing the day of the week. They should be grateful for the previous discount they received. Previously, Qi Xiu had allowed the 7 to exploit a system loophole, which had since been patched. Now, even if he collected the 7 spirit stones and 2016 coins from the Xiao brothers, they would not contribute to the task's progress, but would be counted in the shop's revenue, from which the system would take its share. Though he had initially considered waiving their bill as it had already been counted in the revenue, seeing their expressions now changed his mind. The 7 stared at Qi Xiu, wide-eyed. "How can this be? Why change the rules just as we finish eating?" Wang Ge protested. "Boss, based on last time's circumstances, the waiver is a deserved privilege. Hence, I will not pay," the pockmarked man declared defiantly. "I won't pay either. I thought we were getting it for free and didn't bring any money." The man with yellowed teeth feigned helplessness, adopting a nonchalant attitude. "I didn't bring money either," The chubby man chuckled innocently. The others, though silent, were similar expressions of defiance. So, are you all attempting to evade payment? Qi Xiu asked, his demeanor unfazed by their insolence. What evasion? We shouldn't have to pay at all, the pockmarked man retorted confidently, and the others mirrored his expression. Qi Xiu was disinclined to engage further, simply stating, Xiao Yi. A mechanical sound resonated as Xiao Yi's massive form appeared beside Qi Xiu, its diamond-shaped eyes flashing red before returning to black. The machine's mouth moved. Guardian Xiao Yi is at your service, master. Upon seeing the robot, the seven recalled the incident involving Sunway. Didn't do anything rash? Just because you have this thing doesn't mean you can act recklessly. The pockmarked man stammered, clearly intimidated by the robot. Right, Wang Gu is a second-tier cultivator. One of the men beside him chimed in. Boss, are you feeling anxious and planning to resort to violence? Don't think this will make us relent. The yellow-toothed man asserted. Wang Gu is a second-tier cultivator. He has no match for a mere puppet. The pockmarked man scoffed, having regained some confidence as he hid behind Wang Gu. I'm a second-tier cultivator. Do you think this puppet can defeat me? I'm not like that Sunway. Wang Gu dismissed, his confidence inflated after his breakthrough. Qi Xiu was speechless. What gave him the confidence that a second-tier beginner could prevail against a second-tier peak? Perhaps after enjoying his cooking, Sunway might have even advanced to the third tier. This wasn't entirely their fault. The cultivation levels of those in power and wealthy families weren't common knowledge, unless they were exceptionally renowned or notoriously inept. Sunway was infamous for being a local bully, and these individuals were more concerned with his misdeeds than his cultivation progress. Losing interest in further conversation, Qi Xiu commanded Xiao Yi, extract 7 spirit stones and 2016 coins from these individuals. If they have none, strip the ones without money and hang them in the street. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Yi commenced its task. As the robotic voice echoed, it advanced towards the 7, who swiftly hid behind Wang Gu. Wang Gu puffed out his chest, exuding confidence as he prepared to confront the looming figure of Xiao Yi, channeling the energy of a second-tier cultivator. Chapter 41. Betrayal and collapse. The 6 individuals gazed upon him with expressions of awe and anticipation, eagerly awaiting his display of prowess to resolve their impending crisis of payment. Under their watchful eyes, Brother Wang maintained an air of calm confidence. As Xiao Yi approached, he suddenly took action. He swiftly retracted the energy emanating from his body and produced a spirit crystal from his pocket, extending it towards Xiao Yi. The latter paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Brother Wang retrieved 288 gold coins from his person and offered them alongside the spirit crystal, turning to Qi Xiu with a smile. Boss, this is my share. The 6 behind him stared in disbelief at his back, clearly taken aback by his unexpected gesture. Brother Wang, what do you mean by this? The man with a pockmarked face glared at him in anger. The other 5 shared similar expressions of indignation. With a resigned sigh, Brother Wang proclaimed with righteous fervor, it is only natural to pay for a meal. We previously assumed we could dine for free, but that was merely our assumption. Boss Qi never uttered a word about complimentary meals, so naturally, we must pay. Though he spoke with lofty ideals, Brother Wang secretly mocked the others. How foolish. To quarrel with the owner now would jeopardize their future dining experiences at this establishment. How could one afford to lose access to such delectable cuisine, especially when it could aid in their cultivation? The prospect of enhancing one's status through improved abilities was too alluring to risk. You, the man with the yellowed teeth, furious, exclaimed, none of us expected you to betray us at this moment. Wang Lei, you were the one who suggested we could dine here for free, as we did last time when we were turned away. We believed you and have been lurking around this place daily, following your plan. Now that your foresight has failed, you wish to cast us aside. How naive. He then turned to Qi Xiu, who was observing the unfolding drama, and declared, Boss, let me divulge everything. Brother Wang, also known as Wang Lei, glared at the man with the pockmarked face, incredulous that he dared to reveal such matters. He stepped forward, intent on silencing him. Qi Xiu raised his chin, signaling Xiao Yi to intervene, and Brother Wang hesitated, ultimately abandoning the idea of forcibly stopping him. With a cold, sullen expression, he regarded the yellow-toothed man while his mind raced to devise a solution. Seeing Brother Wang flustered brought a glimmer of satisfaction and pride to the yellow-toothed man. As Brother Wang approached, he slightly recoiled, but upon noticing Xiao Yi's obstruction, he regained his courage and promptly divulged their previous misdeeds, including the slandering of the establishment. Others among the group chimed in, except for the naive, overweight boy, who merely stood by, grinning foolishly and saying nothing. Upon hearing their confessions, Qi Xiu raised an eyebrow. So, it was these individuals who had been spreading such exaggerated rumors about his establishment. Yet, he felt no anger. Their antics were hardly worth his ire. Noticing the hour was late and lacking the desire to continue observing, he lazily inquired, "Do you have anything else to say?" The group was taken aback by his unexpected calmness, which was far from the explosive rage they had anticipated. "Boss, I assure you, I speak the truth. Please do not doubt me," the yellow-toothed man pleaded, assuming Qi Xiu doubted his words. "Boss Qi, do not believe his claims. He seeks to tarnish my reputation because I no longer ally with him. I admit, the idea of dining for free was mine, but the slander was his. He harbors resentment over your refusal to provide him a complimentary fried rice." Wang Lei smartly confessed his role in the scheme. "Enough. You all need to pay. Once settled, leave promptly," Qi Xiu stated impatiently, having grasped the essence of the situation. He discerned who was truthful and who was not, but he had no interest in further discourse. As he was eager for rest, the yellow-toothed man fell silent, having come unprepared for payment. Wang Lei, noticing Qi Xiu's apparent disinterest in pursuing the matter, felt a wave of relief and eagerly handed his money to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi accepted the coins and turned to the remaining 6. Aside from the yellow-toothed man, everyone else produced sufficient funds to cover the bill. The yellow-toothed man, however, found himself lacking the necessary amount. Qi Xiu frowned, growing increasingly impatient. The yellow-toothed man, observing Qi Xiu's displeasure and the indifferent attitudes of the others, felt a surge of resentment. He awkwardly chuckled, "I don't have much on me. Perhaps I could return home to fetch the money and come back?" Inwardly, he resolved never to return to this establishment. Qi Xiu, with a sardonic smile, glanced at him, devoid of warmth. The yellow-toothed man felt exposed, as though his thoughts were laid bare. A flicker of desperation crossed his face. Embracing recklessness, he thought. "Those without shoes fear not those who wear them, for I have no money. Monkey, I'll cover for you this time. You can repay me later." The overweight boy suddenly interjected. The others turned to him, witnessing his foolish grin as he produced a spirit crystal and 20 gold coins, combining them with the yellow-toothed man's 269 coins, resulting in an excess of 1 gold coin. The yellow-toothed man gazed at the overweight boy with gratitude, delighted to accept the funds. His fondness for the Na'vi lad grew, while he silently noted the behavior of the indifferent group. Qi Xiu accepted the 7 spirit crystals and 2016 gold coins, contentedly stating, "You may leave now." As the 7 prepared to exit, he seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "Furthermore, you have all been blacklisted from this establishment. Please refrain from returning." Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's expression darkened, and he halted mid-step. Turning to face Qi Xiu with a forced smile, "Boss Qi, surely you do not believe that I orchestrated this?" "I know you did not," Qi Xiu replied with a yawn. Wang Lei's face brightened momentarily, but Qi Xiu continued, "However, you have still acted against the interests of this establishment. Most importantly, I sense your presence brings me displeasure, so for my own comfort, it is best if you refrain from coming again." At this, Wang Lei's smile vanished entirely, his face growing ashen as he glared at Qi Xiu. The yellow-toothed man, reveling in the calamity, understood that he would no longer be able to dine here. Given his circumstances, he, like the others present, could afford to eat only 2 or 3 meals a year, far from the lavish lifestyle of the truly wealthy. With his wife managing the finances, returning to this establishment was out of the question. Realizing that none of them would be welcome again filled him with grim satisfaction. Chapter 42, Mei, throw them out. The smile on Wang Lei's face faded, replaced by a shadow of discontent. "Still not leaving?" Qi Xiu inquired, raising an eyebrow at the group lingering at the door. "I am only granting you leniency because of the culinary delights you have provided. This does not entitle you to arrogance in my presence," Wang Lei retorted coldly, unleashing the formidable aura of a second-tier cultivator. Qi Xiu barely suppressed a roll of his eyes. He wasn't intimidated by a second-tier cultivator when he had faced 4th-tier ones without trepidation. With a casual flick of his hand, a series of thuds echoed as several individuals were swiftly expelled from the doorway, including Wang Lei himself. The group, momentarily stunned, landed on the ground without fully comprehending what had transpired. The only one still standing was a stout young man who, having been outside the door, had escaped being thrown out. He surveyed the scene, glancing between Qi Xiu and Xiao Yi, and then at the dazed individuals on the ground. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes before he swiftly retreated, feigning innocence as he scratched his head and looked helplessly at the fallen group. Qi Xiu regarded the stout man with mild curiosity. There was something peculiar about him. Yet, dismissing this thought as irrelevant, he shrugged it off. "Remember, you have all been placed on the blacklist of my establishment," he declared, stretching lazily while rubbing his weary eyes before shutting the door with a decisive motion. Wang Lei, coming to his senses, broke into a cold sweat, his fingers trembling at his side. The yellow-toothed man observed Wang Lei's plight with disdain, thinking a second-tier cultivator was hardly impressive. Approaching the stout man, he grinned and remarked, "Wu Jun, you are truly reliable in a pinch. Unlike some, who only think of themselves, some even betray us when it matters most." He shot a pointed look at Wang Lei, marking the end of their camaraderie. As the others listened, a few exhibited signs of embarrassment, while others remained unperturbed. Wang Lei paid no heed to the yellow-toothed man's jibes. Slowly, he rose and walked toward the alley, ignoring the curious gazes of the remaining six. The stout man watched Wang Lei's retreating figure, a flicker of realization crossing his face. It seemed the aura he had sensed was no mere illusion. He quickly resumed his fade, smiling at the yellow-toothed man without uttering a word. The yellow-toothed man assumed Wang Lei's dazed demeanor stemmed from the humiliation of being so easily cast aside, further diminishing his respect for second-tier cultivators. "Monkey, we would help you if we could, but we find ourselves lacking funds," remarked the dark-skinned man. "I am in the same predicament. That was all my savings. And now I have nothing left," another lamented. The remaining individuals sought excuses, and while the yellow-toothed man recognized their words bore some truth, he made a mental note of their shortcomings. However, he maintained a facade of generosity, saying, "Fortunately, Wu Jun was here to resolve the issue. For his sake, I shall overlook this matter." The others readily agreed, and they began to exit the alley, with a pockmarked-faced man remarking, "Wang Lei is the worst. He actually thought to betray us after all these years of friendship. How could we have trusted him so blindly? Indeed, it is fortunate Monkey retaliated. Otherwise, he would have shifted all the blame onto us." Another chimed in, "It truly is outrageous." As the voices outside gradually faded, Qi Xiu patted Xiao Yi's arm. He had instructed Xiao Yi to intimidate Wang Lei, and the outcome surpassed his expectations. To threaten a chef with such audacity is truly reckless. "I hope he hasn't been frightened into foolishness," he mused. After tidying the dishes, Qi Xiu ascended the stairs to wash up and retire for the night, with the white cat following suit. The next morning, Qi Xiu awoke, completed his morning routine, and opened the shop door to a sunlit day. "What a splendid day," he exclaimed, setting a lounge chair outside to bask in the sunlight. The white cat also found a cozy spot on the roof, soaking in the warmth. Before long, Qi Xiu's ears perked up at the sound of a familiar voice. "Vivi, where on earth are you taking me?" A woman's voice, bright and melodious, echoed. "Don't rush, we'll be there shortly," came the calm reply from Ai Weiwei. Qi Xiu, though aware of their conversation, remained lounging in the sun with his eyes closed, relishing the warmth. Moments later, two graceful figures appeared at the shop entrance. Only then did Qi Xiu open his eyes and look at the newcomers, one of whom was a veiled woman clad in blue. "Ai Weiwei. Boss Qi, you remain as leisurely as ever," Ai Weiwei teased, noticing his relaxed demeanor. "I've brought you a customer. This is my friend, Mu Hualan." Nodding, Qi Xiu turned his gaze to the woman beside Ai Weiwei. She donned a dark red cuirass that accentuated her long, fair legs, paired with knee-high red boots. Her raven-black hair was tied into a ponytail with a golden hairpin, evoking memories of a character he once encountered in a video game. This woman exuded a strikingly confident aura, standing around 172 meters tall, with sharp brows and a prominent nose. Her piercing eyes resembled a lion poised to pounce on its prey, imbued with an air of danger. Her lips, neither too full nor too thin, bore no trace of a smile, lending her an air of detachment. The beauty she possessed was not the delicate charm of femininity, but rather a robust and spirited allure. A deep scar, resembling a cross, marred her left cheek, stretching from her temple to near her chin. This scar, rather than detracting from her beauty, accentuated her wildness and rebellious spirit. She embodied a stark contrast to Ai Weiwei's grace, and Qi Xiu found himself momentarily captivated by her presence. Indeed, beauty transcends imperfections, as even a scar could contribute to an extraordinary allure. Chapter 43. The Genesis of a Gourmand. He composed himself, his gaze softening into politeness. "Greetings, I am Qi Xiu. Mu Hualan, discerning the admiration in Qi Xiu's eyes, raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was rare for her visage to elicit such a reaction. Those who beheld her scarred face typically displayed either revulsion or pity, or simply ignored her appearance. The first to regard her with genuine admiration was Ai Weiwei, who had become her dearest friend. And now, there was another. Despite the subtle shift within her, her countenance remained inscrutable. She had long cultivated the art of concealing her emotions, replying with a cool, hello. Undeterred, Qi Xiu inquired, what may I offer you? 2 servings of egg fried rice to start, Ai Weiwei interjected, having also noticed Qi Xiu's admiration. Very well, please wait a moment, Qi Xiu responded, turning towards the kitchen. As Qi Xiu entered the establishment, Mu Hualan scrutinized the storefront and its interior. You've brought me here for egg fried rice, she questioned. Her tone was less aloof with Ai Weiwei. Ai Weiwei chuckled, linking her arm through Mu Hualan's and guiding her inside. Do you believe I would bring you for ordinary egg fried rice? What could be so extraordinary about egg fried rice? Mu Hualan wondered aloud. Ai Weiwei merely offered a cryptic smile. Upon entering, Mu Hualan instinctively surveyed the surroundings, her gaze landing on the menu displayed on the wall. She exclaimed in astonishment. 10 spirit crystals for a serving of egg fried rice. Ai Weiwei, amused by her friend's surprise, teased. So, you are capable of being astonished. Unfazed by the jest, Mu Hualan composed herself, casting a reproachful glance at her friend. Your penchant for observing people's reactions is rather tiresome. I don't understand why you enjoy seeing people's expressions change so much. She ceased to dwell on the exorbitant price. While initially taken aback, she quickly understood that Ai Weiwei would only bring her to a place of distinction. A recent rumor surfaced in her mind, and she inquired, is this the infamous establishment that everyone speaks of? Her tone was assertive. Ai Weiwei nodded in confirmation, leading her to a seat. Those are mere rumors. The cuisine here is exceptional. Although you have achieved the state of Bigu, you may still indulge occasionally. Bigu? Anyone familiar with cultivation would be astonished by Ai Weiwei's statement. Bigu, the ability to abstain from eating, is typically attained by those who have reached the 6th rank of cultivation or higher. Yet, Mu Hualan appeared to be no older than 20. Had she truly reached the 6th rank? Indeed. The woman known as Lan was a resident of the Eastern Empire and its sole female general, Mu Hualan. Her father, Prince Mu Huaqi, the emperor's brother, had perished in battle against the Ming Empire. As his only heir, Mu Hualan inherited his aspirations, joining the battlefield at the age of 16 and steadily rising to the rank of general. Remarkably gifted, she possessed the rare golden spiritual constitution and had achieved the 6th rank by a young age. Upon hearing Ai Weiwei's suggestion, Mu Hualan took her seat, saying, with such high praise, I have high expectations. Yet, she remained skeptical. For her, sustenance was merely a necessity, with little regard for flavor. Besides, how different could egg fried rice be? Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Mu Hualan's eyes to brighten. She inhaled deeply, exclaiming, that fragrance is delightful. Ai Weiwei smiled serenely, observing her friend's unusual expression. She understood Mu Hualan's mindset, which was precisely why she had brought her to this establishment. She believed that after tasting Qi Xiu's culinary creations, Mu Hualan would change her perspective. Soon, Qi Xiu emerged carrying 2 servings of egg fried rice, placing them before the 2 women. Your golden egg fried rice, please enjoy. However, the 2 women were transfixed by the dishes before them, oblivious to Qi Xiu's words. Mu Hualan stared in wonder at the golden hue of the egg fried rice. It was the first time she had seen such a radiant dish. Such egg fried rice is indeed rare, she remarked. A gentle warmth emanated from the dish, carrying with it a captivating aroma. Each grain of rice was enveloped in a golden yolk, like a shimmering veil. The translucent rice beneath the veil appeared especially enticing in the hazy warmth. Ai Weiwei, too, was captivated by the egg fried rice. She noticed that this dish seemed more, well, exquisite than before. This was because Qi Xiu had reached the pinnacle of his skill. The egg fried rice he now created was not only more delicious, but also more visually appealing. Could it also be more delicious than yesterday's? With that thought, Ai Weiwei hastily removed her veil and eagerly scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The explosion of flavor that followed brought a look of joy to her eyes. The egg fried rice was indeed even more delectable than before. Without pausing to address Mu Hualan, she devoured the dish. Mu Hualan watched in astonishment as Ai Weiwei abandoned her usual composure. Her gaze shifted to the fragrant egg fried rice before her. What was it about this dish that compelled her usually composed friend to act so eagerly? She glanced at Qi Xiu in the distance. then reached for a spoon and took a bite. A captivating flavor burst forth in her mouth. The tender, springy egg yolk, when gently bitten, released the sweet, soft rice within. The combination was intoxicating, filling Mu Hualan's eyes with a hint of intoxication. She felt that this was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Mu Hualan followed in Ai Weiwei's footsteps, devouring the egg-fried rice with gusto, disregarding her image entirely. She was even more uninhibited than Ai Weiwei. A minute later, she had polished off the entire dish. Qishou stared in disbelief, as did Ai Weiwei, who froze mid-bite, her mouth agape. Mu Hualan placed the empty plate on the table, not a single grain of rice remaining. She licked her lips. So, egg-fried rice could be this delicious. Egg-fried rice was this delicious. Turning to Qishou, she exclaimed, "Another serving, please." Qishou's mouth twitched. Was this the same person who had exuded such wildness, defiance, and presence? Had she been replaced? "What are you thinking about?" "I said another serving," Mu Hualan repeated, noticing his lack of response. Qishou snapped out of his reverie. "I apologize, but each person is limited to one serving of each dish per day." Chapter 44. Be my exclusive chef. Could one only order a single serving? Mu Hualan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why? It's the establishment's policy," Qishou responded. Mu Hualan leveled an accusatory gaze at Qishou. Qishou inwardly recoiled. "Good heavens, girl, that expression clashes horribly with your persona." Despite his internal turmoil, Qishou maintained his composure, stating, "You're welcome to order something else, such as rice topped with fried eggs or handmade noodles." Mu Hualan gazed at Qishou imploringly. "But I crave fried rice." "Fried rice is out of the question," Qishou retorted, flatly dismissing her. "Then bring forth every delicacy your establishment has to offer." Having accepted Qishou's decree, Mu Hualan declared magnanimously. "One moment." Qishou replied. "Very well," Mu Hualan responded. "Ai Weiwei." Observing Qishou's departure into the kitchen, Mu Hualan finally turned away, only to notice Ai Weiwei's jaw practically grazing the floor. Realization dawned upon her, and a blush suffused her cheeks. She snapped out of her culinary trance and instantly reverted to her pre-entrance demeanor of solemn indifference, though the lingering flush betrayed her. Ai Weiwei chuckled at the sight of her friend's crimson cheeks, her laughter growing more unrestrained. Never had she imagined her best friend possessed such a side. Mu Hualan's flush subsided as she watched Ai Weiwei's mirth. Ai Weiwei's shoulders continued to tremble even after her laughter subsided. "Had your fill?" Mu Hualan enunciated, a prominent vein throbbing on her forehead. "Not quite," Ai Weiwei responded, waving her hand dismissively, forgetting the spoon still laden with rice. The rice scattered across the table, eliciting a pang of regret from both of them. All right, just eat," Mu Hualan urged, her heart aching at the sight of the spilled rice. Ai Weiwei obeyed, commencing her meal in silence. She too harbored a fondness for fried rice. The spillage pained her as well. Mu Hualan watched her friend's relish, her lips pursing. How delightful it would be to partake in such a repast. Though she had attained the state of bigu, it did not render her immune to culinary temptation. She had sampled the fare of imperial chefs, yet none rivaled the offerings of this humble establishment. The exquisite flavors, once experienced, would forever be etched in one's memory. Within minutes, Qishou presented the rice topped with fried eggs. Mu Hualan eagerly accepted the dish, marveling at the perfectly formed egg, the pristine white albumin, the plump, sunny yolk. The wrinkled edges of the egg contrasted with the snow-white rice, creating a simple yet irresistible tableau. Mu Hualan gently poked the yolk, anticipating a molten center. The surface ruptured, unleashing a cascade of golden yolk that mingled with the rice, releasing a unique aroma that amplified Mu Hualan's appetite. She scooped a generous spoonful of yolk-laden rice and devoured it. Her palate reveled in the symphony of flavors, prompting her to close her eyes in bliss. Mu Hualan had anticipated a less profound gustatory experience from the more economical dish, yet it proved equally delectable. Qishou turned to prepare the handmade noodles, but Ai Weiwei tugged at his sleeve. "I'll have one of everything as well," she declared, releasing his sleeve. Qishou nodded and returned to the kitchen, swiftly preparing their orders, reserving the handmade noodles for himself. Qishou emerged, bearing the noodles, his expression impassive. Mu Hualan had finished her portion, while Ai Weiwei continued to eat. Mu Hualan gazed at Ai Weiwei imploringly, indicating her continued hunger. Ai Weiwei relented, placing the handmade noodles before her. "Mu Hualan, you've become depraved. How could you resort to such pitiful displays?" Ai Weiwei remarked after relinquishing the noodles. "I've resigned myself to my fate. It's Chi's fault." His creations are simply too divine, Mu Hualan retorted, helping herself to the noodles. Qixio, am I to blame? Mu Hualan devoured the noodles and patted her stomach contentedly, licking her lips in satisfaction. She stood and approached Qixio, declaring earnestly, Qixio, I've taken a fancy to you. Qixio wore a bewildered expression. Come away with me, Mu Hualan implored, awaiting his response. Qixio's lips twitched. Undaunted, Mu Hualan persisted. I'll give you anything you desire, if you'll only come with me. Qixio was on the verge of imploring for mercy. Girl, must you be so unreserved? I'm serious. Become my exclusive chef, and I'll grant your every wish. Mu Hualan vowed earnestly. Qixio's brow furrowed. So, this is how I captured your heart? No. Qixio responded coldly. Ai Weiwei watched in amusement. Why? Mu Hualan pressed. I will not become anyone's exclusive chef. Partake of my creations here. You are welcome, Qixio stated, adding. If you wish to continue enjoying the delicacies of this establishment, refrain from such frivolous propositions. He flashed a captivating smile. Chapter 45, Mission Accomplished. Rewards. Mu Hualan observed his earnest demeanor and dared not utter another word, her expression fading into a solemnity that matched his own. She placed the payment for their meal upon the table, stating, We shall return tomorrow, at the same time. At that moment, Ai Weiwei had approached her side. Seeing her settle the bill, Ai Weiwei halted her hand, nodded in agreement, and added, Boss Chi, you might consider expanding the variety of dishes in your restaurant. More will be added in due course. Qixio replied nonchalantly as he accepted the spirit crystals and gold coins from the table. The two women brightened at his words, prompting Mu Hualan to inquire, when will these new dishes be introduced? I cannot say, Qixio answered with a certain nonchalance. His response left the two hopefuls feeling a mix of anticipation and disappointment. As they departed, Qixio sighed, muttering to himself, in 4 days. I cannot even assure that I will complete the task, let alone guarantee the introduction of new culinary creations. However, the silent system interjected, reassuring him. There is no need for concern, host. Your task regarding the fried rice has already been fulfilled. For the remaining 3 tasks, simply selling 16 portions of each daily will suffice. Qixio was not startled by the system's sudden response. Upon checking his task progress, he confirmed its accuracy. 13 portions of fried rice sold, 36 portions of egg over rice, 37 portions of handmade noodles, and 37 portions of pickled radish. With 4 days remaining, if all current customers dined at the restaurant, he could indeed meet the task's requirements. In the event of successful completion, will the rewards be substantial? Qixio pondered silently. You will discover that in due time, the system replied mysteriously. With a slight smirk, Qixio collected the empty plates from the table and returned to the kitchen. Just as he emerged, Zhou Yan arrived with a group of attendants, calling out, Boss, I want one of everything on your menu. Certainly, please hold on, Qixio replied. Immediately springing into action, fortune seemed to smile upon him. As soon after, Aizu, the 4th Prince Mu Huabai, and the 6th Princess Mu Hualing entered the establishment, accompanied by the 12 Xiao brothers. The following days unfolded in a similar manner. This group arrived with remarkable punctuality, leading Qixio to exceed the tasks assigned by the system within 4 days. Ding! In 1 week, he sold 10 portions of fried rice, 100 portions of egg over rice, 100 portions of handmade noodles, and 100 portions of pickled radish. Current sales, 39 portions of fried rice, 106 portions of egg over rice, 107 portions of handmade noodles, and 107 portions of pickled radish. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Commencing rewards. Ding. Congratulations. Host level has risen to level 2. With the host reaching level 2, the ability functions have activated, and the host strength is now at Tier 1. The host strength has reached Tier 1, unlocking the 9 Domains Tower Dungeon. Ding. The host level has reached level 2, unlocking 8 culinary recipes. Ding. The shop's level has reached level 1. Level 1 shop renovation initiated. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the badge of junior chef. After the Xiao brothers departed, Qixio closed the shop's door. Just as he secured it, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Accompanying the system's voice were radiant flashes of white and blue light, along with a simulated backdrop of colorful floral ribbons. Calmly, Qixio disregarded the virtual petals adorning him and summoned his character interface to review his information. Host, Qixio. Age, 21. Level, 2. Maximum level 12. Experience, 60, 100 progress required for leveling up. Appearance, B. Maximum SSS. Physique, Chef's Physique. Strength, Tier 1, Maximum Tier 9. Culinary Skill, 17, Maximum 100. Badge, Junior Chef. As he sensed the elemental energy within him, Qi Xiu, though inexperienced, felt an innate familiarity with its flow, a testament to the system's influence. Despite having only theoretical knowledge of elemental energy, he managed to navigate it with ease. Would you like to conceal your cultivation level? A prompt appeared before Qi Xiu, and without hesitation, he selected yes. Next, he reviewed the shop's information. Shop level 1, level 2, requires 50 customers, host level 3. Culinary skill level 30. Shop customers, 18. Blacklist customers, 8. Shop delicacies, egg over rice, handmade noodles, pickled radish, fried rice. Shop revenue, spirit crystals and gold. With figures of 198 and 12, 326 respectively. Qi Xiu immediately realized this represented his assets. In a week, he garnered 198 spirit crystals, totaling 792 over a month, and 504 over a year, merely from fried rice and egg over rice sales, excluding any gold earnings. Such thoughts elicited excitement even within the normally indifferent Qi Xiu. What thrilled him most was the unlocking of new recipe formulas, which might lead to greater profits. Eagerly, he navigated to the culinary interface. Aside from the 3 dishes he had mastered, the culinary interface displayed 8 unopened gift boxes. Without hesitation, he clicked to learn them all. The ribbons binding the boxes untied themselves as if guided by an unseen hand, opening them one by one. Qi Xiu froze momentarily, instantly mastering the preparation methods for 8 new dishes, realizing that not all were conventional dishes. The 8 culinary delights included soul-stirring rice, fish, dompa pork, mapo tofu, flying dragon soup, wine, water, and a fruit platter. Upon reviewing the recipes, Qi Xiu was astonished. While most posed no issue, the first dish, soul-stirring rice, sparked his curiosity. He inquired, "This soul-stirring rice isn't akin to what is depicted in films, is it?" Soul-stirring rice is so delectable that it can transport one to a state of ecstasy. A flavor so unforgettable that one craves it endlessly, the system succinctly described. Just as Qi Xiu intended to head to the kitchen to sample the dish, the system interjected. The shop is currently undergoing an upgrade, and the kitchen is temporarily unavailable. Beep. The shop is commencing its upgrade. The original establishment is being dismantled. With this announcement, everything within the room, including the entire space, began to emanate a pearlescent glow, gradually dissolving into floating motes of light. Is everything being dismantled? Where will I reside? An upgrade takes 8 hours. I cannot possibly spend that time idly watching. Qi Xiu lamented as his room began to vanish. Chapter 46. Simulated Space. A prodigious intellect recalls this website's URL in a single second. Apex Chinese. The swiftest updates available. No advertising. Chapter 46. Simulated Space. The host can enter the system's simulated space to hone their proficiency. Upon the system's pronouncement, a selection box materialized before Qi Xiu, inquiring, "Proceed to the system's simulated space?" Upon affirming, Qi Xiu found himself within an exceptionally vast and futuristic kitchen. He confessed ignorance of numerous implements within. This space is exclusively accessible upon shop upgrades, remaining open for 8 hours only, after which it seals, becoming inaccessible, elucidated a diminutive figure, barely 10 centimeters in height. Hovering before Qi Xiu, the homunculus, a boy of 6 or 7, bore an uncanny resemblance to Qi Xiu, clad in a hip-hop-esque black hooded sweatshirt, black jeans, and pristine white shoes, crowned with a baseball cap. Qi Xiu instantly recognized the homunculus as the system, albeit manifested in 3 dimensions rather than the customary electronic display. What is the meaning of this? Qi Xiu inquired, prodding the diminutive cranium in astonishment. The system recoiled from the touch, retorting, "My manifestation is contingent upon this space." "Can you venture outside?" Qi Xiu queried inquisitively. "Assuredly. However, your current rank is too rudimentary," the system responded, casting a disdainful glance at Qi Xiu. "Is that my fault?" Qi Xiu shrugged, commencing an examination of the unfamiliar implements adorning the kitchen. The system, hovering nearby, elucidated the functions of the unfamiliar utensils. "This is a lazy pot, obviating the need for gas, propane, or firewood for culinary endeavors. The pot space incorporates an automated high-temperature mechanism, enabling the preparation of victuals with a single vessel. The knob atop the handle facilitates effortless temperature modulation, embodying naturalism. The aforementioned pot resembled an ordinary wok, albeit thicker, adorned with a rotary red knob atop its handle. A tripod accompanied it, ostensibly for stabilization. And this? Chisho gestured toward a pair of opaque spheres, each the size of a soccer ball. This is a plate fabricator, capable of producing the latest dishware. Observe, the system declared, flitting toward the sphere and tapping it. The sphere stirred, its central aperture widening, ejecting a pristine, immaculate plate. Ejected? Chisho's lips curled in incredulity. Is it possible to engage in convivial activities? This is merely the machine's pre-programmed modality, guaranteeing the absolute cleanliness of the plate. Subjected to 11 sterilization procedures, the system retorted, noticing Chisho's expression of distaste. Chisho averted his gaze, abandoning the sphere with its maw, and familiarized himself with the remaining culinary accoutrements, which he deemed rather commendable. Subsequently, he commenced honing his proficiency, opting for fish, which offered a multitude of preparations. The system proffered the recipe for sauerkraut fish. In his former world, sauerkraut fish, a Sichuanese delicacy, was renowned for its distinctive seasoning and singular culinary techniques. Featuring fresh grass carp as its principal ingredient, complemented by Sichuanese pickled cabbage. Although a Sichuanese household staple, the dish enjoyed widespread popularity. Sauerkraut fish gained prominence in the early 1990s, gracing the menus of establishments both grand and modest. Chongqing's chefs propelled it across the nation, establishing it as a vanguard of Chongqing cuisine. Upon Chisho's selection, a water tank in a corner of the kitchen spawned several black fish, their obsidian scales shimmering. These ebony creatures, distinguished by a small patch of white beneath their mouths, undulated their tails languidly. Rolling up his sleeves, Chisho reached into the tank, aiming to seize a fish. However, the fish eluded his grasp, slipping through his fingers. Raising an eyebrow, Chisho renewed his attempt, yet failed to apprehend the fish. Lowering his gaze, he relinquished his casual demeanor, deploying both hands in a flurry of motion, targeting the fish and executing a lightning-fast strike, his fingers ensnaring the slippery prey. With a splash, Chisho extracted the fish from the tank. This is a grade 5 black-scaled fish, hailing from the abyssal depths of the ocean. Possessing the velocity of lightning, one of the swiftest fish on the continent. Ordinarily, Chisho's capabilities would preclude him from capturing this fish. But he possessed the system as a cheat, diminishing the fish's strength by 90, leaving only 10, which his current rank of 1 could manage. The black-scaled fish, with its minimal bones and abundant flesh, was ideally suited for sauerkraut fish. Grasping the fish, Chisho pinned it to the cutting board. The fish, sensing its impending doom, writhed vigorously. Restraining the fish, Chisho seized a razor-sharp knife, deftly striking the fish's head with the back of the blade. The fish twitched and stilled, evidently stunned. He laid the fish flat, swiftly scraping away the scales with the side of the knife. Fragments of ebony scales cascaded into the basin before the cutting board. Following the descaling, Chisho employed the knife's corner to extract the gills and entrails. With a flick of the wrist, he severed the fins with 2 swift strokes. Subsequently, he submerged the fish in the basin, activating the faucet. The water gushing forth was cool yet not frigid, instantly cleansing the fish of its blood and impurities. Placing the cleansed fish upon the cutting board, Chisho commenced the filleting process. He lifted the fish's gill cover with his left hand, severing the connection between the head and spine with a single stroke, meticulously ensuring that the flesh and skin remained intact. Subsequently, he inserted a flat-bladed steel knife into the fish's body through the gills, carefully advancing it along the bones, separating the flesh from the bones, first addressing the abdomen, then the back. Reversing the fish, Chisho replicated the process, detaching the flesh from the bones on the opposite side, before snapping the tailbone at the tail. Chisho demonstrated impeccable force control, avoiding any punctures of the skin, thereby maintaining the connection between the tail and the flesh via the skin. Subsequently, he delicately extracted the bones from the gills. Chisho's actions were fluid, natural, and practiced, devoid of any awkwardness. Chisho employed the gill removal method for whole fish filleting, which preserved the integrity of the fish's body and skin. This method was best suited for fish weighing approximately 600 grams, as larger fish possessed harder, more challenging bones. However, the black-scaled fish weighed 1,200 grams. Yet Chisho flawlessly extracted the bones, attesting to his prowess. With another stroke, Chisho severed the fish's head, activating the faucet and placing the head and bones under the running water. The water swiftly washed away any traces of blood and impurities. Chapter 47. Delectable Pickled Fish, Upgraded. Shio understood that these two ingredients were essential for crafting the fish soup and needed to be thoroughly cleaned, as this was crucial for achieving the milky white broth. Thus, he devoted extra time to washing them. Following the same procedure, after rinsing the blood from the fish fillets, Shio picked up a knife. Twirling it gracefully in his hand, and at a 40-degree angle, began to slice the fish, the blade directed towards the tail. His movements were swift. In the blink of an eye, the fish was transformed into evenly thin butterfly slices, which he salted and rinsed repeatedly until they became crystal clear. Subsequently, Shio marinated the fish slices with salt, white pepper, egg white, and dry starch, meticulously mixing them by hand before setting them aside. Although marination typically requires a considerable amount of time, the formula provided by the system was rather straightforward, allowing him to prepare the other ingredients in the meantime. He then julienned the pickled cabbage and blanched it, chopped the peppers into rings, and sliced the ginger. With methodical precision, Shio completed the preliminary preparations. Once everything was ready, he retrieved the marinated fish slices and commenced the cooking process. He heated oil in the pan and sauteed the scallions, ginger, and garlic, adding the fish head, tail, bones, and skin. Using a spatula, he gently stirred the contents in the lazy pot he had mentioned earlier. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted from the steaming pot. After allowing the ingredients to saute for a minute, he added a sufficient amount of boiling water. Observing the heat, Shio adjusted the pot's handle to a medium setting, allowing the broth to simmer until it turned a milky white before seasoning with salt and removing the solid ingredients, which he arranged at the bottom of a bowl. He then increased the temperature to boil the fish soup, gradually adding the fish slices, gently shaking the pot. Once the top layer of fish slices reached about 70% doneness, he scooped them out and placed them atop the arranged ingredients, straining the broth into the bowl. Afterward, he drizzled oil into the pan. When the oil cooled slightly, he added the peppercorns and chili rings, reducing the heat. Once the peppers turned a vibrant red with a slight golden hue and glistened, he removed them and sprinkled them over the fish slices. The remaining oil was not discarded. Shio increased the heat to high, heating the oil until wisps of smoke began to rise, and then he poured the sizzling oil over the fish slices. In the pristine white octagonal bowl, the tender fish lay in a golden broth, topped with a layer of red oil and a few vibrant green and red peppers, resembling playful sprites. The fragrant steam rose gently, enticing the senses and whetting the appetite. Shio admired the culinary masterpiece he had created, inhaling the increasingly rich aroma. Unable to resist, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and eagerly grabbed a piece of the tender fish, its edges slightly curled yet maintaining its original size, perfectly intact. A closer inspection revealed not a single piece of fish was marred by a crack. With anticipation, he savored the fish, relishing its delicate texture and velvety smoothness. As the unique sourness burst forth, tantalizing his taste buds and leaving him entranced, Shio scooped a spoonful of the broth, savoring its sour, fragrant, and mildly spicy flavor, which was exquisite. The soup was not at all scalding. The specially designed white octagonal bowl retained freshness while also cooling the soup to an ideal temperature. The pickled fish was known for its appetite-stimulating properties, and this premium version was exceptional. For Shio, who had not tasted meat in over a month, it was irresistibly alluring, more enticing than any beauty parading before him. He devoured 3 large bowls of white rice, finishing every morsel of the pickled fish until he felt pleasantly full. Host, this is gluttony. As a future culinary master, how could you commit such a rudimentary error? Lamented the system. Shio paid no mind to it. During his indulgence, the system had repeated this statement no fewer than 20 times. After a brief respite, Shio meandered around the kitchen to aid digestion before he began to practice his skills. He felt that his proficiency improved faster in this space than during his previous training outside. Unconsciously, 8 hours slipped by. As the 8-hour mark arrived, Shio felt a fleeting sensation before he found himself in a modern restaurant. The establishment seemed to have expanded, featuring double glass doors that remained closed. The walls were adorned in a delicate spring leaf green, with a few fresh lanterns hung on either side. The hall was furnished with 10 warm orange tables, each topped with a long glass container housing a single red rose. The ceiling was white, embellished with 6 diamond-shaped transparent fixtures containing luminous stones. This time, the cash register was not by the door, but situated further inside, resembling a long bar counter rather than a typical cashier's desk. A large round clock hung on the wall behind it. In front of the cash register were 3 red bar stools, and a rotating beige chair was placed within the register area. The counter was flanked by walls on the left and a cylindrical pillar on the right, with small yellow flower pots placed in the corners. On the opposite side of the pillar, a door connected it to the wall, isolating the hall. A large sheet of white paper, 1 meter long and half a meter wide, was affixed to the wall as the menu, inscribed with the names of several dishes Qi Xiu could prepare, all in elegant black script, including the 8 dishes just received. The most striking detail was the bold red phrase, "Each person may only sample one of each dish per day." Upon reading this, Qi Xiu felt a sense of gratitude towards the system for its thoughtfulness. With such a clear instruction, he could simply point it out whenever new customers arrived. Or perhaps they would understand just by viewing the menu. Qi Xiu pushed open the door and glanced around. Directly ahead lay the kitchen, while a left turn led to the counter, and a right turn to the stairs, which he presumed led to his living quarters. Next to the kitchen door was a square window on the wall. "System, what is the purpose of this window?" Qi Xiu inquired. "This window is designed for the convenience of the staff to pass dishes, as entry into the kitchen is restricted to the host," the system explained. Qi Xiu nodded in comprehension and proceeded into the kitchen, which had also expanded. In one corner stood Xiaoyi, and the walls had been painted in the same tender green hue, while additional features included a water tank, a fruit preparation area, and a brewing section. Qi Xiu picked up a knife nearby, flicked it lightly, and swung it a few times, contemplating that the tools here seemed to have been upgraded, as this knife was clearly sharper than the one he had used prior. Emerging from the kitchen, Qi Xiu meandered through the hall, acquainting himself with the revamped store. Noticing the clock indicated 9 o'clock, he ascended to the upper floor to retire for the night. The layout upstairs remained unchanged, yet the furnishings had been entirely replaced with new ones. Upon reclining on the bed, Qi Xiu sensed he had overlooked something, but his mind remained elusive. He queried the system. "System, have I forgotten something?" "Host, could it be the dungeon rewards you've neglected?" The system conjectured. "Dungeon?" Qi Xiu recalled having indeed forgotten the dungeon rewards. Without rising, he summoned the system interface and located the newly added dungeon section. On the expansive, transparent screen, a slowly rotating black tower stood, accompanied by the 3 characters in regular script, 9 Realms Tower. Qi Xiu counted 9 stories to the tower. The dungeon is now unlocked and accessible. With your current cultivation level, you can clear the first level, with corresponding rewards for each cleared level. Enter the dungeon? A selection box appeared before Qi Xiu. After contemplation, he chose no, deeming sleep the priority. As he drifted off, he felt he was forgetting something else entirely. But sleep overtook him before he could discern what it was. The following morning, Qi Xiu was surprised to find a set of clothes on the bedside table, distinct from his usual attire. He picked them up and inquired, "These aren't for me to wear, are they?" "Indeed, host. This is the exclusive novice chef's attire prepared for you," the system announced with self-satisfaction. This piqued Qi Xiu's interest. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't changed his style of clothing. Rather, he diligently showered before bed, a strict requirement of the system. The system would then clean his clothes and provide an identical set the next morning. Qi Xiu unfurled the garment, revealing a white, narrow-sleeved robe, similar in style to his current one, but adorned with subtle silver patterns. It was paired with a silver belt, white trousers, and soft white boots embroidered with silver trim. A short, white jacket, reaching only to the chest, featured a symmetrical front and collar with intricate silver patterns. The long sleeves terminated in silver cuffs with antique designs. The entire ensemble, predominantly white and silver, left Qi Xiu speechless. While more upscale than his current attire, it didn't align with his aesthetic preferences. Even a Tang suit would have been preferable. "May I decline to wear this?" Qi Xiu asked. "Host level is too low to wear anything other than the novice chef's robe." The system replied somberly. Qi Xiu sighed and inquired, "Can I choose the style myself next time?" The system remained silent, and Qi Xiu knew it was sulking again. The clock on the wall read 7:30, so he put on the outfit. He had no other clothes to change into, and he certainly wasn't going to wear his pajamas. Although it's not the most visually appealing, it's not bad to wear. Qi Xiu mused as he admired himself in the mirror while brushing his teeth. Qi Xiu possessed a striking appearance with well-defined features and a slender, statuesque physique with shapely muscles. He had narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes with upturned corners and deep, indifferent black pupils. He typically lowered his eyelids, concealing the unique charm and dominance of his phoenix eyes, giving him a casual, ordinary demeanor. His hair had grown considerably longer since arriving in this world, now reaching his shoulders. Paired with the robe, it created a harmonious and aesthetically pleasing look. The The system's choices are always correct. The system huffed, sensing Qi Xiu's thoughts. Yes, yes, you're the best, Qi Xiu replied, glancing at his reflection once more. He felt his skin had lost its pallor, now radiating a healthy glow, thanks to the presence of vital energy. Moreover, he thought he had become more handsome. After admiring himself for a while, Qi Xiu descended and opened the glass door, followed by the roller shutter. As he raised the shutter, he noticed a cream-colored kitten curled up in the corner. Upon closer inspection, it was the same little white that had been missing for a day and a night. Lei Nua seemed to awaken upon hearing the door open. He looked up, and, upon seeing Qi Xiu, his feline face displayed a hint of grievance. Seeing him, Qi Xiu suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. The cat. Meow? Little White cried, accusingly, Lazy Xiu, how could you lock me out? Startled by the sudden, arrogant male voice, Qi Xiu paused and looked around, finding no one else present. What are you looking at? It's me speaking, Little White exclaimed, annoyed by Qi Xiu's searching gaze. He leaped up and swiped at Qi Xiu's face with his paw. Qi Xiu caught the leaping Little White and blocked the harmless paw with his other hand, gazing in amazement at the apparent source of the boyish voice. You can speak? Why haven't you ever said anything before? Humph. I was merely too lazy, or rather, I disdained to speak. Little White retorted, withdrawing his paw and raising his head haughtily. Qi Xiu was speechless, realizing he had originally intended to say he was too lazy to speak. Like master, like contracted beast, the system remarked. System, did you know all along that he could speak? Qi Xiu inquired mentally, placing Little White on the ground. Yes, the system replied innocently. I didn't tell you because you didn't want to hear it after finding out he wasn't a white tiger. All right, Qi Xiu conceded, unable to refute the statement. He had indeed lost interest and stopped asking after learning he wasn't a white tiger. Little White's fur had grown considerably longer. After landing on the ground, he strutted elegantly into the store, his golden eyes scanning the transformed restaurant. However, he hadn't forgotten his purpose, declaring to Qi Xiu, it's all your fault for not opening the door for me. I had to spend the night outside, cold and hungry. You must compensate me by giving me an extra meal today. Chapter 49, The Brewing of Fire Cloud. Are you not going to let me in? Will you not jump through the window? Qi Xiu recalled that the window upstairs had not been securely shut the previous night. He did not believe that Xiaobai would truly be unable to enter. It was absurd to spend a night outside just for a meal. However, he did not refuse Xiaobai's request and helplessly replied, Go wash yourself upstairs first, then come down for breakfast. Do you disdain me? Xiaobai turned its gaze toward Qi Xiu, immediately adopting a look of sorrow, and flopped down on the floor, motionless. Today, there's a new dish, Qi Xiu said with a chuckle. No sooner had he spoken than Xiaobai sprang to its feet, shaking off the dust that had clung to its fur, transforming its once messy white coat into a pristine and gleaming sheen. Qi Xiu realized that Xiaobai's previous disheveled appearance was a ploy to elicit sympathy. Although it had cleaned itself, Qi Xiu remained unsatisfied and insisted, Go wash. If you don't clean up properly, there will be no breakfast. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaobai vanished in the blink of an eye. Qi Xiu knew it had obediently gone to bathe and shook his head, choosing to remain silent as he entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. To soothe Xiaobai, Qi Xiu decided to make pickled fish for breakfast, believing that cats adore fish. Indeed, when he brought the dish to the table, he found the freshly washed Xiaobai sitting attentively at the counter, fixated on the kitchen door with its nose twitching in anticipation. Rather than dining at the table, Qi Xiu placed 2 trays on the counter, intending to eat there. Before he could set Xiaobai's portion in front of it, Xiaobai eagerly leaned toward the bowl of pickled fish, its tiny nose sniffing intently, eyes narrowing in delight. Although he had prepared 2 servings, they consisted of a single fish. One black-scaled fish was ample for both a human and a cat. Xiaobai leaned closer to the bowl, extending its delicate pink tongue to taste the broth, instantly revealing a look of bliss. Qi Xiu's portion, however, appeared significantly spicier compared to Xiaobai's more subdued serving. The two of them savored their breakfast in a tranquil atmosphere, the shop enveloped in silence. After their meal, with no customers in sight, Qi Xiu retreated to the kitchen to commence the brewing of liquor, while Xiaobai, having licked its lips, lazily sprawled across the counter, dozing off. Entering the brewing area, Qi Xiu found all the necessary equipment prepared: a brewing kettle, a rice cooker, a mixing machine, fermentation vats, and a distillation pot. He was set to create Fire Cloud, a potent spirit that had been lost to the world for a millennium. Few remained who knew of this drink. Legend had it that fire cloud required 3 years of storage in a cellar to achieve authenticity. If removed before that time, it would become as insipid as plain water. Consuming fire cloud would impart a sensation akin to being engulfed in flames, yet it would not cause discomfort. Rather, it invigorated the drinker, enhancing their vitality, a favorite among mercenaries 1,000 years ago, who often partook of it prior to embarking on missions. As Qi Xiu contemplated the recipe for fire cloud, he rolled up his sleeves, washed his hands, focused his energy, and began the brewing process. Brewing involved several steps: soaking, cooking, cooling, mixing, fermenting, and distilling. The primary ingredients were the 5th-level sandgrass from the north and the 5th-level fire red fruit from the illusory forest. Without these two key components, brewing fire cloud was impossible. He picked up a fruit resembling flames, proceeding methodically through each step of the process. Thanks to the various tools provided by the system, the durations for soaking, cooling, fermenting, and resting were significantly shortened without compromising quality. Soon, Qi Xiu moved on to the blending stage, a process involving combining different alcohol concentrations and distilling them in varying proportions to achieve a harmonious balance of color, aroma, and flavor. Once the blending was complete, he filled a prepared jar, sealing it with clay. Since this was his first attempt at brewing, he produced only 1 vat of liquor. Cradling the jar, he turned to the wall, where a prominent red circular button awaited his touch. Pressing it, the floor beside him began to part, revealing a staircase leading to the cellar, a fact the system had informed him of upon beginning his brewing. Once the passage was fully opened, Qi Xiu descended the stairs into the cellar, a modest space measuring 8 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 3 meters high, illuminated as if it were daylight despite the absence of any lighting fixtures. He placed the jar of liquor inside, intending to store it for aging, allowing the harshness of the new brew to mellow and improve in flavor. Although it was traditionally stored for 3 years, the system's recipe required only 3 days in this specialized cellar for the liquor to mature properly. Suddenly, the system chimed in, "Host, there are customers in the shop." Believing it to be the usual patrons, Qi Xiu took his time, first setting the jar down. After placing it on the ground, he stood up and dusted off his hands before exiting the cellar. Approaching the button once more, he pressed it to close the floor, waiting for it to seal completely before heading toward the kitchen door. Ding! A task was issued. Achieve a revenue of 1,000 spirit crystals within 1 week. Upon encountering 3 unfamiliar individuals in the hall, Qi Xiu heard the system announce the task in his mind. After the previous task, he felt no urge to argue with the system over this new challenge. Perhaps this is what they call a broken pot smashing? He mused, unfazed by the sudden task. As he calmly opened the kitchen door, expecting to see a familiar customer, only to find 3 strangers standing in the lobby. Among them, the figure on the left was a burly man clad in a white robe, revealing his chest, paired with loose brown trousers. He wore a golden steel collar around his neck and wielded 2 iron hammers connected by a thick chain. The man in the center, adorned in a scholarly white robe inscribed with cursive characters, appeared delicate, donning a scholar's hat, with a brush hanging from his waist. The final figure was a striking woman, her lips painted a vivid red, with 3 small red feathers on her left eyelash. She wore a large earring on her left ear, styled her hair in a cross bun, and her flowing hair cascaded over her right shoulder. Clad in a red dress with an irregularly flowing hem that subtly revealed her long, fair legs. The wide collar exposed her neck and shoulders, adorned with a tattoo of a rose on her collarbone, while her transparent sleeves revealed her slender arms. Chapter 50. The Peculiar Trio. Original address. Top Chinese. Fastest updates. No ads. Chapter 50. The Peculiar Trio. Observing the oddly dressed trio who seemed to have arrived with ill intentions, Qi Xiu maintained a composed demeanor. Disregarding the hostile aura emanating from them, he calmly inquired, "May I present the menu?" The 3 scrutinized Qi Xiu, their gazes filled with assessment. They had only arrived moments ago, their purpose not culinary, but ulterior. However, upon entering the establishment, they discovered it devoid of life save for a single feline. Presuming their target, the proprietor, absent, they intended to wait. While observing the shop's peculiar decor, a figure emerged, his presence undetected until he was nearly upon them. This necessitated caution. Upon hearing Qi Xiu's inquiry, the scholar exchanged a subtle glance with his companions before addressing Qi Xiu with a smile. "Proprietor, we shall peruse the menu first." With that, the 3 advanced into the shop, examining the menu displayed on the wall. Upon beholding the prices listed, They couldn't help but twitch. Truly, a den of inequity. Qi Xiu noticed their expressions, casting a glance at the menu. It read, omelet rice bowl, 1 spirit crystal, for those with yuan power, hand-pulled noodles, 188 gold coins, unlimited, pickled radish, 100 gold coins, unlimited, fried rice, 10 spirit crystals, tier 3, soulful ecstasy rice, 20 spirit crystals, tier 4, Sichuan pickled fish, 30 spirit crystals, tier 4, Dompa pork, 30 spirit crystals, tier 4, Mapo tofu, 1,000 gold coins, unlimited, flying dragon soup, 50 spirit crystals, tier 5, drunken sunset, 10 spirit crystals, tier 3, water, 1,000 gold coins, unlimited, fruit platter, 40 spirit crystals, tier 4. These prices are exorbitant, the burly man exclaimed, stroking his beard in astonishment. What manner of water is this, to command such a premium at 1,000 gold coins? His voice was loud and coarse. My dishes are worth every penny, Qi Xiu retorted. What grants you such confidence? The trio was rendered speechless by Qi Xiu's response. Giggle. This humble servant has never encountered a chef as audacious as you, the woman in red cooed, her voice a velvety caress. If I am not mistaken, the practice of denoting cultivation levels on a menu is typically reserved for chefs of 6 stars or higher. Proprietor, are you a 6-star chef? The scholar inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Xiu's face, seeking any flicker of emotion. 6-star chefs were generally cultivators of tier 5 or above, a prospect that would necessitate their utmost attention. I am not, Qi Xiu replied. Will you be ordering? The scholar breathed a sigh of relief at Qi Xiu's response. Not that they feared him, but they preferred not to complicate their mission. The possibility of him being a 7-star chef never even crossed his mind, for such a notion was preposterous. There was but one widely known 7-star chef on the entire continent, and his age was incompatible. Ordering? He was about to declare that they had not come to dine, intending to make their move, when a crimson figure appeared at the entrance. The newcomer entered the shop, her eyes widening at the transformed interior. Spotting Qi Xiu and the scholar's trio, she disregarded the latter entirely, exclaiming as she surveyed her surroundings, Proprietor Qi, had I not seen your people inside, I would have sworn I had stumbled into the wrong establishment. How has the shop undergone such a metamorphosis overnight? The speaker was none other than Murong Lan. She had not accompanied Ai Weiwei today, a circumstance that did not strike Qi Xiu as unusual, as they had previously visited separately on occasion. Qi Xiu did not address her inquiry, but instead gestured towards the menu, saying, there are new dishes today. Perhaps something will tempt your palate? Intrigued by the prospect of new cuisine, Murong Lan momentarily dismissed her bewilderment at the shop's transformation. Following Qi Xiu's indication, she perused the menu. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the dishes, only to dim at the prices listed. She scanned the menu repeatedly, her internal struggle intensifying. Finally, as if having reached a decision, she averted her gaze from the menu and declared to Qi Xiu with resolve, I shall have the soulful ecstasy rice. I shall sample the other dishes on the morrow, as my funds are insufficient today. Very well, Qi Xiu responded, before turning to the trio, who had remained silent since Murong Lan's arrival. And what may I offer the 3 of you? Soulful ecstasy rice. Naturally, the scholar replied with a smile, though it appeared somewhat strained. Indeed, soulful ecstasy rice for me as well, the woman in red echoed, her voice still alluring, yet tinged with restraint. The burly man, his countenance devoid of its former ferocity, stroked his beard sheepishly and said, the same for me. Though the 3 feigned composure, Qi Xiu detected their unease. However, while he noticed their disquiet, he remained unconcerned. After they had all placed their orders, he retreated into the kitchen to prepare the soulful ecstasy rice. After Qi Xiu entered the kitchen, Murong Lan settled into a seat near the entrance, leisurely awaiting her impending culinary delight, paying no heed to the trio. The 3, in turn, took their seats at a table further inside, their expressions grave and silent. They were inwardly vexed, never having anticipated encountering this bane of their existence here. Qi Xiu entered the kitchen and retrieved the prepared ingredients from the cupboard: rice, eggs, meat, vegetables, and an assortment of seasonings such as brown sugar, wine, 5-spice powder, star anise, and bay leaves, arranging them neatly in a row. These ingredients, even in their raw state, appeared far from ordinary. The rice seemed distinct from that used for fried rice or omelet rice bowls. The eggs were larger than usual, their shells adorned with concentric patterns of varying sizes. The meat was a delicate pink, with an aura of yuan power emanating from it. Even the vegetables, small and verdant, bore glistening droplets of water. The rice was wildwood rice from the enchanted forest, wood spirit rice, which grew in an environment guarded by Tier 4 wood spirit beasts. The eggs were laid by Tier 5 blast fish from the depths of the ocean. Each blast fish laid only one clutch of eggs in its lifetime, with varying numbers of eggs in each clutch. The meat was likely the foreleg of a Tier 5 rampage snout boar from thunderous Spirit Valley. The vegetables were jade greens from the mountainside of Mount Snowpeak, one of the 10 lands of death. Even the seasonings were of extraordinary provenance, each one capable of causing astonishment. Now, these ingredients from across the world were gathered together, lying quietly on the counter. Qi Xiu examined the pork, still raw and requiring marination for char siu. In his previous life, this would have necessitated marination a day in advance, but now, there was no need for concern. Chapter 51. Exquisite and delectable soul-reaving rice. Qi Xiu rolled up his sleeves and retrieved the pork buttock, which had been soaking for an hour, from the container. He washed it thoroughly and sliced it into thin pieces with remarkable precision and speed, ensuring each piece was uniformly sized. Subsequently, he pierced the pork with a fork to facilitate rapid marination. Then, wielding his knife, he casually made a couple of incisions to sever the connective tissues, preventing shrinkage during baking. Ginger was shredded, and garlic was minced. Qi Xiu meticulously measured and prepared the ingredients for the marinade, excluding warm water and honey, setting them aside. He then poured the prepared marinade over the pork slices, massaging them gently with chopped onions before covering them with cling film. With these preparations complete, Qi Xiu placed the marinated pork into a square-shaped machine for further infusion of flavors. Thanks to the improved recipe, the marination process did not require an extended duration. Soon, Qi Xiu removed the marinated char siu pork and laid it evenly on aluminum foil. He mixed warm water with honey and brushed the mixture on both sides of the meat, pouring the remaining marinade over it. Subsequently, he placed it in the oven and adjusted the temperature to 270 degrees for baking. Following the char siu preparation, he commenced cooking the rice. Qi Xiu rinsed the rice thoroughly and placed it in the rice cooker, adjusting the temperature and time accordingly. After 5 minutes, fragrant white rice was ready. Next, he began frying eggs, a task he was adept at. Whether it was scrambled eggs or sunny-side-up eggs for rice toppings, eggs were always involved. The shell of the burst fish egg appeared distinct from other eggs, but the contents were no different, simply a yolk and egg white. The greens were blanched and set aside for later use. With all the preparatory work completed, Qi Xiu exhaled, realizing this was his inaugural attempt at soul-reaving rice. Previously, he had only practiced the skill of making sauerkraut fish in the simulation kitchen. Every time he obtained a new culinary recipe, there was a possibility of failure if the proficiency level was below 10. Only when it exceeded 10 could he avoid failure, and the higher the proficiency, the more delectable the dish would be. Yesterday, he did not encounter a single failure during his proficiency practice, which Qi Xiu attributed to the simulation kitchen environment. After a brief interval, the rice cooker switched off. Qi Xiu refrained from immediately opening it, waiting for a moment before lifting the lid. Instantly, the aroma of the rice wafted through the kitchen, carrying a subtle sweetness. Qi Xiu spooned the rice into a round porcelain bowl, topping it with a fried egg, verdant greens, and the baked char siu. He generously drizzled the remaining thick barbecue sauce over the meat, creating a bowl of stove-cooked, soul-reaving rice featuring fragrant and savory char siu paired with fluffy, chewy rice and crispy bits of scorched rice enveloped in delicious meat juices. The enticing aroma made Qi Xiu instinctively reach for chopsticks, but he restrained himself. Instead of preparing a second bowl, Qi Xiu placed the soul-reaving rice on a tray and carried it out. As Qi Xiu opened the kitchen door, the captivating fragrance began to disperse. In the hall, the three tense individuals and the leisurely Mu Hua and Mu Hualan couldn't help but turn their gazes toward the source of the aroma on the tray in his hands. "Your soul-reaving rice," Qi Xiu announced as he placed the rice on Mu Hualan's table. Mu Hualan nodded, her eyes fixated on the steaming bowl of soul-reaving rice before her. The uniformly sized, thinly sliced char siu emitted a captivating luster, neatly arranged on the milky white rice, creating a visually appealing and fragrant dish. It was drizzled with a thick, dark red sauce, and a round sunny-side-up egg sat in the center, its tender white surrounding a translucent yolk, revealing its semi-cooked state. A small sprig of green vegetables adorned the side, its verdant leaves and white roots appearing exceptionally fresh. Mu Hualan inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma accompanying the steam. Her stern expression immediately softened as she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of the lean fatty char siu into her mouth. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of deliciousness. The meat was tender, juicy, and perfectly balanced between salty and sweet, neither greasy nor dry, making her want to weep with joy. Lean char siu was too dry and lacked the deliciousness promised by its appearance, while fatty char siu seemed too greasy. Semi-fatty char siu was the epitome of perfection. Mu Hualan once again abandoned her composure, devouring the dish with rapt attention, as if oblivious to the world around her. Observing Mu Hualan's earnest consumption, Qi Xiu felt a surge of delight. No chef could resist the joy of seeing their culinary creations so well received, and Qi Xiu was no exception. A prolonged rumble echoed from his stomach, and Qi Xiu glanced at the large man. Without a word, he turned and re-entered the kitchen. He began preparing soul-reaving rice again. But due to his proficiency level being below 10, he failed once, resulting in overly baked char siu with a slightly rigid texture. It was only on his third attempt that he succeeded, raising his proficiency to 15. Qi Xiu carried the successful dish out and presented it to the scholar, who was the first to order among the three. Seeing Qi Xiu emerge with only one dish after twice the time, the famished large man was about to protest. However, the woman in red kicked him under the table, and the scholar gave him a warning glance. The large man, wary of Mu Hualan enjoying her meal nearby, swallowed his words and remained silent. Seeing his silence, Qi Xiu said nothing and returned to the kitchen, where he prepared 2 servings of soul-reaving rice in one go. Regardless of the trio's purpose in visiting the small shop, they were currently his customers, and making them wait was not a good practice. Qi Xiu placed both dishes on a tray and carried them out, setting them before the large man and the woman. "Enjoy," Qi Xiu said expressionlessly. At that moment, the three were oblivious to Qi Xiu, their attention entirely captivated by the soul-reaving rice before them. Their eyes were glued to the food, not even blinking, as the aroma filled the air, eliciting expressions of delight. Mei Mingqiu picked up a piece of char siu and took a bite. In the next second, she shuddered with pleasure, emitting a sensual moan that made everyone's body soften. She then began to chew rapidly, devouring the bowl of soul-reaving rice with a voracity that suggested she had never eaten before. All traces of the restraint she had exhibited due to Mu Hualan's presence vanished. Chapter 52. Delicious, delicious, delicious. The other two were not to be outdone. The burly man was utterly overwhelmed. As he devoured his meal, tears streamed down his face, and through his muffled sobs, he exclaimed, "This is so delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. I'm so moved to be able to savor such delightful fare. Delicious, delicious, so delicious." The scholar, oblivious to the world outside, buried his head in his bowl, his demeanor transformed from that of a refined gentleman to a ravenous beast. The expressions on the faces of the three were synchronized, each reflecting pure bliss and intoxication. My goodness, this was more exaggerated than meeting a long-lost love. In comparison, Mu Hualan's previous eating habits seemed utterly mundane. Qi Xiu observed their fervor quietly, contemplating that he must ensure his own tasting was conducted in solitude, lest he be seen in such a disheveled state, devoid of dignity. Meanwhile, Mu Hualan was lost in the ecstasy of the delectable dish before her. Unaware of Qi Xiu's departure, the environment around her blurred and faded away, with only the tantalizing dish expanding before her, becoming larger than life itself. It felt as though she had transformed into a diminutive being, surrounded by cascading grains of rice like a gentle downpour, enveloped by glistening slices of char siu bathed in sauce, and vibrant green vegetables. A colossal fried egg floated above, the translucent membrane encapsulating the yolk rupturing, releasing a torrent of rich, golden goodness that surged forth like a flood. The intoxicating aroma filled her nostrils, and she gleefully seized a grain of rice, taking a hearty bite, followed by a vigorous chew of the lustrous char siu. Ha ha! She couldn't help but laugh joyfully. The fluffy rice, the savory meat, the crispy rice crust enveloped in succulent juices, the delicate yet flavorful vegetables, and the smooth, rich yolk. All of these elements instantaneously captivated her palate, plunging her into an irresistible tempest of culinary delight. It wasn't until her spoon could no longer scoop up any more rice that Mu Hualan reluctantly set down her chopsticks and spoon, licking her lips as she looked at Qi Xiu with a hint of reproach. "Qi Xiu, why is the portion so small? It's utterly insufficient." "Qi Xiu, this is the standard portion for an adult male, young lady. Also, Xiao, you should have informed me yesterday that you were introducing new dishes today. I could have brought more spirit crystals, but now I find myself short on funds and unable to enjoy the culinary delights. Would you consider extending credit? I promise to return tomorrow to settle the bill. Mu Hualan gazed at Xiao with a mix of longing and complaint. Xiao nearly tossed a pair of sanitary balls at her, but restrained himself, replying, "Our establishment does not permit credit." Mu Hualan, unsurprised by the response, was well aware that the small shop had such a policy. Yet, she surveyed the enticing names of new dishes on the menu, feeling a pang of reluctance at the thought of missing out. Had she known, she would have brought someone along to fetch more money. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, and she proposed, "How about this? I haven't tried the other dishes yet, so I could return tonight for more." No, I'll go back now to get the money and come right back." Xiao chuckled, as he would never refuse a customer eager to dine, replying, "Certainly. Do as you wish." With a gleeful heart, Mu Hualan placed 20 spirit crystals on the table and hastily exited the shop. After gathering the crystals and clearing the plates from the table, Xiao noticed that the 3 patrons were entirely oblivious to Mu Hualan's departure. In less than 5 minutes, they had consumed an entire bowl of the soul-stirring rice. "How was the flavor?" Xiao inquired, as he had yet to experience the taste of the soul-stirring rice himself and was curious about the patrons' excited reactions. "Delicious. It's the best food I've ever tasted. The sensation was so delightful that it felt as if my soul might float away. I shall never forget it," the scholar replied, lost in reverie. "Boss, your cooking is truly remarkable." After finishing, I felt warmth spread through my very being, the burly man exclaimed, his emotions overwhelming him to the point of tears and incoherent speech. "Boss, I would like another." Mei Mengxiu gazed longingly at Xiao, her voice sultry to the core. Any man would be moved by the sight of such a captivating beauty, especially when she regarded him with such yearning. Xiao, too, found himself momentarily entranced, but alas, he swiftly resisted the temptation. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind like a cold splash of water, dispelling his daydreams and clearing his thoughts. Xiao, the allure of the soul-stirring rice was undeniable. Even after finishing, Mei Mengxiu yearned for more and, in her desperation, resorted to using illusions. However, she was stunned to discover that her most potent enchantments had no effect, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Yet, the scholar and the burly man remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, still lost in the ocean of flavors. The scholar murmured to himself, Why must I have tasted such exquisite food? What shall I do if I can't have it again? What a torment! How have I survived 34 years without such flavors? How could I ever consume those tasteless dishes again?" And the burly man continued to weep. Observing their exaggerated reactions, Xiao couldn't help but wonder if it was too much. Mu Hualan had not displayed such extreme behavior. "Host, this is the charm of the soul-stirring rice. Every ingredient is at least of grade 4, combined with your culinary skills, though still developing, creates a flavor that no ordinary chef in this realm could replicate." The system informed Xiao. "And you don't think these individuals have weak willpower?" Xiao retorted, "Host, the power of food is undeniable. If your culinary skills were to reach perfection, even the strongest individuals would yield to your creations." The system continued. Perhaps, Xiao yawned and stretched, responding nonchalantly to the system. Beside him, the scholar muttered to himself, but suddenly his murmur ceased abruptly. Xiao looked up to see the scholar's aura becoming chaotic, suddenly exploding with the presence of a 4th-grade cultivator, surrounded by a miniature whirlwind. At that moment, he noticed the other two displaying similar phenomena. Chapter 53. A Loss to the World. Chapter 53. The world would be poorer without you in a short while. The imposing auras emanating from the trio gradually dissipated, and their turbulent energy subsided. However, the astonishment etched upon their faces lingered. My mental fortitude. It's increased?" The burly man stammered, disbelief practically bursting from his countenance. Mental fortitude? It was a quality even more crucial than elemental energy. One could recover lost elemental energy through cultivation, but a lack of mental fortitude barred one from ever becoming a true cultivator. Furthermore, a robust mental fortitude facilitated easier breakthroughs and accelerated cultivation speed. However, the augmentation of mental fortitude was a notoriously slow process. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it became to enhance it, not only due to the immense elemental energy required, but also the vast mental fortitude needed. The fact that their mental fortitude had demonstrably increased filled them with utter amazement. After the initial shock, 3 pairs of expectant, covetous eyes, gleaming with avarice, fixed upon Qi Xiu. None of them were fools. They readily understood the pivotal role he played in their newfound enhancement. Qi Xiu felt a shiver run down his spine under their intense gaze. The scholar composed himself, calming his racing heart. Only then did he notice that the individual they had previously feared was no longer present in the humble establishment. While this presented an optimal opportunity to strike, he no longer entertained any hostile intentions toward Qi Xiu. He rose, bowed respectfully, and inquired, "Esteemed proprietor, my surname is Meng, and my given name is Yang. My companions and I hail from Azure City in the northwest. May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" Qi Xiu replied tersely. "Esteemed proprietor, your culinary artistry has utterly captivated me. If the world were deprived of a master chef of your caliber, it would be an immeasurable loss. The prospect of never again savoring your delectable creations fills me with profound sorrow. Therefore, I have resolved to abandon our mission. As for the nature of said mission, I beg your indulgence, but I cannot divulge it," Meng Yang, the scholar, declared with a sigh after Qi Xiu's response. Qi Xiu, so there was a mission after all. Should he express gratitude? This decision was clearly Meng Yang's alone. The burly man and the woman in red were momentarily stunned by his pronouncement, but their faces quickly mirrored his sentiment. The burly man exclaimed, "I always believed that food was merely sustenance, a means to an end. However, after partaking in the delicacies crafted by your masterful hands, I realized for the first time that food can be so much more. It can evoke such profound emotions. It can possess such transformative power. For a fleeting moment, I felt transported to Elysium. The sheer bliss brought tears to my eyes." The tear tracks on the burly man's face had yet to dry, lending an air of sincerity to his words. The woman in red wholeheartedly concurred with the decision. Given the proprietor's utter imperviousness to her most potent charm, she was confident in his extraordinary nature. She had been struggling to convey her observations to her companions when the scholar's declaration brought her immense relief. Abandoning the mission meant avoiding conflict with this enigmatic individual, which in turn ensured continued access to his culinary masterpieces. "Oh, have I revealed too much? But it hardly matters." Qi Xiu was taken aback. Could a single soul-melting rice truly possess such efficacy? Could it alter one's very convictions? The soul-melting rice is not designed to change one's convictions. It serves solely to fortify one's mental fortitude, refining it through unparalleled gustatory delight. The system responded. Upon hearing the words mental fortitude, Qi Xiu recalled all the information he possessed on the subject. The scholar, oblivious to Qi Xiu's silence, continued, "If my deductions are correct, the egg is likely a grade 5 burst fish egg, and the greens are the verdant jade vegetables from the slopes of Mount Snowpeak. As for the other ingredients, I can only speculate, but I suspect they are of equally exceptional origin." The Mount Snowpeak he referenced was distinct from the Mount Snowpeak in Mianli. This Mount Snowpeak was located within the Horror Mountains, one of the 10 Forbidden Lands. Qi Xiu nodded in acknowledgement, tacitly confirming his statement. Qi Xiu's confirmation further solidified their conviction that the increase in their mental fortitude was directly attributable to the soul-melting rice. Both the grade 5 burst fish egg and the verdant jade vegetables were known to benefit mental fortitude. The former could augment it, while the latter was a spiritual herb capable of repairing damaged mental fortitude. While the scholar could not identify all the ingredients, he surmised that they also contributed significantly to the enhancement of their mental fortitude, explaining the noticeable improvement they had experienced. "Esteemed proprietor, I am still unsated. Might I request another serving? I am willing to pay," the burly man blurted out as he rushed before Qi Xiu. The burly man stood at an imposing 7.5 feet, his physique robust and his muscles bulging with raw power. While Qi Xiu possessed a respectable height of 6 feet 2 inches, a slender and well-proportioned frame, he appeared diminutive and frail in comparison. Yet, the towering burly man stood before the slighter Qi Xiu with an almost bashful demeanor, pleading his case. "Qi Xiu, no. You may order other dishes." "Other dishes?" The trio silently perused the menu. The prices listed beside each dish sent a collective tremor through their hearts. However, driven by their craving for exquisite cuisine, Hu Tianhai, the burly man, declared in a resounding voice after examining the menu, "I shall have a serving of Sichuan pickled fish. Then I shall indulge in a portion of Dompa pork." Meng Yang, the scholar, added, "Women consume fruit to enhance their beauty. I shall have a fruit platter, Mei Xiao. The woman in red purred flirtatiously as she twirled a strand of hair. Xiao nodded and said, "One moment, please," before retreating into the kitchen. He prepared Hu Tianhai's Sichuan pickled fish first, having achieved a mastery level of 92 in its preparation, allowing for swift completion. Xiao carried the dish out, along with a complimentary bowl of white rice, before commencing the dompa pork. Dompa pork, a dish hailing from the Zhejiang cuisine, is prepared by braising pork. Its origins trace back to Hangzhou, Zhejiang, where it is considered a local specialty. During Su Dompa's exile in Huangzhou, he conceived of this method of preparing pork due to the abundance and affordability of the meat. Su Dompa's culinary technique is elucidated in his ode to braised pork. Simmer slowly. Use little water. The firewood embers smolder without smoke. Wait for it to cook on its own. Do not rush it. When the heat is sufficient, it will be delectable. Xiao retrieved the prepared pork belly, sourced from grade 5 mad-nosed boars. With deftness, he sliced it into uniform, square pieces, approximately 2 inches in size, each consisting of equal parts fat and lean meat. He bound each piece with twine and placed them into a clay pot. Next, Xiao filled the clay pot with fiery cloud wine, ensuring it submerged the pork belly. While water could be used, he opted for wine as a substitute, which not only eliminated any lingering odor, but also tenderized the meat. Once the liquid reached a boil, Xiao skimmed off the impurities and scum before removing the pork belly. He then lined the bottom of the clay pot with a bamboo steamer, layering it with scallions. The blanched pork belly was carefully arranged on the steamer, skin side down, followed by an even distribution of ginger slices and a final sprinkling of scallions. Chapter 54. Annihilated in an instant upon completing the previous step, Xiao added rock candy and jujubes, followed by salt, sugar, and various spices such as soy sauce and rice wine, ensuring that the broth was level with the meat. Once he finished, he covered the pot with a lid. During the 15 minutes of waiting, Xiao ventured into the fruit section, intending to prepare a fruit platter. The system did not provide a recipe for this, merely offering a selection of ingredients, which consisted of various fruits along with descriptions of their properties. What is the meaning of this? Xiao queried the system with curiosity. The essence of the fruit platter lies in the fruits themselves, in the creativity of the host. Thus, unleash your boundless imagination to craft an artistic display. The system responded with enthusiasm. Xiao could not help but feel exasperated, asking, "Is there no requirement for knife skills or decoration? Rewards are to be found within the quest." The system replied earnestly, "Must I procure them myself?" Xiao pondered, as he surveyed a large platter of fruits laid out before him, though they could more aptly be described as spiritual fruits. The platter contained 4 varieties. One was a vivid red fruit, through which the gentle golden mist could be seen swirling within. This was the 5th level Luyan fruit. The second was an oval green fruit, the 4th level Qingli fruit. The third was a crescent-shaped yellow fruit, also 4th level, and the last was a purple fruit resembling blueberries, the 4th level Qian fruit. In the fruit section, there was not much else. A small pool, a long table, a compact cabinet, and a cutting board, with several knives of varying sizes hanging on the wall behind. Inside the cabinet were empty plates for the fruits, from which Xiao retrieved one and set it aside. Washing the spiritual fruits in the pool, he then picked up a small knife, no larger than his palm, and after familiarizing himself with it, he began to slice the fruits. Xiao had previously prepared fruit platters in his former world. While he was no master, he had some foundational skills. Without hesitation, he peeled the crescent fruit, revealing its tender yellow flesh, which he then sliced into small round pieces. The Luyan fruit was quartered, while the Qingli fruit was cut into slices. Once finished, Xiao arranged the fruit slices into a rudimentary floral design, embellishing it with the Qian fruits. Done, Xiao declared with satisfaction. The system, having observed the entire process, was on the verge of collapse upon viewing Xiao's fruit platter. "Poor rating, poor rating, poor rating," it exclaimed agitatedly. The cuts were uneven, the methods misapplied, resulting in an overflow of spiritual energy, and the appearance was utterly lacking in aesthetics. In short, it was a poor rating. The system deemed Xiao's simple fruit platter utterly worthless, highlighting numerous flaws. Xiao could not help but feel embarrassed at the extent of his mistakes. Beep. The host's creation has been deemed unqualified and cannot be served to customers. The fruit platter provided by the system will not count towards the host's earnings or quest progress until the host's creation meets the required standard. Fruit platters will not appear on the menu, the system concluded. With that, A beautifully crafted fruit platter appeared beside Qi Xiu's humble offering, overshadowing it entirely. 2 red Luyan fruits had been sculpted into exquisite blossoms, one in bud, the other in full bloom. The soft golden mist flowed gracefully among the petals, radiating a gentle golden glow. The majority of the green Qingli fruit had been fashioned into the stems and leaves of the flowers, with their intricate veining clearly visible. The remaining fruit flesh was sculpted into a grassy meadow, while the yellow crescent fruits were transformed into delicate flowers dotting the landscape. The small Qian fruits were shaped into fluttering purple butterflies, their wings adorned with intricate patterns, some dancing through the air and others resting on the red petals. It was as if a breeze had animated the scene, causing Qi Xiu to momentarily question his perception. Observing the vividly lifelike fruit platter before him, and then glancing at his own, Qi Xiu felt a pang of embarrassment. "Host, please be reminded that your dompa pork is still simmering." The system interjected. Awakened by the reminder, Qi Xiu returned to the simmering pork. Checking the time and observing the steam rising from the pot, he lifted the lid, removed the excess scallions, gently extracted the meat, placed it into a steaming bowl, and ladled some cooking broth over it. He then placed it into the steamer, utilizing the system's advanced technology to reduce the original steaming time from 1 hour to merely 1 minute. A minute later, Qi Xiu opened the lid, relieved to find that despite his inexperience, the dompa pork had turned out successfully. After plating the pork, he filled a bowl with white rice to accompany it and placed the fruit platter, now a source of embarrassment, onto the tray before heading out. The aroma of the signature pickled fish filled the hall, a tantalizing blend of sourness and the fragrance of fish, making Qi Xiu's stomach growl in response. By the time he emerged, the 3 diners had already devoured a bowl of pickled fish, leaving not even a trace of soup or chili behind. The trio gazed eagerly at the culinary delights in Qi Xiu's hands. He set the dishes before them, the dompa pork resting in its steaming bowl, still covered with a lid. The scholar could hardly contain his excitement as he lifted the lid, releasing a plume of steam that revealed glistening morsels of meat, their ruby hue shining brilliantly, exuding an intoxicating aroma. As the steam dissipated, the 3 discerned that the vibrant appearance was not of gemstones, but rather a meticulously arranged bowl of meat, half fat and half lean, radiant as if carved from agate, and irresistibly enticing. Unable to resist, they swallowed hard. With Hu Tianhai's reaction being particularly exaggerated, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Even Mei Mingxiu appeared entranced by the delightful fragrance. Meng Yang gingerly picked up a piece of the glistening dompa pork with his chopsticks. As he did, the tender morsel yielded effortlessly, causing him to fear it might break apart. Quickly, he placed it atop his bowl of rice, releasing the chopsticks, only to be pleasantly surprised when the meat returned to its original form, intact and succulent. Chapter 55, The Allure of the Spirit Fruit Platter Without the Patience to Observe Longer. Meng Yang once again picked up a piece of meat and placed it into his mouth. The delicate skin encased tender meat, soft yet not mushy, imbued with a fragrant wine aroma. The flavor was rich and the juices concentrated, utterly delightful in color, fragrance, and taste. Mmm. Mei Mingxiu exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed after tasting the dompa pork, a sensuous moan escaping her lips, her eyes glazed with blissful intoxication. So delicious. So delicious. Hu Tianhai exclaimed, chewing excitedly, his gaze fixed on the dompa pork with a wolfish craving. The trio was entirely engrossed in their meal, and within 5 minutes, the plate of dompa pork was entirely devoured, with not a single garnish remaining. Everything edible had been consumed, leaving only the inedible scraps behind. Once they finished the dompa pork, their eyes shifted to the beautifully intricate platter before them, prompting another round of gasps filled with astonishment and wonder. How exquisite! I can hardly bear to eat it, Mei Mingxiu remarked, gazing lovingly at the platter. Is this the 5th-tier flowing cloud fruit? The spiritual mist within it appears to be perpetually swirling. How is it possible to carve such a flower without losing any of the mist inside? The scholar exclaimed, inhaling deeply as he admired Qi Xiu's craftsmanship. Had Qi Xiu not been at a distance, he would have enthusiastically grasped Qi Xiu's arm and shaken it in his excitement. The most precious aspect of the 5th-tier flowing cloud fruit is its faint golden spiritual mist. If a 4th-tier cultivator consumes a flowing cloud fruit during their breakthrough, their chances of success increase significantly. The mystical nature of the spiritual mist means it is in constant motion. Any rupture in the fruit's flesh would cause the mist to escape rapidly. If the flowing cloud fruit were to break, it would be rendered useless unless consumed immediately. Yet here, 2 flowing cloud fruits had been carved into flowers, and astonishingly, the spiritual mist had not dispersed. How could such a paradigm shift not stir his excitement? I too am curious, Qixio silently echoed in his heart. Though uncertain, he maintained a stoic expression and simply replied, "That's a secret." Mengyang choked slightly, awakening from his excitement. Seeing Qixio's reluctance to divulge more, he decided against pressing further, despite his burning curiosity. As Mengyang resolved to refrain from further inquiry, he noticed the 2 gluttons attempting to snatch the 2 flowing cloud fruits from the platter. "I can no longer tolerate this," Mengyang exclaimed, swatting their hands away. "You fools, do you even understand what these flowing cloud fruits are? Do you not know their significance during your breakthroughs? You are the fool. Does the owner not sell them here? We can simply return to purchase them later during our breakthroughs," Hu Tianhai retorted, retracting his hand in displeasure. "Big guy, you've finally displayed some sense," Mei Mingqiu chimed, her eyes sparkling in agreement. "Scholar, how can you consider yourself wise if you fail to grasp this?" The scholar stammered, finally regaining his composure, and ceased to prevent the 2 from reaching for the flowing cloud fruits once more. "Indeed," Mengyang murmured to himself, contemplating the logic behind it. Once he comprehended the reasoning, he ceased to worry, only to raise his gaze and witness the 2 indulging in one of the flowing cloud fruits while savoring the remaining spirit fruits. Observing the platter now nearly devoid of spirit fruits, Mengyang swiftly snatched it, stuffing 2 pieces into his mouth. "This was my order. How dare you snatch from me?" Mei Mingqiu protested, pushing him away in discontent. With his mouth full of 1,000 fruits, Mengyang mumbled, "You also ate my dompa pork." "Exactly. You also devoured my fish," Hu Tianhai exclaimed, eyeing the spirit fruits cradled in Mengyang's arms, his mouth watering, though he longed for them. There were hardly any left, only 2 pieces remained on the platter. "Humph," Mei Mingqiu scoffed. After consuming the last of the curved fruit, Mengyang licked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Although he desired more, the thought of the total cost incurred by the trio caused a pang of regret. They dared not order again. "The total is 150 spirit crystal stones," Qixio informed. Upon hearing this price, all 3 felt their eyelids twitch in shock. "Goodness, is this price meant to frighten us to death?" They divided the cost, paying 150 spirit crystal stones with surprising ease. For the delectable delights of the small establishment were anything but ordinary. Indeed, spending 50 spirit crystal stones for such exquisite fare was a bargain, and as they departed, a sense of reluctance lingered. After walking a short distance, Mei Mingqiu spoke, "Scholar, our task has now been abandoned. What will happen to the commission? Must we refund tenfold?" "Who said we abandoned the task?" The scholar raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say so?" Hu Tianhai scratched his head in confusion. "Do you mean we will not inform the employer that we've abandoned the task?" Mei Mingqiu surmised Mengyang's intention. "Precisely," Mengyang affirmed. "But even if we claim we cannot complete the task, we still owe a 3-fold refund on the commission," Mei Mingqiu frowned. No, that is entirely unnecessary. "You will understand when the time comes to cooperate with me," Mengyang replied with a mysterious smile. "Scholar, you're being cryptic again." Hu Tianhai, resting his large hammer on his shoulder, grumbled, "Fine, just don't blame me if it all goes awry. As long as you don't create any trouble, I will not say a word." Mengyang rolled his eyes, bemused by his companion's simplicity. "Both of you, quiet down. A familiar figure approaches us." Mei Mingqiu interrupted their conversation seriously. Upon hearing her words, they fell silent, and after a while, though no one appeared, they remained quiet, trusting Mei Mingqiu's perceptive abilities. They sensed that someone was indeed approaching from afar. Before long, they encountered that individual, and upon seeing him, the trio tensed, their alertness heightened to its peak. Yet their faces remained composed, feigning ignorance of his presence. Approaching them was a man clad in the armor of a captain from the Kyoto Guard. Unlike the typical guards, his armor was worn loosely, a sword resting casually against his back, his arms draped over the sword's ends as he ambled toward them, seemingly oblivious to their presence. His eyelids not lifting even once. Had Sun Weiyang been present, she would have recognized this man as the captain of the guard who had infuriated Sun Wei on the day he was publicly humiliated. At that moment, the area was devoid of any other individuals. Mengyang and his companions had not yet reached Tai Street, remaining within the narrow alley. Although the alley was not large, it twisted and turned, and before encountering the man, the trio planned to divert into a different passage. Chapter 56. Night battle. After the 3 individuals turned into a narrow alley, and walked a short distance. The man remained utterly still. Just as they thought everything was fine, they suddenly halted, gazing ahead in unison. At a fork in the alley, the squad leader leaned against the wall, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed them. The atmosphere grew tense, the trio's faces turning cold. Although they did not utter a word, they maintained a silent standoff. As troublesome as this is, I cannot simply allow you to escape, the squad leader, known as Night Wind, languidly remarked. Do you truly believe you can stop us? Meng Yang replied in a mild tone. You three are quite audacious, daring to reveal your true selves in the capital. You cannot simply pretend not to see me. Especially at this time, the squad leader, Night Wind, said as he ran a hand through his hair. Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us proceed. I have matters to attend to. Hu Tianhai shouted, brandishing the hefty iron hammer in his hand. Night Wind sighed internally, pondering. Ah, General. I see you have kindly given me a reprieve to relay a message, yet here you are waiting. What a bother. As the trio charged towards him with fierce intent, Night Wind drew his sword to parry, producing a sharp clash that sent sparks flying. Instantly, he unleashed the formidable aura of a fifth-tier practitioner, causing Meng Yang and his companions to falter and retreat. A fifth-tier practitioner, no wonder they sent only you, the scholar mused, before dismissively stating. But do you truly think you alone can impede us? Among the trio, Meng Yang had reached the late fourth tier, Mei Mingqiu was also in the late fourth tier, and Hu Tianhai stood at the pinnacle of the fourth tier. Although Night Wind had attained the fifth tier, he was merely at the initial stage. The combined might of the three could even vanquish a fifth-tier mid-stage practitioner, let alone one at the early stage. One person? Night Wind's expression turned peculiar. A fleeting shadow of doubt crossing his eyes, quickly vanishing. He smiled. Whether I can or cannot, you shall find out soon enough. With that, he flicked his sword, his internal energy merging with the blade, causing electric arcs to dance along its length, while a subtle blue vortex emerged from the ground, swirling around him. As his energy surged, his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, infused with a hint of lethal intent. The expressions of the three grew grave. Despite facing only one opponent, the disparity between the fifth and fourth tiers was stark, making the confrontation far from effortless. Illusory Sun Formation. The scholar instructed Mei Mingqiu and Hu Tianhai. The illusory sun formation was a secret technique they had mastered, summoning a fifth-tier celestial wolf to battle beyond their levels. A fifth-tier celestial wolf could indeed rival a fifth-tier practitioner, yet the reverse was not necessarily true. They had gained notoriety by using this technique to slay a mid-stage fifth-tier practitioner, earning the moniker the Three Fiends of the Northwest due to their long-standing presence in that region. Mei Mingqiu nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. In the next moment, she vanished, reappearing 10 meters behind the two, her hands forming intricate seals. A pinkish hue of energy surged from her dantian, coiling upwards like vapor, coalescing into a cloud in the air. Upon hearing Meng Yang's command, Hu Tianhai let out a roar and stomped forward, causing a massive fissure to split the ground beneath him. Standing on the edge of the crack, he twirled his iron hammer, glaring fiercely at Night Wind. Meng Yang remained stationary, having retrieved a brush from his waist, which he now held firmly. In an instant, the brush radiated a white glow, expanding more than threefold. Grasping the enlarged brush, he began inscribing a series of interconnected black cursive characters in the air. These characters wove together to form a spiraling black ribbon of runes that danced around him. At that moment, the energy emanating from Hu Tianhai materialized behind him as a colossal, translucent celestial wolf. With a howl, the 5-meter-tall wolf unleashed a wave of energy that rippled outward, causing nearby structures to collapse, debris and dust filling the air and leading to countless casualties. As the wave approached, Night Wind remained unfazed, casually waving his hand to conjure a pale blue semicircular barrier that absorbed the impact. However, the buildings behind him crumbled into ruins. Observing the devastation, Night Wind felt a pang of frustration. Such losses translated to financial burdens. If he failed to apprehend these three, he would be liable for half of the damages. The thought of the compensation amount sent a shiver down his spine, reinforcing his resolve to capture them. Ignoring the dust clouds obscuring his vision, he thrust his sword forward, seemingly unaffected. As the forces collided, the resulting shockwave dispersed the surrounding dust, revealing the scene. In the ruins, both sides were enveloped in a hazy pink mist. While Mei Mingqiu had vanished from sight, Hu Tianhai stood between Meng Yang and Night Wind, his hammer blocking Night Wind's sword. The crackling electricity from the blade clashing against the white light emanating from the hammer, though the latter was dimming. Forced back, Hu Tianhai summoned more energy, the light on his hammer flaring brilliantly. Night Wind's eyes narrowed, momentarily distracted, giving Hu Tianhai the chance to evade his strike. Just as Night Wind prepared to pursue, he found himself in an entirely different setting, no longer amidst the battle but within a courtyard engulfed in flames, filled with cries for help and chaos. Gazing at the familiar scene, Night Wind's expression grew increasingly frigid, an unsettling chill radiating from him. "Meng Yang, you have angered me," he uttered coldly. As a massive pale blue cyclone erupted from his feet, spiraling around him and soaring skyward. With a shattering sound, the vision before him fractured under the cyclone's might, splintering like shattered glass, until it disintegrated into dust, dissipating into the air. Chapter 57. The Intact Shop in the Realm of Reality. Meng Yang seized the moment, while Hu Tianhai momentarily shielded him from the night wind. He leapt into the air, landing atop the head of the celestial wolf. The runic silk ribbons that enveloped him seamlessly merged with the wolf's essence, causing its once ethereal form to solidify instantly, unleashing an overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, the celestial wolf, now fully corporeal, descended to the ground, leaving behind deep claw marks. At that moment, the night wind was engulfed in a pink mist. His eyes glazed and seemingly entranced. Yet, Meng Yang knew that the night wind could not be ensnared by illusions. As if in response, a blue vortex surged upwards, dissipating the pink haze and revealing the night wind's icy demeanor. Not far off, Mei Mingqiu stumbled onto the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Meng Yang sighed inwardly, unwaveringly commanding the celestial wolf to attack. With a fierce cry, the wolf raised its forepaw, gathering primal energy, and struck towards the vortex where the night wind stood. A thunderous explosion echoed from the southeast of the capital, accompanied by beams of blue and white colliding in a dazzling display. Meanwhile, Qi Xiu and Xiao Bai, enjoying their lunch within the shop, paid no heed to the initial roar, firmly believing that nothing could surpass the importance of a good meal. As the cacophony intensified outside, the duo remained engrossed in their meal until a final, earth-shattering explosion compelled them to lazily rise and investigate. Upon opening the door, Qi Xiu was astounded to behold a scene of utter devastation. Where were the alleys and houses he once knew? Surely, he must have opened the door incorrectly, he thought, retreating into the shop, closing the door behind him. After a brief pause, he reopened it, only to find the scene unchanged. Undeterred, Qi Xiu stepped outside, surveying the surroundings, only to discover that apart from his shop, nearly all nearby structures had been reduced to rubble, with those further away having collapsed significantly. Amidst the ruins, the capital's guard was seen dispersing and comforting the citizens, including members of the royal guard. Observing his own shop, Qi Xiu noted that what was once an unremarkable establishment now stood out amidst the chaos. It was the only intact building, akin to a verdant gem amidst a field of withered flowers, drawing the attention of several onlookers in the distance. At that moment, a guard approached Qi Xiu, solemnly advising, "Young sir, this area is perilous. Please evacuate at once." "Pernicious?" Qi Xiu replied with a dismissive glance, slightly irked by the scrutiny in the guard's eyes. "What danger lurks here? There are fifth-tier practitioners engaged in battle. It is advisable for you to leave to avoid unnecessary casualties," the guard insisted, seemingly realizing his gaze was unwelcome and discreetly averting his eyes. "There's no need. You may attend to other matters," Qi Xiu responded lazily, retreating into the shop. As he entered, he muttered under his breath, "It's merely fifth-tier practitioners. What's all the fuss about?" With that, Qi Xiu assumed no one would visit today, casually shutting the door, convinced that Mu Hualan would likely not arrive either. Unbeknownst to him, the guard, upon reporting the incident to his captain, was met with incredulity. Did he truly say, "It's merely fifth-tier practitioners"? "What's all the fuss about?" the captain asked, his brow twitching with disbelief. The guard recounted Qi Xiu's words, prompting the captain to ponder. Fifth-tier practitioners were indeed formidable within the Dongling Empire, not the sort of adversaries an ordinary shopkeeper could contend with. After dismissing the guard, the captain contemplated the untouched shop, deeming it necessary to investigate further. Meanwhile, Qi Xiu closed the shop door, patting Xiao Bai on the head. "I'm stepping out for a while. Keep an eye on the place, understood?" "Meow." Xiao Bai responded lazily, barely lifting its head, noting the feline's lethargy. Qi Xiu shook his head in resignation and made his way to the kitchen. Glancing at the menu, he realized the fruit platter was no longer available. He entered the kitchen and summoned the system interface, navigating to the dungeon section. "Do you wish to enter the dungeon?" it inquired. "Yes," Chi affirmed. In an instant, he found himself at the entrance of a towering 9-story edifice, adorned with a sign reading 9 Domains Tower. The tower's obsidian surface was imposing, flanked by 2 massive columns intricately carved with the likenesses of ancient, fearsome beasts, their emerald eyes glinting with menace. A terrifying aura enveloped Chi, instilling a primal fear that chilled him to the bone. Just as he succumbed to dread, a warm current surged through him, banishing the cold and restoring his composure. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he marveled at the immense pressure emanating from mere carvings. "These are no ordinary sculptures," the system remarked, appearing beside him. Unfazed by the system's presence, Chi inquired, "What makes them extraordinary?" "Within lies the genuine seal of 2 7th-tier spirit beasts," the system elucidated. "What you sensed was their formidable presence. Guarded by 7th-tier spirit beasts, you really know how to pick your challenges," Chi mused, eyeing the system, which fidgeted under his gaze. "Is there an issue?" the system asked, puzzled. "None," Chi replied, retracting his gaze. "What must I do to enter?" He ascended the steps, ready for whatever awaited him. Chapter 58. The 9 Domains Tower Trial. According to the host's capabilities, he can only pass through the first level for now. Each level presents different challenges, and the host's task is to complete the challenges of each level. The system floated beside Chi and stated that the first level consists of only 3 challenges. If the host completes all 3, he can advance. "Is that so?" Chi approached the ancient black door, reaching out to push it but hesitated, suddenly inquiring, "How long will it take?" "You need not worry, dear host. The flow of time within is different from the outside. 1 hour externally equates to 24 hours within the instance," the system replied. "The host does not need to complete all 3 challenges consecutively. You may exit after completing one, then return for the next." Reassured by this, Chi pushed open the door. He had feared that an extensive duration would impede his ongoing tasks. The black door opened silently, revealing a tower that appeared ominous and foreboding. However, to his surprise, the interior was entirely contrary. The hall inside gleamed with brilliance, adorned with luminous stones embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the space. The hall was devoid of superfluous items, save for a transparent orb, reminiscent of crystal, suspended at its center. This orb, roughly the size of a fist, rendered the hall remarkably vacant. Chi approached the orb, which emitted a faint white glow, and within it, fleeting images seemed to flicker, yet upon closer inspection, nothing was discernible. Just as he stood before the orb, it burst forth with a blinding white light. The sudden brilliance compelled him to squint. Once the light dissipated, he lowered his hand and discovered he had been transported to a different location. This new setting appeared to be an ancient forest, surrounded by towering millennia-old trees that obscured the sky. The trees stood robustly, their intertwining branches creating a formidable canopy. Each trunk was upright, yet their branches were notably twisted, resembling gnarled claws, imparting a sense of strength. Several thick roots emerged from the ground, sprawling across the earth and entwining with the trunks of nearby trees. The density of roots was such that Chi could only tread upon them, unable to touch the soil beneath. The sounds of chirping birds and distant animal roars enlivened the scene. Ding! The system's voice echoed in Chi's mind. "Quest initiated. Please capture 100 level 1 spirit beasts within 8 hours. Upon his arrival in the forest, the system retreated back into its space. 100 level 1 spirit beasts within 8 hours? That seems manageable, Chi mused, stroking his chin. Do they all need to be different types? Indeed, but capturing different species will yield additional points, the system cheerfully responded, noting that higher scores result in better rewards. Chi frowned. Capturing different species might complicate matters. May I begin the task now? Surprised, Chi replied. Is it not already underway? There is only one chance to complete the task. Failure cannot be reset. Therefore, please consider carefully, the system advised. Upon hearing this, Chi declined, which suited him perfectly. After canceling the immediate start of the task, he felt invigorated and chose a direction to proceed. As he walked, he asked the system, "Are all the spirit beasts in this forest of level 1? Yes, all the creatures here are level 1 spirit beasts, modeled after the illusory forest, the system answered. Such simulations are possible? Chi was taken aback but refrained from further questions, having spotted a level 1 flame rabbit several meters ahead. The flame rabbit, a fire-breathing creature, was twice the size of an ordinary rabbit, its fur a vibrant red like flames, providing excellent warmth and popularity. Unlike typical rabbits, it was carnivorous, and amusingly, it would scorch its prey before dining, akin to roasting its meal. Before Qi Xiu stood a flame rabbit, currently igniting a deceased snake with flames. Initially startled, Qi Xiu accepted the surreal nature of this world. Rather than rushing forward, he restrained his aura and stealthily advanced a few meters. He was acutely aware that both he and the flame rabbit were of level 1. Taking out a kitchen knife from his inventory, he felt a greater sense of assurance. Despite its humble nature, with the knife in hand, he fixated on the flame rabbit, which, after incinerating its prey, scanned its surroundings before beginning its meal. At that moment, Qi Xiu remained motionless. When the flame rabbit lowered its guard, he sprang forth, swiftly advancing with his knife aimed at its neck. The flame rabbit, startled by his sudden movement, paused for a moment before instinctively attempting to flee. However, before it could react, it met its demise at Qi Xiu's blade. Dumbfounded, Qi Xiu thought, that was far too easy. I was so cautious for nothing. The level 1 spirit beasts possess minimal aggression, the system retorted. Then why the emphasis on caution? Qi Xiu's lips twitched in irritation, but he held his tongue, realizing that the system seemed designed to ensnare the host in its traps. He could already envision the system's expression if he were to ask why. Who told you to be so weak? Resuming his journey, Qi Xiu continued to hunt any different spirit beasts he encountered, refraining from attacking those of the same species. Chapter 59. The Poison King. In the realm of first-tier spirit beasts, some were effortlessly captured and hunted by Qi Xiu, while others proved to be quite elusive, requiring immense effort to ensnare. Unbeknownst to him, 5 hours had slipped by, and as Qi Xiu surveyed his collection of spirit beasts, he realized he had barely surpassed the halfway mark. This pace prompted him to furrow his brow, as it felt far too sluggish for his liking. In truth, such speed was commendable for a practitioner of the first tier. The system interjected, stating that it exceeded its expectations by a considerable margin. Qi Xiu retorted, "Oh, system, do you perceive me as so feeble?" After all, he once commanded respect in the martial arts realm, having trained rigorously to fend off bullies in his youth. Though he had since neglected his training, his enhanced memory allowed him to recall those skills with clarity, and his improved physical attributes enabled him to execute them flawlessly. With 3 hours remaining, Qi Xiu pressed on without rest, eager to ascertain whether he could complete his task within the 8-hour time frame. After a brief pause, he rose once more and resumed his pursuit of spirit beasts. Suddenly, a massive wild bull collapsed before him. Qi Xiu shook the blood from his blade, watching as the beast disintegrated into a flurry of data that vanished into the ether. Exhaling deeply, he sank to the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Feeling slightly breathless, he had successfully hunted 100 first-tier spirit beasts. However, 10 hours had elapsed, averaging only 10 beasts per hour. While capturing repeated specimens would have sufficed to complete his task, Qi Xiu was determined to acquire 100 distinctly different spirit beasts, which had impeded his progress. After a brief respite, Qi Xiu declared, "System, that will suffice for today. Please allow me to exit." "Understood," the system replied. In an instant, Qi Xiu found himself in the kitchen of his quaint establishment. Though not particularly hungry, he resolved to prepare a meal for himself. After 10 hours of exertion, his spiritual energy had waned significantly, and he was acutely aware of his need for sustenance. The best remedy was to indulge in delectable cuisine. He promptly cooked himself a bowl of exquisite rice, and upon consumption, felt his mental acuity rejuvenate. Following that, he prepared a serving of rice topped with savory ingredients, which left him feeling entirely at ease. Subsequently, he ascended to wash up, donned a fresh outfit, and returned to the reception area, where he settled into a revolving chair. Leaning back with a sense of languor, the small white creature napping atop the bar glanced at him lazily before resuming its slumber. It was still afternoon, the perfect time for a brief siesta. Qi Xiu mused that he might drift off in the chair. Suddenly, a sound akin to an arrow slicing through the air pierced the silence, evoking a strong sense of danger that compelled Yi Feng to abandon his pursuit of Meng Yang and his companions, swiftly darting to the left. Although the evasion was timely, his left arm was still grazed, blood streaming from the wound and staining his sleeve. The blood inexplicably turned black, accompanied by a wisp of dark smoke. Stumbling, Yi Feng shook his head in an attempt to dispel the sudden vertigo, but to no avail. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness beginning to blur. He clenched his fist, only to discover he had no strength left. In a moment of desperation, he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily sharpening his awareness. Yet the exertion caused tears to brim in his eyes. Meng Yang, How is it that you three cannot even best a single opponent? This tarnishes the reputation of the three fiends of the Northwest. A mocking voice echoed from behind Yifeng. He lay still, unable to move, merely listening to the exchange. Poison King, do not take pride in yourself. Without your poison, you wouldn't stand a chance against me, Mei Mengqiu retorted, glaring at the newcomer. The intruder was a gaunt man, slender as a reed, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, but seemingly capable of being blown away by a gust of wind. Clad in loose garments that accentuated his emaciated frame, Meng Yang nonchalantly adjusted his attire, leisurely responding, "This was merely to afford you the opportunity to shine, Poison King. If we three were to dispatch the enemy, what would there be left for you to do?" The Poison King scoffed dismissively, saying nothing in reply. Is he truly going to perish so easily? Meng Yang mused, unfazed, as he pointed to the fallen Yifeng with a gentle inquiry. How could it be so simple? The poison I produce is far from trivial. He will simply watch as his body decays. If he seeks liberation, he must embrace death. The Poison King replied with a cruel smirk. A flicker of surprise crossed Meng Yang's eyes before vanishing, replaced by his usual composure, unnoticed by those around him. Is that so? He murmured, lowering his gaze to obscure his expression. What's wrong? You don't still consider him a close friend, do you? Reluctant to part with him? The Poison King taunted, scrutinizing Meng Yang's visage. These words caused a slight tremor in Yifeng's still form, and in the next moment, he found himself engaging in self-mockery. The nature of his self-derision eluded him, yet he was aware that his consciousness was once again fading. Are you jesting? Meng Yang replied with a faint smile. At this juncture, do you still find it entertaining to test my resolve? Pray tell, scholar, what are you prattling on about? Do you still wish to leave? Mei Mingqiu interjected impatiently. Indeed, if we do not depart soon, we may find it impossible to do so, Hu Tian'ai added, raising his voice. Then let us take our leave, Poison King. Until we meet again, I hope for a fruitful collaboration. At Mei Mingqiu's behest, Meng Yang boldly suggested their exit. Oh, Xiao Qiu'er, your disdain for me is quite disheartening, the Poison King lamented, waving at Meng Yang while teasing Mei Mingqiu. She cast him a scornful glance before turning away. Meng Yang offered a polite nod to the Poison King before following suit. Hu Tian'ai scratched his beard and joined their ranks. As the Poison King observed their retreating figures, he narrowed his eyes, sensing the approach of several formidable opponents, including some at the 6th tier. With a swift motion, he retrieved a small white ceramic vial from behind him. He uncorked it, pouring a pale yellow pill into his palm, promptly tossing it into his mouth, chewing rapidly before swallowing. In less than 3 seconds, his body began to contort, stretch, and swell. When the transformation subsided, the Poison King had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The gaunt figure now transformed into a robust one, his once loose garments fitting him like a glove. Chapter 60. Azure Citadel. He surveyed the heavens, then cast a glance at the prone figure on the ground. A naive smile graced his lips as he murmured, The monkey's trust is nearly secured. It's time to deploy this pawn. With that, he strode in the opposite direction of Meng Yang and his companions, instantly appearing 10 meters away. Another step brought him onto Tai Street, where he seamlessly melted into the throng. The night wind, left behind, finally succumbed to unconsciousness. A while later, the Imperial Guard arrived belatedly. Leading them was a man clad in a black, close-fitting tunic embroidered with golden filigree. A black jade crown adorned his head, and 2 strands of hair cascaded down his chest. His face was as handsome as jade, yet his expression was stern. Night Wind. The man swiftly knelt beside the fallen figure, turning him over. Noticing the black miasma emanating from and slowly corroding his arm, his countenance grew grave. 2 of you, hasten to the Imperial Palace and fetch a physician to General Mu Walan's residence. A squad, scour the vicinity. The rest of you, follow me to the General's manor. The man commanded. The guards promptly and efficiently executed his orders. As some moved to lift Night Wind, the leader intervened. He gently cradled Night Wind in his arms and, unnoticed, extracted a small wad of paper from Night Wind's bosom, discreetly slipping it into his sleeve. Then, disregarding his subordinates' bewildered gazes, he calmly led the way back to the manor, his heart filled with trepidation. He didn't recognize the poison, but its potency was evident. He hoped the physicians could find an antidote. Meng Yang and his companions departed the scene, exploiting the chaos in the capital to slip away unnoticed. Several miles outside the city, they slowed their pace. Scholar, why did you collaborate with the Poison King? Mei Mingqiu asked, catching her breath and smoothing her disheveled attire. That man is utterly repulsive. She shuddered at the memory of the endless stream of insects emerging from the Poison King's body. Meng Yang gave her a sidelong glance and said, "If you find him distasteful, maintain your distance. No one compels you to associate with him." "Umph. I will avoid him without your prompting," Mei Mingqiu retorted, regaining her coquettish demeanor. "Where are we headed now? The mission is a complete failure, and the commission is lost." "You're still concerned about the mission? Focus on evading the Empire's pursuit," Hu Tianhai scoffed, plopping onto the ground. His iron hammer landed with a thud, creating a small crater. "Aren't you worried? This will tarnish our reputation," Mei Mingqiu said nonchalantly. "You care about reputation? I see no indication of it," Hu Tianhai replied, rolling his eyes. For them, reputation was of little consequence. They were capricious, undertaking missions only when they pleased. Yet, thanks to Meng Yang's strategic acumen, they consistently managed to abandon missions without compromising their reputation and still collect their commissions. Mei Mingqiu offered a non-committal smile and said, "We owe a debt to Boss Chi's cuisine. Without the extra yuan energy it provided, we wouldn't have escaped unscathed." After night wind forcefully broke through her illusion, she sustained injuries and lost a significant amount of yuan energy. But the yuan energy from the food she had consumed earlier surged forth like a torrent, replenishing her losses and allowing her to heal her internal wounds. Indeed, my yuan energy was nearly depleted when a surge of pure energy revitalized me, allowing my summoned dire wolf to endure longer. It's embarrassing that the three of us struggled against Night Wind, who was only a fifth-order cultivator, Hu Tianhai concurred. Recalling the delicacies he had savored at the small eatery, he felt a pang of hunger. He rubbed his stomach and smacked his lips, saying, "Speaking of food, I'm craving Bosch cheese cooking, but we won't be able to enjoy it for a while," Mei Mingqiu lamented. "Enough with the sentimentality. We must return to Azure Citadel quickly. The Empire has many formidable experts. If we delay, we may not make it back," Meng Yang said, interrupting their conversation and gazing at the towering walls of the capital. "Kyoto will soon be in turmoil." Hearing Meng Yang's words, Hu Tianhai jumped to his feet and grabbed his iron hammer. "Let's go, let's go. The unrest is none of our concern." "Perhaps it is," Meng Yang replied, setting off into the distance. "Are you implying it concerns Azure Citadel, or just us? Or is it only about you, and we're just along for the ride?" Mei Mingqiu asked, probing for clarification as she followed Meng Yang. Hu Tianhai, walking beside her, also looked at him quizzically. "All of the above," Meng Yang replied succinctly, quickening his pace. Mei Mingqiu and Hu Tianhai exchanged glances, then hastened to keep up with him. "Is there going to be a war?" Hu Tianhai asked. "No," Meng Yang replied. He remained silent, regardless of their questions. The two had no choice but to follow him towards Azure Citadel, unconcerned about the impending chaos. The most powerful empires on the continent were the 5 great empires: the Eastern Mausoleum Empire, the Sunken Underworld Empire, the Houston Empire, the Wind Flame Empire, and the Southern Shin Empire. In addition to the 5 great empires, there were many smaller nations and various forces. The relationships between the 5 great empires were intricate, marked by both antagonism and restraint. Occasionally, a war would erupt between 2 empires, but their comparable strength would lead to a stalemate. Moreover, each empire was wary of the other 3, preventing any decisive victory. This stalemate allowed numerous other forces to rise to prominence. These forces grew so powerful that the imperial courts could not suppress them, and were forced to compromise and tolerate their existence. Azure Citadel was one such force. The city lord of Azure Citadel was an 8th Order peak cultivator, just a step away from the 9th Order. He was considered the strongest individual below the 9th Order. As long as the city lord was present, Azure Citadel would be safe, which was why the two were unconcerned. Chapter 61, A Contest for Marriage? In the Imperial Palace's study, a place dedicated to the Emperor's reading and collection of books, there are a total of 13 thrones. 7 on the upper level and 6 below. Each throne is adorned with yellow mats, red carpets, cushions, and backrests, accompanied by spittoons, mirrors, and other ceremonial items. On either side of the thrones are small tables and cabinets displaying exquisite treasures crafted from jade, porcelain, enamel, bamboo, wood, ivory, and horn. The room is furnished with bookshelves, display cases, and various tables, including long, semicircular, and crescent-shaped tables, as well as chairs and embroidered stools, all meticulously designed to fit the limited and intricate space. The decor includes silk and paper scrolls, framed calligraphy, and paintings of landscapes and flowers, all set in ornate frames made of precious wood, further embellished with gemstones and enamel, creating a stunningly opulent atmosphere. In the western chamber of the study, the emperor, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, sits regally on the dragon throne. Diligently reviewing a stack of memorials with a brush in hand, the creases on his face betraying his age. Beside him, a middle-aged eunuch grinds ink. Standing in the center of the grand hall is a woman in red armor, her posture upright and dignified, her gaze sharp and expression indifferent. The scar on the left side of her face is strikingly prominent. This is Mu Hualan. Apart from the three of them, the hall is devoid of any other presence. Initially, Mu Hualan intended to return to her residence to retrieve spirit crystals before visiting a small eatery for a meal. However, upon her arrival home, she was informed by the steward that someone from the palace had come to summon her for an audience with the emperor. Reluctantly, she turned back to the palace. On her way, she encountered Yi Feng, the captain of the guards, and recalling her plans with the three at the eatery, she instructed him to relay her apologies. Upon entering the imperial study, the emperor merely instructed her to rise and then fell silent. After an indeterminate period, he set aside the memorials and addressed her calmly. "Little Lan, you are 25 this year, correct?" "Yes, I just came of age last year," Mu Hualan replied. "Time flies. The little girl has grown up so quickly," the emperor mused. Mu Hualan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the emperor at the desk. The emperor, after a moment's pause, continued, "I wish to hold a contest for your marriage. What do you think?" A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Mu Hualan's otherwise impassive face before she composed herself and replied, "Your Majesty, I do not believe I am in danger of remaining unmarried." The emperor waved his hand dismissively. "Little Lan, today we are not in the presence of a sovereign and a subject. You may address me as uncle, for I speak to you as your uncle. I am not concerned about you remaining unmarried. Rather, I am aging and wish to see you don a bridal gown. I want to personally select a worthy husband for you. As the only female general of the Dongling Empire, with your remarkable abilities and talents, I cannot think of a better way to find a suitable match than through a contest." Mu Hualan responded with silence, and the emperor, unhurried, continued to regard her with calm eyes. "I do not wish to marry so soon," Mu Hualan eventually replied after a long pause. "Is that so?" The emperor, evidently not surprised by her answer, was about to persuade her further when a masked figure in black appeared silently at his side, whispering something in his ear and handing him a piece of paper. The emperor took the paper, waved his hand to dismiss the figure, who then faded into the shadows. After the masked man departed, the emperor chose not to press the matter further, instead shifting the conversation to other matters of court before allowing Mu Hualan to leave. As she exited the palace, Mu Hualan exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. She truly disliked the palace, likening it to a cage, where even the emperor was but a bird trapped upon his throne. Once outside, she felt lighter, contemplating the possibility of enjoying a meal at the eatery. Her spirits lifted. However, this joy was short-lived as she returned home to find the steward anxiously pacing at the entrance. Upon seeing her, the steward hurried towards her, exclaiming, "General, you are back at last. What is it? You seem quite frantic. Is it that Ling Mei and Ziyu have arrived?" Mu Hualan, feeling cheerful at the thought of a meal, jested, remembering how the two often brought chaos to the general's household, much to the steward's dismay. "Oh dear, my general. You jest while Lord Yi Feng has been poisoned," the steward replied urgently. "What?" The ease on Mu Hualan's face shattered instantly. She rushed to the guest room, only to find the young man who had accompanied Yi Feng to the general's residence. Upon learning that the poison was administered by the notorious Poison King, Mu Hualan realized she had underestimated the situation. She had not anticipated the Poison King would appear in the capital. The thought of Yi Feng being afflicted with the vile Mifu San, a toxin that inflicted excruciating decay upon its victim, left her feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 62. The Corrupting Powder MO. The Imperial Physician. How can this poison be cured? Mu Hualan gazed at the unconscious, yet suffering Yi Feng on the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. There is only one way to counter the corrupting powder, and that is by concocting the 7-star elixir using the 7-star grass along with various spiritual herbs, replied the man. "Mo. As far as I know, there is a specimen of 7-star grass in the palace, but the formula for the 7-star elixir remains a mystery. The method of liberation spoken of by the Poison King is not solely death. The corrupting powder was merely a recipe he stumbled upon, and he believed it to be incurable. However, royal texts have mentioned that an antidote exists, though the exact formula is undisclosed. It is known that the 7-star grass is an indispensable ingredient, and the imperial physician treating Yi Feng happens to be aware of this information." Disappointment flickered across Mu Hualan's face. mingled with a sense of unwillingness. Was she to merely watch Yifeng succumb to death, powerless to intervene? The steward Wang glanced at Mu Hualan, who remained silent with pursed lips, sighed softly, and exited the room. Inside the chamber were only the ailing Yifeng, Mu Hualan, and the man in black. The man, Mo, chose to remain, offering words of comfort. Mu Hualan, do not blame yourself. The appearance of the Poison King in the capital was unforeseen by anyone. The Poison King, possessing a cultivation at the 4th tier's ladder stage, holds an overall strength equivalent to the mid-stage of the 5th tier, renowned for his exquisite mastery of poisons, hailing from the northwest region of Qingqing. Yet, his words did little to assuage Mu Hualan's guilt. Yifeng was her trusted subordinate, a comrade with whom she had faced life and death. The thought of being the cause of his impending demise weighed heavily on her conscience. Observing her distress, the man in black let out a gentle sigh, producing a small paper ball acquired from Yifeng. I haven't examined this. Perhaps it contains what you seek. With a tense expression, Mu Hualan accepted the crumpled paper, revealing a single strange line of incomprehensible text. This is it, she declared, crumpling the paper into a tight ball. With a firm squeeze, fine powder escaped through her fingers, dissipating into the air. Mo, I shall visit the palace. After a prolonged silence, Mu Hualan spoke suddenly. You intend to procure the 7 stargrass from the palace? Mo responded, unfazed. I shall accompany you. The 7 stargrass is a tier 7 spiritual herb, and the Emperor will not grant your request lightly if you go alone. Indeed. The 7 stargrass is a tier 7 herb, possessing the miraculous ability to restore life even from the brink of death, as long as there remains a faint breath. No, your presence would only provoke the Emperor, Mu Hualan rejected firmly. Mo, whose full name is Aizmo, is the heir to the Ningguang residence. Possessing cultivation at the 6th tier's later stage, and like Mu Hualan, is also a general. The Ningguang is Mu Hualan's mentor, making Aizmo her senior. Yet due to their similar ages, they have always addressed each other by name. While their joint appearance at the palace might increase their chances of obtaining the 7 stargrass, it would undoubtedly incite the Emperor's ire. If 2 generals could unite to petition for a single herb, would they not also unite to challenge the throne in the future? Mu Hualan could not accept Aizmo's sentiment, as the Ningguang residence has always been loyal to the Emperor, trusted above all others. She could not allow her actions to create rifts between the Emperor and the Ningguang residence. Aizmo understood this, yet Mu Hualan was his junior, his kin. How could a brother not wish to assist his sister in her time of need? Rest assured, Mo, I have a plan to obtain the 7 stargrass. Before Aizmo could voice his concerns, Mu Hualan interrupted decisively. A plan? Aizmo observed Mu Hualan leaving the room, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Mu Hualan arrived at the grand entrance of the palace, casting a deep gaze upon the crimson gates before stepping inside. Delightful little shop. Qi Xiu indulged in a refreshing afternoon slumber, awakening to the clock striking 4. Lying on his swivel chair, he stared at the ceiling for a moment before sluggishly sitting up, stretching lazily and loosening his joints, producing a cacophony of pops and cracks. After yawning and feeling considerably more alert, he smacked his lips and ascended to wash his face, rinsing his mouth to fully awaken. Descending the stairs, Qi Xiu headed straight into the kitchen to prepare dinner, resolving to enjoy a book after his meal before diving into a dungeon, determined to conquer the level today. Qi Xiu's plans were commendable, yet they hinged on the absence of customers in the shop. Just as he finished his meal with Xiao Bai and intended to read a bit before entering the dungeon, patrons arrived. Upon seeing the 12 brothers of the Xiao family entering the humble establishment in full force, Qi Xiu reluctantly set aside the book he had just picked up. Boss, your shop is still here? I thought it had turned to ruins. Xiao San, also known as Xiao Can, expressed his astonishment at the shop's decor, wondering if it had been rebuilt after its destruction. The rapidity of the transformation was remarkable, considering the nearby buildings had recently suffered devastation from battle. Yet this shop remained intact, now transformed. Indeed, during my previous visits, I had to navigate through winding alleys to find the shop, but now it stands prominently visible. Xiao Da, referred to as Xiao Yuan, remarked with admiration. The others echoed their curiosity regarding the shop's new decor, murmuring their astonishment. No, Qi Xiu responded, returning the book to the counter. So, Xiao San was about to inquire further when he was interrupted by Xiao Xian behind him. Boss, you have new dishes. Xiao Jiu, also known as Xiao Xian, exclaimed with excitement upon spotting the new items on the menu. New dishes indeed. several new additions, yet many have cultivation level restrictions. Xiao Shi, referred to as Xiao Xing, lamented, as he possessed only mid-tier 1 cultivation and could not partake in many of the delicacies. Most require tier 4 cultivation or higher. Xiao Lu, known as Xiao Qie, echoed his discontent. Is that alcohol? Xiao San's eyes lit up upon seeing the fire cloud wine listed on the menu, his attention entirely captured by the drinks rather than the shop's renovations. He had longed for the inclusion of wine, and upon discovering it, he could hardly contain his excitement. Boss, bring me a barrel of wine. The wine is still fermenting and will not be ready for 3 days, Qishio replied. It was brewed today, and it would take 3 days before it could be served. At this moment, he had nothing to offer. Xiao San felt a twinge of disappointment, but did not linger on it, saying, Then please reserve a barrel for me. I shall return in 3 days to drink. Qishio nodded in agreement. Certainly. Chapter 63. The management of property by Xiao Gao. The 12 brothers of the Xiao family began to place their orders one by one. However, due to their limited cultivation levels, only the second brother, Xiao Ling, had reached the 4th tier, allowing him to order several dishes above that rank. As the table was graced with Xiao Ling's pickled fish, dompa pork, and soul-stirring rice, the others could only watch enviously, their mouths watering from the enticing aroma. Lamenting their insufficient cultivation, Qishio first served the 3 dishes ordered by Xiao Ling before proceeding to prepare mapo tofu. This renowned dish, also known as chun mapo tofu, is a traditional culinary masterpiece from Sichuan province, originating in the Qing dynasty under the creation of Madame Chen Lu from the Wanfakio restaurant in Chengdu, whose complexion bore several pockmarks, hence the name. Qishio retrieved tofu made from 3rd-tier golden cloud beans, pristine white, and delightfully tender to the touch. The preparation of mapo tofu is quite straightforward. Qishio heated a suitable amount of oil before adding minced meat, stirring it until cooked through. He then poured in more oil, followed by peppercorns, minced garlic, and ginger, releasing a fragrant aroma. After adding debanjiang to achieve a rich red hue, he incorporated colorful bell peppers and gently mixed in cubes of tofu. After sauteing for about 3 minutes, he added the cooked minced meat along with seasoning and a starch slurry to thicken the dish, garnishing with chopped green onions and a sprinkle of pepper before serving. The group ordered 5 portions of mapo tofu, but Qishio did not prepare them all at once. He first served 1 portion before returning to the kitchen for the remaining 4. The essence of mapo tofu lies in its distinctive characteristics: numbing, spicy, hot, fragrant, crispy, tender, fresh, and lively, collectively known as the 8 principles. Qishio's rendition of mapo tofu exemplified these principles to perfection, causing those fortunate enough to taste it to blow on their steaming bowls, eagerly scooping spoonful after spoonful until the dish was emptied. When Qishio returned with the remaining 4 portions, a clamorous demand arose for 7 servings, suggesting a desire for 1 dish per person. By the time all 12 orders were served, a full half-hour had elapsed, as preparing meals for 12 requires considerable time. Once the table was cleared of all food, a full hour had passed, with the 12 individuals languidly reclining in their chairs, patting their full bellies, and utterly disinclined to move. Among them, the most delighted was undoubtedly Xiao Ling. The sour and fragrant pickled fish, mildly spicy yet not overwhelming, the tender dompa pork bursting with flavor, and the exquisite soul-stirring rice. Each dish was a testament to culinary artistry. As Xiao Ling savored every bite, he felt as though he were partaking in an extraordinary feast of flavors. The meal totaled 121 spirit crystal stones and 14,604 gold coins. Qishio informed the diners at the counter. The payment was once again handled by the 5th brother, Xiao Gao, who, upon hearing the price, paid without hesitation. Then, producing a sleek black abacus from seemingly nowhere, he began deftly manipulating the beads while muttering calculations. 121 spirit crystal stones and 14,604 gold coins for 1 meal, amounting to 847 spirit crystal stones and 102,228 gold coins for a week, and so forth. Upon hearing these figures, Qishio's eyes brightened, realizing the potential for substantial profit. The remaining 11 brothers of the Xiao family looked on with a mix of exasperation and resignation at Xiao Gao's focused demeanor, even the youngest, Xiao Tu, quietly tiptoeing toward the exit. Xiao Gao was the one in charge of their financial affairs, possessing no particular hobbies other than perhaps an affinity for wealth. While generally calm, he would enter a state of hypervigilance whenever his brothers overspent, leading to relentless scrutiny and admonishment. Their father, recognizing Xiao Gao's aptitude, entrusted him with the management of their allowances. Thus, in order to avoid becoming targets of exploitation, it was wise to make a swift exit. Just as the 11 brothers were about to escape the small establishment, Xiao Gao slammed the abacus onto the counter, causing them to freeze mid-step like statues, unable to move. "Where do you think you are going?" Xiao Gao turned his gaze toward the doorway, inquiring with a serene tone. The frozen brothers stiffly turned to meet his gaze, and Qi Xiu could almost hear the creaking of their necks in response to their rigidity. Xiao Gao, putting away the black abacus, smiled gently and continued, "In 1 month. That totals 3,640 spirit crystal stones and 438,120 gold coins. Annually, that amounts to 44,165 spirit crystal stones and 533,460,000 gold coins." Upon hearing these figures, Qi Xiu felt a rush of excitement, realizing that Xiao Gao could indeed become exceedingly wealthy. This was merely a basic estimate, not accounting for potential new dishes or their everyday expenses. Xiao Gao continued to address his brothers, summarizing, "Therefore, the cost of the meal you ordered, second brother, will be deducted 2/3 from your allowance." This statement elicited a wave of schadenfreude from those who had missed out on the pickled fish, dompa pork, and soul-stirring rice. However, before they could revel in their amusement, Xiao Gao redirected his attention to them, declaring, "And for you lot, to prevent you from squandering your allowances, starting today, yours will be halved." Instantly, the doorway became adorned with 11 statues, the youngest, Xiao Tu, unaware of the implications of his allowance being cut, nonetheless understood that whenever his fifth brother acted this way, it meant he would be deprived of his beloved candies for a while. "Furthermore, I will inform our father to have you assist in our family business, and all earnings will be collected," Xiao Gao concluded with a benign smile. Chapter 64. The Xiao brothers recommend themselves as waiters. Chapter 64. The Xiao brothers recommend themselves as waiters. Xiao Xiang, the seventh brother, twitched at the corner of his mouth and was the first to react, protesting with dissatisfaction, "I can accept helping out, but I refuse to agree to a halved allowance." Among the 12 brothers, Xiao Xiang was the most extravagant. In modern terms, he was a typical spendthrift, no, a daylight spender. Every time money reached his hands, it would vanish on the same day. "You don't agree?" Xiao Gao's smile was so amiable. It would have been even more so if there hadn't been wisps of dark aura emanating from behind him. "I agree." Looking at the dark aura behind him, Xiao Xiang resembled a punctured balloon, deflating instantly. "Oh ho ho, what about you?" Xiao Gao smiled as he looked at the remaining brothers, the dark aura behind him surging even more intensely. "No objections." The remaining 10 replied in unison. "I want to go to the Moonlit Tavern," Xiao Qian, the third brother, added. "No can do." Xiao Gao refused with a smile. The other brothers all looked at Xiao Qian with disdain. If he went there, all the wine would be drunk up. What tavern would they be running? They might as well just serve him. Having settled his brothers, the dark aura behind Xiao Gao dissipated, and he suddenly turned to Qi Xiu with a sunny smile. "Boss, I wonder if you need any waiters here? What do you think about me working as a waiter in your shop? My requirements aren't high. The salary is up to you. The important thing is that 3 meals a day are included." Shameless. Apart from Xiao Tu, who looked completely bewildered, the other Xiao brothers all wore expressions of "I've misjudged you," filled with indignant expressions that said, "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Qi Xiu. "Boss, what do you think of me? I don't need a salary, just 3 meals a day." Xiao Yang, the fourth brother, interjected with a radiant smile, stepping in front of Xiao Gao and addressing Qi Xiu. "Qi Xiu. Boss, they're all too young, not suitable. Look at me, I'm older than them. I'm more suitable. I don't need a salary, nor do I need 3 meals a day, just 2 meals will do." Xiao Yuan, the eldest brother, squeezed in front of the two, not wanting to be left out, and recommended himself to Qi Xiu. "Qi Xiu. Boss, they're all too old. You should pick me. I'm so adorable, I'll definitely attract a lot of customers for you." Xiao Xing, the 11th brother, slithered to the front of the three, leaned on the bar, and said to Qi Xiu in a cute manner, "Boss, look at me. I don't need anything else, just 1 meal a day." Xiao Xian, the 9th brother, looked at Qi Xiu expectantly. "Boss, I can do it too." Xiao Kuan, the 10th brother, said with a gentle smile. The Xiao brothers recommended themselves one after another, the requirements they put forward becoming lower and lower. Even Xiao Tu joined in the fun, saying, "Me too, me too." Qi Xiu was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be one of the onlookers, just watching the show? How did he suddenly become the protagonist? "TSK, boss." You don't need to consider them, just pick me. I don't need a salary, nor do I need meals. I'll work for you for free. Shao Kan, the third brother, pushed away the group in front of the bar with a domineering air and said boldly. These words stunned the Shao brothers who had spoken earlier. When had their third brother become so easy to talk to? But, Shao Kan then emphasized, adding a but. Boss, you give me lenient conditions. I want to order as many meals as I want. How shameless. How regretful. Why hadn't they thought of this method? Now they were definitely out of the running. In an instant, various regrets welled up in the Shao brothers' hearts. They should have known that Shao Kan wouldn't become so kind. So he was waiting for this opportunity. Boss, take a look. Who do you think is more suitable? But the others were not resigned and looked at Qi Xiu expectantly, hoping he would choose them. Qi Xiu, who had snapped out of his daze, carefully scrutinized each person in front of him under their expectant gazes. Every time he looked at someone, the expectation in that person's eyes would intensify. After examining the 12 people up and down, Qi Xiu slowly uttered a sentence. When did I say I was looking for waiters? Qi Xiu could clearly see the expressions of expectation on the faces of the group in front of him instantly petrify, then erode, and finally shatter into dust. This series of changes made Qi Xiu really want to burst out laughing. Fortunately, he had been expressionless for a long time. Although he was laughing wildly inside, his face remained impassive, without even a twitch of his facial muscles. Boss, if you weren't going to choose, why did you look so carefully? Shao Chia, the sixth brother, looked at Qi Xiu with a plaintive expression, feeling like he had rejoiced in vain. The others were the same, with faces full of resentment, which made Qi Xiu feel a chill. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to hire waiters. It was just that he didn't want the waiters in his shop to be male. It was more pleasing to the eye to have beautiful women. Yes, he decided that the waiters in the future must be beautiful women. You were the ones who asked me to look, Qi Xiu said innocently to the group. I didn't say anything. Everyone choked and was speechless. Indeed, Qi Xiu had not said a word from beginning to end. It was all their own wishful thinking. Seeing that there was no hope, Shao Kan rolled his eyes, turned around and left, leaving behind the words, Boss, remember my wine. I've reserved it. After Shao Kan left, the others greeted Qi Xiu and followed him out. Qi Xiu waved at them. After they left, he closed the door and called it a day. After telling Little White to go to sleep first, Qi Xiu went to play a dungeon. In the blink of an eye, Qi Xiu appeared in the forest, holding the cleaver in his hand. He had used this cleaver for 10 hours, but it was still brand new, intact. Shouldn't he say, as expected of a system product? The cleaver rotated in his hand. Qi Xiu grasped the handle and directly clicked Start Task. Ding! The task officially began. Capture 100 level 1 spirit beasts within 8 hours. The reward for completing the task is basic knife skills. Failure to complete the task will result in the dungeon being closed. System, this is not reasonable. The reward is only basic knife skills, but the punishment is the dungeon being closed. This doesn't seem equal. Qi Xiu protested, but he himself quickly moved forward, constantly observing his surroundings, searching for spirit beasts. Host, this system has prepared opportunities for the host to practice. Since the host has already decided to start the task, it means that the host has 100% confidence in completing the task, the system replied earnestly. Qi Xiu was a little embarrassed and speechless. Didn't you notice that I was joking? I know, but I still need to explain, the system said as a matter of course. Okay. Qi Xiu stopped talking and instead raised his perception to the highest level, sensing the aura of the surrounding spirit beasts. Chapter 65. The first dungeon level cleared. 8 hours and 100 first-level spirit beasts. Certainly, he could achieve this feat, however. Qi Xiu held himself to a higher standard, aiming to capture 100 entirely distinct species of first-level spirit beasts. His previous attempt had taken 10 hours, and this time, he was determined to complete the task in under 8. Despite the time constraint, Qi Xiu remained remarkably composed, searching for various first-level spirit beasts with an air of tranquility, showing no signs of impatience. Both spirit beasts and ordinary wild animals do not readily present themselves in conspicuous locations waiting to be captured. Qi Xiu had to utilize his understanding of their behavioral patterns and various tracks to locate and capture them, armed with experience. This time, Qi Xiu found the task relatively smooth, completing a significant portion of it with minimal effort. Observing a creature that resembled both a chicken and a bird not far off, he deftly threw a kitchen knife toward its head. Before the spirit beast could react, the back of the knife struck it, rendering it unconscious with a dull thud. Qi Xiu had expertly controlled his strength, ensuring it was merely incapacitated rather than killed. After placing the spirit beast into the specially prepared space of his system, he continued capturing a few more, leaving only 3 untrapped as time dwindled to half an hour. After 7.5 hours of intense focus, fatigue began to set in. Realizing he had only half an hour left, he chose not to rest but to muster his energy for the remaining captures. However, progress proved challenging. Half the time elapsed, yet he encountered only previously captured spirit beasts. At this moment, Qixu's demeanor remained serene, devoid of any anxiety. He understood that haste could lead to mistakes. Observing his surroundings, he noted the lush ancient trees, each thick enough to be embraced by several people, their canopies blocking out the sky entirely. Suddenly, he spotted 2 strikingly prominent trees a few dozen meters to his left. Both trunks were thick enough to require 3 people to encircle them. One was a milky white tree devoid of branches, adorned only with vibrant green leaves, while the other had a dark brown trunk, thick with intertwined branches but lacking foliage. Upon seeing these 2 trees, Qixu's spirits lifted. The remaining spirit beasts would be easy to find. These 2 trees were known as the twin trees or the black and white trees, classified as second-level spirit trees. The survival of one tree depended on the other. If one perished, the other would gradually wither as well. The white tree bore no branches, only a trunk and leaves, topped with a solitary flower known for its medicinal properties. The dark tree, in contrast, bore no leaves but was laden with clusters of black fruits, also valuable for medicinal use. The white tree was home to first-level cicadas, the largest of their kind on the continent, while the dark tree hosted first-level silver bellbirds, the smallest birds on the continent. Although the trees were interdependent, the cicadas and silver bellbirds were fierce adversaries, engaged in a relentless struggle for survival. The cicadas fed on the silver bellbirds, supplementing their diet with the white tree's leaves, while the silver bellbirds regarded the cicadas as their primary prey, consuming the black fruits from the dark tree. Both species had a brief lifespan of merely 6 months, leading to rapid reproduction cycles, with each laying eggs monthly and maturing bi-monthly. This prolific breeding ensured that neither side faced extinction despite their constant conflict. Recalling his readings about the cicadas and silver bellbirds, Qixu felt a surge of excitement. He positioned himself near the twin trees but refrained from rushing in, instead surveying the area as if searching for something. He sought a particular flower whose scent was detestable to both the cicadas and silver bellbirds. This aroma would mask his presence, rendering him undetectable. With this scent, capturing a cicada and a silver bellbird would entail significantly less danger, as he did not believe he could contend with the multitude of first-level spirit beasts. Eureka! Qixu spotted a cluster of vibrant pink flowers blooming nearby. He approached and uprooted several, rubbing them in his palms until their bitter juice emerged, releasing a pungent aroma into the air. After applying the juice to his face, he hung the damaged flowers around his neck and made his way toward the 2 trees. The white tree's trunk was teeming with cicadas, causing even Qixu, who did not suffer from acrophobia, to feel a shiver down his spine. Numerous holes dotted the trunk, revealing where the cicadas had emerged. They did not hatch from the ground but rather from these tree cavities, a concept that challenged Qixu's understanding of the natural world. Suppressing the urge to scratch the goosebumps on his arms, Qixu focused on capturing a solitary cicada that appeared to be freshly fed, its abdomen swollen and flight slow. With precise aim, he swiftly extended his hand and grasped its wings, pulling it with a fluid motion that left a trail of afterimages in the air. The cicada emitted a shrill sound that momentarily overwhelmed Qixu, causing a ringing in his ears and loosening his grip. Shaking off the dizziness, he promptly tossed the cicada into his system space. Next, he turned his attention to the silver bellbird, which proved to be a challenge due to its swift movements. After considerable effort, he managed to capture it as well. Now, only one type of spirit beast remained. Rather than searching elsewhere, Qixu approached a small slope 50 meters from the twin trees, testing the soft soil beneath his feet with satisfaction. He was confident he could complete the task within the allotted time. Finding the soil's softest spot, he stomped down forcefully, then swiftly sidestepped to regain his balance on a nearby stone. The ground where he had just stood collapsed into a deep pit, revealing a brown, snake-like creature within. Measuring 1 meter in length and adorned with circular red stripes, a first-level spirit beast known as the Iron Earthworm. Chapter 66. Slicing Cucumbers. Practicing knife skills. The ironworm, exposed to the air, seemed eager to burrow into the soil. Qixu swiftly thrust a knife, pinning it to the ground. The trapped creature writhed and twisted, forming S-shaped contortions, occasionally attempting a double S maneuver, desperately trying to break free from the immobilizing knife. Its remarkable flexibility elicited a sigh of admiration from Qi Xiu as he withdrew the knife and stored the iron worm within the system space. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host, on successfully clearing level 1. The reward basic knife skills, premium, has been granted. Please check your inventory. After placing the last first-level spirit beast into the system, the exclusive notification sound of task completion echoed in Qi Xiu's mind. Exhausted, Qi Xiu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily after 8 hours of constant movement. Even with his chef-like physique, fatigue had set in. System, considering how hard I've worked, could you not grant a more generous reward? Qi Xiu lazily inquired from his seated position. Host, this task was not particularly challenging. The system allocates rewards based on task completion. This time, you have already received a premium level knife skill reward, the system replied. Premium? The mention of this word piqued Qi Xiu's interest. He remained seated, opening the system interface and navigating to the storage section. He noticed a white book had appeared among the neatly arranged packages. Qi Xiu pointed at the book, which instantly enlarged, revealing a selection box asking, "Would you like to learn basic knife skills, premium?" Without hesitation, he clicked yes. The book transformed into a beam of white light and surged into his brow. Suddenly, a set of knife skill practice methods filled his mind. The character information displayed the 4 characters' basic knife skills with a proficiency progress bar indicating a current level of 0. With this knowledge, Qi Xiu swiftly exited the dungeon. In a flash of white light, he found himself in the hall of the 9 Domains Tower's first floor. Upon his arrival, the only pearl in the hall radiating white light shattered with a crisp sound. As the pearl broke, a pair of grand double doors appeared on the wall behind it, adorned with intricate carvings of 2 ivory elephants, their massive forms nearly engulfing the entire door. Qi Xiu glanced at the doors, lacking interest in entering. After opting to exit the dungeon, he headed upstairs to freshen up and retire for the night. Awakening to the bright morning light, Qi Xiu stared at the ceiling for a moment before sluggishly rising to wash up. After breakfast, instead of opening the door to commence business, he retreated to the kitchen to practice his knife skills. In the kitchen, Qi Xiu had designated a specific area for honing his skills. A long wooden table occupied a corner, featuring a cutting board of similar dimensions and a wide-bladed knife alongside an array of cucumbers. Am I supposed to practice knife skills using cucumbers? Qi Xiu questioned, observing the bare table with a hint of uncertainty. Yes, host, precisely so, the system cheerfully affirmed. Cucumbers? Why not use a carrot instead? Qi Xiu mused, picking up the top cucumber, his mind wandering to less savory associations due to prolonged exposure to certain online content. Is there a problem, host? Cucumbers are ideal for practicing knife skills. The system inquired, puzzled. No problem, I shall begin right away, Qi Xiu confidently replied, deciding it best not to delve further into the matter with the system. He grasped the hefty knife, but upon lifting it, Qi Xiu nearly stumbled, nearly toppling onto the table. Is this truly the knife meant for me to practice with? It's rather heavy, don't you think? He remarked, regaining his balance with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Dear host, the system does not err, the system replied. You need not question the system. This is indeed the knife. Qi Xiu felt exasperated. Practicing with such a weighty knife seemed a true test of his resolve. Despite the urge to complain, he refrained, placing the cucumber on the cutting board and wielding the unexpectedly heavy knife to commence slicing. The visible veins in his arm stood out as he exerted himself. Beep. Task issued. Achieve maximum proficiency in basic knife skills within 1 month. Completion of the task will reward a random lottery draw. The system's notification sounded as Qi Xiu made his first cut. Surprised, Qi Xiu realized that slicing cucumbers had transformed into a task, one that offered a lottery reward. The prospect of winning something worthwhile invigorated him, and he eagerly resumed his cucumber slicing. Basic knife skills could be described as a form of culinary art, encompassing various aspects of knife techniques, origins, applications, requirements, skills, culture, and examples. The first step in mastering these skills was to slice cucumbers until proficiency was achieved. With unwavering focus, Qi Xiu diligently cut the cucumbers into slices, filling the table with an abundance of them, yet the pile of cucumbers remained unchanged. As the clock struck 10, Qi Xiu finally set down the knife, his forearms swollen and trembling slightly. The energy within him began to circulate, flooding into his right arm. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, akin to enjoying an ice pop on a sweltering summer day, invigorating every pore of his being. Glancing at the system's display of time, Chi Xiu ceased his knife practice and exited the kitchen to open the doors of his shop for business. As he swung open the door, he spotted 3 figures waiting outside, a man, a woman, and a young boy. The boy was slumped against the entrance, appearing lethargic. Before Chi Xiu could speak, the boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Boss Chi, you finally opened. I thought you had vanished if you didn't open soon." With an expressionless face, Chi Xiu greeted Aizu, fully opening the door. Outside, the scene remained disheveled, yet noticeably tidier than the previous day, indicating that someone had taken the time to clean up. Chapter 67. The emergence of recovery water. As the door swung open, Aizu eagerly stepped inside, followed closely by Ai Weiwei and Mu Huabai. "Boss, what has happened to your shop?" Aizu exclaimed upon entering, her eyes widening at the transformed establishment. Ai Weiwei and Mu Huabai shared her astonishment, marveling at the rapid changes that had occurred in just a single day. "Is this a table? What is it made of? Is this a counter? It looks nothing like those in other shops. And that door, is it made of water glass?" Aizu darted about, her curiosity propelling her to touch everything, her eyes gleaming with wonder as she peppered her questions with unrestrained enthusiasm. Water glass is a type of mineral, colorless and transparent, easily shattered yet quite common. It is typically used for mirrors and various ornaments, but it was Aizu's first encounter with it used as a door. "That would be correct," Chi Xiu nodded. "Ah, and new dishes." Aizu continued her exploration, her gaze landing on the menu affixed to the wall, and she gasped in surprise. However, her excitement waned as she read the restrictions accompanying the new dishes. "Boss, this is too unfair. Why must one be above the 4th tier to partake? I can't eat any of it." Chi Xiu nearly rolled his eyes at her complaint, casually replying, "If you can't eat, then just watch others enjoy. Savor the aroma instead." Aizu lamented, "Boss, you've changed. We can no longer frolic joyously together." A chuckle escaped Mu Huabai as he observed Aizu's expression, and even Ai Weiwei could not suppress her laughter. "Boss Chi, bring out all the new dishes from your menu." Mu Huabai mischievously chimed in, adding, "I'm at the 4th tier, so I can partake." "Me too. Bring me everything that can be served." Ai Weiwei joined in, giggling, "Little you can just watch your sister eat. Love is lost. I shall sever ties with you all. You are no longer the people I once knew." Aizu lamented dramatically. The group erupted in laughter, and even Chi Xiu allowed a hint of amusement to dance in his eyes. "Humph," Aizu scoffed, turning her attention to the menu in search of new dishes she could actually enjoy. Upon spotting a dish with no cultivation restrictions, she exclaimed joyfully, "Boss, I want this mapo tofu, and also a serving of rice." "Oh, what is this recovery water?" "This is called recovery water," Chi Xiu explained. "A single bottle can restore 30% of one's energy within 5 seconds. The effects are cumulative and carry no side effects. It is the only item in this shop that can be taken away." "What?" Before Aizu could respond, Mu Huabai shouted in astonishment. Ai Weiwei, though veiled, clearly shared their surprise. Aizu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Energy is of utmost importance among cultivators. It is a finite resource even for the mightiest 9th tier practitioners. Yet, what had they just heard? A single bottle could replenish 30% of energy within 5 seconds? And the effects stack? "Boss, you must be joking." Aizu gazed at Chi Xiu with skepticism. "I am not jesting. It is precisely as you have heard. The only limitation is that only those with energy may partake," Chi Xiu affirmed. The latter statement went unnoticed by the trio, as Chi Xiu's certainty left them utterly dumbfounded. The so-called limitation was inconsequential. A myriad of thoughts raced through their minds. If this were true, 3 bottles could restore 90% of energy in just 15 seconds. With recovery water, concerns over energy depletion would vanish entirely. One could only imagine the decisive advantage a bottle of recovery water would provide in a battle between equally matched opponents. Observing their astonishment, Chi Xiu remained calm. Initially, he had thought the water to be akin to tea, but it was nothing of the sort. Is there truly no side effect? With such efficacy, the price must be exorbitant. Mu Huabai inquired with uncertainty. Mentioning the price made Chi Xiu wince. While there were pills available that could restore a cultivator's energy, they were invariably exorbitant, costing at least dozens of spirit crystals. Moreover, these pills often required time to take effect, and many instant recovery pills had side effects. In contrast, Chi Xiu's recovery water, devoid of side effects, could easily command a much higher price. However, The price was set by the system, and with his current low level, he had no means to alter it. Additionally, while other items required Qishio's effort to create, the recovery water was entirely provided by the system. His only responsibility was to sell it, leaving him with no authority over its pricing. Thus, when faced with the question, Qishio simply reiterated the system's words. A bottle that restores only 30% of energy, what exorbitant price could it possibly command? Brother, I only bow to you, Aizu declared, raising her thumb in admiration. Indeed, the boss is truly remarkable, Mu Huabai added after a moment of contemplation. Ai Weiwei regarded Qishio with admiration. Qishio returned their gazes with an expression of indifference, as if the treasures they esteemed held no value in his eyes, while inwardly, he lamented the income he was losing. To alleviate his own discomfort, Qishio, maintaining a stoic demeanor, asked, "Will you be placing your orders or not?" "Yes. I have already ordered my dishes, and I now desire 3 bottles of recovery water." Aizu replied eagerly, her curiosity piqued. Qishio retrieved 3 bottles of recovery water from the cabinet behind the bar, handing them to Aizu, and accepted the gold coin she offered, storing them in the system's space. Chapter 68. So delicious it's explosive, I'll have 3 bottles as well, murmured Mu Huabai, placing gold coins upon the table. Ai Weiwei remained silent, merely picking up the 3 bottles of restorative potion that Aizu had purchased, examining them closely. The bottles were transparent, seemingly crafted from crystal, containing a clear, azure liquid. "Please bring me 3 bottles too. I'll pay," Ai Weiwei remarked after observing the restorative potion. Qishio, without further ado, handed her a small pouch filled with 3 bottles of the elixir. Aizu obediently paid, knowing that half of his allowance came from his sister. "What would the 2 of you like to eat?" Qishio inquired, having sold the restorative potions. 1 serving each of sauerkraut fish, dompa pork, and soul-stirring rice, Mu Huabai stated, playing with the restorative potion in his hands. Although the prices of the dishes were not modest, he could afford it. "And also, bring me a barrel of wine. I'll have those 3 dishes as well, but I'll pass on the wine," Ai Weiwei interjected, as she never drank, even at royal banquets. "Unfortunately, the wine will not be available for another 2 days, Qishio replied. "Oh, in that case, let it be," Mu Huabai said nonchalantly. He merely wished to savor the delicacies, despite the exquisite nature of the food at this eatery. He doubted any wine could surpass the tribute wine from the kingdom of Langlan, Jingquan wine. While contemplating this, he felt no regret upon hearing Qishio's announcement that the wine was temporarily unavailable. His primary aim was to indulge in the culinary delights. "Do you enjoy spicy food?" Qishio asked, nodding. Mu Huabai, "A little." Aizu, "Yes, I do." Ai Weiwei, "Just a little for me." Qishio nodded and retreated into the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves as he approached the fish tank to catch fish. He was well versed in preparing these dishes, and before long, 2 servings of sauerkraut fish were ready. As he emerged from the kitchen, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, instantly making the 3 patrons swallow hard. Even Bai, who had been dozing at the bar after breakfast, instinctively twitched his nose in his slumber. Placing the sauerkraut fish before Mu Huabai and Ai Weiwei, alongside a bowl of white rice, Qishio said, "Enjoy your meal." However, the trio at the table paid him no mind, their eyes fixated on the sauerkraut fish before them. The tender, white fish fillets, vibrant red and green chilies, and the broth topped with a layer of crimson oil captivated their attention. The bowl before Mu Huabai was richer in color, while Ai Weiwei's was much lighter. Mu Huabai did not first indulge in the rice. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of fish. In that instant, the succulent and tender fish fillet won his heart. The broth was sour, fresh, and aromatic, a feast for the senses, leaving him utterly entranced. Especially when paired with the translucent white rice, it was so delectable that he felt as though he might burst with joy. Neglecting to converse with Aizu and Ai Weiwei as he devoured the meal voraciously, Ai Weiwei was similarly engrossed. After her first bite of fish, she completely disregarded her brother, her world consumed by the food before her. She even abandoned her genteel manners, hastily shoveling another bite of fish into her mouth. The fish, infused with the unique flavor of sauerkraut, had a hint of spice that was not overwhelming, rendering it so delicious that she forgot all about etiquette. Aizu, enviously eyeing the sauerkraut fish and inhaling the fragrant air, cast a forlorn glance at Qishio. Qishio, unfazed, ignored his longing gaze and returned to the kitchen to prepare dompa pork. His movements were deft as he prepared 2 servings, knowing they would need to simmer for some time. He then moved to prepare mapo tofu. In about 10 minutes, the mapo tofu was ready. After finishing the tofu, Qi Xiu turned the meat that was still simmering to prevent it from sticking to the pot or cooking unevenly. Once he flipped the meat, he fried an egg and placed it atop the bowl of white rice. Qi Xiu had timed everything perfectly. As he finished, the dompa pork was also ready. He turned off the heat and served the vibrant, luscious pork. He placed all the dishes on a tray and headed out. Aizu, already famished, gazed longingly at the two who were enjoying their meals, feeling utterly pitiful. Seeing Qi Xiu felt like encountering an angel, if not a deity. "I'm starving. Please, I'll serve myself," he exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness as he jumped up to fetch the dishes. Qi Xiu shrugged and placed Aizu's portion of rice on the table, followed by the dompa pork for Ai Weiwei and Mu Huabai. Mu Huabai, already engrossed in his meal, was presented with a bowl of meticulously arranged dompa pork, gleaming like rubies, igniting a glimmer of desire in his eyes. With a swift motion, he picked up a piece of the lustrous pork and stuffed it into his mouth. The thin skin, tender meat, and rich flavors melded perfectly. It was savory yet not greasy, indulgent but not overwhelming, imbued with a hint of alcohol and rich in flavor. The dish was a true culinary masterpiece. "This is exquisite. Qi Xiu's culinary skills are unmatched," Mu Huabai exclaimed, feeling as though he were in a state of bliss, floating with happiness. It was undeniably more delectable than the royal cuisine. Yet amidst his joy, he felt a pang of anguish. If he could no longer enjoy such delicacies, it would be the greatest sorrow of his life. Ai Weiwei's expression mirrored his delight, her enchanting visage flushed with warmth, her eyes reflecting a hint of intoxication. In this moment, she likely forgot all about maintaining her image. She picked up a piece of the tender pork, squeezing it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging, a hint of grease on her lips that only added to the allure. However, no one took notice of this tempting scene. Both diners were wholly captivated by the dishes before them, leaving Qi Xiu, who remained in the kitchen preparing soul-stirring rice, as the only one not partaking in the feast. Though Ai Weiwei generally disliked meat, especially fatty cuts, she had ordered the dompa pork trusting in Qi Xiu's culinary prowess, believing that if his other dishes were delightful, this one might also be exceptional. Yet, despite her initial reservations, the dompa pork exceeded her expectations by leaps and bounds. Even the fatty meat she typically abhorred was beyond reproach. She found no fault with it whatsoever. It was so delectable that she couldn't help but fall in love with it. Chapter 69. An occasional gesture for amusement, however. When the exquisite dish was presented at the table, Ivy found herself utterly speechless, completely captivated by Qi Xiu's culinary prowess. If the fried rice she had tasted earlier merely delighted her palate as a supreme variant of its kind, she now understood that any ingredient transformed in Qi Xiu's hands would metamorphose into a heavenly delicacy. At this moment, Qi Xiu's status in Ivy's eyes transcended from that of a master chef to a divine being, capable of making her relish the very fatty meat she despised, an achievement few could attain. As Ivy internally lauded Qi Xiu's remarkable skills, Aizu beside her was equally exhilarated. The tantalizing aroma lingered in the air, prompting Aizu to swallow hard. There was no trace of the unpleasant sense associated with tofu making. Instead, the air was filled with mouth-watering fragrances that ignited her appetite. The tofu on the plate gleamed like white jade, with sharp edges, and the garlic sprouts stood erect within the bowl, vibrant and glossy, as if freshly harvested and chopped. Aizu scooped a spoonful of tofu, which crumbled effortlessly at the touch, a testament to the perfect cooking technique employed. Upon tasting, her eyes widened in astonishment. The sensations of numbing, spiciness, heat, fragrance, crispness, tenderness, and freshness bombarded her taste buds with an exhilarating intensity. The flavors were impeccable, with the scallions and garlic thoroughly cooked, leaving no trace of rawness. After a few chews, she swallowed the tofu, its authentic spiciness refreshing and invigorating without any choking sensation. Another bite revealed the minced meat, golden and tender, melting in her mouth at the slightest touch. Aizu felt as if she were dissolving with pleasure, the tofu retaining the warmth of the dish as if it had just emerged from the kitchen. "Delicious. Spicy. What a delight," she exclaimed, devouring the dish with fervor. Her lips bright red and her cheeks flushed from the heat, yet she could not bear to cease her indulgence. The three of them were so absorbed in their culinary experience that they had entirely forgotten the presence of others around them. After serving their meals, Qi Xiu comfortably retreated to the bar area, engrossed in a book, knowing that they were oblivious to his presence and finding solace in the task. However, it wasn't long before a man appeared at the shop's entrance, evidently a servant, who rushed in with a look of urgency. He scanned the interior and immediately spotted the three ravenously enjoying their meal. Upon recognizing Ivy and Aizu, he exhaled in relief, seemingly unburdened. Yet, when he beheld their unrestrained eating, his eyes widened in horror, and he rubbed them in disbelief. Confirming he was not mistaken, he stood aghast, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, as his mouth hung agape in astonishment. I must have entered through the wrong door, Chishio silently mused. Observing the man's bewilderment from behind the bar, he had noticed the surrounding buildings had largely collapsed, rendering the entrance open and visible to Tai Street, in stark contrast to the previous obstructive walls. Even as the trio finished their meals, the man remained frozen at the door, still in shock. What a thrill, Aizu remarked, wiping her mouth, her cheeks rosy and lips vividly red, slightly swollen, her eyes glistening with tears from the spiciness, resembling a flower ravaged by a storm. Chishio suppressed a smirk, reminding himself to refrain from indulging in wild imaginings. After all, the man was merely a boy, not even a young girl. Boss, have you ever considered becoming the royal chef? Mu Huabai inquired. Chishio cast him a sidelong glance, setting down his book, and replied, if you desire to dine, you are welcome to come to the shop. A flicker of regret passed through Mu Huabai's eyes, wishing he could savor such exquisite dishes every day. Aizu and Ivy also shared a hint of disappointment, contemplating that if Chishio were inclined, perhaps they could offer a handsome sum for him to serve as a chef at their home. Unperturbed by the notion of competing with the royal family for talent, Aizu, still facing the entrance, suddenly recognized the figure standing there. Guizi, what brings you here? When did you arrive? Did my brother send you? Guizi, a servant often seen at Aizu's older brother's side, was unexpected in this setting. Ivy, upon recognizing Guizi, maintained her composure outwardly, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment, having deliberately left without attendance to avoid revealing her less dignified side. Yet, here she was, caught in the act. Guizi, still dazed, managed to regain his composure. Picking up his dropped jaw, firmly convinced that he had been under an illusion, possibly even a magical attack. Indeed, it must be so. It was inconceivable that his lady, who detested fatty meat, could be indulging in it right before his eyes. Who dares impersonate my lady? He bellowed, pointing accusingly at Ivy. A surge of energy enveloping him as he called upon his power as a third-tier cultivator. This impostor cannot possibly be my noble and refined second young lady. How could she engage in such vulgar behavior? The thought of a counterfeit enraged him, as he glared at Ivy with a mix of fury and disdain. Ivy, Aizu, Mu Huabai, Chishio's lips twitched. What are you doing? Guizi, this is my sister, Aizu exclaimed, bewildered by the servant's antics. Nonsense. The second young lady never consumes fatty meat, Guizi retorted, incredulous that the second young lady could enjoy a dish laden with such ingredients. Chapter 70. Unexpected news. He initially intended to express something rather crude, but upon reflection, he decided against it. Upon hearing his words, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Although he phrased it delicately, they grasped his meaning, leading to a mix of laughter and tears among them. Guizi, this is my sister, not an impersonator. Aizu stifled a laugh as he spoke. The second miss is so perfect and noble, unlike her. Well, never mind. I don't believe you. Perhaps you are all in cahoots, Guizi declared, adamant that he would not be swayed by their sweet words. Aizu was at a loss for words, genuinely unsure of how to respond. Mu Huabai clenched his fist, covering his mouth as he cleared his throat, the corners of his lips twitching with amusement. Chishio, behind the bar, nearly erupted in laughter, wondering if this fellow was a jester sent by a monkey. At that moment, Ai Weiwei suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her joy as vibrant as blooming flowers in spring. Guizi froze at the sight of her smile, recognizing it all too well. An ominous premonition washed over him. Aizu, noticing her expression, subtly shifted away, casting a sympathetic glance at Guizi by the door. As for Chishio, despite his impassive demeanor, the sunflower seeds in his hand betrayed his amusement. Guizi, Ai Weiwei called out cheerfully from her seat. What? Guizi stammered, realizing he might have misjudged the situation. Do you think I'm a fake? Ai Weiwei inquired softly. No, it's real, Guizi blurted out reflexively. And only after he spoke did he comprehend the implications of his words. It was indeed the second miss. Only she possessed such an aura that could provoke such a reflexive response in him. Realizing he had erred, Easy quickly retracted his surging energy and lowered his head in apology. "Second miss, I was wrong. What did my elder brother send you here for?" Ai Weiwei asked, not responding to his apology, but rather inquiring about his purpose. Easy answered honestly, "I do not know. The young master merely instructed me to find you and bring you back." "Is that so?" Ai Weiwei murmured, brows furrowed in contemplation, puzzled as to what significant matter could have prompted her elder brother to send someone for them. Recently, apart from the heir's ascension, there seemed to be no other pressing issues. Could it be related to that? Unable to fathom the reason, Ai Weiwei dismissed her thoughts, though she wished to ask more. She remembered her company included the fourth prince, and her questions faltered. She then turned to Mu Huabai. "Fourth brother, Weiwei and Xiaoyu will take their leave first." Mu Huabai nodded. "I should also be on my way." "Goodbye, fourth brother," Ai Ziyu exclaimed, leaping off his stool and landing on the floor. Without further ado, Ai Weiwei donned her veil, approached the bar, and placed the payment for her and Ai Ziyu's meal on the counter. She called out to Qi Xiu before exiting the establishment. "Boss, I am leaving as well. I hope you can add more delicious dishes for me." Ai Ziyu waved at Qi Xiu, not forgetting to add his final remark. "You'd be better off focusing on improving your cultivation," Qi Xiu replied, his expression unchanging. "Humph. Even without your advice, I will strive to enhance my skills," Ai Ziyu retorted, then dashed toward the door where Ai Weiwei awaited. Mu Huabai followed suit. And during Qi Xiu's conversation with Ai Ziyu, he placed his own share of money on the bar. Qi Xiu, without counting, swept all the spirit crystals and gold coins into the bar's drawer. 161 spirit crystals and 1,000 gold coins successfully accounted, Mu Huabai noted, raising an eyebrow at Qi Xiu's actions, but saying nothing further as he bid him farewell before stepping out. After the group departed, Qi Xiu slowly approached the table where the three had been seated, beginning to tidy up. As he worked, he conversed with the system. "System, can't you just whisk these dishes away into the processor?" "Negative," the system replied. "The host can recruit a waiter. I would like to, but there are no candidates available. Perhaps I should post a recruitment notice at the entrance?" Qi Xiu tossed the utensils into the processor, dusting off his hands. "No, host. You are destined to become the greatest chef. It is others who should be begging to serve you, not the other way around," the system asserted firmly after a moment of silence. Qi Xiu shrugged, wearing an expression of knowing resignation, and ceased his conversation, opting instead to leave the kitchen and continue reading. At noon, the 12 brothers of the Shao family enjoyed a satisfying lunch at the small shop. After their departure, Qi Xiu closed the shop's door and returned to the kitchen to practice his culinary skills. Ai Weiwei and her brother, upon returning to their residence, did not head to their own courtyard, but went straight to Ai Zimo's quarters. Jinxing residence. Upon entering, they found Ai Ziyu seated at the high hall, his brow furrowed and his demeanor notably stern. "Elder brother, what troubles you?" Ai Weiwei felt an unsettling premonition. On the way, she had already inquired with Gizi, who was equally in the dark, only knowing that the eldest young master had returned in a foul mood. Ai Zimo turned his gaze towards the siblings at the door, his expression softening slightly. Though he still wore a cold visage, his aura had calmed considerably. "Weiwei, Xiaoyu, you have returned," he acknowledged, gesturing towards the wooden chairs in the hall for them to sit. "Elder brother, has something happened?" Ai Weiwei asked with growing concern. Ai Zimo nodded. "Indeed. Something happened. What is it?" Ai Ziyu inquired as he settled into a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, gulping down a mouthful as he asked. "The emperor intends to hold a martial arts contest for the hand of Xiaolan in marriage, and she has already agreed." Ai Zimo sighed. "What?" Ai Weiwei gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief. "How could this be? This news just reached me this morning." "The decree will be announced to the public tomorrow," Ai Zimo explained. "How could Sister Lan agree to such a thing?" Ai Ziyu, now losing interest in his tea, frowned deeply. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Ai Zimo proceeded to recount the incident involving Yifeng. Is she truly willing to risk her lifelong happiness for a mere 7 stargrass? Ai Weiwei found herself at a loss for words, her frustration and urgency mounting, especially since the recipe for the 7-star pill remained elusive. Though she understood the importance of the brothers who fought alongside Ai Hualan, she never anticipated that she would gamble her own happiness in the process. Chapter 71. Be prepared in advance. Upon reflecting on Mu Hualan's character, Ai Weiwei found it quite reasonable. For her, a marriage engagement could very well equate to the life of a brother, undoubtedly a bargain of immense value. "What shall we do now?" "Brother, Are you planning to compete for the title of Prince Consort? Aizu inquired. Upon hearing this question, Zimo remained silent for a moment, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes before he resolutely shook his head, stating, I cannot. Ai Weiwei composed herself. Understanding his reasoning, Zimo was the heir of the Ning Wangfu, destined to become the future Ning Wang, and also a military leader like General Mo. In contrast, Mu Hualan was a true princess, not an imperial relative like the other princes, and held significant military power as General Lan. The bond between their families was already quite close. Should they deepen it further, it would certainly raise suspicions. If Zimo were to pursue the title of Prince Consort, it would not only provoke the emperor's jealousy, but also pose unpredictable dangers for the Ning Wangfu. Moreover, the other princes would be wary. For if Zimo and Mu Hualan were to have children, they could inherit the family name Mu and potentially the throne. Although Zimo wished to assist Mu Hualan, he was unwilling to jeopardize his own family. If only our father were here, Aizu sighed, sensing the weight of the silence between them. Both Zimo and Ai Weiwei concurred. Had their father been present, things would have been much simpler. With his status as the Ning Wang, he could easily intervene in this engagement matter as a mentor. I have sent a message to father. He should receive it this afternoon. However, I fear he will not return before tomorrow, and by the time he does, the situation may have solidified, Zimo lamented, having promptly notified his father, who was currently enjoying leisure time with his mother. The trio shared a sigh, pondering their parents' penchant for wandering, while they wished for their parents' happiness. It was quite bothersome at times. I must speak with Xiaolan, Ai Weiwei suddenly declared after a period of silence, determined to ascertain her thoughts on the matter. I shall accompany you, Aizu quickly added. However, Zimo interjected, not now. My ability to obtain this information suggests others can as well. Your presence would certainly lead to unnecessary speculation. Even if we do not go, speculation will arise regardless, Ai Weiwei countered. This is a matter of attitude, Zimo replied, shaking his head. In a month, the crown prince will be officially established. I believe the emperor orchestrated this event as a test for the princes, to gauge the talents they command. Ai Weiwei opened her mouth as if to respond, but ultimately said nothing and retreated to her room. After her departure, Zimo and Aizu exchanged silent glances. Zimo sighed inwardly, his brow furrowed, when suddenly he noticed two peculiar bags atop a nearby table. What are those? Zimo inquired, pointing at the bags. Oh, these. Aizu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he began to explain the wonders of the recovery potion. Instantly augment one's energy? Zimo scrutinized the bottle of blue liquid in his hand, frowning. What nonsense. 1,000 gold coins for this. Little you, your ignorance is excusable. But why does Weiwei believe in such absurdity? Hey, what do you mean by that, brother? Aizu blinked rapidly, momentarily at a loss for words. In the north end of the palace, known for its eastern and western 5 halls, the residences of the princes were situated. The now adult Mu Huabai returned to his palace, Bai Shao Palace, where the plaque at the entrance bore the emperor's own calligraphy. Upon entering the main hall, he found someone awaiting him, a man dressed in elegant attire, leisurely sipping tea, seemingly absorbed in his own enjoyment. Master Zhao? Mu Huabai raised an eyebrow in jest. Did the wind carry you here? Zhao Jun, his strategist, a man skilled in strategy and his trusted aide, opened his eyes leisurely at the jest, setting down his teacup to bow respectfully. Your Highness, I have urgent matters to report. Speak, Mu Huabai commanded, settling into a pearwood chair facing him. Your Highness, I have received news that the Emperor intends to host a martial arts competition to select a consort for Princess Lan. Zhao Jun casually divulged, leaving Mu Huabai momentarily stunned. A competition for a consort? Mu Huabai echoed, questioning the validity of the news. How could Lan Tangmei agree? Absolutely accurate. Tomorrow, the Emperor will announce this to the world. Zhao Jun confirmed, adding, as for her agreement, it relates to yesterday's battle, though I have yet to receive the specifics. Mu Huabai pondered for a moment, then posed another question. Lan Tangmei is at the mid-stage of the 6th tier. Sending an ordinary individual would be futile. Moreover, how would Father react if she were to win? Your Highness, I believe this is an opportunity, a trial set forth by His Majesty for the princes, Zhao Jun remarked, leisurely sipping his tea once more. Mu Huabai rested his chin on his hand, tapping his cheek thoughtfully. Then let Mullen participate. As for everything else, Zhao Jun, ensure it is well managed. Understood. I shall prepare immediately, Zhao Jun replied, bowing as he departed. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded in the palace of the third prince. Is this true? Joy illuminated the third prince's face as he regarded the middle-aged man standing before him. Absolutely true, the man affirmed. Excellent. The third prince laughed heartily. Have Qin Yu compete and ensure he secures the position of prince consort. Yes, the middle-aged man promptly bowed in acknowledgement. In the prime minister's residence, upon receiving the news, the prime minister's first thought was of his son. A sigh escaped him as he shook his head, whispering a few instructions to the messenger, who nodded and vanished. At that very moment, similar scenarios unfolded among numerous dignitaries and nobles throughout the realm. Chapter 72, Quest 2, The Search for Spiritual Herbs. In the afternoon, Qi Xiu diligently practiced his culinary skills for 3 hours, enhancing his proficiency in all the new dishes, including the elusive flying dragon soup, which had never been ordered since its inception. As time passed, he decided it was time to remove his apron, stretch his weary right hand, and step out of the kitchen. The quaint little shop remained firmly closed, as he had no intention of opening for business at that moment. Outside, workers were clearing the debris from the damaged buildings, raising clouds of dust that, though not entering the shop, dissuaded him from opening the door. Comfortably seated, Qi Xiu took a brief nap until 5 in the evening. After sharing dinner with Xiaobai, he resolved to enter the dungeon once more. With a beep, the system announced, commencing dungeon entry. Qi Xiu found himself once again in the grand hall of the 9 Domains Tower. The shattered fragments of the orb had vanished, leaving an empty hall and a grand black door adorned with a crescent moon elephant carving. Upon reaching the door, he pushed it open, revealing the completion of the previous quest. This time, he emerged in a picturesque valley, where the mountains stood tall and the waters sparkled. Before him lay a vast lake, its emerald surface rippling gently under a cerulean sky adorned with drifting white clouds, while the golden sun cast its warm glow, reflecting shimmering star-like glimmers upon the water. Encircling the lake was a lush meadow, dotted with vibrant flowers, with colorful butterflies dancing gracefully amidst them. The outer edge of the meadow was fringed by a continuous stretch of trees, none so wide as to require more than 2 people to embrace, allowing sunlight to filter through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Inhaling deeply, Qi Xiu was invigorated by the refreshing air that seemed to awaken every pore of his being. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Quest initiated. Identify 100 different varieties of first-tier spiritual herbs within 8 hours. Taken aback by the task at hand, Qi Xiu muttered, "Is this the format for all future quests? Will the next layer involve searching for second-tier spiritual beasts and herbs?" Certainly not, the system replied with a serious tone. Subsequent quests will progressively increase in difficulty. Please prepare yourself accordingly. With a wry smile, Qi Xiu considered his original plan to rehearse the quest before commencing. But the system interrupted. Host, rehearsal is not permitted in Quest 2. You must begin the task directly. Shall we start the quest? The system inquired, suggesting Qi Xiu first consult available resources before proceeding. Reflecting on the first-tier spiritual herbs he was aware of, Qi Xiu acquiesced and chose not to exit the dungeon. Instead, he selected a large tree nearby and settled beneath it. At that moment, the system's vast knowledge database became apparent. Although Qi Xiu was uncertain how the system had acquired such extensive information, it housed many long-lost texts, including interstellar literature. Unfortunately, due to his low level, Qi Xiu could only access materials pertinent to this world, and even then, some remained out of reach. System, what is the name of this place? Qi Xiu inquired, recalling that he didn't yet know the name of his current location. This area is a simulated environment based on the enchanted forest, the system explained. Due to the widespread distribution of spiritual herbs, many regions were excluded, leaving only those abundant with first-tier spiritual herbs, which were then amalgamated into this singular landscape. Qi Xiu gazed thoughtfully at the distant lake, recognizing that this locale was indeed rich in first-tier herbs. He refrained from further inquiries and retrieved 2 comprehensive volumes detailing first-tier spiritual herbs and a map illustrating their distribution within the enchanted forest. With his remarkable memory, Qi Xiu read swiftly, flipping through the pages at an astonishing pace, committing the information to memory. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away quietly, and by the time he finished the books, 2 hours had elapsed in this realm. As he closed the volume on the enchanted forest's geographical distribution, he stretched leisurely, only to freeze in surprise as he noticed a puppy resting on his lap. Looking around, he observed a circle of similar creatures surrounding him, each resembling a small, plump dog with a peculiar protrusion atop their heads, all peacefully slumbering. System, What is the meaning of this? When did the creatures of the enchanted forest become so amiable towards humans? Qi Xiu asked, bewildered. Host, these are newly born white canine beasts, the system explained. Their ancestors share a profound bond with humanity. Thus, their lineage naturally retains a sense of goodwill and friendliness. Unfortunately, this goodwill has been marred by human exploitation, as the high value of white canine beasts has led to their mass hunting, pushing them to the brink of extinction. Upon hearing the name of the creature, memories of the white canine beast flooded Qi Xiu's mind. Adult white canine beasts were classified as fourth-tier spiritual beasts, but their worth extended far beyond that classification. The protruding horn atop their heads was coveted by cultivators for its ability to enhance mental acuity, leading to relentless hunting for their horns, which were fashioned into prized accessories. The more mature the beast, the greater its mental enhancement, and thus, the higher the price it commanded, resulting in their increased peril. For the white canine beasts, their horn represented life itself. Without it, they could not survive. Consequently, they were nearing extinction, having transformed from friendly to hostile towards humans. However, the newly born white canine beasts, still innocent and imbued with their ancestral benevolence, approached Qi Xiu without fear, snuggling against him as they drifted into slumber. Regarding the tragic history of the white canine beasts, Qi Xiu felt little to say. He gently placed one of the sleeping pups on the ground, watching as it shifted slightly before falling back into a deep sleep. Chapter 73. Liang Bei emerging from a cluster of white canines. Qi Xiu brushed off the grass clippings from his attire, glanced at the still slumbering white beasts, activated the task, and turned into the woods. Searching for medicinal herbs is akin to locating spirit beasts. The former relies on understanding the latter's habitat, while the latter is sought based on its growth environment. Grade 1 spirit herbs are not typically guarded by spirit beasts, making them ripe for harvesting, thus significantly reducing the time required. After plucking the last Grade 1 spirit herb from a sheer cliff, only half an hour remained. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host, for successfully clearing level 2. Rewards are now being distributed. With the acquisition of this final spirit herb, the system's notification resonated in Qi Xiu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has ascended to the 2nd tier. As the system concluded, a radiant white light enveloped Qi Xiu, and the elemental energy within him surged, propelling him into the 2nd tier. Is that it? Nothing more? While basking in the newfound energy of a 2nd-tier cultivator, Qi Xiu awaited further announcements from the system. But after a prolonged silence, he received nothing. The reward is merely an elevation of the host's strength by 1 tier. What more could the host desire? The system's perplexed voice chimed in. What a letdown. This is the entirety of the reward? Qi Xiu felt speechless once again, having anticipated receiving an intermediate knife skill, premium. He had hoped that a subsequent level would yield an advanced knife skill, premium, to complete his collection, yet it turned out to be solely an enhancement of his strength. Reflecting on his current cultivation level, Qi Xiu promptly inquired of the system, how did my strength increase? There are several avenues. First, the host can consume culinary creations made by themselves. The elemental energy contained within these delicacies will be transformed into the host's own energy. However, at present, the host's cultivation level is too low to absorb the vast elemental energy. Thus, the system has temporarily stored it for the host. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, the energy will be returned. Second, clearing dungeons can enhance strength. Third, an elevation in the host level also contributes to an increase in elemental energy. Finally, the host can convert earned spirit crystals into elemental energy, but as the host is currently at the 2nd tier, only 20% of the converted energy will be available. Thus, the system does not recommend this avenue for now. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu realized why consuming those delicacies had yielded no immediate results. Understanding now how to enhance his strength, considering his 2nd-tier prowess, he deemed the reward satisfactory, said nothing further, and exited the dungeon, preparing for rest. The following morning, Qi Xiu awoke, had breakfast, and practiced his knife skills, slicing cucumbers. During the morning court session, the emperor officially announced the selection of a consort for Princess Lan, causing an uproar among the court. Even those princes and ministers who were already aware of the news feigned surprise. Some even urged the emperor to reconsider. However, the decision to hold a martial arts consort selection was cemented by the emperor's insistence and Mu Hualan's tacit agreement, with the matter entrusted entirely to the prime minister. Once the edict was issued, the court began to mobilize. Princess Lan was the only female general of the Dongling Empire, and her upcoming consort selection was a significant event. Central departments started drafting announcements to be distributed to various states and counties, posting notices at city gates and government offices. The first notices appeared at the city gates of Jingqing and Yingtian Prefecture. Before long, the entire capital was abuzz with the news that the only female general of the Dongling Empire would hold a martial arts consort selection in half a month. Following the announcement, the capital was electrified. Who was General Lan? An idol to countless women, and even many men revered her as a figure to admire. The prospect of her consort selection stirred excitement. The commotion overshadowed the recent battle of fifth-tier cultivators. Who cared about such conflicts when everyone was discussing General Lan's upcoming selection? Although the announcement included age restrictions and strength requirements, many who met the age criteria and fancied themselves capable eagerly registered, harboring the hope of catching the princess's eye. Naturally, some merely joined in for the spectacle. In the grand hall of the Ningguang's residence, AI Zimo perused a message that had arrived via express, which contained only 3 words, on the way, not a single punctuation mark. AI Zimo felt a vain throb on his forehead. Was such brevity necessary? At the very least, a punctuation mark would have sufficed. Beside him, Ai Weiwei snatched the note from his hand. Upon reading the 3 words, she exhaled in relief, interpreting it as a sign that he was indeed on his way back. Otherwise, different words would have sufficed. Regardless, once their father returned, the matter would be settled. The emperor's word was final and not to be retracted, AI Zimo remarked, unable to resist delivering a blow to AI Weiwei's optimism. You needn't worry about that. Upon his return, our father will surely find a solution, far more capable than you. Humph, Ai Weiwei retorted playfully, shoving the note back into his embrace and turning to exit the hall toward her own quarters. After her departure, AI Zimo held the note, touched his nose, and chose not to immediately follow. Instead, he poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly in silence, seemingly awaiting something. Oh, how sinful to keep the young master waiting. Truly a grave offense. After a brief interval, a carefree voice echoed through the hall, laced with mockery. AI Zimo set down his empty teacup and looked up at the newcomer. Why so tardy? There were simply too many participants for the selection. I had to wait quite a while before it was my turn. With that, a man casually appeared in one of the hall's chairs, pouring himself a cup of tea and blowing on it before taking a sip. Finishing the tea in one go, he smacked his lips. Oh, this tea lacks the fragrance of wine. The newcomer was a man exuding an air of a rogue, with indigo hair styled in a spiky fashion. Clad in a brown vintage long robe that exposed one arm and part of his chest, adorned with peculiar tattoos. The robe's collar and sleeves were trimmed with red fur. Paired with brown boots and black trousers, a wine pouch hanging at his waist, presenting an aura of carefree nonchalance. Liang Bei, have you successfully registered? AI Zimo inquired. Indeed. The man, Liang Bei, replied, setting down his cup. Zimo, let me be clear. My participation in the consort selection is merely to stir up trouble, not a genuine intention to marry the princess. Chapter 74. The fiery clouds open the forum. I am aware, and I do not intend to entrust my sister to you. AI Zimo remarked with a sidelong glance, inquiring about the clues to the 7-star pills recipe. Despite having declined to personally vie for the title of prince consort the previous day, he was still seeking ways to thwart the matchmaking event, which led him to seek out Liang Bei. Liang Bei was a mysterious acquaintance whose background was unknown to AI Zimo, but whose character he greatly admired, which was why he had chosen to befriend him. With Mu Hualan occupied, Liang Bei was the first person that came to mind, and AI Zimo sought him out without delay. No, Liang Bei curtly replied, but added, however. The soothsayer from E Pavilion claims that there is someone in Kyoto who can provide an antidote. Kyoto? Are we to seek out the Poison King? AI Zimo squinted at the mention of the Poison King, pondering whether he was still in Kyoto. He had no doubts about this information. He was well aware of E Pavilion's reputation, and Liang Bei's assertion could not be false. I cannot confirm if the Poison King is in Kyoto, but I can assure you that the soothsayer is not referring to that Poison King, Liang Bei declared, producing a wineskin from his waist, uncorking it as the aroma of alcohol filled the hall. AI Zimo frowned deeper, his mind racing through a multitude of candidates, eliminating one after another, leaving only a few that did not seem to fit the bill. Observing his friend's furrowed brow, Liang Bei shrugged, took a sip from the wineskin, and savored it before indulging in several more swigs. Upon noticing AI Zimo's continued contemplation, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. with a flick of his wrist. He secured the wineskin with a cord, sealing it tightly, and said, "Take your time to ponder. I shall take my leave now. I will be in Kyoto for the next half-month and will keep an eye out for you." Just as Ai Zimo regarded Liang Bei as a friend, Liang Bei reciprocated that sentiment sincerely. He was one of the few true friends Ai Zimo had, and Liang Bei was known for his loyalty. It was uncharacteristic for someone like him, who roamed freely without staying in one place for long, to declare he would remain somewhere for half a month. Ai Zimo, warmed by this thought, replied, "I shall refrain from further pleasantries. Let us drink together on another occasion. When you procure some Bailu strong liquor, I shall gladly join you," Liang Bei retorted without looking back, and in the next instant, he vanished from the Ningguang mansion, leaving behind only a fading shadow. Watching the specter dissipate, Ai Zimo remained contemplative. Was Bailu strong liquor truly so exceptional? Meanwhile, Qi Shi was completely oblivious to the swirling rumors outside. He had been honing his culinary skills in the kitchen and only paused at 10 o'clock in the morning to put down his hefty cleaver and open the shop door. Anticipating a steady stream of customers as usual, he was surprised when an hour passed without a single visitor. Finding it curious but not overly concerning, he glanced at the time and proceeded to prepare lunch. After his meal, Qi Xiu recalled the wine he had brewed. Today marked the third day, and it was time for the wine to be ready. Eagerly, he made his way to the kitchen and opened the cellar door. He retrieved the jar of fiery clouds from the cellar and placed it on the brewing table, eagerly peeling back the clay seal. Instantly, a rich and intoxicating aroma wafted forth, enveloping the kitchen in its essence. The delightful scent struck Qi Xiu's face, causing his cheeks to flush slightly and his eyes to gleam with a hint of inebriation. After savoring the fragrance for a moment, he poured a jug of wine into a unique purple clay flask, covered it, and carefully filled a ceramic cup to the brim. The ruby-red liquid flowed gracefully into the white cup, crystal clear and free of impurities, emanating an alluring fragrance. Unable to resist temptation, Qi Xiu tilted his head back and downed the contents of the cup in one swift motion. The fiery sensation instantly flooded his mouth, and as he swallowed, it felt as though a wave of warmth surged from his esophagus into his stomach, coursing through his limbs. Heat, intensity, those were the only feelings he could articulate. As a surge of exuberance welled up within him, igniting his entire being without discomfort. After a while, the warmth gradually subsided, leaving him pleasantly aglow. "Fiery clouds, a winter essential," Qi Xiu exclaimed after taking a sip. Though he was not an avid drinker, he found this wine particularly delightful. Considering the time still early, he refrained from practicing his skills and instead placed the jar in the specialized wine cabinet, bringing the flask out of the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, who had been dozing at the counter, perked up at the scent of the wine, its eyes brightening as it gazed at Qi Xiu, the source of the enticing aroma. Qi Xiu approached the counter, deliberately ignoring Xiaobai's eager gaze, and took a seat, beginning to savor the wine. "Meow," Xiaobai protested, tapping the counter with its front paw. Amused by the cat's antics, Qi Xiu chuckled, "You truly are gluttonous, wanting to sample everything." Though he jested, he did not object, pouring a cup for Xiaobai. While the wine was potent, as long as it absorbed the energy within, it would not lead to intoxication. Xiaobai grasped the cup with its front paws, sitting on the counter as it began to drink with an air of sophistication. Each sip made its eyes squint in delight, and Qi Xiu couldn't help but find it amusing. As the two of them, one human and one cat, sipped their wine, the rich aroma began to waft outside the shop. On Tai Street, many passers-by caught a whiff of the enticing fragrance but could not locate its source, leaving a number of wine enthusiasts scratching their heads in curiosity. Meow, meow, meow. Having finished a jug, Xiaobai expressed its desire for more. Qi Xiu returned to the kitchen to refill a jug, pouring another cup for Xiaobai and one for himself. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly noon, yet he had still seen no customers. A few curious souls had wandered in, intrigued by the sole intact shop amidst the nearby ruins, but upon seeing the menu prices, they fled in terror. Qi Xiu bore no malice towards those patrons, but he felt a pang of regret at the absence of his regular customers. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure appeared not far from the shop entrance. The newcomer surveyed the small establishment, sniffing the air, first to the left and then to the right, as if confirming something. Finally, seemingly satisfied, he clapped his hands together and shouted towards the shop, "This is the place." Chapter 75. My life cannot exist without wine. He scrutinized the surroundings, taking in the unscathed shop and the unprecedented signboard, murmuring, "A delightful nook? Who would establish a shop in such a remote location? How imprudent!" Yet, the aroma, It's intoxicating. He inhaled deeply, savoring the scent emanating from within. Qixio noticed him and overheard his words, but remained indifferent, continuing to imbibe his wine. The newcomer stepped inside, marveling at the modern decor that adorned the interior. However, his attention was primarily captivated by the wine being savored by the man and the feline. Entranced by the fragrance permeating the air, he swallowed hard and addressed Qixio. "Proprietor, are you oblivious to the presence of a customer?" Upon hearing this, Qixio glanced up at the individual. Indigo hair cascaded down his back, and he was attired in a rustic brown robe, exposing an arm and a portion of his chest adorned with peculiar tattoos. The robe's collar and sleeves were trimmed with crimson fur, complemented by brown boots and black trousers. A wine pouch hung from his waist, exuding an aura of unbridled freedom. It was none other than Liang Bei, fresh from the residence of Prince Ning. Originally intending to dine at the renowned Drunken Immortal Tavern in the capital, he was suddenly captivated by an unprecedented aroma of wine. As if struck by love at first sight, he was determined to trace the scent to its source. Liang Bei's heart had raced at this revelatory fragrance, causing him to forsake the Drunken Immortal Tavern and follow the scent to this humble establishment. Had Qixio been aware of his original destination, he would have smugly relished stealing another patron from the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Noticing the man's intense gaze upon his wine, Qixio inquired with feigned ignorance, "What do you require? Do you sell the wine you are imbibing?" "I was drawn here by its aroma alone." The man scratched the back of his head. "Indeed, I do. 10 spirit crystals per flagon," Qixio replied. 10 spirit crystals? For a flagon?" The man echoed in disbelief. "What? Do you find it exorbitant?" Qixio raised an eyebrow. This price was based on the valuations from a millennium ago, when 10 spirit crystals were not considered excessive. However, in the present era, it was a significant sum. Yet, considering the effects of the fiery sunset brew, he believed no one would find it overpriced. "Proprietor, I concede that the wine is fragrant, but it hardly warrants 10 spirit crystals." The man frowned, though without animosity. Qixio, disinclined to haggle, stated bluntly, "This is the fiery sunset brew, lost for a millennium. Take it or leave it." The man's eyes widened upon hearing this. As a devoted connoisseur of wine, he was well acquainted with the legendary fiery sunset. Liang Bei regarded Qixio with suspicion, questioning, "Fiery sunset? It has been lost for a millennium. Such jesting is in poor taste. Moreover, if this wine is truly so precious, why would you offer it to a cat?" He gestured towards the white feline sipping the wine. Qixio merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction, refraining from comment as he poured himself another glass and savored it slowly. The feline, equally aloof, also glanced at him before resuming its libation, inwardly scoffing, "Ignorant mortal! Am I merely a common cat? Nay, perish the thought. How could I possibly be a mere feline?" The man vacillated, observing Qixio's enjoyment and the cat's contented sips. Ultimately, unable to resist the allure of the wine's fragrance, he gritted his teeth, produced 10 spirit crystals, and declared, "I shall purchase a flagon." Qixio collected the crystals from the counter and entered the kitchen, returning with a flagon, a violet clay pot, and a cylindrical bamboo ladle. He removed the lid from the wine vat and used the ladle to scoop a portion of the brew into the pot, which was quickly filled. Replacing the lid, Qixio returned the vat and presented the flagon to the man. Liang Bei snatched the flagon, eagerly uncorked it, brought it to his nose, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes in bliss, immersing himself in the intoxicating aroma of the fiery sunset. "Exquisite, utterly exquisite," he exclaimed, opening his eyes and cautiously taking a sip, allowing it to swirl in his mouth before swallowing. A surge of rich, invigorating flavor spread through his mouth, unleashing a torrent of sensations. A fiery warmth enveloped his entire being, as if he were engulfed in flames. His inner power began to surge, like water brought to a boil, jolting him from his reverie. As the power subsided, astonishment spread across his face. A mere sip had caused his inner power to surge. He was a 6th-level cultivator. While the increase was modest, his power had been refined. Staring incredulously at the flagon, he glanced at the man and feline, their expressions unchanged. A sense of solemnity washed over him. However, Liang Bei betrayed no emotion, nor did he hasten to depart. Instead, he seated himself nearby and began to sip the wine, eventually resorting to gulping it down until the flagon was emptied. Tilting the flagon, he drained the last drops into his mouth. Expelling a breath redolent with the intoxicating aroma, he set down the flagon, satisfied that a single flagon had not only provided an unparalleled sensory experience, but had also refined, and elevated his inner power. The 10 spirit crystals now seemed a pittance. A 6th-level cultivator's progress was arduous, requiring considerable time. Yet, a single flagon of this wine had facilitated a noticeable leap forward. How could he not be elated? Proprietor, another flagon. Liang Bei clutched the flagon and placed it on the counter, seating himself on a red bar stool. Qi Xiu, disinclined to speak, merely gestured towards the menu. The man followed his gaze and noticed the red lettering. Undaunted, he protested, "Proprietor, those are dishes. I desire wine. These are distinct entities and cannot be conflated." Qi Xiu finished the last of his wine and replied, "Cease your futile struggle. What cannot be, cannot be. You may order other items from the menu. I crave only wine. My life cannot exist without it. Having tasted your wine, ordinary brews are now insipid. To deny me wine is to deny me life itself." The man lamented, his voice tinged with despair. Chapter 76, Cultivating Relationships. Brazenly sipping wine in the face of Liang Bei's exaggerated display of misery, Qi Xiu remained unmoved, his expression impassive as he remarked, "If you continue to make a fuss, you won't be able to enjoy the wine here tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Liang Bei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Boss, how can you treat me so cruelly? How can you deprive me of my source of life?" "Source of life? Boss, today marks the 3rd day since your wine has been brewed." Before Qi Xiu could respond, a melodious voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. A group of imposing figures appeared at the entrance. It was the 12 brothers of the Shao family. The speaker was none other than the 3rd brother, Shao Can. He paused mid-sentence, detecting a fragrant aroma, and exclaimed, "The wine is ready. Boss, let us proceed as we did yesterday," said the eldest, Shao Yuan. Seeing this group, Liang Bei ceased his request for wine, instead listening with keen interest to their conversation. "It's ready," Qi Xiu affirmed. "Pour the wine." Shao Can instructed decisively. "Very well," Qi Xiu replied, turning to Liang Bei at the bar, asking, "Will you be ordering any food?" "Yes, indeed. I'll have a portion of dompa pork," Liang Bei replied with a smirk, adding, "Wine pairs splendidly with meat, but alas, the boss refuses to serve me any." Qi Xiu chose to disregard the latter comment, knowing that if he acknowledged it, he would surely be tempted to respond with a gesture of disdain. This was a stipulation of the system, and he lamented the lost profits. First, Qi Xiu carried out a jug of wine for Shao Can, placing it before him with the words, "Your wine." Shao Can nodded slightly, his anticipation evident as he gazed at the jug, reaching for it to pour himself a glass. "By the way, I recommend that you drink judiciously the first time you try this wine. Do not indulge excessively." Qi Xiu suddenly turned around and cautioned Shao Can, who was about to pour. Shao Can raised an eyebrow, pondering, "Is this wine particularly potent?" Just as he was about to boast of his drinking capacity, he noticed that Qi Xiu had already retreated to the kitchen. "Did you hear that, 2nd brother? The boss advises against overindulgence," Shao Chia, the 6th brother, chimed in. Shao Can rolled his eyes, ignoring him as he uncorked the jug. Instantly, a rich, intoxicating aroma wafted forth. His eyes brightened. The scent was identical to what he had encountered upon entering. Eagerly, he poured a glass. The clear, ruby-red liquid flowed gracefully into the glass, filling it to the brim in an instant. The fragrance enveloped the air, captivating the other brothers of the Shao family, who could hardly resist the allure of the wine. Shao Can took a delicate sip, and warmth ignited within him, flushing his cheeks. The heat cascaded down his throat and surged through his body, creating an overwhelming sensation that spread to his extremities, causing a subtle rosy glow on his skin. Shao Can felt as if he were floating in bliss, enveloped in flames. His body warm, yet comfortably soothing. His features were already handsome, but as his eyes became slightly glazed, the flush on his cheeks added a touch of gentleness, transforming his demeanor into one of amiable charm. Seated beside him, the 9th brother, Shao Xian, gazed at Shao Can in astonishment. "Does this wine have such an effect?" At the bar, Liang Bei's eyes sparkled as he approached Shao Can, a friendly smile gracing his face. "Ah, what a delightful encounter. I am Liang Bei. May I ask for your esteemed names?" The brothers of the Shao family, drawn by the allure of the wine, turned their attention towards him, though some, like Shao Can, were lost in the euphoria of the drink and paid him little heed. "Greetings, I am Shao Yuan," the eldest brother replied courteously, while the others remained silent. "Shao Yuan?" Liang Bei echoed, contemplating. The 12 brothers of the Shao family came to mind, recalling that the eldest among them was indeed Shao Yuan. "May I presume you are the famed Shao family of the 12 Moons?" "Precisely," Shao Yuan affirmed, somewhat perplexed by Liang Bei's familiarity, wondering when they had gained such renown. Shao family of the 12 Moons, it is an honor. I have heard tales of your extraordinary talents and prowess. Today, I see that the rumors hold true. Liang Bei spoke exaggeratedly, having only recently learned of the 12 Moons while researching a particular antidote. After a brief exchange, Liang Bei successfully garnered the favor of Xiao Yuan and his brothers. However, when Qi Xiu began serving the dishes, the brothers turned their attention solely to the food, leaving Liang Bei feeling somewhat neglected as they devoured their meals with little regard for his previous conversation. Inhaling the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, Liang Bei felt puzzled. Although it appeared delectable, was it truly as exquisite as it seemed? Despite engaging with Xiao Yuan and the others, his focus remained on Xiao Can and the wine in his hand. Noticing Xiao Can consuming glass after glass, Liang Bei, undeterred by the indifference of the others, squeezed between them and Xiao Can, brazenly pouring himself a glass. With an inscrutable expression, he remarked, "Young brother, the boss's advice is wise. One must not overindulge. Have you not sensed any unusual changes in your body?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Can instinctively examined his own condition. His cultivation at the 3rd level, granting him the ability to introspect. The moment he did, a jolt coursed through him, his previously dazed expression sharpening. Beside him, Xiaoling, the second brother, also reflexively assessed his internal state, his heart racing with alarm. Chapter 77. Another conquered by Dongpa pork. Xiao Can felt a bead of cold sweat bead on his forehead, as the immense primordial energy coursing through his meridians lay quietly dormant, the energy in his dantian fluctuating rhythmically, expanding outward like a balloon gradually being inflated, seemingly on the verge of bursting with just one more breath. Xiaoling, though not as dramatic, was similarly affected. The primordial energy within him swelled noticeably. Observing this, both Xiao Can and Xiaoling set aside their drinks, focusing their minds to circulate the excess primordial energy and absorb it. At a nearby table, the elder brother Xiao Yuan, witnessing the two entering a meditative state without a word, begrudgingly diverted a significant portion of his attention from the delectable feast to protect them. Amused by their anticipated reaction, Liang Bei rose and joined Xiao Yuan's table, chuckling at the remaining few sips of wine in his jug. Seizing the moment while the two absorbed the surging energy, he unceremoniously drained the remainder of the wine. Qi Xiu emerged from the kitchen to this scene, his eyelids unflinching and expression unsurprised, as he placed a serving of Dongpa pork in front of Liang Bei, who was still desperately attempting to coax out a drop of wine from his empty jug. The 12 brothers of the Xiao family, aside from Xiao Can and Xiaoling, had their meals served, and noticing the two indulging in their drinks, Qi Xiu decided to prepare Liang Bei's meal first before attending to theirs. Just as Liang Bei was about to surrender to his empty jug, he was suddenly presented with a bowl artfully arranged with mahjong-sized pieces of pork, gleaming red and translucent. Imbued with a delightful aroma, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly discarded his empty jug, deftly using his chopsticks to scoop up a succulent piece of Dongpa pork, devouring it whole. The exquisite taste of the tender, fragrant meat, rich yet not greasy, soft but not mushy, left Liang Bei's eyes wide with astonishment. He had never known that meat cooked in wine could be so delectable. The harmonious blend of flavors was simply exquisite. Delicious. The chef has truly outdone himself, Liang Bei exclaimed, feeling as if he were floating in bliss. The combination of wine and meat was indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. Yet, in his euphoria, he felt a pang of despair at the thought of never tasting such divine cuisine again. Surely the most torturous fate imaginable. He finally understood why the Xiao brothers had ignored him in the presence of such delightful fare. He too was now captivated by the allure of this meal. After placing the Dongpa pork before Liang Bei, Qi Xiu returned to the kitchen, entirely unconcerned with the diner's fervor, confident in the quality of his culinary creations. Liang Bei, undeterred by Qi Xiu's departure, swiftly grabbed another piece of meat, relishing every bite. He was well aware that improperly cooked lean meat could get stuck in one's teeth, and that poorly handled meat could carry an unpleasant odor, but this dish was flawless, tender, aromatic, and devoid of any unpleasantness, paired with sweet white rice. He could not recall a time when he felt more ravenous. Qi Xiu subsequently brought Xiaoling's Dongpa pork and sauerkraut fish to the table. After finishing his pork, Liang Bei's gaze fell upon the delectable dishes before Xiaoling, and he swallowed hard. Having completed his energy circulation, Xiaoling glanced at Liang Bei, quietly pulling his meal closer to himself. Liang Bei, seeing this, couldn't help but smirk. Did he really think he would compete for food? Boss, may I have another serving of sauerkraut fish? Liang Bei boldly requested. Just a moment, Qi Xiu nodded, serving Xiao Can's 2 dishes before beginning to prepare Liang Bei's fish. His increasing proficiency made the process effortless, and soon the fragrant sauerkraut fish was ready. As Liang Bei devoured it, he admitted that while the sauerkraut fish did not surpass the dompa pork, it was undeniably delicious. Meanwhile, a radiant glow enveloped Xiao Can, his primordial energy surging, propelling him from the initial stage of the 3rd rank to the mid-stage. The Xiao brothers, having nearly finished their meals, turned to witness Xiao Can's ascension, their expressions reflecting joy as if they had achieved the same advancement themselves. Congratulations. They cheered, their excitement palpable. Boss, bring me a jug of wine. Elder brother Xiao Yuan, previously tempted by the aroma, could no longer resist. His curiosity piqued by Xiao Can's breakthrough, he eagerly called for a jug. Liang Bei's ears perked up at the mention of wine, pulling him from his culinary reverie. Qi Xiu, without a word, promptly served him a jug. I want one too, called Xiao Yang, the 4th brother. Me as well, added Xiao Ling, the 2nd brother, his voice quieter. Qi Xiu fulfilled their requests, pondering whether he should feel grateful that the system placed no limit on daily sales. I wish I could join, but alas, my cultivation restricts me, lamented the 9th brother. Xiao Xian, gazing longingly at his brother's fiery jugs. This wine is so miraculous. Could it be that simply drinking here daily will lead to advancements? The 11th brother, Xiao Xing, exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the jugs. Meanwhile, Liang Bei, intoxicated by the rich aroma of the wine, swiftly polished off the sauerkraut fish, leaving not a drop behind, save for a few red and green chili peppers. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and laughed heartily. How could this be? This wine, named Fire Cloud, only presents such miraculous effects the first time one drinks it. With that, he turned to Xiao Yuan, engaging him in camaraderie as he sought to share in the libations. The 3rd brother, Xiao Can, smirked at his motives but remained silent, enjoying his lunch, acknowledging the unspoken gratitude for the earlier reminder, albeit one motivated solely by his desire for wine. Chapter 78. Dumbfounded. The name Blazing Sunset is indeed fitting, Xiao Yuan remarked, savoring the fiery sensation within him after taking a sip of the wine. The second time you drink it, you don't feel it as much? Xiao Zhuang, also known as 8th brother, inquired with curiosity. There is a sensation, but it's not as miraculous as the first time, Qi Xiu responded. At that moment, Liang Bei was totally captivated by the heat of the blazing sunset and was unable to answer if it truly had such a profound effect every time. The blazing sunset wouldn't be priced at just 10 spirit crystals, one of them observed, finally understanding. Upon hearing this, the others who were unfamiliar with the drink immediately comprehended. Qi Xiu refrained from further explanation when he saw that they had no further questions. While the Xiao brothers were savoring their meal and waiting for their elder brothers to finish their drinks, they began to discuss other matters. General Lan is holding a martial arts tournament to find a spouse. Should our family join in the fun? Xiao Qia, the 6th brother, known for his love of gossip, suggested with a glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu's mind stirred, and he suddenly developed a desire for General Lan. With your level of cultivation, you're going to join in the fun? Xiao Xiang, the 7th brother, said dismissively. No matter what, my cultivation is still a level higher than yours, Xiao Qia retorted triumphantly. A prominent vein popped out on Xiao Xiang's forehead as he retorted, just you wait, I'll surpass you sooner or later. Stop arguing, you two. We can't get involved in this martial arts tournament, Xiao Zhuang, the 8th brother, interjected, putting an end to their pointless dispute. Let's just watch the show quietly. This tournament is sure to be exciting, Xiao Can said leisurely. It was certain that there would be a lot of excitement to watch. Liang Bei, who was listening to their conversation, curled his lips into a smile, thinking, indeed, it will be quite a spectacle. Qi Xiu rested his chin on one hand, a pensive look in his eyes. Could it be that the reason those customers didn't come today was because of this martial arts tournament? General Lan should be a female general, but a general is holding a martial arts tournament to find a spouse. How bizarre. Could it be that he's been transported into nirvana and fire? Qi Xiu mused to himself. When the group went to pay, he promptly dismissed the news, thinking that it had nothing to do with him. The total is 171 spirit crystals and 14,604 gold coins, Qi Xiu announced without any expression. Xiao Gao, the 5th brother, winced again, but he still paid the money readily, even though it was a bit expensive. It was worth it. Qi Xiu swept the spirit crystals and gold coins from the table into the counter and into the system storage. He then said to Liang Bei, "Yours is 60 spirit crystals." Liang Bei didn't mind the cost at all. He could afford 60 spirit crystals. For a cultivator of his caliber, what he had gained today far exceeded the value of 60 spirit crystals. After the group had left, Qixio wondered why no one had ordered the dragon soaring soup. The 3 words were so conspicuous. If others hadn't ordered it due to cultivation restrictions, then why didn't Liang Bei, who had reached the required level of cultivation, order it? This puzzled Qixio, but he didn't dwell on it for long. It was almost 1 in the afternoon, so he wasn't planning to open for business. He went to the door, intending to close up and practice his culinary skills. "Boss, I'm here for a meal." Just as Qixio was about to close the door, a shout came from a distance. Qixio looked up and saw Zhou Yin, whom he hadn't seen in days, approaching with a group of people. Seeing that Qixio hadn't ignored him and closed the door, Zhou Yin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Boss, I want to eat." "I'm sorry, you're late." "I'm about to close," Qixio said expressionlessly. He had paused his closing to wait for Zhou Yin, not to let him into the store to order food, but to tell him that the shop was closing. Zhou Yin's smile froze on his face. He then said, "Boss, I've come several times already. It's just a little late today, please." "I'm sorry, please come earlier next time." "The shop is closing now," Qixio said, still expressionless. "Or you can come again in the evening, but please come earlier in the evening as well. I'll pay 3 times the price." Zhou Yin attempted to use his financial leverage again. He had just encountered the 12 Shao brothers leaving, full and satisfied. He had overheard them saying that the shop seemed to have added a new dish. Qixio looked at him calmly and said, "Come earlier next time." 5 times, Zhou Yin said through gritted teeth. Qixio was in turmoil. How can I resist such a temptation? "Host, it's just a mere 3 times the price. You are the future supreme god of cooking. How can you succumb to such a small temptation?" The system said with disappointment. "All right," Qixio said silently. He looked expressionlessly at Zhou Yin, who was trying to sway him with money, and slammed the door shut. Zhou Yin was dumbfounded. Hey, I'm also one of your old customers. Do you have to be so heartless? Is it really okay to turn customers away like that? I really want to put this boss in a sack and beat him up. I really want to have this shop razed to the ground. I'm so hungry." Zhou Yin was going crazy in his mind. After a long while, Zhou Yin took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go back." He then led his servants back home. Qixio didn't care about Zhou Yin outside the door after closing the shop. He cleaned the tables, put the used bowls and chopsticks into the processor, put on his apron, and began practicing his culinary skills. It wasn't until around 3 in the afternoon that Qixio stopped what he was doing, walked out of the kitchen, and took a nap on the chair behind the bar. He didn't open his eyes until 5 in the afternoon. He went upstairs to wash up and then went to the kitchen to make dinner. After dinner, he opened the shop door. There was still a clatter outside, and the noise was still very loud, but all of the noise was blocked outside the door, and the room was still quiet. It would be nice if there was some music in the shop, Qixio muttered to himself as he turned around and went back into the shop, took out a book, and quickly flipped through it. After searching for level 1 spirit beast herbs twice, he was now looking at detailed explanations of level 2 spirit beast herbs. He decided to read all the detailed explanations of spirit beast herbs. This goal was very ambitious. After the system learned of Qixio's idea, it said, "Host, the system will always be your strongest support. Go for it, host." At this time, the sun had just set, and the orange-red sunset glow dyed half the sky red, reflecting on people and turning them orange-red. The evening breeze blew, and the streets and alleys of Kyoto were filled with the aroma of food. Chapter 79, Is It You? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Aizu, Ai Weiwei, Mu Hualing, and Mu Hualan arrived at the quaint little eatery. Upon entering, Aizu called out to Qixio, who stood behind the bar, "Boss, I'd like an order of mapo tofu and a rice bowl topped with fried eggs." Qixio, who had set aside his book upon their entrance, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing an unusual heaviness in the demeanor of the 4, they seemed rather subdued, particularly Mu Hualan, whose complexion appeared far from vibrant. "I'm just like him," Mu Hualing chimed in. "I'll have a serving of sauerkraut fish and dompa pork," Ai Weiwei added promptly. Mu Hualan glanced at the menu and echoed, "I'll have what Weiwei is having." Qixio nodded and stood up, saying, "All right, please wait a moment." As Qixio was about to head into the kitchen, Mu Hualan interjected, "Boss, please bring me a jar of wine." Qixio paused momentarily, flashed an okay sign, and proceeded into the kitchen. The 4 of them took a seat in the dining area after placing their orders, but silence enveloped them. Even the usually lively Aizu and Mu Hualing were at a loss for words. Noticing the quietness of Ai Weiwei and Mu Hualan, Aizu exchanged glances with Mu Hualing. Speak up. Mu Hualing urged Aizu with her eyes, hoping to break the silence. Why don't you say something? Aizu shot her a look of annoyance, returning her gaze defiantly. You're usually so talkative. Why are you so unreliable at a crucial moment? Mu Hualing pouted, glaring at Aizu. Aizu retorted, don't think I'll fall for your provocation and become a scapegoat. If you don't speak, I'll make Weiwei change you into women-esque clothing. Mu Hualing threatened, her small fist raised in mock aggression. Humph, can you even beat me? Aizu replied with a smirk. If you don't start talking, I'll have Weiwei dress you up. Mu Hualing's eyes sparkled with mischief, but she suddenly regretted her words. Oh no, how did that slip out? Seeing Aizu suppressing laughter, Mu Hualing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. As the two playful spirits engaged in their antics, Mu Hualan observed silently, but upon hearing Mu Hualing's outburst, she couldn't help but chuckle, feeling the chill around her dissipate. Upon hearing the laughter, Mu Hualing's face flushed with color, and she shot a fierce glare at Aizu. Though her adorable appearance rendered her glare ineffective, Aizu cheekily made a face at her. Ai Weiwei, too, felt relieved to see Mu Hualan smiling and quipped, all right, I'll listen to Xiaoling and make sure to dress him up when we get home. Aizu's expression turned pale at these words, for he knew his sister was not joking. He would indeed be dressed up. Mu Hualing beamed at Aizu, flashing a sweet smile at Ai Weiwei, saying, Weiwei, you're the best. I like you the most. What about me? Don't you like your sister? Mu Hualan teased. Of course, I like both my sisters. Mu Hualing replied cheerfully. Seeing that Mu Hualan could still joke around brought relief to Ai Weiwei. As the group continued their playful banter, Qi Xiu soon began to serve their dishes, placing a jar of wine in front of Mu Hualan. Once the delectable food was laid out, the chatter ceased, and they focused intently on their meal. However, Aizu and Mu Hualing couldn't help but feel envy towards the sauerkraut fish and dompa pork that graced the tables of Ai Weiwei and Mu Hualan. Boss. Mu Hualing cast a mournful glance at Qi Xiu, her expression as if he had committed some unforgivable act. Qi Xiu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his neck, trying to maintain his composure as he approached his designated spot behind the bar, striving to ignore her gaze. At that moment, Aizu and Mu Hualing's thoughts synchronized, wishing fervently for meat and fish, vowing to train harder upon their return to elevate their prowess and feast on those delicacies. Just as they were savoring their meal, Zhou Yin appeared at the entrance. Spotting Ai Weiwei and her companions, a smile broke across his face. Weiwei? What a coincidence to see you here. It was evident that Zhou Yin's focus was solely on the enchanting Ai Weiwei, completely overlooking the other three. Upon hearing his voice, Ai Weiwei frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance. She paused, setting down her chopsticks, and turned to Zhou Yin. Zhou Gongzi, you're here too. No need for such formality. Just call me Yin, Zhou Yin replied, attempting to join Ai Weiwei's table, only to find there were no available seats. General Lan, Princess Lu, and Ziyu, you're all here as well. He finally noticed the others and greeted them. At the bar, Qi Xiu felt a jolt at the mention of General Lan. Recalling the midday conversation among the Shao brothers, and a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Was she truly the General Lan who sought a martial arts contest for marriage? As Zhou Yin addressed them, Mu Hualing offered a friendly smile, while Aizu rolled her eyes in disdain, and Mu Hualan pretended not to hear him at all. In truth, Mu Hualan was aware of Zhou Yin's words but chose to disregard them, lost in the enchanting allure of the evening sky. Feeling her inner turmoil and negative emotions fade away in the warmth of the sunset's glow, Zhou Yin, unperturbed by their reactions, settled into a nearby seat, close to Ai Weiwei, and began perusing the menu. He was taken aback by the transformed ambience of the eatery, but, mindful of Ai Weiwei's presence, refrained from voicing his thoughts. Upon glancing at the menu, he became intrigued, but upon noticing the cultivation restrictions listed beside each dish, he resigned himself to not ordering anything. Boss, I'll have a serving of fried rice, a portion of mapo tofu, and a jug of wine, Zhou Yin instructed Qi Xiu, the enticing aroma of the wine drifting through the air igniting his appetite. In response, Qi Xiu rose to prepare the dishes. Chapter 80. The surge of vital energy. Upon placing his order, Zhou Yin wished to engage in further conversation with Ai Weiwei. However, he soon realized that during the time he spent ordering, Ai Weiwei had once again picked up her chopsticks to indulge in the delectable cuisine, completely disregarding him. Zhou Yan felt a twinge of resentment towards the tantalizing dishes that had captured her attention, yet the alluring aroma wafting from the food compelled him to swallow hard, leaving him in a state of conflicted emotions. Meanwhile, Qi Xiu, who had just entered the kitchen, found the news he had learned earlier to be both unexpected and yet fitting. It was surprising to discover that General Lan was none other than Mu Hualan. However, the commanding aura exuded by Mu Hualan indeed warranted the title of general. Lost in thought, Qi Xiu continued his work diligently, and within approximately 10 minutes, Zhou Yan's mapo tofu and egg fried rice were presented at the table, followed closely by the fiery wine. As the wine was served, Qi Xiu kindly reminded Zhou Yan not to overindulge, suggesting moderation with a drink or two. Although his advice was well-meaning, the expressionless demeanor with which he delivered it conveyed a hint of disdain for Zhou Yan's drinking capacity, causing Zhou Yan to choke slightly. He glared at Qi Xiu, wanting to express his anger but restrained himself, recalling the chef's impressive skills and the presence of his beloved. Ultimately, he suppressed his irritation and managed to utter, "Thank you for your concern, but my drinking capacity is quite commendable." Qi Xiu, surveying him from head to toe, tactfully omitted the less flattering part of his comment. Nearby, Ai Ziyu, who had been savoring the tofu, nearly spat out her rice at this exchange. However, under Ai Weiwei's indifferent glance, she obediently lowered her head and resumed her meal in silence. Zhou Yan felt an overwhelming urge to confront Qi Xiu, wondering if the owner harbored some ill will towards him. After all, consuming an entire plate of egg fried rice worth 10 spirit crystals was no issue. Yet why could he not finish an entire jug of wine priced the same? Nevertheless, Qi Xiu, having made his point, turned away with little interest, leaving Zhou Yan to grapple with his emotions. The mention of his cultivation level stung, especially in the presence of Ai Weiwei, who was at the initial stage of the 4th tier, while he remained at the latter stage of the 3rd tier. This direct comparison only fueled his irritation, prompting him to plot revenge against the owner. At that moment, Zhou Yan's attention shifted back to the feast before him. The cubes of tofu were tender and pristine, radiating a luminous sheen, while the rich, crimson sauce enveloped the delicate white tofu, enhancing its vibrant appearance. Sprigs of garlic chives, standing upright in the bowl, were a vivid green, glistening as if freshly harvested. The combination of red, white, and green emitted steam, enticing Zhou Yan's stomach to rumble audibly. Caught in a dilemma, he yearned to savor the exquisite food while also wishing to converse with Ai Weiwei. Ultimately, he resolved to focus on the meal, especially after a sip of wine sent a delightful shiver through him, rendering him blissfully unmindful of anything else. After advising Zhou Yan, Qi Xiu returned to the bar to resume reading the book he had perused earlier. Though curious about why a general, especially one of the 6th tier, would consent to host a martial arts contest for matchmaking, he felt it inappropriate to intrude on Mu Hualan's privacy, as their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy that would permit such inquiries. Moreover, his curiosity did not extend to the point of urgency, and so he remained silent until Mu Hualan and her companions finished their meal and departed. As Zhou Yan consumed the last morsel of mapo tofu, he nearly lifted the plate to savor it fully, only to remember the presence of his beloved nearby. He swiftly withdrew his hand and glanced toward the spot where Ai Weiwei had been seated, only to find it empty. She had left without his notice. The fleeting opportunity to speak with her filled him with melancholy. However, before he could dwell on his sorrow, he abruptly sensed a surge of vital energy within him, expanding to the brink of explosion. Panic seized him, shaking off any lingering intoxication, rendering him acutely aware as cold sweat broke out on his back. With no time to lose, he commenced his cultivation right there on the spot. Observing Zhou Yan's sudden shift, Qi Xiu merely cast a cursory glance before returning to his book. He had already advised Zhou Yan to drink in moderation, but the latter had disregarded this counsel and consumed an entire jug of wine. Watching the tumultuous rise of Zhou Yan's vital energy, he understood the necessity of his earlier warning, realizing how foolishly he had acted. Zhou Yan recognized the implications of Qi Xiu's warning too late. The vital energy from the fiery wine was incomparable to that derived from the egg-fried rice. If the former was akin to a gentle stream, the latter was a raging river. Overwhelmed by the rising energy, Zhou Yan struggled to control it, directing it through his meridians with great difficulty. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, he loosened his grip on the energy, which surged violently, and though he managed to rein it in quickly, he felt several meridians within him snap. In the main hall of the small establishment, A few attendants waiting at the entrance were taken aback to see their master abruptly fall into a meditative state without warning. Alarmed, 2 third-tier attendants rushed inside, only to find Zhou Yin merely engrossed in cultivation. They collectively sighed in relief, but their relief was short-lived as they noticed blood trickling from Zhou Yan's mouth, and his aura became chaotic. Chapter 81. Attention, attention, Little Bai is angry. One of the servants suddenly panicked. If Zhou Yin were to encounter any mishap, they, as his followers, would undoubtedly face the dire wrath of the Prime Minister. What have you done to our young master? The flustered attendant turned to Qi Xiu and shouted, his voice laden with spiritual energy, clearly believing that Qi Xiu was responsible for Zhou Yan's predicament, asserting that it must have been Qi Xiu's doing after Zhou Yan indulged in the delicacies of the establishment. The composed housekeeper, though silent, regarded Qi Xiu with a cold stare. Ignoring the outburst, Qi Xiu remained engrossed in the book he held. The drowsy Little Bai at the bar was startled awake by the shout, lifting its head to scrutinize the source of the disturbance. A flicker of hostility gleamed in its beautiful, watery golden eyes. How dare anyone disturb its precious sleep and meditation? Such insolence was utterly intolerable. Instantly, a formidable aura, reminiscent of ancient power, descended upon the shouting man. Though it was but a fragment, it was far beyond the capacity of those present to withstand, except for Qi Xiu. An anomaly in itself. The man gasped, his gathered spiritual energy deflating like a punctured balloon, his face blanching in sheer terror. He felt as though an immense mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering him helpless and forcing him to confront the impending doom. At that moment, as Little Bai raised its head, Qi Xiu shifted his gaze to it, noticing its fury that seemed poised to unleash chaos within the establishment. He promptly placed a hand on its head, gently pressing it down while affectionately stroking its ears. The ferocity in Little Bai's eyes softened, its overwhelming presence receding like an ebbing tide, and the oppressive atmosphere in the hall dissipated as if it had never existed. The shop's interior fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard. No one spoke, and the 2 housekeepers remained ensnared in the shadow of death, their faces blank. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Qi Xiu wrinkled his brow, casting a glance at the previously shouting man, who was now visibly damp in his trousers, as the yellow liquid threatened to fall to the ground. Without needing a word from Qi Xiu, Little Bai disdainfully lifted a paw and covered its nose. Meanwhile, the unfortunate housekeeper was inexplicably lifted and flung outside, as though an invisible hand had seized the back of his collar and hurled him 10 meters away from the shop. Qi Xiu appreciatively patted Little Bai's head, his eyes gleaming with approval. Humph. Little Bai, in its pride, shook its ears, lowered its paw from its nose, and swished its tail. The housekeepers lingering at the entrance stared in astonishment at the ejected individual, their gazes shifting between the scene inside and the bewildered figure outside, unsure of how to react. Though the remaining housekeeper had not been scared into submission, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he trembled, his legs weak as if they might give way at any moment. He waved his hands in a panic to prevent anyone from entering, stealing glances at Qi Xiu behind the bar. Qi Xiu maintained a relaxed demeanor, one hand grooming Little Bai's sleek white fur while the other held his book. Yet, this nonchalance instilled a sense of dread in the housekeeper, who felt the depth of Qi Xiu's power and dared not act with impudence. He stood straight, trembling yet resolute, beside the meditating Zhou Yan, appearing like a statue, fearful of provoking the formidable presence. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yan, under the pressure of Little Bai's aura, inadvertently broke through to the pinnacle of the 3rd stage. Sensing the external danger, a significant portion of his chaotic spiritual energy surged outward, countering the overwhelming force, and just as the energy dissipated, Zhou Yan's own power surged to the 3rd stage's peak. Fortune smiled upon Zhou Yan. Little Bai's ire had been directed solely at the one who disturbed its slumber, leaving the excess force to affect only the others as collateral. This explained why Zhou Yan could withstand Little Bai's might, and why the remaining housekeeper did not suffer the same fate as his unfortunate counterpart. A radiant light burst forth from Zhou Yan, and as it faded, he absorbed the indigo spiritual energy into his being. Upon opening his eyes, a flicker of joy crossed his face, especially as he realized he was one step closer to catching up with Ai Weiwei, a smile blossoming on his lips. The housekeeper, witnessing the light emanating from Zhou Yan, understood that their earlier assumptions had been mistaken. Reflecting on the situation, it became evident that someone of such prowess would not need to resort to trickery. Haha, Boss Qi, Your wine is truly exceptional, Zhou Yin exclaimed, having felt the spiritual energy within him at the pinnacle of the third stage, recalling the reason for his advancement with infectious laughter directed at Qi Xiu. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the housekeeper standing respectfully beside him. However, Zhou Yin assumed the housekeeper was there to protect him and attributed the overwhelming force he had felt during his breakthrough to the housekeeper's assistance. Grateful, he patted the housekeeper's shoulder, saying, "You have done a great service. I shall reward you handsomely upon our return." With that, he waved his hand, signaling for the housekeeper to step back. The housekeeper hesitated, casting a glance at Zhou Yin, but ultimately said nothing, retreating a few steps to stand behind him. Qi Xiu, placing his book down, curtly remarked, "You have finished. Now it's time to settle the bill." He intended to venture into a dungeon that night, and time was slipping away, threatening to encroach upon his sleep. Seeing the housekeeper's hesitance, Zhou Yin felt puzzled, questioning whether his previous words had been amiss, but upon reflection, he found nothing wrong. Hearing Qi Xiu's command, he set aside his bewilderment and approached the bar, dutifully placing spirit crystals and gold coins on the counter. Chapter 82. Mistaken for an expert at that juncture, Zhou Yin harbored no resentment. As the surge of amplified essence gushed forth, enlightenment dawned upon him. He realized that Qi Xiu's earlier admonition to moderate his intake was a gesture of goodwill, not a deliberate affront as he had initially perceived. With this understanding, Zhou Yin felt an unprecedented sense of ease. In the face of Qi Xiu's unceremonious demeanor, he was too elated to dwell on it. The thought of teaching the latter a lesson was relegated to the recesses of his mind. Qi Xiu received the payment and nonchalantly swept all the spirit crystals and gold coins into the bar counter, a gesture that further endeared him to Zhou Yin. "All right, you can leave now," Qi Xiu exclaimed, his spirits buoyed by the transaction. "Boss, are you closing up shop?" Zhou Yin inquired, his tone implying certainty. "Indeed," Qi Xiu affirmed with a nod. Without further ado, Zhou Yin departed with the parting words, "I shall return tomorrow." Upon exiting, Zhou Yin noticed one of his household retainers 10 meters away, seated on the ground with a vacant stare, his trousers bearing a conspicuous wet patch. Inside the establishment, Zhou Yin had been facing away from the entrance, and the presence of his retainers had obscured his view. The sight of his disheveled subordinate piqued his displeasure. He furrowed his brow and demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" A hint of disdain and exasperation flickered in his eyes, for the retainer's unbecoming state reflected poorly on his master. His inquiry was met with downcast gazes and mumbled silence. Zhou Yin's good mood was thoroughly ruined. He turned to the retainer who had accompanied him from the shop and commanded, "You, speak." The retainer inwardly groaned. Instead of answering, he whispered, "Young master, we should return home first. Shaolin's appearance will reflect poorly on us." Zhou Yin inclined his head in agreement. He randomly selected a few retainers to carry the disgraced man away before heading towards the Prime Minister's residence. The journey was uneventful until they reached the residence. Zhou Yin, his face still clouded with displeasure, fixed his gaze upon the disheveled retainer on the floor of the hall. The man had regained his composure and cleaned himself up, but his face was a canvas of shame and trepidation. "Speak. What happened?" Zhou Yin demanded, his voice cold as he addressed the kneeling man and the retainer who had suggested their immediate return. "Young master, it transpired thus." The retainer recounted the events that had unfolded during Zhou Yin's breakthrough, omitting no detail. "Young master, you have no idea how detestable that man is. I merely inquired about the situation, and he did that to me," Shaolin added, embellishing his account with resentment and lingering fear. As he listened to their accounts, Zhou Yan's brow furrowed deeper. He sought confirmation. "Lai Shi, are you certain it was the shop owner's aura? Isn't the shop owner devoid of cultivation?" "Young master, there is no mistake. It was the shop owner. He was the only other person in the shop besides us. It could not have been anyone else," Lai Shi affirmed with conviction. Shaolin nodded vehemently, his eyes flashing with resentment and lingering dread. In reality, there was also a cat in the shop, but no one would attribute such power to a feline. Moreover, Xiaobai had been in close proximity to Qi Xiu, leading to the mistaken belief that Qi Xiu was the source of the imposing aura. Zhou Yin tapped his fingers on the table, his head bowed in contemplation. He found it hard to believe, for he had never sensed any essence fluctuations from Qi Xiu. He had always assumed that Qi Xiu was an ordinary man with no cultivation whatsoever. But now, it seemed that he had been mistaken. Could the man truly be a formidable expert? Zhou Yin struggled to accept the notion, but his subordinate's accounts compelled him to consider the possibility. He recalled the delectable dishes he had savored at the shop, the many delicacies he had been unable to resist, their remarkable effects, and certain ingredients they contained. The notion that the man was an expert was no longer so far-fetched. After all, how could someone who created such exquisite and miraculous dishes be an ordinary individual? He had previously been puzzled by the source of the shop's ingredients and Qi Xiu's apparent disregard for their status as dignitaries. Now that he knew the man was an expert, these doubts dissipated. The revelation was like a master key that unlocked a multitude of enigmas. But it also spawned new questions. Why would such a powerful individual open a shop in the capital? What was his purpose? What did he intend to do? Zhou Yin could not directly confront the man with these questions, but the uncertainty gnawed at him. He rose and addressed the two men in the hall. Very well. I understand. You may leave. The two men bowed and retreated without further ado. Zhou Yin then sought out his father in the study, recounting the events surrounding the shop. With particular emphasis on the events of the day, Prime Minister Zhou Sheng remained seated in his armchair, idly manipulating two steel balls in his hand, listening intently without uttering a word. When Zhou Yin finished his account, Zhou Sheng remained silent for an extended period. The study was filled with silence, punctuated only by the clinking of the steel balls. Zhou Yin stood before his father, awaiting his response. After a long pause, Zhou Sheng finally spoke. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Zhou Yin was puzzled by his father's remark, but he betrayed no emotion. Indeed, he replied, It has been a while since I dined out. Accompany me to the shop tomorrow, Zhou Sheng declared. Zhou Yin was taken aback. Does father intend to assess the situation personally? Zhou Sheng cast a sidelong glance at him. I am merely intrigued by the delicacies you described. Very well, you may leave. Focus on improving your cultivation and cease dwelling on Ai Weiwei. She is but a woman. Seeing that his father was about to launch into a lecture and had mentioned Ai Weiwei, Zhou Yin promptly excused himself and left the study. Zhou Sheng watched Zhou Yan's departing figure, contemplating the information he had received. Combining this with his son's account, he manipulated the steel balls and murmured, a shop that remained unscathed during a battle between 5th-tier cultivators. I shall see what it is capable of. I trust it will not disappoint. Chapter 83. Is this egg an ingredient or a living being? After Zhou Yin and his group departed, Qi Xiu closed the shop door, tidied up the dishes on the table, and disposed of them in the processor before entering the dungeon. This time, he found himself directly in level 3, standing on black soil surrounded by desolation, devoid of any vegetation. Gazing upward, other than the indigo sky and white clouds above, all he could see was the dark earth beneath his feet, with no signs of life whatsoever, not even a bird or the sun in sight. A gust of wind swept through, yet not a single leaf rustled. Upon entering this space, the system's task notification chimed. Ding. Task issued. Please locate ingredients in this space and prepare a delectable dish that can attract the creatures of this realm. Time limit, 8 hours. As soon as the system finished speaking, Qi Xiu noticed a countdown timer of 8 hours appearing above his head, the seconds ticking away relentlessly. Finding ingredients in this barren land? And crafting a dish to lure the inhabitants of this space? The system could at least point him in the direction of the ingredients. What about the cooking tools? Where were these so-called creatures? And why was the time limit set at 8 hours? Qi Xiu was utterly exasperated, feeling the urge to vent his frustrations. The task for the host has commenced. Please expedite your efforts to complete it and refrain from engaging in these fruitless discussions. The system intoned with a seriousness that would have been commendable had it not been marred by a tone of sardonic amusement. Qi Xiu felt a twitch in his eyelid and muttered to himself, the first level allowed for some experimentation, the second at least granted me time to prepare. And now it just plunges me into the task. Not even a moment to gather my thoughts. System, do you harbor a disdain for me? Oh, dear host, how could you ever doubt my affection for you? The system lamented, producing a handkerchief from nowhere to dab at its seemingly endless tears. I no longer believe in your love, Qi Xiu grumbled, engaging in a whimsical dialogue with the system while he began to scour the blackened earth for the elusive ingredients. Unfortunately, an hour passed, and all he encountered was the unyielding soil. Was he expected to cook dirt? Even if he were to attempt such a feat, a fire would be necessary. Though he suspected the ingredients might lie within the soil, digging in several spots yielded nothing but more dirt. At this point, Qi Xiu felt akin to a headless fly, aimlessly wandering the desolate landscape, hoping for a stroke of luck to unveil some clue. System, how vast is this space? How extensive is this land? Qi Xiu finally inquired, unable to contain his curiosity after wandering for an hour without reaching any boundary. Not too extensive, merely a radius of 10 miles, the system replied nonchalantly. Then why have I not reached any edge after walking so long? Qi Xiu's expression darkened with realization as a foreboding thought crept in. System, I implore you not to answer. Because the host has been walking in circles. The system's cruel revelation cut through his thoughts. Where has our mutual understanding gone? Qi Xiu felt as though he had been weighed down by lead bricks, the heaviness rendering him nearly immobile. Host, we have known each other for merely 41 days, not even 2 months, the system stated coldly. Qi Xiu sank to the ground, refusing to move any longer. With no hints provided, and now realizing he had been going in circles, his motivation to continue dissipated. Host, will you not proceed? The system asked, observing his refusal to rise. No hints, no desire to move, Qi Xiu replied languidly. After a prolonged silence from the system, Qi Xiu disregarded the dirt beneath him and lay back on the ground, staring up at the sky in contemplation. Host, the hints are within this space. You must discover them yourself, the system suggested, its tone subtly implying encouragement. Qi Xiu remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the slowly drifting clouds above. Why do these clouds seem peculiar? Could the clues lie among them? An epiphany struck him, prompting him to leap up and exclaim, System, if I've been walking in circles, why haven't I seen the pits I previously dug? He had excavated several sizable holes, scattered across a broad area. If he were indeed circling, he should have encountered at least one of them. The absence of such evidence raised a crucial question. Was the system lying? Or were the pits he dug the very clues he sought? It was improbable that the system would deceive him, leading him to the only logical conclusion. The dug pits were indeed the clues. With a surge of exhilaration igniting within him, Qi Xiu began to search fervently for the pits he had previously excavated, knowing that even an uncertain lead was preferable to aimless wandering. Before long, he located a familiar spot where he believed he had once dug a pit. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the hole had vanished as if it had been filled in, with the displaced soil seamlessly returned, leaving no trace of its excavation. Treading lightly, he approached cautiously, wary of any dangers lurking within. Rather than rushing forward to dig with his hands, Qi Xiu clenched his right fist, gathering his inner energy before delivering a powerful blow to the spot that seemed familiar. With a resounding crash, his fist struck the ground, creating a gaping hole as the surrounding soil scattered in all directions, some of it collapsing inward, revealing a pit even larger than the ones he had previously dug. Peering into the newly exposed pit, Qi Xiu could not help but feel a pang of regret. Within lay an egg, its shell immaculate and polished, devoid of any blemishes. White as snow, and the yolk within shone a brilliant yellow, the egg white emitting an alluring, translucent luster. If one were to question how he could see the yolk, he would admit that he might have unintentionally broken the egg in his fervor. Qi Xiu sheepishly rubbed his nose, glancing around nervously. Staring at the egg, he found himself in a quandary. Should this egg be considered an ingredient, or is it a living creature meant to attract culinary delights? If it were indeed a living being, was he expected to incubate it? Okay, here's the refined and edited version of the text you provided, focusing on improved English and removing extraneous elements. Chapter 84. Sudden eruption of fire pillars lost in contemplation, Qi Xiu abruptly stood, resolving to utilize the egg as an ingredient. However, gazing at the shattered egg, a pang of regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have tempered his force. Despite the lamentable breakage, Qi Xiu approached and retrieved the remaining half. The egg, no larger than his palm, had only fractured across the top third of its shell. The remaining portion exhibited minor, superficial fissures, while the inner layer remained remarkably intact. A portion of the albumin and yolk had spilled, but the majority resided within the shell. The membrane encasing the yolk ruptured, creating an abstract pattern of pale yellow and translucent white. A wave of relief washed over Qi Xiu. Examining the egg in his hand, he realized that he couldn't identify it. Sensing a pure, unadulterated spiritual energy emanating from the shell against his palm, he surmised that its grade was undoubtedly high. Observing the transparent albumin within the shell, Qi Xiu was seized by a sudden impulse to sample it. Without a second thought, he brought the egg to his lips. Sipping the clear albumin from the cracked edge, a refreshing, soothing sensation permeated his mouth. The smooth, viscous albumin, utterly devoid of any fishy aftertaste, swirled around his palate before trickling down his esophagus. Qi Xiu smacked his lips. The taste was unlike any egg white he had ever encountered. Typically, regardless of the variety, uncooked eggs possessed a faint or pronounced fishy odor. This albumin, however, was absent of any such characteristic, akin to drinking chilled water, yet richer and more substantial. It was evocative of the invigorating sensation of savoring an ice pop on a sweltering summer day. He took another sip, this time drawing in a bit of the yolk. The yolk's flavor surpassed even that of the albumin, boasting a rich, velvety texture reminiscent of chocolate, imbued with the yolk's distinctive essence. Even uncooked, this could be a delicacy, Qi mused. However, he recognized that the system's task was unlikely to be so straightforward. It had stipulated that the dish must be delicious enough to entice the creatures of this realm. Failure to create a culinary masterpiece would assuredly result in failure. Lacking any implements, the prospect of preparing fried eggs, omelets, tea eggs, marinated eggs, steamed eggs, or boiled eggs seemed utterly unattainable. Qi, cradling the egg, felt a sense of frustration. There must be additional clues embedded within the task, ones that had eluded his notice. With this thought, he resumed his exploration of the black earth, his gaze darting about in anticipation of discovering something helpful. He also sought out the direction of his previously excavated pits, digging several more in the process. Though uncertain as to the egg's origin, he felt compelled to act. He located his previously dug pits. Some contained eggs, while others were barren. Only 2 contained eggs, their integrity preserved by his careful control. Holding the 2 eggs, he began his return journey, gathering 3 more along the way. He re-excavated several pits, discovering that once a pit had been disturbed a second time, it would never yield an egg. The window for an egg to appear in a pit was a mere 10 minutes. Furthermore, of 2 closely situated pits, only one would contain an egg, the other invariably empty. To maximize his yield, Qi scurried about, digging pits with tireless energy. As he labored, he noticed an anomaly. The soil in his hands felt warm. Could it be that the friction between his palms and the black earth was generating heat? Speculating inwardly, he cautiously brushed off his hands and reassessed the situation, confirming that the earth was indeed radiating heat. Heat? Will magma erupt from the ground soon? Wow, even sparks are flying, Qi muttered, spotting a spark before him. He cried out, then froze. Magma? Heat? Sparks? Good heavens! Qi's eyes widened, and he leaped back, snatching up the eggs he had set aside. Infusing his legs with primordial energy, he bolted away like a pair of wheels. Barely 3 seconds after his departure, a pillar of fire erupted from the ground with a deafening roar, spraying outwards like a geyser. A potent sense of danger compelled Qi to halt abruptly. As he did so, another pillar of fire erupted just 2 meters ahead, the heat radiating intensely. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Had he hesitated, that fiery spot would have been right where he was about to step. Instinctively, he lurched to the left, narrowly avoiding a fire pillar that grazed his right side, the acrid scent of singed hair filling his nostrils. Without thinking, he relied on his intuition and sprinted in a random direction. What's going on? Why is it chasing me? System, explain yourself, Qi yelled as he ran. The fire pillars seemed intent on targeting him, pursuing him relentlessly. However, his pleas were met with silence, save for the booming echoes of the fire pillars erupting one after another. Receiving no response, Qi was forced to run, enduring the ordeal. He had long since exhausted his primordial energy, his breath ragged. Were it not for his acute intuition, he felt certain he would have perished in this space. Finally, when Qi was on the verge of collapse, the fire pillars ceased their assault. Cough, cough, cough. With no fire pillars in sight, Qi finally failed to maintain his composure, his parched throat triggering a fit of coughing. He bent over, hands on his knees, coughing and gasping for air. Drenched in sweat, only his sheer willpower prevented him from collapsing. After resting for a while, and with no sign of the fire pillars returning, Qi finally relaxed, collapsing onto the ground and panting heavily. After a short rest, Qi sat up and felt the eggs in his arms. The eggs were quite solid and did not break even after being thrown up and down with him. However, the egg that he had broken at the beginning was drunk by him during the running. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted so long, Qi thought to himself, looking at the timer above his head, which had only 2 hours left. System, come out now, Qi called out again. This time, he received a response, but it was merely a mechanical electronic reply. Ding, during the mission, the system is in stealth mode. Chapter 85. Roasted egg. Qi nearly choked on his own saliva, realizing that this system was nothing short of a scam. He had never encountered such an unreliable system, especially at critical moments when it betrayed him, the host. As he pondered the task at hand, Qi began to retrace his steps. Although the fiery pillar had nearly claimed his life, he intended to harness it to fulfill his mission. With fire as his guide, he felt certain he could create what the culinary world deemed a delicacy. Arriving at the site where the last plume of fire erupted, he stood at the periphery, feeling the scorching heat radiating from the ground, which satisfied him greatly. Before him, the black earth had transformed into a crimson hue, emanating waves of heat, and as he gazed upwards, the air appeared distorted by the sweltering waves. Nearby, Chi discovered a sizable stone. The area still yielded a few rocks. Once he found a suitable stone, he exerted force to detach the excess portions. Shaping it into a stick, he intended to prepare roasted eggs, swift and convenient, requiring only a mastery of the heat to yield delightful results. In this rudimentary environment devoid of even water, roasted eggs were his only option. In his childhood, Chi often ventured outdoors with friends for barbecues, indulging in roasted sweet potatoes, and eggs among other delights. As he grew older, he occasionally continued this tradition, always ensuring to roast a couple of eggs each time. There were numerous methods to roast eggs. Most involved wrapping the eggs or insulating them from direct flames. For instance, encasing eggs in clay was a favored childhood pastime among many. The clay had to be of a perfect consistency, not too dry nor too wet, just enough to adhere to the egg. A layer of clay about 1 to 2 centimeters thick was applied, ensuring it was not less than 1 centimeter. Once the clay was evenly shaped around the egg, it could be placed directly onto the fire or buried within hot coals. Care needed to be taken to turn the eggs and replenish the fire evenly, ensuring they cooked thoroughly from all sides. Generally, once the clay was completely dry, the egg was cooked, taking about 15 minutes in a robust fire. Another common method involved using aluminum foil, prevalent in many households for steaming and roasting. Thus, while picnicking, one could wrap the eggs in foil and place them directly on the fire or bury them within the coals. With foil, there was no concern about the eggs bursting and becoming contaminated with ashes, and they cooked rapidly, about 5 to 10 minutes in a strong fire. Leaves could also serve as an alternative. Large, non-toxic leaves such as banana, taro, or other broadgrass leaves could be collected, washed, and then used to wrap the eggs securely, at least 5 layers thick. These wrapped eggs could then be buried in hot coals, cooking thoroughly in about 15 minutes, typically without the need for direct flames, which might incinerate the leaves. Wrapping eggs in bamboo was yet another excellent method. By finding fresh bamboo tubes, one could place the eggs inside, then roast the bamboo over the fire or seal the ends and bury it among the coals. The resulting eggs carried a subtle fragrance unique to bamboo. Of course, there were myriad techniques for producing delectable roasted eggs. However, Chi found himself unable to employ any of these methods. The clay wrapping required water, which he currently lacked. As for aluminum foil, it was non-existent in this world, and the notion of leaves or bamboo was moot. This barren space was devoid of even a blade of grass. Thus, his only recourse was to roast the raw eggs over an open flame. Fortunately, in his former world, roasting raw eggs over direct heat resulted in quick cooking and a distinctive flavor, favored by some. Yet, he remained uncertain of the taste of this unknown egg. Roasting raw eggs directly over flames could lead to explosions due to the sudden high temperatures, making them susceptible to ashes. Therefore, it was best to ensure the coals were glowing red before proceeding, avoiding the use of dry grass or leaves that could produce ashes. Charcoal, with minimal ash and no smoke, provided high temperatures. Once the egg cracked, the fissures would quickly solidify, preventing the egg from leaking and minimizing ash contamination. Typically, roasting an egg over an open flame involved placing the raw egg directly into the fire, and upon cracking, it was essential to turn the egg to cook the other side, flipping it multiple times to prevent charring, generally taking 5 to 10 minutes to cook. When ready to eat, one simply scraped off any ash or charred bits from the crack. However, Chi had no charcoal at his disposal, only the heat-radiating black soil before him. Therefore, he resorted to using the stone stick he had fashioned to dig a small pit in the hot earth, placing an unfamiliar egg into the cavity before covering it with soil. After completing this, Chi stood up, dusted off his hands, and decided to test the waters with a single egg, eager to ascertain whether this method would yield success, while simultaneously grasping the required cooking time. After all, this egg was not a chicken egg, and the cooking time for a chicken egg would not necessarily apply here. He possessed a total of 8 eggs and resolved to use 6 for his experiments. After about a minute, Chi unearthed the first egg he had placed. Standing it upright, and peeling approximately 1/3 of its shell from the top. Upon inspection, he found the egg white to be slightly congealed, while the yolk remained fresh. Gently shaking the egg in his hand and observing it closely, he then set it aside in the black soil. Next, he buried another egg and waited 3 minutes before digging it up. This time, the egg white was somewhat coagulated, and the outer layer of the yolk had begun to solidify. Qi Xiu took a taste. The egg white was tender, and although the flavor was quite pleasant, the texture reminded him of the unpleasant sensation of excessive nasal mucus. Coughing slightly, he placed the half-eaten egg beside the first one. He then buried the remaining 4 eggs in the soil for further experimentation. After 7 minutes, he excavated one egg. Its white was particularly smooth and delicate, with the yolk not yet fully coagulated, oozing forth when bitten into. 9 minutes later, he retrieved another egg. The white had firmed up, while the yolk remained slightly runny. Unable to resist, Qi Xiu devoured this egg whole. After 12 minutes, he extracted an egg and peeled away the shell. The transparent egg white had transformed into a smooth, milky white protein, and upon taking a bite, he found it to be silky, tender, and resilient. He eagerly took another bite, relishing the soft yellow yolk. The egg white was delightfully chewy, and the more he ate, the more flavorful it became. The yolk was soft, with a rich, dense texture that became increasingly aromatic with each chew. It was utterly delicious, almost overwhelming. In just a few bites, Qi Xiu consumed the egg, feeling as though he hadn't eaten enough. Had it not been for his remaining rationality, he might have swallowed the shell as well. Chapter 86. Mission failed? 15 minutes later, the eggs began to lose their elasticity. The egg whites were no longer springy, the yolks had dried out, and a faint black membrane appeared, which contained ferrous sulfide, potentially hindering the body's absorption of iron. While this was unlikely to pose a significant health risk, the eggs had lost their valuable nutritional content, rendering them unworthy of consumption. Having completed the experiment with these 6 eggs, Qi Xiu had gained a clearer understanding of the optimal cooking time for eggs. Confident in his newfound knowledge, he took out the remaining 2 eggs to commence the official baking process. Just as he was about to place an egg into the pit, he hesitated. What if the heat diminished midway through cooking? Finding a new spot, Qi Xiu dug another pit and buried 1 egg within. After 12 minutes, he eagerly unearthed the egg. The pristine shell remained as white as snow, seemingly untouched by the heat, with no cracks to be seen. Holding the egg in one hand, he struck it against a stone, and a long fissure appeared on the immaculate shell. As he peeled away the upper half, a delightful aroma wafted into the air, reminiscent of flavors he had previously savored. He swallowed hard, tempted to devour the egg immediately. Impulsiveness is a devil. Yet, when he noticed the impending deadline for his task, he restrained himself with sheer willpower. Placing the egg flat on the ground, Qi Xiu sat beside it, murmuring to himself, with such a delightful fragrance. Surely it will attract the so-called creatures. However, after a while, the anticipated beings had yet to materialize. As the egg cooled and the aroma dissipated, Qi Xiu reluctantly accepted the reality of his apparent failure. This scenario caused him to furrow his brow. Though not overly furious, he felt a twinge of frustration. System. Where did I go wrong? He inquired, but was met with silence. With only half an hour remaining, Qi Xiu anxiously tugged at his hair, oblivious to the gathering clouds above him, which soon dispersed, leaving only one solitary cloud hovering in place. With a sigh, Qi Xiu composed himself and examined the final egg closely, reflecting on the events that had transpired since entering this realm. He fixed his gaze on the egg for a moment longer, determination etched on his face. He refused to accept defeat. He resolved to try once more, convinced that his approach was not misguided. This time, instead of burying the egg, he carefully punctured a small hole in one end of the shell. He then took a couple of steps forward and placed the egg into the soil, leaving the punctured opening exposed. Simultaneously, he retrieved the previously uncooked eggs from the dark earth and inserted them into the red soil for baking. Before long, the delightful aroma began to waft through the air. The red soil remained hot, with steam rising in waves, causing Qi Xiu's cheeks to flush with warmth. He patiently awaited the arrival of the elusive beings, scanning the surroundings for any signs of their presence. As the eggs neared completion, Qi Xiu's heart sank. Had he truly misunderstood the nature of the creatures? Were the eggs, in fact, the intended beings, and he had unwittingly cooked them as mere ingredients? Surely, his luck could not be this unfortunate. This scent is irresistible. How can there be no creatures drawn to it? With the eggs fully cooked, he unearthed one and waited again, But still, no beings appeared. Time was slipping away, and with merely 10 minutes left, he realized that contemplating alternative methods to fulfill the task was futile. Resigned, he declared, if the mission is doomed to fail, then let it be. I shall simply enjoy the egg myself. He proceeded to peel away a layer of the shell, preparing to take a bite, when he suddenly paused, sensing something amiss. Why was the sky growing darker? Looking up, he beheld a creature hovering above him, a bewildered expression crossing his face. In the next moment, his astonishment transformed into a mix of surprise and joy, culminating in a poker face. Hovering about 10 meters above him was a creature resembling a fluffy white cloud, eyeing the egg in his hand with keen interest. This being bore the likeness of a whimsical cloud, adorned with a pair of round black eyes and a mouth reminiscent of a dark line. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have successfully created a delicacy that attracted the creatures of this realm. Reward, basic sculpture crafting, premium. As Qi Xiu processed the sight of this creature, the system notification chimed in his ears. Qi Xiu was left disoriented. He had never anticipated that the so-called creature had been hovering directly above him all along, so blatantly visible. He had been searching desperately, only to discover that he had already encountered this being. The cloud-like creature, noticing Qi Xiu's dazed stare, descended slightly, its massive form expanding in size. Qi Xiu's lips twitched, and gazing up at the enormous cloud, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. In gratitude for its role in completing his task, he lifted his arm and tossed the egg upwards toward the creature. The cloud-like being's eyes darted around, then it lowered itself once more, opening its mouth to catch the egg, which emanated an enticing aroma. A flicker of joy ignited in its dark eyes, and a blush appeared beneath them. As Qi Xiu continued to toss the remaining eggs in succession, each one caught effortlessly by the creature. In a matter of moments, the eggs were gone. The cloud's eyes dimmed with disappointment as it shifted, ascending higher and higher, gradually becoming smaller until it vanished from sight, blending in with the other inconspicuous clouds. System, I wish to return, Qi Xiu uttered weakly. The moment his words fell, he found himself back in the kitchen of the small shop. Feeling fatigued, he rubbed his forehead, then ascended the stairs to shower and prepare for rest. As he lay in bed, a question lingered in his mind. System, where did those eggs originate? They were generated by this system, the system replied calmly. This challenge tested your observational skills, adaptability, and self-sufficiency. Chapter 87. Are those flames also something you conjured? Qi Xiu inquired, his eyelids twitching. System, do you truly harbor a disdain for me? At such temperatures, your intentions seem lethal. Not at all, the system replied cheerfully. Though it may have been painful at the time, once you exited that space, everything was restored. Qi Xiu rolled his eyes, feeling disinclined to engage with the system any further. All he desired was to sleep. The following day, Qi Xiu awoke later than usual. After completing his morning routine and having breakfast, he began practicing his knife skills and the carving techniques he had acquired the previous night. His knife skills continued to involve the usual task of slicing cucumbers, while the newly acquired carving skills encompassed the initial 3 techniques of cutting, paring, and incising. Cutting, in the realm of food carving, serves as a foundational technique, primarily involving slicing ingredients placed on a cutting board or cutting pieces from models crafted with a mold. Paring is a preparatory technique used before carving, aimed at smoothing and leveling the ingredients, whether by peeling or outlining the contours of the intended sculpture. Incising is predominantly used for carving various flowers and other decorative pieces, representing a simple yet commonly employed method. To commence, Qi Xiu focused on slicing fruits into a myriad of shapes. Ding. Task assigned. Achieve maximum proficiency in basic carving skills within half a month. The system's notification chimed once more. Upon receiving the task, Qi Xiu remained unfazed. For him, dedicating just a couple of hours daily would suffice to elevate his proficiency in both knife skills and carving to the highest level within the stipulated time frame. It was not until 11 o'clock that Qi Xiu paused his activities and opened the shop door. Outside, a group awaited him, the 12 brothers of the Xiao family, who greeted him with eager expressions upon his arrival. "Boss, you finally opened," exclaimed the 9th brother, Xiao Xian, as he swiftly entered the shop. "The boss is just like yesterday," remarked Xiao Qian, emphasizing the importance of the wine. "Third brother, you can pay for the wine yourself?" As can second brother, smiled the 5th brother, Xiao Gao. "Little 5, being so stingy will cost you a wife," Xiao Qian quipped sarcastically. "That's because I know you two have the most money at hand. As for me, I have never made him pay for himself, Xiao Gao countered, shaking his finger disapprovingly. Xiao Can merely scoffed, choosing not to respond as he stepped inside. Ha ha ha, Little Five treats me the best. Boss, bring me a pot of wine. Xiao Yuan laughed heartily. Qi Xiu nodded, and the other Xiao brothers followed suit, placing their orders. He then retreated to the kitchen to busy himself. And it wasn't long before Zhou Yin arrived at the small establishment with his father. Noticing the raucous crowd inside, Zhou Yin frowned. His father was present today, and such noise was unacceptable. Just as he contemplated sending someone to clear the space, he recognized the group and hesitated, though not the offspring of officials. This group was certainly not ordinary. The Xiao family was the wealthiest in the capital, contributing vast sums in taxes annually, thus enjoying a favored status with the emperor. Recognizing the individuals present, Zhou Yin began to waver on whether to dismiss them. Observing his son's turmoil, Zhou Qingxiang sighed internally. Placing one hand behind his back as he strode into the shop, Zhou Yin hurriedly followed suit, while the Xiao family's attendants at the entrance were uncertain whether to intervene. Although they did not recognize Zhou Qingxiang, they could discern from the demeanor and attire of the newcomers that they were of significant status. Fortunately, the Xiao brothers, who were waiting for their meals, noticed the group at the door. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiao Yuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. Zhou Qingxiang, he exclaimed, rising in astonishment. The attendants hesitated, finally stepping aside, no longer daring to obstruct their entry. Indeed, Zhou Xing nodded, entering the small shop at a leisurely pace and gesturing for them to proceed as they wished. As Xiao Yuan stood, the other Xiao brothers followed his gaze towards Zhou Sheng. He took a seat at an empty table, with Zhou Yin sitting opposite him. Several of the Xiao brothers felt a sense of unease, with only Xiao Can, Xiao Ling, and Xiao Xiang maintaining their composure, while even the eldest, Xiao Yuan, appeared considerably more serious. When Qi Xiu emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, he was greeted by the serene atmosphere. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, he felt no surprise, but the unfamiliar face beside him piqued his curiosity. Ignoring the scrutinizing gaze of the stranger, Qi Xiu placed the dishes on the Xiao family's table. Boss, we would like to place our order, Zhou Yin stated upon Qi Xiu's arrival. He then turned to his father. Father, the menu is on the wall. Please take a look and let the boss know what you would like. Father? Qi Xiu thought, glancing at the middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Yin. Zhou Sheng had already taken in the shop's decor upon entering and had committed the menu to memory. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, he simply replied, bring us one of everything on the menu. His casual tone belied the commanding nature of his request, and Qi Xiu calmly acknowledged, certainly, just a moment. Zhou Yin then added, I would like an order of egg fried rice and a portion of mapo tofu. Very well, please wait. Qi Xiu reiterated his response and returned to the kitchen to prepare their dishes. Boss, wouldn't you prefer to serve Chancellor Zhou first? We'll wait, Xiao Yuan suggested hesitantly. First come, first served. Since you ordered first, you will be served first, Qi Xiu replied impassively. At his words, the atmosphere shifted, with many present raising their eyebrows in surprise. Did he not hear the title Chancellor Zhou? He's a chancellor. Xiao Yuan nearly shouted in disbelief. Boss, we don't mind. Xiao Yuan began, but was interrupted mid-sentence. Zhou Sheng's brow furrowed slightly, and he cast a meaningful glance at Qi Xiu, interrupting Xiao Yuan. First come, first served. We can wait. With Zhou Sheng's authority established, Xiao Yuan fell silent. Qi Xiu simply nodded in acknowledgement of Zhou Sheng's remark and returned to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Once he left, silence enveloped the dining area, with even the youngest, Xiao Tu, remaining uncharacteristically quiet. Chapter 88. Dragon Soup Master Chef Qi Xiu diligently brought out all the dishes ordered by the Xiao brothers. During this time, the small restaurant's main hall remained silent, with the usually lively Xiao Yang, Xiao Qie, Xiao Xing, and Xiao Xian behaving with unusual docility. Accustomed to such tranquility, Qi Xiu calmly prepared and served the dishes until all the Xiao brothers' orders were complete. Only then did he begin to prepare the meals for Zhou Yin and his companion. As Zhou Sheng had requested all the delicacies on the menu, Qi Xiu proceeded in order, starting with the poached egg over rice, followed by handmade noodles, pickled radishes, egg fried rice, and a series of other culinary delights. Qi Xiu also served the two dishes ordered by Zhou Yin. Zhou Sheng began eating as soon as the rice dish was served, consuming each dish as it arrived and cleaning his plate thoroughly. He seemed satisfied with Qi Xiu's culinary creations, yet his face remained impassive, and his eyes held a serene calmness that betrayed no hint of his true thoughts. Undeterred, Qi Xiu continued to serve the dishes. after the mapo tofu. The next dish was dragon soup, a dish that had remained untouched since its inclusion on the menu. In Qi Xiu's original world, dragon soup was a prized delicacy from the Northeast, renowned both domestically and internationally. In Northeastern folklore, there was a saying, dragon meat above, donkey meat below. The dragon referred to the hazel grouse, a rare delicacy once reserved exclusively for emperors. Its meat was tender and flavorful, gaining recognition as early as the 14th century. Also known as the hazel grouse, this bird was a smaller fowl native to the forests of the Shingan Mountains. It was fattest in winter and was a nationally protected animal. Some people also raised them commercially. The Orican people prepared hazel grouse soup in two ways. One involved boiling chopped hazel grouse meat in salted water, then removing the soup after about 2 minutes and adding wild onion. The other method involved sprinkling salt on the hazel grouse meat, then pouring boiling water over the meat while turning it until it was about 60 cooked. The hazel grouse was then placed in the boiling water along with wild onion and boiled for about 10 seconds before serving. In Qi Xiu's original world, dragon soup had become a delicacy served at high-end banquets, though the hazel grouse used were typically farm-raised. In this world, Qi Xiu's main ingredient was a level 5 spirit beast known as the dragon bird, complemented by level 5 towering mushrooms and other seasonings. The soup was highly nutritious, a delicious and nourishing tonic. Qi Xiu retrieved a prepared dragon bird from the cabinet. This dragon bird resembled a pigeon in size, with a small head, short neck, prominent chest, and slender claws with 5 toes. It was nearly 40 centimeters long, with yellowish-brown, speckled feathers, and a long tail with black stripes at the end. Its eyes were chestnut red. The meat was white and tender, with a large, plump breast. Its neck bones were long and curved, resembling a dragon's spine, and its short legs were feathered red, with scaled claws resembling dragon claws, hence the name dragon bird. Dragon birds typically inhabited shrubs or mixed pine and birch forests, living in pairs and rarely separating, earning them the nickname forest mandarin ducks. They were adept runners and often hid in trees, living in mixed coniferous and deciduous forests or birch forests. Their diet varied seasonally, consisting mainly of plants, but they also ate insects in the summer. In winter, they formed small groups and burrowed under the snow to sleep. At this moment, the dragon bird was still lively and alert, regarding Qi Xiu with the eyes of a predator. Had it not been confined to a cage, and had its elemental power been suppressed by 90, it would likely have hunted Qi Xiu with its sharp claws. Qi Xiu raised an eyebrow at the dragon bird, opened the cage, and swiftly grabbed it. Before the dragon bird could react, he ended its life with a quick and precise strike. Although this was the first time he had prepared this delicacy for a customer, he had already accumulated 46 proficiency in making dragon soup, ensuring a smooth and practiced preparation. Qi Xiu began by plucking the dragon bird, its yellowish-brown feathers falling one by one into the sink. Without its feathers, the dragon bird's snow-white body was exposed, revealing its plumpness. He then made an incision down the middle of the dragon bird's abdomen and quickly removed the blood clots and impurities before rinsing it in the sink. Next, he washed the towering mushrooms and the scallions and ginger, slicing them and setting them aside. With the ingredients prepared, Qi Xiu blanched the dragon bird in boiling water until the meat turned white. He then placed the dragon bird in a clean stainless steel pot, ensuring that it was free of any grease. He added the towering mushrooms, scallion slices, ginger slices, and cooking wine, bringing it to a boil before simmering it over low heat. While simmering the dragon bird, the heat should not be too high. The soup should only simmer gently. If the heat was too high, the soup would boil rapidly and evaporate, while the dragon bird meat would not tenderize properly, resulting in a failed dragon soup. The soup in the pot began to bubble, with white steam rising vigorously, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma. This fragrance was subtle, not particularly strong, but it was enough to make Qi Xiu inhale deeply, savoring the scent. The aroma instantly triggered hunger in his stomach. Although he had eaten it several times, he felt like he could never get enough of the fragrance. Once the dragon bird was tender, Qi Xiu removed it and the towering mushrooms, placing them in a bowl. He removed the scallions and ginger, then added an appropriate amount of refined salt, monosodium glutamate, and pepper to the soup. With these steps completed, a bowl of dragon soup was ready. The broth was clear and transparent, the dragon bird meat was white and tender, and the soup was garnished with a few ingredients. The rising steam filled the air with fragrance. Qi Xiu took a few deep breaths, suppressing the urge to devour it immediately. He steadied himself, placed the bowl of dragon soup on a tray, and opened the kitchen door to serve it. As the kitchen door opened, the eyes of everyone in the hall were drawn to him, or rather, to the dragon soup in his hands. Although the dragon soup's fragrance was subtle, the menus note that it was suitable for cultivators at level 5 or higher piqued everyone's curiosity about this delicacy. Even Zhou Sheng couldn't help but look at Qi Xiu, not out of curiosity, but because he sensed the rich spiritual energy contained within the soup. Even the well-traveled Zhou Sheng was astonished by the fact that a dish could contain such concentrated spiritual energy. He had remained composed when he saw the spiritual energy in the sauerkraut fish and dompa pork. But the rich spiritual energy in this dragon soup was clearly on a different level. Preserving such concentrated spiritual energy was no easy feat. Chapter 89. A night of 7 times feeling the surge of spiritual energy. Zhou Sheng could not help but feel a wave of anticipation for the dish before him. "Please enjoy," Qi Xiu said as he placed the dish in front of him. Although it was his first time serving this dish to a customer, Qi Xiu was confident that it would receive high praise. After a moment of pause, he added, "Due to the nature of this fenlong soup, I advise against consuming alcohol, so the fire cloud will not be served." As Qi Xiu leisurely set the dish on the table, Zhou Sheng, despite his inner eagerness, maintained a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Qi Xiu's last remark, he merely glanced at her and nodded. He then turned his attention back to the fenlong soup. Slowly picking up the spoon prepared beside him, he took a spoonful of the broth, which was remarkably clear, resembling a pool of pristine water, prompting a fleeting doubt. Was it truly soup and not just water? However, Zhou Sheng dismissed such doubts. He gently blew on the spoonful before sipping it. The moment the soup touched his lips, a semblance of emotion flickered across his face. The flavor was exquisitely delightful, imbued with a subtle fragrance. As the liquid rolled down his throat and spread warmth throughout his being, an indescribable sensation enveloped him, akin to the comforting rays of the winter sun. Yet, this moment of enchantment quickly faded, vanishing as though it had never existed, restoring his composure and leaving Zhou Yin, who witnessed the fleeting emotion, questioning if he had merely imagined it. Ignoring his son's astonished gaze, Zhou Sheng picked up his chopsticks and delicately sliced into the snow-white fenlong meat, lifting a piece to his mouth under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. The meat was tender and flavorful, exuding a faint aroma, soft yet not obstructive to his teeth. A glimmer of pleasure crossed Zhou Sheng's eyes as he chewed. The tender texture felt as if countless gentle hands were caressing the walls of his mouth, making it extraordinarily delectable. With a calm demeanor, he uttered his first comment, "Very good." These 3 words elicited a complex expression of surprise from Zhou Yin. His father had actually praised someone? The incredulity brought a tinge of bitterness to his heart, realizing that he, as a son, had never received such high praise. The mere addition of very to a dish seemed to surpass anything he had ever achieved, deepening his sense of melancholy. "Very good," was Zhou Sheng's genuine reflection. "The flavor exquisite and light yet undeniably delicious. This meat is from a 5th-level fenlong bird. No wonder it is so rich in spiritual energy," he continued, confidently identifying the dish, and without seeking confirmation from Qi Xiu, he picked up another piece of the Qingtian mushroom, savoring it with assurance. The people present turned their attention to Qi Xiu upon hearing these names, aware that Zhou Sheng, as the chancellor, would not speak falsely. Yet they still yearned for affirmation from the source, even if they themselves were uncertain whether they desired confirmation or denial. Indeed, Qi Xiu nodded at the curious gazes surrounding him. Then, adopting a promotional tone, he elaborated, "Fenlong soup possesses tender, delicate meat with a delightful flavor and abundant nutrition, effectively reinforcing the body, enhancing disease resistance, promoting health, eliminating impurities, and prolonging life. It is a superb nourishing soup. Oh, and it also replenishes the kidneys." Enjoying fenlong soup can lead to multiple delights in one night, Qi Xiu remarked, his expression unchanged as he delivered the statement. The surrounding patrons exchanged peculiar glances at Zhou Sheng, who was still savoring the soup. Zhou Sheng nearly spilled the broth from his spoon in surprise. What was wrong with him? He, too, could manage 5 times a night. The thought almost provoked a flare of frustration within him. Every man would be sensitive to such remarks. Yet, being a 6th-tier cultivator, he managed to maintain his composure, suppressing any reaction that might tarnish his dignified image as chancellor. He calmly finished the soup, despite the odd looks from those around him. Zhou Sheng's calmness only heightened the astonishment of the onlookers. Zhou Yin was the first to avert his gaze, followed by the Shao brothers, who also turned away. Zhou Sheng leisurely enjoyed his bowl of fenlong soup, while Zhou Yin had already finished and awaited his father. Most of the Shao brothers who had dined earlier were also finished, waiting for those who had yet to complete their meals. Shao Kan, meanwhile, was indulging in his drink, savoring the second serving of Fire Cloud. The surge of spiritual energy within him was significantly less than during his first drink, now reduced by half, yet he continued to relish the flavor, finding the taste of the wine far more important than the increase in energy. What a pity, he mused, lamenting that he had not encountered the person from the previous day who shared his enthusiasm for the drink. At last, when Zhou Sheng set down his chopsticks, the bowl of fenlong soup was entirely empty. Zhou Yin gazed enviously at the now empty bowl, the temptation of its remnants more pronounced from his proximity. Were it not for the fact that it was his father's order, he might have snatched it away. The agony of merely observing and smelling without tasting was unbearable. He silently vowed to elevate his cultivation upon returning home, determined to someday savor this bowl of fenlong soup himself. After finishing the meal, Zhou Sheng produced a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, raising his eyes to Qi Xiu. Just as Zhou Yin anticipated some action from his father, Zhou Sheng slowly inquired, "How much in total? Father, weren't you here to investigate the authenticity of this establishment? You didn't ask a single question before preparing to settle the bill?" "The total is 151 spirit crystal stones and 2,288 gold coins," Qi Xiu replied, glancing at the table's surface. Zhou Sheng nodded and waved his hand, causing a pile of spirit crystal stones and gold coins to appear before Qi Xiu. Without even a glance, Qi Xiu swept the payment into the counter, accompanied by the familiar sound of a system notification. Having settled the bill, Zhou Sheng fixed his gaze on Qi Xiu and slowly said, "Boss, I have a question." Chapter 90. Mission accomplished. The tone remained unremarkable, yet it carried an undertone of menace. His imposing presence surged forth, emanating a force that transcended mere cultivation. It was pure authority. Zhou Yan's countenance turned solemn as he awaited his father's incisive inquiry, his gaze shifting towards Qi Xiu. The commotion drew the attention of the Shao family, who had initially intended to settle their bill and depart. The Shao brothers halted their actions, glancing towards the atmosphere that felt decidedly off-kilter. The ever-concerned Shao Shuang began pondering which side he and his companions should align with if a confrontation were to ensue. Qi Xiu met Zhou Sheng's gaze without flinching, calmly stating, "Please proceed. Why is it that I ordered every delicacy in the establishment, yet the so-called recovery water was absent?" Zhou Sheng inquired icily. Amidst the tense stares of those present, Zhou Yin Shao family, must we treat such a question with such gravity? Water is not considered a delicacy, Qi Xiu replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Internally, he found the inquiry absurd and had not anticipated such a trivial matter. "If you desire it, you may purchase it now." At some point, Zhou Sheng had acquired 2 steel spheres, which he idly toyed with in one hand, suppressing his overwhelming aura as he remarked, "Is that so? Will you not enlighten me further?" Recovery water restores 30% of one's internal energy instantly, without side effects, and is exclusive to those who possess energy. Qi Xiu succinctly elucidated. This revelation sparked a stir among the crowd. Shao Yuan could no longer contain his emotions and exclaimed, "Boss, could you repeat what you just said?" The Shao family and the Zhou father-son duo exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Qi Xiu merely cast a dispassionate glance at him and replied, "What you heard is precisely what I meant. Repeat it again." "I am not a tape recorder to regurgitate the same words ad infinitum," he thought, unwilling to reiterate. Reluctantly, the audience confirmed that they had indeed heard correctly. A collective auditory hallucination seemed improbable. "Bring me 2 bottles, Zhou Sheng commanded, tapping the table twice. His mind deep in thought, yet his expression remained unperturbed. Had he not tasted the exquisite dishes from the small shop, he might have doubted the claim. However, after savoring the delicacies, especially the famed flying dragon soup, he ordered without hesitation. Regardless of its authenticity, one must experiment to ascertain the truth. Qi Xiu said nothing further, merely producing 2 bottles of recovery water, placing them in a small bag atop the bar. Zhou Yin promptly sprang up, eagerly retrieving the bag, placing 2,000 gold coins on the counter, and then turning to present the bag to Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng accepted it, inspecting the recovery water closely. The pale blue liquid was contained within a transparent vessel, appearing akin to crystal, yet seemingly more robust. After toying with the potion for a moment, Zhou Sheng stowed it in a small bag on the table and rose, proceeding towards the door. Zhou Yin followed suit, accompanied by several household attendants, as they gradually departed. Once the two had left, the Shao family became animated. Boss, show me that potion. Xiao Qian exclaimed, sprinting to the bar, eager for a closer look. I want to see too. Is this potion truly so miraculous? Xiao Xing chimed in curiously. Indeed. How could you keep such a remarkable item hidden, boss? Exclaimed Xiao Qian. In a heartbeat, the Xiao brothers crowded around the bar, each clamoring to voice their desires. The cacophony of overlapping conversations overwhelmed Qi Xiao, who suddenly found himself reminiscing about Zhou Xing's presence. If he were here, such chaos would surely be quelled. Observing the boisterous group, Qi Xiao swiftly interjected, "Silence." Admittedly, Qi Xiao possessed a certain commanding presence. His emotionless proclamation brought an immediate hush over the crowd. With their chatter subdued, Qi Xiao's expression softened slightly as he instructed. One at a time. Realizing that their simultaneous conversation was indeed overwhelming, the group quieted considerably, momentarily at a loss for words. Boss, I'll take 3 bottles of that potion, Xiao Qin interjected, breaking the silence. The others' eyes sparkled with excitement as they echoed, Boss, is this potion truly so extraordinary? Indeed. Instant recovery without side effects seems too good to be true, Xiao Xian remarked skeptically. I'll take 10 bottles. Xiao Ling declared from a distance, addressing Qi Xiao. I want 1, no, 3, Xiao Xiang insisted. I too shall partake. I desire the same. The brothers chimed in, each requesting 3 bottles. Ultimately, they all settled on the limit of 3 bottles each, not due to lack of desire, but because the daily cap restricted them to 3. Once the Xiao family had exited, the system notification chimed repeatedly. Ding. Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. You have earned 1,128 spirit crystals and 64,704 gold coins within a week. Task rewards are now being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Culinary Recipe 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Heart of the Guardian. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has ascended to late stage 2. With the completion notification echoing in his ears, Qi Xiao accessed his personal profile. Host, Qi Xiao. Age, 21. Level, 2. Maximum level 12. Experience, 91, 100 required for upgrade. Appearance, A. Maximum SSS. Physique, Chef's Physique. Strength, late stage 2, maximum stage 9. Culinary skills, 28, maximum 100. Badge, Junior Chef. After reviewing his profile, Qi Xiao opened the shop data. Shop level, 1, level 2. Requires 50 customers. Host level 3, culinary skills at 30. Shop customers, 22. Blacklisted customers, 8. Shop delicacies, fried egg rice, handmade noodles, pickled radish, fried rice, soul devouring rice, sauerkraut fish, dompa pork, mapo tofu, flying dragon soup, wine, recovery water, fruit platter. Chapter 91, The Emergence of Xiao Yi. Upon reviewing the store's information, Qi Xiao opened the system's storage space, where he discovered a new item, a green, diamond-shaped crystal radiating a soft, tender green light. Qi Xiao tapped the crystal, causing it to enlarge instantly, revealing a description, Heart of the Guardian. Capable of summoning a 4th-tier guardian to serve as the shop's protector, or enhancing the level of an existing guardian. This description immediately brought Xiao Yi to Qi Xiao's mind, as it had been quite some time since Xiao Yi had made an appearance. Host, do you wish to summon a new guardian, or enhance the level of an existing one? The system inquired. Without hesitation, Qi Xiao replied, enhance Xiao Yi's level. Rather than acquiring a 4th-tier guardian, he preferred to elevate Xiao Yi's abilities. Beep. Summoning Guardian number 1. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Xiao Yi materialized before Qi Xiao. The Heart of the Guardian, which had been stored away, now floated between them, spinning gracefully in the air and emanating a gentle green glow. Suddenly, the light from the Heart of the Guardian intensified, and Xiao Yi was enveloped in a brilliant white light that began to merge with the green glow. The Heart of the Guardian integrated into Xiao Yi's chest, transforming the white light into a radiant silver. Glittering motes of light swirled around Xiao Yi like dandelion seeds, as his form underwent a remarkable transformation at a visible pace. The silver light became increasingly blinding, prompting Qi Xiao to squint, and when the brilliance faded, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man. Indeed, he was beautiful, with long, lavender hair cascading down his back, fair and delicate skin, a sharply defined chin, soft pink lips, and lavender eyes glistening with a hint of moisture yet devoid of vibrancy. He stood approximately 1.8 meters tall, appearing to be around Qi Xiao's age. He donned a white robe, reminiscent of Qi Xiu's own attire but distinct, with deep purple runes adorning the cuffs and collar, complemented by a deep purple belt and a round jade pendant hanging from his waist. Please name Guardian number 1. The system reminded Qi Xiu, who was still captivated by Xiao Yi's new form. Name? I shall call you Xiao Yi. Ding. Naming successful. Guardian Xiao Yi has successfully leveled up to late stage 7th tier. The system announced. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xiao Yi's lavender eyes sparkled with a hint of life, though still lacking in expressiveness. Esteemed master, Xiao Yi is at your service. He placed his left hand on his chest and bowed gracefully to Qi Xiu. His voice was soft and warm, comforting to the ear. Qi Xiu mused that it would have been more delightful if he were facing a woman making such a gesture, feeling a tinge of regret. Although Xiao Yi was undeniably beautiful, he could not be mistaken for a woman. His masculinity was evident, and his voice, while gentle, was distinctly male. System. What exactly is Xiao Yi? Qi Xiu inquired curiously. Host level is too low, permissions insufficient for inquiry, came the system's mechanical reply. Qi Xiu thought, System, you simply cannot articulate it, can you? He cast a glance at the system and then at Xiao Yi, a sudden inspiration striking him. From now on, you need not call me master. Just refer to me as boss. Yes, I shall adhere to your wishes, boss, Xiao Yi responded. Very well, starting today. In addition to being the shop's guardian, you shall also serve as a part-time attendant, Qi Xiu declared, patting Xiao Yi on the shoulder. Understood. Xiao Yi smiled, his expression imbued with a magical warmth that enveloped those around him. Host, the system hesitated, struggling to find words, as it was unsure how to respond. Since the shop's guardian was obliged to follow Qi Xiu's orders, it had no grounds to dispute his request. Xiao Yi, equally compliant, could not refuse, thus marking the honorable birth of the shop's very first attendant. After sending Xiao Yi out, Qi Xiu clicked on the 3 new dishes he had acquired, selecting the option to learn. Instantly, 3 new recipes filled his mind. The dishes included 3 not-sticking snacks, stir-fried vegetables, and braised pork ribs. Upon seeing the recipe for braised pork ribs, Qi Xiu's eyes lit up. It was one of his all-time favorite dishes. The acquisition of this recipe filled him with joy, as he envisioned indulging in braised pork ribs daily. Beep. Task issued. Sell 10,000 spirit crystals and 100,000 gold coins within a month. It seemed the system could not abide Qi Xiu's delight and promptly assigned him a task. System, I am certain you have a disdain for me, Qi Xiu remarked, his mouth twitching. How could that be? I cherish you, my esteemed host, the system responded shyly, sending a chill down Qi Xiu's spine. He was at a loss for words, realizing the system was a troublesome entity, perpetually placing him in challenging situations. Could it not delay the issuance of tasks, at least? Internally grumbling, Qi Xiu dismissed the system's interface and directed Xiao Yi to clean the table, instructing him to place all the dirty dishes into the kitchen's washing processor. Meanwhile, Qi Xiu reclined lazily in his swivel chair, watching Xiao Yi at work. A small white creature fixed its gaze on Xiao Yi, following his every movement with curiosity. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin walked behind his father, Zhou Sheng, looking conflicted and hesitant to speak. What is it that you wish to say? Zhou Sheng asked without turning around, as if aware of the scrutiny upon him. Taking the opportunity, Zhou Yin stepped forward. Father, did you come to the shop merely to have a meal? Isn't going to a restaurant for a meal the purpose? Zhou Sheng countered without answering directly. But Zhou Yin struggled with his words, wanting to express that his father would not simply visit the shop for a meal out of boredom. As if reading his thoughts, Zhou Yin added, this meal was indeed worthwhile. With that, he continued to walk ahead, leaving Zhou Yin in deep contemplation. After a moment, realization dawned upon him, and he murmured, has father already learned what he sought to know? Chapter 92. Conscientious server Xiao Yi. Zhou Yin contemplated the matter and concluded that this explanation was the most plausible. He then replayed the events that had transpired since entering the establishment. In essence, there were only 2 occurrences: ordering every dish on the menu and inquiring about the absence of water, followed by purchasing 2 bottles of recovery water. Despite the simplicity of these events, Zhou Yin pondered for a while before comprehending what his father had discerned from them. The delicacies of the restaurant exuded a rich spiritual essence, a feat that could not be achieved by ordinary individuals. From this, one could infer that the proprietor, Qi, was no simple man. Furthermore, maintaining composure in the face of the Prime Minister's aura only served to corroborate this notion of complexity. Especially with the subsequent appearance of the recovery water, If its capabilities were to be believed, then Zhou Yin murmured to himself. However, Qi's person did not exhibit any fluctuations in yuan energy. The more Zhou Yin pondered, the more he perceived Qi Xiu as unfathomable, and the more he contemplated, the more he grew wary of Qi Xiu. Zhou Sheng, who had walked a distance away, overheard Zhou Yan's muttering and could not help but shake his head. Although his deduction was not incorrect, he was still too inexperienced to discern that the absence of discernible cultivation did not necessarily imply profound cultivation. Maintaining composure in the face of his aura, while indicative of hidden trump cards, did not necessarily equate to superior strength. Xiao Bai gazed at Xiao Yi for an extended period before averting its gaze, lazily reclining and beginning to doze off. Qi Xiu had initially intended to enter the kitchen to practice new culinary creations, but Liang Bei's figure appeared at the entrance. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Proprietor Qi, bring me a pot of fiery sunset, and then a serving of dompa pork and pickled fish. The wine first," Liang Bei added, seemingly afraid that Qi Xiu would prepare the dishes before serving the wine. Qi Xiu rose and placed a pot of wine on the rarely used serving window. Xiao Yi picked up the pot of wine from the serving window, placed it before Liang Bei, and bestowed upon him a captivating and warm smile, saying, "Please enjoy." Liang Bei had initially mistaken the handsome man for a patron, but it now seemed that he was not. Could he be a newly hired server? He felt a mixture of surprise and curiosity. However, upon receiving the wine, he cast aside this curiosity, rubbed his hands together, picked up the wine pot, and began to drink cup after cup with a gleeful expression that bordered on the obnoxious. Xiao Yi continued to smile. When Qi Xiu placed the prepared dompa pork on the serving window, he brought the dish to the table and accompanied it with a captivating and warm smile, saying, "Please enjoy." At this moment, several figures appeared at the entrance: Ai Weiwei, Ai Ziyu, Mu Hualing, and Mu Hualan. When the four of them saw the handsome man standing inside the restaurant, they initially assumed that he was a patron. However, when he addressed them, they were all taken aback. "Welcome to Delicious Delights. Please come in." Xiao Yi greeted the newcomers with his signature warm smile. "Are you a new server?" Ai Ziyu asked in surprise. "Indeed," Xiao Yi replied. As the group entered the restaurant and settled at a table, he continued, "What would you like to order?" "Mapo tofu, rice bowl, and a serving of handmade noodles." "It's been a while." Ai Ziyu recited his order with practiced ease. As he spoke, Xiao Yi produced a notebook from an unknown location and began to write rapidly. After Ai Ziyu finished ordering, Ai Weiwei and the others also placed their orders. Primarily the same dishes they usually ordered. Mu Hualan wanted to order a pot of wine. However, Xiao Yi smiled and said to Mu Hualan, "Esteemed lady, your complexion is not optimal. I advise against ordering fiery sunset. Instead, I recommend a serving of flying dragon soup. It is a nourishing soup, rich in nutrients, with potent restorative properties, enhancing resistance to illness and disease. Consuming it nourishes the body, promoting health and reducing ailments." Mu Hualan looked at Xiao Yi, who had offered the suggestion, with a cold expression and remained silent. She felt that there was something amiss about the handsome man, but she could not pinpoint what it was. She had no choice but to suppress her doubts and refrain from expressing them. Upon hearing his recommendation, she glanced at the menu on the wall. "Lan, order one." "You haven't been resting well lately," Ai Weiwei said with concern. "Yes, Sister Lan, you should replenish yourself," Mu Hualing added. Upon hearing this, Mu Hualan nodded in agreement, not wanting to disregard their good intentions. "Then I'll have one." "Very well," Xiao Yi said with a smile, adding the dish to his order book. "Please wait a moment. It will be right up. Bring me a pot of your wine," Ai Weiwei said as Xiao Yi turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Qi Xiu had placed the pickled fish on the serving window, but was puzzled when Xiao Yi did not come to retrieve it. He cautiously opened the kitchen door and overheard Xiao Yi recommending flying dragon soup. He was immediately moved. Having a server is truly different from not having one. However, despite his inner delight, he maintained a blank expression on his face. Mu Hualing, who was sitting at the table, was the first to spot Qi Xiu at the kitchen entrance and greeted him cheerfully, "Proprietor Qi." Xiaoling is here," Qi Xiu responded in kind. The others at the table also greeted Qi Xiu, and he returned their greetings one by one. Xiao Yi wrote the words "fiery sunset" in his notebook and then asked if the group needed anything else. Upon receiving confirmation that they had all ordered, he turned to Qi Xiu, tore off the top page of the notebook, and handed it to him, saying, "Boss, this is the customer's order." "All right," Qi Xiu responded, taking the paper and entering the kitchen, glancing at the dishes listed. Xiao Yi then brought the plate of pickled fish from the window to Liang Bei. Liang Bei had his back to Mu Hualan's table. He knew all of these people by name, but none of them recognized him. Liang Bei finished his last sip of wine, smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction, placed his cup down, and picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. Putting it in his mouth, he announced loudly, "Hey, server, I'd like to order a serving of flying dragon soup. I'm sorry, esteemed customer, but you have consumed alcohol. It is best not to consume flying dragon soup in combination with alcohol," Xiao Yi replied with a smile, his voice still gentle but filled with firmness. He then addressed everyone present. "You may call me Xiao Yi." He concluded with a smile as warm as the winter sun. "So handsome," Mu Hualing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she was captivated by the smile. "Tch, Aizu clicked his tongue dismissively. What's so handsome about being so effeminate?" Observing the contrasting expressions of the two young individuals, Ai Weiwei and Mu Hualing could not help but find it amusing.